Hansen had to go to Sky Palace, so he told Xie King and the others. They were to take care of Planet Eclipse for him in the meantime, and they discussed plans for the future. Hansen was not worried about how Planet Eclipse would fare, nor Xie King. As long as Hansen's identity was not exposed, Isha would also be there to safeguard the planet. No harm should come to Xie King and the others while he was gone. Hansen was scared of people recognizing him in Sky Palace. If he was found out, all sorts of trouble could come. The next morning, Xie King called for a ship and had Hansen shuttled off to Sky Palace in secret. Sky Palace had many requirements for entry, so only proper students were allowed to enter the place. Hansen was allowed in only because of his association with Isha. None of his companions were, however. On the way there, Hansen found himself stricken with boredom. He watched Bubble jump up and down for a while. The creature was an optimistic thing, and it never appeared worried. Aside from Bubble, Hansen even had to leave behind Little Invisible. Without explicit permission, you were not allowed to bring anything else. If he was found out to have smuggled something in, he'd be a dead man. With a deified elite there, Hansen wouldn't make the smallest move out of line. Sky Palace was far away from Narrow Moon. It took him an entire month to reach his destination, despite taking multiple hyperspace jumps. Sky Palace was a massive xenogenic space. The ship Isha sent had no permission to land, so it came to a stop at a planet nearby. After they confirmed Hansen's identity, they sent another ship for Hansen to travel in on. When Hansen entered Sky Palace, he found many islands floating in the air. It was just sky everywhere he looked. The islands went on, both above and below him. How many there were in total, he could not guess. Sky Palace must have been notified of his arrival. When Hansen entered, a man rode towards him atop a big white bird. "Are you Hansen?" the man asked, bowing. He was very clean, and he looked like someone in their early 20s. The image, however, was marred by a wound on his forehead. Or at least Hansen thought it was a small wound. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a third eye. "My name is Hansen. What is your name?" Hansen replied with a bow. "My name is Thousand Feather Crane, and I am a student of one of the elders here. I have been sent here by my master to guide you along the Sky Road." "Sky Road? I thought we were going to Sky Palace," Hansen asked, confused. Thousand Feather Crane did not appear to be in a rush, and so he said, "The first master made a rule. Any non-student that comes here must traverse the Sky Road alone. If you cannot travel through it, then that means you are not the heir of a deified. In that case, you will be shut out. Please forgive me." "I see. Please lead the way, then." Hansen was happy. Hansen did not want to enter Sky Palace. If there was a rule like this in which he had to traverse the Sky Road, he could deliberately fail the test. Then he could go home. "Please." Thousand Feather Crane performed a gesture, and the white bird lowered its head. Hansen climbed on its back, and then Thousand Feather Crane commanded that it fly. It rose towards the closest floating isle they could see. As the bird took them there, Hansen asked Thousand Feather Crane for more information concerning the Sky Road. Sky Palace had many floating islands, and not even a student such as himself could guess the sheer number of them. The most famous one wasn't the one where the leaders resided, though. It was actually the one beginners visited. It was called Skydoor Island. Skydoor Island was not very big. It was only 1 kilometer in length and about 12 meters wide. There were only a door and a stone path. Anyone who came to this xenogenic space, deified elites included, had to go to that island. They had to take the stone steps, unless they wished to be treated as an enemy. Skydoor Island did not have anything special. The door and the stairs were ordinary. It was something that possessed a meaning under the hood, more than anything. But when you walked past all the stairs, you would reach the Sky Road. The Skydoor Island steps were right across the main island. Between the two islands, there was a giant gourd vine which made up the road. If you wanted to enter Sky Palace, you had to go past the vine and reach the island. If you fell, it meant you weren't qualified. Brother Thousand Feathers, what is so special about this gourd vine? Hansen asked with curiosity when he saw Skydoor Island. Thousand Feather Crane smiled and said, "Don't worry. The Sky Road is not dependent on your strength. If it is your destiny to do so, an ordinary person or creature that has not yet generated a Geno armor can reach that island. You are a student of Knife Queen, so you must have some sort of destiny. You must be able to reach the main island." Han Sen wished to ask more, but the bird was directly in front of Sky Door Island now. It landed in front of a door that had been built from stone. "Brother Han, please." Thousand Feather Crane gestured towards the door. Han Sen got off the bird and went atop the stone platform. When he looked up, there were 1,000 steps trailing off into the sky. At the end of the stairs was the green vines looked like a dragon perched amidst the clouds. Many green gourds were hanging on the vine. Some were as big as buildings, whereas others were as small as a fingertip. They were all green. After Han Sen said his thanks to Thousand Feather Crane, he went through the door and began his ascent of the steps. He was headed for the gourd vine. And just as he was told, the stone stairs presented nothing special. It wasn't much later when Han Sen reached the end. The big gourd vine was in front of him. It was wide enough to allow a carriage to go along it. How can you fall off of this vine? There must be some other force at work here. But whatever it is, Thousand Feather Crane didn't think to tell me. Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to take a look. The gourd vine had the constancy of a machine. It somehow seemed more substantial than Clear Sea King, who was a king. Han Sen was shocked. Is this gourd? That's scarier than a real dragon? Greater than a king-class elite? Who cares? I'm not making it all the way across. Anyway, if something goes wrong, I'll just jump down. Han Sen went towards the gourd vine, planning to lose the contest. On an island in Sky Palace, a middle-aged man in gray clothing watched the gourd vine. "Father, what are you looking at?" A young lady walked up the middle-aged man in gray clothing and looked in the same direction. "Knife Queen student is in Sky Palace. He is on the Sky Road now," the middle-aged man in gray clothing said. The lady lifted her lips and said, "What's the big deal? Many heirs of kings come to Sky Palace for practice. Having him here should have no bearing. Besides, he is just her student. It's not as if he is her son." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Knife Queen is the old man's favorite student. She asked the old man for permission to allow her own student to come here for practice." The old man agreed without a moment of hesitation. If he can cross the Sky Road, the old man is going to give him a placement in the White Jade building no matter what. The lady's eyes opened wide. The old man has shown too much favoritism. We are the true students of Sky Palace, and we have to be in the top 10 to attain a spot in the White Jade building. He hasn't done anything, and yet he earns a spot? That is not fair. The middle-aged man in gray clothing laughed. There is no such thing as fair. The old man owns Sky Palace, so he is free to do that which makes him the happiest. Lady Sue, keep in mind that everyone shares a different opinion on that which defines fairness. If you do not understand this, things may turn out poorly for you. The lady nodded. She seemed to understand, but not completely. The lady quickly looked away. She smiled and said, "It does not matter how much the old man likes him. If he cannot cross Sky Road, it is useless to debate. Not everyone can cross the Sky Road after all. He will soon see how difficult that crossing can be." The middle-aged man in gray clothing smiled. "Lady Sue, you are too naive. If Knife Queen sent him here, he has the confidence to make it through. Now we have to find out if he can trigger the holy presence from the holy gourd." Lady Sue felt glum, and she said, "The gourd rarely releases a holy aura for our proper students. What makes him think he can trigger it?" Back in the day, Knife Queen triggered the holy gourd's holy aura. She was an outsider at the time, too. She got a holy gourd knife heir. If she hadn't, she wouldn't have achieved king class at such an early age, and then proceed to become half-deified so soon after. That gourd helped a lot, the middle-aged man in gray clothing said. Knife Queen is a real genius. Even the old man has said she may well become a deified being. I don't know about her student, though. I have heard he is a crystallizer, mind you. Kong Fei gave him a deified feather, and still no one dared to accept him. You can see how talented he is from that, Lady Su said, with a blinking of her eyes. The middle-aged man in gray clothing shook his head. They didn't refuse him because of a lack of talent. They refused him because of the instability of his genes. It is difficult to predict the future of a man like that. Whatever the case, it would be risking a grand investment. Let's see how talented he is, then, Lady Su said. Han Sen glanced over the giant gourd vine that looked like a dragon. He stepped onto it to reach the main green vine. But when he stepped onto it, he was shocked. The gourd vine was fine, but the gourds started to shake. Each and every one of them. They were like vibrating dolls as they hung across the vines. It was quite spooky. But aside from shaking, they did nothing else. No way. It looks very powerful, but that is surely just a bluff. If I fall down now, Isha will kill me. Hansen thought about that and decided to keep walking. Everywhere he went, the gourds vibrated. If they were not connected to the vine, they would surely have flown away. When Han San saw that they were doing nothing but shaking, he relaxed and kept walking across the vine. He thought to himself, the sky road cannot be this simple, surely. There must be some special trick to it. Let's walk forward and have a look-see. Han San kept walking across the gourd vine, while the people across Sky Palace were in shock. Thousand Feather Crane looked towards Han Sen's feet and saw the gourds vibrating like mad. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He had been in Sky Palace for 20 years, and he had watched many creatures make the trip across the Sky Road. Some had passed over the vine without incident, some had been knocked off by an angered vine, and a select few had received approval by a holy gourd and been given a holy aura. When Thousand Feather Crane crossed the Sky Road, he received a holy aura from a holy gourd. That in itself was a rare thing, but he had never seen something like this transpire before. The gourds all looked scared of Han San, and they were shaking as if they wished to escape from him. What is it with this guy? Thousand Feather Crane watched Han Sen cross over the holy gourds. Lady Su and the middle-aged man in gray clothing saw this as well. It prompted Lady Su to ask with much shock, "Father, what are these gourds doing? It doesn't look as if they're giving out a holy aura. But I've never heard of the gourds reacting like this to the approach of someone." The middle-aged man in gray clothing looked at the vine and said, "This is strange. The gourds have not approved his talent. But they are scared of him." The gourds are scared of him? That is impossible. He is just a viscount. The holy gourd is a deified plant. Even if a deified elite was making the crossing, it shouldn't be scared. He is just a viscount. Lady Su said again, dripping with disbelief. This shouldn't happen. But the gourds do look scared. The middle-aged man in gray clothing stroked his jaw and looked at Han Sen atop the gourd vine with interest. In Sky Palace, many people were now focusing on Han Senator. Each and every person there had a strange expression. Wherever he went, the gourds would shake with fear in a 10-meter radius around him. When Han Sen went by, and they fell out of that radius, the gourds would revert to their still selves again. While Han Sen was walking, nothing else happened aside from the shivering of the gourds. It actually made Han Sen depressed. Damn it! Something please happen. I can't just jump off. If I go back now, Isha will kill me. Han Sen's mind was racing for a solution, but his minutes of furious thinking were futile. Before he knew it, he had walked to the other end of the gourd vine. He reached the stone steps on the main island, and the gourd had yet to have a response. Strange. All the gourds showed a reaction, but they didn't give out a holy aura. This is really strange. Inside a building, a man of the sky race frowned as he looked upon Han Sen traversing the sky road. He was in deep thought. Everyone in Sky Palace showed a similar expression. They had never seen a holy gourd react that way, and so no one knew what it meant. If Han Sen was talented, the holy gourd would provide him with a holy aura. His potential was yet to be determined. Wherever he went, the gourds did have a reaction, but it was one that yielded nothing. It was very peculiar. Han Sen felt depressed. He thought he could go home by failing under spectacular circumstances, but the Sky Road was nothing special. It was like an ordinary bridge, really, except longer. It also went upwards. Han Sen stepped onto the main island, and then Thousand Feather Crane rode his bird over towards him. Han Sen said to him, "That gourd vine only shakes. Is it supposed to spook people into falling off?" Thousand Feather Crane looked at him strangely and said, "Brother Han is talented. You have nothing to be afraid of. It is getting late, and the leader awaits you. Let us be off." Han Sen followed him via the steps. They went between a vast array of clouds, many of which had buildings situated upon them. It was like he was in heaven. The jade stone steps were going up high. When Han Sen finally saw the end, he found himself looking at a grand palace. Ahead was a large plaque that said, "Sky Palace." Han Sen walked up the stairs, one step at a time. Every step he took felt heavier than the last. It was not that the stairs had some trick to them, it was just that the Sky Palace looked so intimidating. People below it would feel pressure going up. It wasn't just a feeling, either. There was an increased weight upon his shoulders. The closer he got, the stronger it grew. Thousand Feather Crane kept watch over Han Sen. The staircase to Sky Palace was called the Road to the Sky. Those of the Sky Race felt no particular sensation when they climbed the stairs, but the outsiders that traversed those stairs would feel a massive amount of pressure from Sky Palace. The pressure came from the plaque that said Sky Palace. The plaque was crafted by the first leader of Sky Palace. It had the powers of Sky Palace Outer Sky. It suppressed all people. People with a poor will would be greatly suppressed, and they would not be able to reach Sky Palace. Even people with strong wills would feel as if they were marching through hell when they walked that road. Most of them would feel exhausted as they climbed. Thousand Feather Crane kept watching Han Sen, just in case he fell. If he did, Thousand Feather Crane would carry Han Sen to Sky Palace. It was his job to guide him there. Han Sen had been invited by the Sky Palace leader. He had crossed the Sky Road, and so Thousand Feather Crane could not allow him to be crushed by the road to the sky. And it would look poorly if he ended up crawling in. Not much later, he saw Han Sen frown. He paid more attention to Han Sen, ready to help him if he collapsed. The first leader of Sky Palace was powerful. A mere 2 words were enough to buckle most people's knees. Normally, only dukes could withstand the pressure and enter. Han Sen was just a viscount, so it would not be embarrassing for him to be unable to keep his feet. But only people who went through it the first time would suffer this pressure. They wouldn't feel it once they were past it, and that was what was most amazing about the road to the sky. Han Sen frowned and kept ascending the stairs. His pace was ordinary, and there was no sign of him struggling. He looked at the plaque that read Sky Palace. Han Sen could discern the feelings elicited by the words, and he understood how intimidating they were. It made him admire whoever had left the words there. Han Sen did not fight back with his will. He had come there to practice, so he wasn't there to cause issues. And the leader was Isha's teacher. He didn't want to embarrass himself, so he didn't fight it. He accepted the feelings the 2 words gave him. Sky Palace feelings were strange. Han Sen felt as if he was getting crushed. It was getting harder and harder to walk, and his forehead eventually started to sweat. Han Sen refused to fight against the feelings the words gave him, but it was still very difficult to bear with them. If Han Sen did not possess a great will of his own, he'd have been brought down to the ground and made immobile. Thousand Feather Crane observed the beads of sweat on Han Sen, and noted how it looked as if the man had just stepped out of the water. He frowned. They had only gone up 100 steps, and yet Han Sen sheened in sweat. It was pretty extreme. He was a viscount, so there was no way he'd last 1,000 steps. But if Han Sen's situation continued like that, he might not even make it to the 200th step. Sky Palace is strong. Han Sen was shocked. Han Sen did not use his own will to try to break Sky Palace's will, but it was obviously very powerful for it to suppress him like so. Han Sen did not know what to do. Since Han Sen had decided not to fight back, he didn't plan on releasing the feeling. He accepted the pressure and just kept going. It was so heavy. It was like he was carrying a mountain. Every step he took left the stair behind him wet with sweat. Han Sen kept feeling that pressure as he walked, and as he pushed on, he learned something. It was a pure feeling, and it did not come from Han Senator. The intensity of the suppression began to give Han Sen some manner of inspiration. The Dongxian aura's power could only mask his senses. It didn't affect his body. If Dongxian aura could be suppressed like so, the power would reach another level. As Han Sen kept walking, he loosened himself up. He allowed the pressure to fall on him fully. He hoped to learn something from those words. It was getting harder and harder for Han Sen to walk. By the time he reached the 200th step, he had to spend a lot of power to take every step forward. "Let me carry you." Thousand Feather Crane saw Han Sen on the verge of collapse, and so he resolved to help him. Han Sen was suffering beneath the Sky Palace text. He could not focus on anything else, and he did not hear what Thousand Feather Crane had said to him. Thousand Feather Crane could see Han Sen suffering, though, and without thinking, he moved to grab hold of him. "Relax, it is okay." Thousand Feather Crane smiled as he helped Han Sen. The feelings around Sky Palace were strong, but Thousand Feather Crane possessed the blood of the sky. He was born there and he was immune to that power. He held Han Sen with ease, because he felt nothing. It'd be so light, even if Han Sen was getting crushed. Thousand Feather Crane saw that Han Sen was continuing to walk forward, and so gave him his own arm to hold and support him. If he fell, Thousand Feather Crane would use his own strength. Although Han Sen looked to be weary and in pain, he still managed to cross the 500-step milestone. But after that, his body could no longer endure the force. It bent his back. Thousand Feather Crane pulled his arm upwards to help Han Sen stand straighten, but when he used strength to lift Han Sen, he felt as if the man's weight was like that of a large boulder. He had to use a great deal of force to get Han Sen to stand straight. "Relax. Don't use strength. This is an illusion, and there is no actual pressure coming down on you." Thousand Feather Crane thought Han Sen was using strength because he was holding him. Han Sen did not hear what he said. The scary feelings continued to pound down into his body, making him feel as if he was carrying a mountain. He had to focus. Thousand Feather Crane held onto Han Sen as he ascended. The weight on Thousand Feather Crane's arms felt heavier and heavier, and he thought, "This guy's will is so weak. He is getting crushed, and he is using too much strength." After a while, Han Sen seemed too heavy for Thousand Feather Crane to keep him upright. He looked at Han Sen's body and noticed he wasn't running any energy, and he wasn't using up any of his own strength. Weird, he hasn't cast anything. Why is he so heavy? Sky Palace should just apply mental pressure, and nothing physical. Thousand Feather Crane thought about it, but he couldn't figure out what was going on. So he continued helping Han Sen. Han Sen's body was getting heavier and heavier. Thousand Feather Crane had only used one arm to begin with, but now he was forced to use two. On top of that, it was getting extremely difficult. "Hey, are you okay?" Thousand Feather Crane looked at Han Sen and frowned. Han Sen was looking very red, and his clothes were drenched in sweat. His breathing had become very hoarse, as if he was beginning to suffocate. Han Sen's eyeballs were bulging in their sockets, with blood vessels popping. It was like his entire body was really going to be crushed. Han Sen hadn't expected that when he let the feelings imbued by the text enter his body, it would be this scary. Now, he could only use his will to prevent himself from being crushed. Walking on his own really was impossible at this point. After 1,000 steps, he was being carried by Thousand Feather Crane. Thousand Feather Crane had no clue what was going on. The feelings of Sky Palace were powerful, but they should not have been that strong. He didn't realize that Han Sen had asked for this. Instead of fighting the feelings, he practically invited them into his body. No one had ever done something that crazy before, so it was an entirely unexpected event. When Thousand Feather Crane realized what had happened, he didn't know how things would progress from there. Han Sen had slowed to a stop, and he didn't seem to be awake. Thousand Feather Crane carried Han Senator, lifting Han Sen put an enormous strain on his arms, requiring all of his strength. Quickly, his arms became completely exhausted. He couldn't hold Han Sen off the ground. Thousand Feather Crane gritted his teeth and set Han Sen down. He moved in front of Han Sen, then used Han Sen's arm to pull the young man onto his back. After Thousand Feather Crane lifted Han Sen onto his back, he continued walking towards Sky Palace. Knife Queen's student is strange. He had reached such a dire state just walking on the road to the sky. Thousand Feather Crane felt depressed, but he still carried Han Sen. The old man in Sky Palace was waiting for Han Sen, so he couldn't just leave him behind and keep going by himself. Thousand Feather Crane hurried up the pace at which he was carrying Han Sen, but after a while, he slowed down again. It was not like he wanted to be slow. It was just because Han Sen was as heavy as a small mountain. He couldn't walk fast. The higher he went, the heavier Han Sen became. Thousand Feather Crane's forehead was beating with sweat. Is this his road to the sky? Or is it my road to the sky? Thousand Feather Crane continued carrying Han Sen, and before long, he was sweating all over. After 9,000 steps, Thousand Feather Crane was all red. The sweat had soaked his clothing, and the prettiness of his face had vanished. He was gasping roughly for air. I can't believe he is this heavy. No way he can unleash this sort of power, if he is indeed just a Viscount. He doesn't even have an energy flow. Where is this magic coming from? Is it because of the feelings issued by the Sky Palace text? Thousand Feather Crane pondered as he walked on. Thousand Feather Crane was an earl. He could have carried a dragon, and walked up each and every step without so much as getting out of breath. But now veins were bulging across his arms and legs. He was exhausting all his strength in this walk. He was breathing so heavily, it looked as if he was going to breathe fire. Boom! A white cloud poured out of Thousand Feather Crane, like steam stemming from his pores. The white smoke then condensed, swirling closely around Thousand Feather Crane's body. Thousand Feather Crane could no longer keep going with physical strength alone, so he was using his cloud powers. Han Sen's situation was worse than Thousand Feather Crane's, though. Something inside his body had been crushed. His bones and flesh were collapsing, making him look like an anorexic patient. The parts of him that had meat were caved in, and his bones groaned amidst it. They were going to break. One step, one stare. 10 steps brought blood and sweat. Thousand Feather Crane, seeing things were almost over, felt his legs shaking violently. He tried his hardest, but the final few steps were taking up all his strength. He almost fell down right in front of the gate. He used all his strength to push through it and carry Han Sen through the gates. After entering, Thousand Feather Crane felt light again. He almost moaned in pleasure. He felt relieved, and he said, "Finally, we are here." On the steps between the clouds, no one had seen what was going on. But when Thousand Feather Crane walked in, the people saw he had carried Han Senator, and they were all given a shock. For as long as Sky Palace had existed, no one had been carried like that before. Han Sen had walked the Sky Jade steps, and everyone knew Thousand Feather Crane had to carry him into Sky Palace. This was far too weird, though. Han Sen had almost passed out when he was brought inside. Thousand Feather Crane continued carrying him until they reached the leader of Sky Palace. Han Sen was drifting in and out of consciousness. He couldn't see what the leader of Sky Palace looked like, but he was brought back out by Thousand Feather Crane. Something this strange had never happened before, so there was much discussion surrounding the event. This must be the first time the old man has met with someone that was carried in. I heard his own beard bent in surprise. How could he walk the road to the sky like that? That guy's unique. Or more like creepy. Haha. No matter how creepy he is, the old man still accepted him. He still managed to obtain a placement in White Jade Building. He is lucky to be Knife Queen's student. Yeah, the old man respects Knife Queen, and she is really good. The old man really does treat her like a proper student. It does seem weird that she would take on a student as strange as the one she did. Han Sen slept for 24 hours straight. After that, he was fully recovered. The feelings of suppression had finally faded. After waking, he found himself lying on a jade bed. The room had nothing in terms of decor. It was a stone house with a jade bed, a stone table, and 4 stone stools. Han Sen stretched and felt pretty good. Letting those harsh feelings into his body had been an excruciating thing to suffer, but it hadn't been in vain. Han Sen hadn't been able to figure out how to make his Dongxian aura into something solid, but he still learned something important from accepting that feeling. When Han Sen was suppressed by the Jade Turtle spell, The Dongxian aura had simulated the workings of the technique. That was how he was able to tear the spell off. Since then, Han Sen had frequently played with the spell. He used Dongxian aura to study it, but the spell's power was very complicated. It was difficult for him to learn its workings, and he made little progress. But when Sky Palace entered his body while he was on the stairs, he felt there was something in common with Jade Turtle spell. Sky Palace only imbued a feeling without applying anything solid, and Jade Turtle spell's energy flow was too hard to understand completely. When they were both compared, however, the comparison opened Han Sen's mind. He felt happy. As he learned more, he noticed it had things in common with Coin too. By continuing to examine the skills, he was able to learn a lot more. While he could still feel the wisps of that suppression, Han Sen pulled out Jade Turtle spell and used Dongxian aura to dive in. He tried to learn something from the spell so he could confirm his theories. Han Sen sat on the jade bed as he looked over the Jade Turtle spell. But he quickly found that the Jade Turtle spell behaved as if it had grown weaker. It used to be like jade, but now it was like rock. 2 days later, the Jade Turtle spell suddenly cracked and became dust. It had become useless. Han Sen was shocked, but he was happy about this. He had learned a lot. Han Sen had disappeared for a few days, and rumors were floating around the palace. People believed Han Sen had been in a mini-coma for days, and that he had incurred serious injuries. He had only been there for a few days, and he hadn't met many people at all. Yet despite that, he had become quite famous. Many of the students in Sky Palace were curious. They wanted to know what sort of person Han Sen was. Han Sen exited his stone house and noticed that he was standing on a floating island. It was more like a large rock than an island, though. Outside of the house, the ground around him was only about half the size of a baseball field. On that small island there was a crooked tree. Han Sen did not know what type of tree it was, but it looked half dead, and it was covered in scorch marks. Its leaves were all yellow, and it looked ready to fall down at any given moment. Han Sen looked around. The island was small, but it was very close to the primary isle. It was one of the closest islands to the main island, actually. Han Sen looked around, and then he heard a bird. An elegant man riding a big white bird flew down and landed on the island. "Thank you for carrying me into Sky Palace," Han Sen said with genuine gratitude. Han Sen was focused on the feelings of oppression, but he still remembered being carried into Sky Palace. If he hadn't received that aid, he would have been crushed on the stairs. Thousand Feather Crane shook his head and said, "Bringing you to Sky Palace was my duty. There is no need to thank me." After that, Thousand Feather Crane brought out a tablet for Han Sen and said, "This is a Sky Palace identity tablet. It will show others the level of authority and access you have within Sky Palace. Make sure you don't lose it. If you lose it, you will have to go to Clear Hall. If you don't, you will be punished. Sky Torture Peak has a tablet with rules inscribed upon it. You should go and take a look, just so you don't end up unknowingly breaking the rules," Thousand Feather Crane said. "Thanks, Thousand Feather. Can I meet the palace leader now?" Han Sen put away the tablet. "The leader has already seen you. There is no need for you to see him. He has given you permission to go to the White Jade Jing. Your identity tablet will allow you to practice there. It will help you." "Where is White Jade Jing?" Han Sen asked. Thousand Feather Crane pointed at Han Sen's identity tablet. "White Jade Jing has 12 floors and 5 cities. If the angels there touch my head, my hair will grow. White Jade Jing is a place for practicing. Simply being given permission to go there is a high honor. You will have to practice hard there, and not waste this glorious opportunity." Thousand Feather Crane hopped onto his white bird to leave. "Thousand Feather, where are you going?" Han Sen quickly asked. "I am going to practice in White Jade Jing," Thousand Feather Crane answered. "Great. I don't know the way there. Could you please take me?" Han Sen said, as he quickly hopped onto the bird. Thousand Feather Crane looked depressed, but he did not say anything. He flew the big white bird to one of the floating islands. Sky Palace is great. If this was in the Alliance, this would make a grand place for tourists. Han Sen saw so many strange scenes and heavenly-looking buildings. Open air extended as far as Hansen could see both above and below Sky Palace. The islands floated together in the midst of a seemingly endless sea of sky. Hansen sat on Thousand Feather Crane's bird and admired the view. After 1 hour of travel, the snow-white bird descended on one island in particular. The island was situated between the clouds, so their vision was a little hindered. What could be seen clearly, however, were the 12 jade towers rising amidst the clouds. The snow-white bird landed on the island, and Thousand Feather Crane and Hansen dismounted. He noticed the whole island was composed of jade, but it didn't look man-made. Thousand Feather Crane headed towards the white jade building. When Hansen looked over there, he saw it glisten. He had barely been able to see the 12 white jade buildings from the air. When he was standing on the island, all he could see was one of them in front of him. The other 11 were nowhere to be seen. Each white jade building consisted of 7 floors. From where he was standing, he could see that the crystal constructs were protected by light. Just like the island, the jade did not look man-made. It was as if it had been born like that. Thousand Feather, who created the white jade building? Hansen asked as he walked. Thousand Feather Crane answered, White Jade Jing has 12 buildings and 5 cities. It existed long before the xenogeneic space was first discovered. They grew here naturally, instead of being built by people like you and me. This is amazing. Hansen was interested in White Jade Jing. They both came before the building. There were no guards around. Thousand Feather Crane pushed the door open and walked inside. Hansen was disappointed, and he said, I thought that White Jade Jing is a place not many are allowed access to. Why are there no guards? Anyone could walk right in. Thousand Feather Crane coldly said, Didn't you see the 2 jade beasts outside the door? You can come in because you have a tablet. If you didn't have it, you'd have already been eaten alive by now. If you don't have the tablet, you cannot access this place. I see. Now Hansen remembered the pair of 3-meter-tall jade beasts. They looked like Kirin, with one standing at each side of the building. He thought they were dead, but they were actually alive. Thousand Feather Crane did not say anything more, and just kept on walking. Hansen was checking out the building, but there was nothing to see on the inside. There were just a few steps leading up to the 2nd floor. Hansen, seeing Thousand Feather Crane ascend the flight of stairs, followed. The 2nd floor was the same as the last. It was empty. There was only another staircase that led up to the 3rd floor. Hansen thought this was strange, and so he asked, Why is there nothing inside this building? What are the benefits to practicing here? Thousand Feather Crane approached the next flight of stairs and said, It is not time for White Jade Jing to open yet. That is why there is nothing here. White Jade Tower has 7 floors. The higher you go, the more jade air you can receive. You are a Viscount, so practicing on the 3rd floor should be good. If you can take the jade air here, you can go up higher. After that, Thousand Feather Crane went up to the 3rd floor. Hansen followed. On the 3rd floor, there was finally something to see. A few young sky people were sitting. No one spoke and no one talked. The few young ones, when seeing Thousand Feather Crane, stood up and said, Greetings, Uncle Crane. Thousand Feather Crane nodded and proceeded up to the 4th floor. The young ones looked at Hansen curiously, as if he was a stranger. They did not know if he was the student of Knife Queen that had just entered. One of them did know Hansen, however. It was Lady Su with the middle-aged man in gray clothing. Her full name was Yoon Sui. Lady Su was what her family called her. Yoon Sui's eyes smiled like a moon. She sat in the corner, looked at Hansen, and thought, How dare he come here? He must be the first person who had to be carried into Sky Palace. The other Skies were interested in Hansen, as not many outsiders were allowed to enter White Jade Jing, and they hadn't heard of any that had received permission after being carried in. A young man walked in front of Hansen and said, My name is Yun Fei. I am a student of one of the 9 seats. Which are you from? I am not a student of Sky Palace. My teacher is Knife Queen, Hansen said. You are Hansen? The one who got dragged here? Yun Fei shouted in shock. The other people stared at Hansen as if he was an animal from the zoo. Yes, I am that same Han Senior, Hansen shrugged. He didn't really care what they thought of him. Bro, you are awesome. Ever since the sky claimed this place, you are the first person to get carried in. How did you do that? Yunfei laughed as he patted Han-san on the shoulder. That was an accident, I'm afraid. There is no need to be jealous. Han-san laughed. Yunfei and the other sky could see Han-san had a mild temper and was willing to joke around. So they chatted for a while. Only the elites of the sky were permitted access to White Jade Jing. There was no conflict amongst them, so they chatted happily with each other. Yun Sui merely watched, however. She did not participate. Seeing Han-sen talk with them, she thought to herself, he seems nice, but his will is weak. Why would Knife Queen be willing to accept a student such as this? He is not even one of the rebate. After talking for a while, Yunfei suddenly said, time's up, talk later. After that, everyone found themselves a place to sit down. Han-sen knew White Jade Jing was going to open, so he found a place to sit down as well. The Jade Tower had no dust. The floor that was made from jade was smooth and cool. Han-sen felt a cool air enter his body as he sat. As the cold air curled around Han-sen, the jade stone in the center of the floor began to emit white smoke. That white smoke expanded through the room, glittering as it went. It filled every inch of the air. Everyone cast their powers to absorb the smoke from the jade, creating small vortexes around them. Han-sen had asked them about White Jade Tower while they were chatting, so he knew that he was supposed to use his Geno art to absorb the jade air. Suddenly, Han-san felt a chill energy penetrate his body. The feeling was amazing. It was like many small ice cubes were melting around him. They melted when they touched his skin, and were then absorbed. As the jade air was absorbed into his cells, Han-sen noticed some changes that were happening across his body. His skin was developing a jade-like color. Under the influence of the jade air, Yunfei and the others were all shining like crystals. They were like statues built from jade. This powerful jade air can change the genes of the body? This jade air must come from a xenogeneic gene. Yes. Han-sen thought to himself. Left Crazy did say that rocks possess sentience, but their lives are different from ours. White Jade Jing must be a creature, and the jade air must be a xenogeneic gene. That being said, I can't determine the level of White Jade Jing. Han-san made a number of guesses while he absorbed the jade air. But guessing was all he could do since his theories stemmed from what Left Crazy had once told him. No one could prove if what he was thinking was the truth. Han-sen used the story of genes to absorb the jade air, transforming the jade air's energy. The story of genes was very compatible when it came to other elements. After absorbing jade air, there was a noticeable improvement. But it still wasn't enough to break through, and there was obviously something missing. Didn't Thousand Feather Crane say that the higher you get, the stronger the jade air is? Maybe I can use a stronger jade air to break through. Han-sen thought. Standing up, he walked towards the fourth floor, with the jade air all around. The third floor, with its jade air, offered too little for him. Everyone there was a Viscount, but Han-sen had used many xenogeneic genes to improve his body. He was much stronger than the average Viscount. Han-sen could compete with Earls if he maxed out his genes as a Viscount. When he stepped onto the fourth floor, he felt very cold. The third floor felt cool, but the fourth felt cold. After going in, he felt as if he had stumbled into an ice cave. But that cold could not affect Han-sen's body. He looked around the fourth floor and saw some people sitting amidst swirls of jade air. Aside from the sky, there were two outsider races. Thousand Feather Crane was not on this floor, however. Han-sen absorbed the jade air to help break through with the story of genes. But it wasn't working. So he decided to walk to the fifth floor. When he reached the fifth floor, he felt as if he had been frozen. He stopped at the entrance and became like a real statue. The jade skin melted from ice to water, and with Han-sen's strength, he could not refine that jade air. The jade air started to fill his body. Han-sen felt his body go cold. It was not his temperature decreasing either. It was his life that was weakening. Han-sen could feel his body turning into jade, growing weaker. He cast the story of genes, but he could not withstand the jade. The jade air's gene power was far stronger than Han-sen's gene power. So, the genes in his body were being changed by the jade air. Han Sen was surprised. In the space of one floor, there had been a massive difference. His power was sufficient to counter the jade air, but that would nullify the point of practicing there. Han Sen cast Petrify and turned himself to stone. When the jade air tried to invade the stone, it could not invade the genes of Han Sen's body. It moisturized Han Sen's petrified body, making itself much easier for him to absorb. When using Petrify, the only other skill Han Sen could activate was the Story of Genes. So, without hesitating, he activated the Story of Genes to absorb the jade air around him. The jade air was absorbed by his petrified body. He continued running the Story of Genes, and as he did so, his petrified body turned to jade. The powerful jade air kept trying to break through and send him up to Earl class. But again and again, something held him back and made the process fail. The air was very powerful, but for some reason, it couldn't carry him through to the last stage. After 2 hours, the jade air disappeared, and when it was gone, Han Sen stopped using Petrify. He felt awful. Such powerful jade air, and it still isn't enough to break through with the Story of Genes? What do I have to do to become an Earl? Han Sen felt depressed. The people on the 5th floor saw a stranger. They were looking at Han Senator. They noticed he was not of the sky, and that was even weirder. Those people did not know who Han Sen was, and they did not expect a Viscount could accompany them on the 5th floor when the jade air erupted. So, they guessed Han Sen was an Earl. Han Sen did not stay and talk to them, and he went straight up to the 6th floor. He had Petrify, so the jade air could not damage him. If the 5th floor's jade air cannot help me break through, I will have to keep going. Han Sen walked to the 6th floor. More people were practicing there. It was not the time for jade air to erupt there. But no one noticed Han Senator. Han Sen looked around the 6th floor, and again he could not see Thousand Feather Crane. So he went ahead to the 7th floor. Han Sen found him there on the 7th floor. And on the 7th floor, aside from Han Sen himself, there were 3 people in total. 2 of them were of the sky, and 1 of them was bald. He had 9 moles on his head, so he was from the Buddha. He looked young, like speechless. So, it must have been hard to reach this point at the age he was. He was the best of the Earls, as most Earls could go no further than the 5th floor. Of the 2 sky, 1 of them was Thousand Feather Crane. The other sky was a young woman that Han Sen did not know. Han Sen looked at them, and they looked at Han Sen. "Brother Han, why are you not practicing down there? Why have you come here?" Thousand Feather Crane asked. Before Han Sen could answer, the young sky woman looked at Han Sen and said, "You are Knife Queen student Han." Han Sen saw how scared she looked, and he knew what she would soon say. He smiled and told her, "Yes, I am Han Sen, who was brought in by Thousand Feather Crane." The woman heard him and smiled. "You are very funny. My name is Yoon Sushang. I am a student of the 10th Elder. You can call me Senior." "Greetings, Senior Yoon," Han Sen said, suddenly feeling like he was back in school. It was actually a nice feeling. Yoon Sushang pointed at the Buddha man and said, "His name is First Day. The Buddha sent him here to study in Sky Palace. Just like you." "Amitba." "Greetings, Mr. Han." First Day bowed before Han Sen. Han Sen did not like the Buddha, but he didn't think that every single one of them was a bad person. He didn't know First Day, though, so he had no immediate reason to hate the man. That being said, he still wanted to avoid being First Day's friend. After the introductions, Han Sen turned to Thousand Feather Crane. "Thousand Feather, I thought you said there were 12 white jade buildings. But I have only seen this one." If Han Sen couldn't achieve a breakthrough on the 7th floor, he thought that he might need a place with an even stronger jade air. There are 12 buildings and 5 cities in White Jade Jing. Most people only see the 12 White Jade buildings, not the 5 cities. Consequently, they can only enter this one place. If you wish to enter the others, you must first understand the other towers, Thousand Feather Crane said. "What is there to learn?" Han Sen asked. "I don't know. It's just something you have to learn. It's hard for me to explain. But I think you should practice on the 3rd or 4th floor. You can start thinking about moving on when you reach the 5th or 6th floor," Thousand Feather Crane said. Han Sen wished to say something, but someone suddenly entered the 7th floor. It was Yoon Sui. They had met on the third floor. Yun Sui, upon seeing Han Sen, was shocked. When the jade air passed, Han Sen had vanished. She had believed that he had been unable to withstand it, and so he decided to leave. She didn't expect that Han Sen had already gone to the top, looking for Thousand Feather Crane. Sui, let me introduce you. This is Knife Queen's student Han Sr. Yun Sushang pulled Yun Sui near and smiled. I met him already down below, Yun Sui answered. Yun Sui and Yun Sushang were sisters. They were the heirs of the 10th elder. Yun Sui had blood, while Yun Sushang was a stepdaughter. Yun Sushang was the 7th elder's daughter, but he had died. Yun Sushang was taken in by Yun Sui's father while she was still young. Thousand Feather Crane was also a student of the 10th elder, so he was close with the Yun sisters. The sisters had a good relationship, as fine as any real siblings. Since they had a little while before White Jade Jing opened again, Yun Sui had come to talk to Yun Sushang and kill some time. Han Sen asked Thousand Feather Crane, Thousand Feather, I'm curious about the jade air of the other 12 buildings. Are they stronger? Before he could answer, Yun Sui said, They're not just stronger. They have spirit. If you're not an earl, at least you'll die there. Don't even think about going elsewhere. Just stay here and practice. So if I become an earl, I can go to the other 12 buildings? Han Sen asked. You have to understand the knowledge of the White Jade buildings. Only then can you see the other buildings behind this one, Yun Sui said. Thousand Feather Crane, Yun Sushang, and First Day are the best of the earls. Can they not understand this knowledge? Han Sen thought to himself. He knew it was something he shouldn't say out loud. Yun Sui knew what Han Sen was thinking, however. She smiled. Brother Crane and my sister already understand. Many people on the 6th floor already understand, too. But of the 12 buildings, this first one is the most tamed. The jade air here is the easiest to refine, so it is best to stay here until you are a marquise. Upon hearing this, Han Sen frowned in thought. If the jade air here is considered mild, how scary must the jade air be in the other buildings? If I can't break through here, maybe I can go to the other White Jade buildings. I just don't know what I need to understand about these constructs. After talking for a while, Yun Sushang suddenly noticed the time. Then she spoke to Yun Sui. The jade air is going to erupt. Go back now. We will speak later when this is done. Yun Sui nodded and headed for the stairs. Han Sen was still talking to Thousand Feather Crane, so she said, You should come. When the jade air arrives, you will become a jade statue before you have a chance to return to the 3rd floor. Brother Han, head on down. We will talk later, Thousand Feather Crane said. I'm not going back. I want to practice here, Han Sen said. Yun Sui and the others all looked at Han. Senator Yun Sui found herself both angry and amused. Even most earls do not dare come to the 7th floor. Only my sister and brother Crane, who are both so talented and stronger than the average earl, dare to practice here. Did you not see the swathe of earls down on the 6th floor? They don't dare come up. What do you think a viscount can do here? Do you want to become a statue? Brother Han, you should go downstairs. You have to do this floor by floor, Thousand Feather Crane said. Han Sen laughed and said, My skills have maxed out. I need the 7th floor's jade air to break through. Don't worry. I can fight against the jade air here. I'll be fine. Yun Sui started to say something else, but Yun Sushang cut her off. Sui, go now. The jade air will soon erupt, and it'll be too late for you to leave when it does. Yun Sui left the 7th floor and paced quickly down the stairs. She kept looking back, but she did not see Han Sen following after her. This guy isn't strong, but he is ambitious. Brother Crane will have to carry him down, again. Yun Sui thought to herself. Thousand Feather Crane and Yun Sushang tried to convince Han Sen, but they were not really friends. If Han Sen wanted to stay that much, they weren't going to plead against the idea. Thousand Feather Crane smiled wryly and shook his head. If Han Sen could not withstand the force, then he would carry him down. He could not allow the jade air to turn Han Sen into a statue and kill him. Han Sen found a spot that was closer to Thousand Feather Crane. First Day looked at Han Sen curiously, and Han Sen shot him a smile. First Day looked shy and then turned away. This first-day Buddha is interesting. He is so young and so strong. He might be as good as Seven Spirit. His mind is still like a kid's, though, Hansen thought. Then, the jade walls began to emit a jade air. The seventh floor's jade air flowed out like a liquid. It hung visibly in the air. Hansen used petrify to turn his flesh into stone. So he didn't feel it very much when the jade air connected with his body. He used the story of genes to absorb the jade air. Thousand Feather Crane, Yun Sushang, and First Day all turned to look at Han Senator. The average Earl couldn't withstand the seventh floor's jade air. And Han San was just a viscount. It was likely he would turn into a jade statue. Thousand Feather Crane prepared to carry Han Sen out the moment he looked like he was in trouble. But the three of them were shocked when Han Sen petrified himself. The jade air didn't affect Han Sen's body much, and as they watched, Han Sen began to absorb it. That was surprising. What is that Geno art? Can allow a viscount to withstand the jade air on the seventh floor. Yun Sushang was in shock. Thousand Feather Crane stumbled slightly as he answered. It looks like some sort of petrifying Geno art, but no matter how strong it is, it shouldn't be this effective on a viscount. That Geno art cannot be a simple petrification. It must be a Geno art knife Queen gave him. The three did not observe Han Sen for long. They were still curious, but they needed to focus on their own practice. The seventh floor's jade air could not harm Han Sen while he was petrified. After he used petrify, his body had great compatibility with jade air, so it was easy to absorb. The jade air rushed into Han Sen's body like water. He cast the story of genes in the hopes he would break through with it. Spell armor automatically appeared around Han Sen's body and wrapped him up. The armor shone with a weird light, and mysterious symbols appeared across it. It was scary. The other three saw the movement around Han Sen, and when they looked at him, their shock deepened. He's going to become an earl here? Han Sen had eaten a lot of grains of galaxy sand. He had already been on the precipice of becoming an earl, but he had lacked a trigger. The jade air would finish what the galaxy sand had started. Galaxy sand was a concentrated xenogeneic gene essence, and it could be absorbed right away. Jade air was like though. It had to be worked and refined before absorption. When ordinary nobles absorbed jade air, most of it would be wasted and released back into the room. Only small amounts of the jade air would actually be absorbed and processed by their bodies. The galaxy sand could be used by low-tier nobles without side effects, so it was okay for him to have used as much as he had. But receiving too much jade air at once could damage a person's body. Luckily, Han Sen did not want to absorb the jade air. He just wanted to use the power of the jade air to break through. It did not matter if it was refined or not. He just needed the strength of it. The jade air on the seventh floor was strong enough. Waves battered across the threshold of his body, activating the power spell possessed. It had managed to kickstart the evolution process of him becoming an earl. The mysterious spell armor began to shift and change constantly. Thousand Feather Crane observed the armor's behavior, but he was unsure what it signified. When the symbols of spell became brighter, it was as if the light was coming to life. Came out of the armor, surrounding Han Sen like a group of fairies. This is a text spirit. It is like the spirit of our textless book. It is a very rare spirit, Yun Sushang exclaimed, looking at spell. It's rare, but the rebate don't have a Geno art like that. What Geno art has he been practicing? Thousand Feather Crane said with a frown. No matter what it is, this guy is not as simple as what meets the eye. It is very interesting. Yun Sushang looked at Han Sen with interest. First Day looked at Han Sen with curiosity. Brother Crane, the Geno art Han Sen is practicing. How is it when compared to that of the textless book? Thousand Feather Crane shook his head. I have not practiced with the textless book, and I do not know what Han Sen's Geno art is. It is difficult to tell, but the textless book is a skill belonging to Sky Palace. It would not be weaker than any other Geno art. You have practiced truth spell, and that comes from the textless book. And it is a spirit that creates text, so you should know more about it than I do. Yes, First Day. Do you think your spirit is weaker or stronger than his? Yun Sushang asked First Day. First Day looked very shy, and he said the Buddha catchphrase. I don't understand his text, but it feels like it is deeper than my own spirit. Yun Sushang and Thousand Feather Crane were shocked to hear this. The textless book was a skill not everyone of the sky could use. It had many requirements for its practice. So, while Yun Sushang and Thousand Feather Crane were smart, they were still unable to practice with it. Although only a few could use the textless book in its original form, there was a senior inside Sky Palace that had extracted a part out of it that everyone could practice. It was called Truth Spell, and even the ordinary sky could use it. While Truth Spell was just a small part of the textless book, it was strong enough to be on par with other famous genoarts. First Day was very good with it, and his talent was plain to see. If he felt this way, then it meant Han Sen's genoart had to be very strong. When Han Sen evolved, Spell's spirit became stronger. While the symbol spun around, a vortex was created. It absorbed the jade air ravenously, draining the power into Han Sen's body. Pang! A symbol shattered, and the others that were flying around him blew up like a load of firecrackers. They were all broken. Thousand Feather Crane and the others were shocked. They thought Han Sen had failed, but then, a giant spell body appeared behind him. It was protecting him. Pang! That spell broke, too. The fragments became a number of smaller spells, which landed on the armor. Then they disappeared. Thousand Feather Crane was shocked, and Han Sen didn't know whether he had succeeded or failed. But quickly, an impressive power started to radiate from Han Senator when the others saw it. They knew for certain that Han Sen had succeeded in becoming an Earl. Spell Battle Body has become an Earl. The voice echoed through Han Sen's mind, filling him with joy. After much hard work, the story of genes had been brought up to Earl. Yun Sui stopped practicing and opened her eyes. The jade air was no longer coming from the walls, so she looked around to see if Han Sen was around. He wasn't. Why hasn't Brother Crane brought Han Sen down? Are they on the 4th floor? Maybe? Yun Sui wondered as she made her way up to the 4th floor. There was no sign of Han Sen on the 4th floor. Yun Sui frowned and turned back toward the stairs, intending to search the 5th floor next. But Han Sen, Thousand Feather Crane, Yun Sushang, and First Day were coming down from there. Yun Sui quickly moved towards them, glaring at Han Sen. I told you to come down when I left, but you were too stubborn. Great. Now, Brother Crane and First Day have had to waste their time bringing you down. The jade air is only released once a week. You'll have to wait another 7 days now. Yun Sushang tugged at Yun Sui and said, Sui, it's not like that. What is not like that? Yun Sui asked with obvious confusion. First Day said, Mr. Han leveled up to Earl on the 7th floor. We have come down together, now that the jade air has come to an end. When Yusui heard that, her eyes widened. She looked at Han Sen with utter disbelief. You really stayed on the 7th floor and became an Earl? Han Sen nodded. He wasn't going to hide his power. Yun Sui sensed Han Sen's energy. She was at a loss, and while she opened her mouth, she didn't say anything. It was unheard of for a Viscount to withstand the jade air of the 7th floor and become an Earl. It beggared belief. Let's go. We can talk more later. Thousand Feather Crane led the way out of the White Jade Building. White Jade Building would erupt twice in a day, and then it would go dormant for another 6 days. Han Sen broke through with the story of genes on the first day, so he didn't care about anything else. He hadn't discovered the secret of the White Jade Building, but he would find to wait until the following week. Han Sen was just happy that he had gotten Spell to Earl class. When they said goodbye, Yun Sushang stopped Han Sen and said, Han Sen, Brother Crane, and I are going to Shenyuan Cave in 2 days. If you have the time, you can come along. If you don't oppose my participation, I would like to come, Han Sen said. They set up a time to meet, and then Thousand Feather Crane gave Han Sen a ride back to his floating island. In Sky Palace, it would be ideal to obtain a flying mount. It would be much more convenient for you, even if you cannot fly yourself, Thousand Feather Crane said as he took Han Sen back. Where do I find a flying mount? Can I buy one outside Sky Palace? Han Sen thought that if they would let him bring in a Xenogeneic, he could summon Little Star. Thousand Feather Crane shook his head. No creature from the outside can enter here, but we have a xenogenic island to grow them. You can buy a flying mount from there. If it is merely for traveling, even a Baron class will do. It won't cost much, but it would be better if you invested in one that was Viscount. Han Sen asked for the location of that xenogenic island, and then Thousand Feather Crane left. Han Sen returned to his room and summoned Spell, who had just leveled up. He wanted to see how she had changed. Spell appeared in her womanly form. She flew into Han Sen's hand and became a white sniper rifle. When Han Sen used his mind, the white sniper changed. It became a white metal weapon that looked like a rocket launcher. Damn! It has a fourth stage. Each one is better than the last. Han Sen was so happy. But Han Sen could not test out its power in the stone house, so he put it away. He cast a spirit light and created a spell that had power in it. I'll find a place to try the rocket launcher later. What does this spell power do? Han Sen thought. After resting for some time, Han Sen planned on going to review the rules of Sky Palace. He didn't want to unwittingly break a rule. He had no flying mount, so he used his own power to soar. Fortunately, he was Earl class. Spell's power was very strong as a result, and it was enough to carry Han Sen to the floating island that possessed the tablet. Han Sen read the rules and tried to memorize them. Wherever he went, knowing the rules was always important to him. Knowing the rules meant he could behave, and when he met new people, he wouldn't be seen as an enemy. Knowing the rules sometimes meant he could receive unexpected help. There were many rules in Sky Palace. Although Han Sen could remember them all, he still took his time to memorize each one. He looked around a little, and then, a xenogenic that looked like a tiger landed in front of Han. Senator Yun Sui was on its back, and she jumped down before him. Sui, are you here to read the rules? Han Sen asked her. Yun Sui smiled and said, I was born in Sky Palace, and I have read the rules many times. Still, I get punished. I could recite each one with my eyes closed, so there's no need for me to read this thing. That means you have come looking for me? Han Sen looked around. There was no one else there except for him. Yun Sui nodded and said, My sister knows you do not have a flying mount, so I am taking you to buy one. The Yun family is good at growing xenogenics, and so we have a shop on the xenogenic island. I can give you a discount. Thanks, Han Sen answered. Let's go. Yun Sui seemed to be rather excited. Please wait a little while. I haven't finished the rules yet. Han Sen went back to reading the rules scrawled upon the tablet. Yun Sui waited, noticing how carefully Han Sen was reading them. Is he for real? I am waiting right here. And he's still concentrating entirely on reading the tablet. Yun Sui waited for a while, and Han Sen continued to read. She felt depressed. She was the daughter of the 10th elder. Many men wished to get close to her, but Han Sen was ignoring her and paying attention to stupid rules instead. He was so focused it was like he was reading through a powerful Geno art. If Yun Susang hadn't asked her to be nice, Yun Sui would have left already. A while later, Han Sen finished reading. Then Yun Sui jumped atop the flying tiger. She smiled at Han Sr. I am taking you to the xenogenic island now. You should follow. After that, Yun Sui patted the tiger. Then, the tiger spread its wings and flew into the clouds. It was very fast. I waited so long for you, so now you can suffer a little. Yun Sui thought with a grin. She'd purposefully left before Han Sen could get on the mount. Yun Sui let the flying tiger soar at full speed. It raced into the clouds in less than a second. When she turned around, no one was behind her. Humph! You made me wait so long. You deserve it. Yun Sui did not allow her tiger to slow down. She flew straight to the xenogenic island. Yun Sui planned to reach the xenogenic island and wait for Han Sen there. She was curious to see how long it would take for him to get there. Her jade wing tiger was a Marquise-class xenogenic. It was one of the fastest Marquise rank creatures, so it wasn't surprising that she had lost Han Sen so easily. Yun Sui felt cocky, but when the other students of Sky Palace flew past, they all looked at Yun Sui strangely. I know I'm pretty, but you don't have to stare like that, Yun Sui thought. After a while, though, She felt that something must be amiss. She knew many of the people she was passing, and although she rarely went to the xenogeneic island, she never attracted this much attention on her way there. Did something happen to my appearance? Yoon Sui touched her cheek and looked at her clothes. There was nothing wrong with her. She flew for a while longer and people were still looking at her. She frowned and pulled out a mirror to look at herself. Strange. There's nothing wrong with me. Everything is as it should be. I'm just as pretty, Arjich. As Yoon Sui moved the mirror to check her face from different angles, a mysterious shadow suddenly appeared in the mirror. A smiling person was sitting behind. It was Han Sen. When did you get here? Yoon Sui turned back to take a look. Han Sen was sitting casually behind her on the tiger, and it was now no wonder why people had been looking at her. Those people were not really watching her, though. They were looking at Han Sen. When you took the tiger into the sky, I was already sitting atop it. Aren't you supposed to be taking me to the xenogeneic island? Is there something wrong with me being here? Have I misunderstood your intent? Han Sen looked at her with a smile. Nothing's wrong. Yoon Sui blushed, refusing to look at Han Sen. It weirded her out that Han Sen had managed to catch up. Not even Thousand Feather Crane or Yoon Susang could match the Jade Wing Tiger's speed. Han Sen had just become an earl, so there was no way he could move that fast. In truth, Han Sen did not have that speed, but he did have his rabbit shoes. They were faster than the Jade Wing Tiger, even if they lacked the ability of flight. When Jade Wing Tiger took off, Han Sen used the rabbit shoes to leap onto the tiger's back. He then hid his presence, so Yoon Sui wouldn't notice him. Yoon Sui was confused, not understanding what had happened. Jade Wing Tiger was quite fast, and they arrived at the xenogeneic island shortly after. The xenogeneic island was comprised of many gardens, with each one containing a multitude of xenogeneic creatures. They didn't look bloodthirsty, so it was like they were all tamed. Fitting with the theme of Sky Palace, most of them were of the flying variety. Yoon Sui took Han Sen to her garden, and someone there welcomed them. Yoon Sui told them to get back to work, then brought Han Sen into the garden alone. What class of xenogeneic mount do you want? Available mounts run from Baron class all the way up to Marquise. They are already tamed, so they listen to people. She was actually asking Han Sen how much he was willing to cough up for a xenogeneic. Han Sen thought and said, the cheaper the better. Anything to substitute for walking. Han Sen was still new in the Geno universe. There were many creatures in the sanctuary that had yet to evolve. Han Sen did not need to waste his resources. Han Sen was going to kill xenogeneics himself soon anyway, and there was always the chance he could nab a beast soul mount. Those mounts would be far better than a tamed xenogeneic. Yoon Sui smiled and said, don't worry. My sister said I can give you the lowest possible price. You won't get prices like this anywhere else. Han Sen shook his head. I just want one that can help me fly. I don't need one that is strong. When Yoon Sui saw that Han Sen wasn't kidding, she thought for a minute. The cheapest flying mount is a xenogeneic called a Jade Night Crane. They are in every shop, but ours are different. You saw Brother Crane's Jade Night Crane, yes? Normally they are barren and hard to level up. But that one was Earl, and it came from us. Sure. Give me one of those, then. Han Sen was not picky. It was just a riding mount, so it wouldn't be anything too special regardless of how much he paid. You should go and pick one yourself. We have thousands of them. They are all the same price, and they are all just as good. Yoon Sui took Han Sen to the area for the Jade Night Cranes. Han Sen was remarkably surprised when he saw the birds swarming in flocks that looked like clouds. Sky Palace was a big faction. There weren't many places where you could see this many tamed xenogeneics in one place. Taming a xenogeneic was far harder than killing one. It would be easier to kill an Earl or Marquis xenogeneic than to tame a Baron xenogeneic. It was amazing that the Sky had successfully done so this many times. Where did these xenogeneics come from? Han Sen asked, looking at all the Jade Night Cranes. Some were caught, some were raised. We will take you to Shenyuan Cave. There is an Earl there that you can tame. If you can catch it alive, it will fetch a far loftier price than selling the xenogeneic gene material, Yoon Sui said. Han Sen nodded. He used his Dongxian aura to scan the Jade Knight cranes. If she was going to let him choose, then he might as well make the best choice that he could. He was going to pick the one with the brightest life force. Han Sen scanned them, and he found one among them that appeared to be extra strong. When he saw it, the creature was just lying down in the grass. It didn't appear to be as active as the others. Yun Sui, seeing Han Sen look at that Jade Knight crane, said, "That one is a Viscount. It was a Baron Xenogeneic that was bought by a Viscount. It was later raised to become a Viscount itself, but after a grueling fight, its legs were cut off and its wings were damaged. It recovered from its wounds, but it is still disabled. Now, its flying speed is only Baron class. Also, it still doesn't have legs." Yun Sui stopped talking, but it was obvious what had happened. "Can it fly while carrying heavy items?" Han Sen asked, examining the bird. "Yes. It is much stronger than Baron-class Jade Knight cranes, but it has no legs and its wings are damaged," Yun Sui repeated. "It can't fly any faster than an average Baron, and its fighting abilities cannot compare with a Viscount mount. I'll take him." Han Sen did not plan on letting the mount do any fighting, so it'd be suitable for simple travel. A damaged Jade Knight crane was not expensive, and it was just a little more pricey than basic Xenogeneic gene material. Yun Sui gave Han Sen a very good deal. The Jade Knight crane was very tame, and Han Sen was quickly able to learn how to command it. He could control it in flight easily. Because it had no legs, it always landed on its belly. And because the wings were partially disabled, it never could fly completely straight. Its speed left much to be desired as well. Fortunately, Han Sen did not have high expectations. So, after he made the purchase, he rode the crane back to his island. Jade Knight crane was flying again, and it looked excited to be doing so. It kept squawking, and with amusing dedication, it diligently took Han Sen to his desired destination. Poor thing. It got hurt because of its master, and then it was abandoned. And now he is okay and can obey commands. Many creatures with high intelligence can't do that. Han Sen sighed. Back on his island, Han Sen let the crane land. But before it touched down, Han Sen jumped off. The crane's belly hit the ground as it frantically flapped its wings. The creature had tried to keep itself level when it landed, but the attempt didn't go very well. Han Sen gave it some food and let it stay on the stone. Then Han Sen returned to the house. Before he went to Shenyuan Cave, he wanted to come to grips with his powers. He took stock of his possessions. Earl Class Spell Geno Armament. Duke Beast Soul Rabbit Shoes. Earl Beast Soul Red Mist Mink Glove. And King Weapon Ghost Teeth Knife. With Ghost Teeth Knife there, his teeth knife skills would still be the best to use. Teeth Knife wouldn't have any breakthroughs, though, so he planned to focus on a different Geno art. Using the energy flow from the Jade Turtle spell, the feelings of Sky Palace, and some parts of Coin, he planned to make up a brand new Geno art. My Coin focuses on powers that suppress. Why don't I just modify Coin and make it better? But I can only use Coin or a Geno art that looks like Coin when I'm in my dollar identity. Otherwise, people might take notice. So, if I can't make something too similar to Coin, what kind of Geno art should I make? Han Sen thought about it and he soon came up with an idea. Jade Turtle spell focused on suppressing one's speed. Once you got hit with it, you could not fly. Han Sen wanted to use that aspect as a focus for his new Geno art creation. He wanted to merge elements of Sky Palace and Coin. As for modifying Coin, that was something he could do later. Han Sen kept testing his ideas in the room and learned a lot. Combining them wasn't proving too difficult. He created his new Geno art through repeated testing. After pulling an all-nighter, he formulated a prototype of his new Geno art. It was something he had no difficulty casting. All he had to do was improve the minor details of its design. Let's call this Geno art Turtle, Han Sen decided. Because he could not find a target to use it on, Han Sen didn't know exactly how effective Turtle would be. Han Sen took a break to rest, and when it was daytime he walked out the door. The legless crane was resting beneath a tree. Han Sen fed it again, then rode it to where he was supposed to meet with Thousand Feather Crane. Outside of Shenyuan Cave, Han Sen saw Thousand Feather Crane, First Day, and the Yun sisters. Yun Sushang immediately apologized for her sister's presence. Suyi wants to follow us in our exploration. I will be in charge of her safety, so if something happens, do not worry. Do whatever you need to. Since she had said that, no one objected. They left their mounts outside and headed into Shenyuan Cave. Shenyuan Island looked like a small volcano. The volcano's entrance led them into a gigantic volcano cave world. The cave led off in a number of different directions, and there were swathes of xenogeneics inside. Shenyuan Cave xenogeneics were very special. The most special ones among them were called Xian Jade Spirits. Xian Jade Spirits could travel through walls and appear in any comer they chose. They were difficult to avoid. So, once people entered the cave system, they had to be careful. They could be attacked by Xian Jade Spirits at any time. At any moment, a mouth or claw could come shooting out of the rock. Brother Han, this is your first time in Shenyuan Cave. Be careful. Xian Jade Spirits can appear without any warning. We might not be able to help you in time. If they get you, Yun Sushang said. Han Sen nodded, and he opened his Dongxian aura. He kept everything envisioned in his head. Any movement within a radius of 10 meters would not escape his notice. They walked a mile into the caves without spotting a single xenogeneic, but Han San did not let his guard down. He kept the Dongxian aura running the entire time. Suddenly, though, Han San saw a black jade hand come out from the ground. Tried to grab Yun Sui by her legs. The Xian Jade Spirit's nails were black like daggers. If it got hold of Yun Sui, it could rip her legs off without much trouble. Because they hadn't met Xian Jade Spirits for a long time, Yun Sui had dropped her guard. She was only a viscount as well. She was not strong enough to react with the immediacy required. Han San summoned spell in front of him and fired her guns. After the popping noise of gunfire, 2 of the Xian Jade's claws were broken by the bullets. Where the bullets hit, symbols were left behind. The Xian Jade jerked its injured hands away and retreated into the stone. It left no sign of its passing. The surface of the stone was perfect, as if the creature had never been there in the first place. Han Sen noticed he was able to feel where the Xian Jade hands would come from. There was thick stone and rock all about, but he felt as if he received a signal from beyond it. Han Sen could feel exactly where they were. Is this a power that spell possesses? Han Sen was shocked. When spell hit something, it was like she was placing a tracker. The tracker didn't deal damage, but it was very useful. Sui. Say thank you to Han Sr. Yun Sushang nudged Yun Sui with a hand. Yun Sui was still a bit rattled, but she stepped forward and said to Han Sen, "Thank you for saving me. It's okay. Even if I hadn't struck, it couldn't have hurt you. I just wanted to find out the power of the Xian Jade Spirit." Han Sen smiled. He wasn't suggesting that Sui was strong, but acknowledging that Sushang was right beside her. There was no way the creature would have been permitted to hurt her. But Sushang was surprised that Han Sen had reacted before she had. Han Sen had just become an earl, and if his reaction speeds were superior to theirs already, that was most certainly not normal. Yun Sui looked at Spell with curiosity. Han Sen, is that your Geno armament? It is special. I have never seen one like that before. Thousand Feather Crane was just as curious. Prior to this, they had only seen Spell's armor mode. Her second mode looked like a person, and this was something they hadn't seen before. Han Sen smiled, but he did not answer the question. He asked, that Xian Jade Spirit was not strong. Aside from being able to travel through stone, what else can they do? Thousand Feather Crane said. That one was an Earl-class Ghost Claw beast. They aren't the strongest of Earls, but they are very fast. They can appear through the rock, so they are very dangerous if you are careless. Even cutting off the creature's claws won't kill it. They can regenerate. It's very annoying. If you want to kill it for good, you need to damage the stone it resides in, once it has revealed itself with the claws. Yun Sushang said, Ghost Claw beasts are too fast. Most of the time, we can't detect their presence until it is too late. And if they miss or break their claws, they'll run away. Second chances are rare. So, when you want to kill one, you need 2 Earls. One can cut the claws while the other pummels the body inside the stone. After that, Yun Sushang struck a rock with her knuckles and said, "The Shenyuan rock is very hard. With our powers, we can only cut through an inch of the stone at a time." The ghost claw beasts raise their claws around 1 foot out of the rock. Then they attack. "Thank you for teaching me," Han-san said gratefully. They kept walking, and Han-san felt as if the ghost claw beasts were right next to them. One was getting ready to attack again. It was the same ghost claw beast, and it wanted revenge. It kept following them, ready to perform a ghost claw slash upon them. But it had been hurt by spell once already, so it was exercising great caution. It didn't come too close yet, and it watched and waited for an opportunity from beneath the stone. "Be careful. There are xenogeneics up ahead," Thousand Feather Crane told them. He was up front. Han-san looked forward, and he saw a blurry shadow. Without Thousand Feather Crane's warning, he would not have known that it was a xenogeneic. The group soon got close enough to see it clearly, however. It was a bug that was native to the cave, and it looked like a centipede. Its shell was of a bluish hue, and there was a face emblazed upon its back. It looked creepy. Earl-class face centipede. Be careful. Face centipedes appear in a group, mostly. They don't travel alone. Yun Sui explained this for Han-sen's benefit. As the others, there were no strangers to the cave. Face centipedes were quite common, and the sky were familiar with how they behaved. The face centipede soon saw Han-sen, and it came scurrying over. It let out a wretched sound that drew the attention and ire of more in the vicinity. "Get ready to fight!" Thousand Feather Crane shouted and drew his sword. Yun Sushang and Yun Sui wielded swords as well. First Day didn't draw a weapon, though. His hands gleamed with white light. He slapped the ground, leaving white marks on the dirt. His spirit covered an area that was 3 meters wide and brightened up the entire place. First Day slapped the ground another 5 times, and then he said something. Then 6 spirits rose toward the feet of Han-san and the others. Power entered their bodies. What a strong spirit! It increases power and speed by a lot. Han-sen was in shock. He looked at First Day, and he was really surprised that the shy Buddha could pull something like this off. Seeing Han-san look at him, the Buddha man awkwardly glanced away. He said, "I was sent here to study when I was young. I practiced the truth spell of Sky Palace." "Very nice," Han-sen said. Ever since Han-sen had been forced to leave Disloyal Night behind, he hadn't seen much in the way of buffs and boons. Yun Sushang and Thousand Feather Crane stood inside the radius of the spell to fight with the face centipedes. Their sword airs looked like clouds, and they moved like silk in the sky. It was very light and strange. The face centipedes were getting killed by the silk sword air. Their shells cracked under the force, and a few died immediately on contact. The path was very narrow, and since Yun Sushang and Thousand Feather Crane had a handle on the situation, Han-san didn't bother helping. Yun Sui wanted to fight, but she couldn't. She started to say something to Han-san, and so she turned around. But she looked at Spell, who was standing next to Han-san. Spell was transforming her pistols into a sniper rifle. The long weapon dropped into Spell's hands, and she pointed it toward Yun Sui and pulled the trigger. Yun Sui was frozen. Spell had moved too quickly for her to react. She saw a shining bullet fly out of Spell's rifle and was right past her face. Pang! The bullet hit the stone wall behind her, and the cracking sound hurt her ears. Yun Sui turned around to take a look. A hand bearing jade claws hovered behind her, inches from her neck. It was frozen in place. There was a bullet hole in the stone wall, and black blood seeped out of it. Xenogeneic Earl hunted. Jade Ghost Claw Beast. Xenogeneic gene found. An announcement played in Han-sen's head, but it was a shame he did not receive a beast soul. "Thank you." Yun Sui looked at Han-sen with a complex expression. This was the second time Han-sen had saved her, and this time, he had managed to one-hit kill a ghost claw beast by himself. Such reaction speed and powers were difficult to find amongst Earls. Han-sen was surprised. He was not surprised that Spell could kill the ghost claw beast, but that her pistols could turn into a sniper rifle. He knew that Spell herself could transform, but he hadn't known she could change her weapons. So, that means Spell can use any type of weapon? It might not have to be a weapon all the time either, Hansen thought. He had simply commanded Spell to slay the ghost claw beast, and Spell had used her own judgment to select the sniper. It had greater power and bullet penetration. She now had 3 different weapons. There were the pistols for short-range quickfire. The power was mild, but she could take a lot of shots in little time. The sniper had the longest range of attack, and its damage was quite devastating. Could penetrate through materials, but bullets took a long time to regenerate. The rocket launcher did not have the range of the sniper rifle, but it dealt AoE damage across a wide area. This took even longer to regenerate a round, though. The 3 of them had different functions and benefits. It was difficult to determine if one was outright better than the other. Depending on the situation, any of the weapons might prove more beneficial than the others. That was Spell's greatest strength. She could adapt to almost any scenario. Not long after Hansen killed the Ghost Claw Beast, Yun Sushang and Thousand Feather Crane finished off the 5 face centipedes. Hansen went ahead and started digging into the stone. There was a monkey-looking jade monster inside, with its head blown wide open. It was the Ghost Claw Beast. When Yun Sui saw that Spell had targeted the creature's forehead, the sight shocked her. She hadn't expected Spell to possess that level of accuracy, allowing her to take aim at the felon's head while it was still inside a wall. They dug up the xenogeneic genes and kept going. The Ghost Claw Beast's xenogeneic gene was a black skull. A piece of shell was the xenogeneic gene of the face centipedes. We have only just entered Shenyuan Cave, and already we have received rewards like this. We are quite lucky. We could go back now if we wanted to. Yun Sushang smiled. Finding a xenogeneic during the next part of their trip wasn't so easy. They walked for another 2 hours and found nothing. Hansen, your Geno armament is amazing. It looks like a person and it can change weapons. What is her name? Yun Sui asked Hansen. Spell, Hansen said. Good name. Maybe it was because Hansen had saved her twice, but she was being much nicer to him now. She seemed quite keen on chatting with him. SSH. Thousand Feather Crane hushed them. Everyone went quiet. Thousand Feather Crane put his ear next to the wall, which made the others catch their breath. If there was a Shen Jade spirit residing right there, Thousand Feather Crane was a dead man. Fortunately, that did not happen. He had been confident that no creatures lurked within the wall, and he was correct. After a while, he raised his head again and said with a look of importance, I heard a Shenyuan dragon. Hearing that name, everyone's faces changed. Yun Sushang frowned. How far? Is it coming for us? I think it is headed our way. Thousand Feather Crane looked serious. If it is us 5 versus a Shenyuan dragon, we won't win. Let's go back, First Day said. Yeah. Thousand Feather Crane and Yun Sushang agreed. Hansen did not know what this new threat was, but he was fine with the idea of leaving, if that was the general consensus. When they started to retreat, First Day said, Shenyuan dragons are the strongest xenogeneics to be found in Shenyuan Cave. Those things are born marquis. We cannot fight them. Hansen nodded. Then he glanced down. Spell fired her pistols at Hansen's feet. A ghost claw had just come out of there, grabbing toward Hansen's feet. The bullets pierced through the enemy, prompting it to return to the rock. But there were more and more of the things emerging all around them. They were all thrust into danger. Yun Sushang wielded her sword quickly to protect Yun Sui. Thousand Feather Crane and First Day used their powers to stop the claws that kept coming out. But the creatures seemed to be countless. Hansen and the others were earls, but Yun Sui was a mere viscount. She wouldn't be able to protect herself. Yun Sushang, Thousand Feather Crane, and First Day diligently did their best to protect her. This isn't right. Why are there so many ghost claws? All of a sudden, Yun Sushang said as she fought back the ghost claw beasts. The ghost claw beasts must know that the Shenyuan dragon is coming. They want to stop us from leaving, Thousand Feather Crane said. First Day said, Not bad. These guys are just here to hinder and annoy us. We cannot get close enough to the walls to attack them, though. Slashing their claws off won't work, as they can quickly generate replacements. Pang! Spell used her sniper rifle to attack. The bullet penetrated the rock, and the hole sent blood squirting out everywhere. "You guys protect Suyi. Draw them out and I will have Spell kill them," Han Sen said as he ran. Spell had used her pistol to fire at many claws earlier, leaving spells attached to them. Now that made them easier to detect. When they rose to the surface of the rock, Spell would shoot them before they could extend their claws fully. The sniper rifle's piercing power was wickedly strong, but it still took some time to generate each new bullet. 1 second passed between each shot, which made it difficult to keep up with the onslaught of creatures. Even so, watching her work was pretty awesome. Thousand Feather Crane protected Suyi as they ran. Spell fired a shot every second. With each squeeze of the trigger, a Ghost Claw Beast died. Xenogeniac Earl hunted. Jade Ghost Claw Beast. Xenogeniac gene found. Obtained Jade Ghost Claw Beast Soul. When Spell killed her 8th Ghost Claw Beast, Han Sen finally heard the announcement he'd been hoping for. He didn't have time to check out the Beast Soul right now, though, and neither could he dig up the bodies residing in the stone. They were all busy trying to run outside. Yun Sushang and Thousand Feather Crane looked behind them, and they saw Spell shooting the Ghost Claw Beasts. She dropped each one with a single shot before their claws were even revealed. They had no clue how such a thing was possible. But they did not have time to ponder that. Spell killed many Ghost Claw Beasts along the way, but there were still too many of them. The group was not escaping quickly. "The Shenyuan dragon is here," Thousand Feather Crane screamed, his face going pale. As his scream echoed off the walls, a strange noise came from deeper in the cave. A black shadow stretched toward them, filling the air with the smell of blood. The creature's scales were as black as ink. Its head had no horns, but the ears were fixed with black wings. Its belly had talons like those of an eagle. It was coming his way, and black smoke billowed around it. It looked very creepy. The Shenyuan dragon was too fast, and there were still the Ghost Claw Beasts to fend off. Even if the Ghost Claw Beasts hadn't been there, Han Sen's group still wouldn't have been able to outrun the dragon. In a second, the Shenyuan dragon was a mere 20 meters away from them. It opened its maw and fired a plume of black smoke in their direction. The smoke blackened the passage as it came toward them. "The Shenyuan dragon's breath is toxic. Do not breathe it in," Thousand Feather Crane shouted, and then a cloud exploded from his body. The eye on his forehead opened up and shone. The shining light made him stronger. "The sky and the clouds are invincible. The sword can kill the sky," Thousand Feather Crane shouted. A white sword air surrounded his ancient sword, and he swung it forward. The white sword air sliced open the black toxic smoke. The sword air continued on until it struck the dragon's head. Then it was gone. "You guys leave now." Thousand Feather Crane clutched his sword tight and ran for the dragon. His body was emitting clouds, and he flew forward like a fairy. "Take Suyi." Yun Sushang pushed Yun Suyi to first day. Then the eye on her forehead opened. A new sword air surrounded her ancient sword as well, and she went to fight beside Thousand Feather Crane. They lifted their swords and attacked together, breaking the Shenyuan dragon's breath. They stopped the advance of the Shenyuan dragon and fought it hard. The dragon could not do anything. So this is the power of the sky. When their third eyes are opened, they are far stronger. Han Sen watched in awe. Thousand Feather Crane and Yun Sushang's power could go up against a Marquise creature, and it seemed likely that they could actually kill one. But the Shenyuan dragon was no ordinary Marquise. Its scales were incredibly strong, and its power was just as impressive. Thousand Feather Crane and Yun Sushang broke through the breath, but they could not break the scales. The snow-white sword air swung down across the black scales, but it could only leave behind a white scratch mark. Han Sen let Spell fire a few bullets at the Shenyuan dragon, but when the bullets hit the target, they shattered into dust. "So strong," Han Sen shouted in his heart. "Mr. Han, please take Suyi and leave this place," First Day said, as he proceeded to cast Truth Spell. The spells landed on the ground of the area, then surged forward to land on Yun Sushang and Thousand Feather Crane. It helped buff their power and speed. Some of his spells hit the Shenyuan dragon, but those appeared to be futile. three elites were now in battle against the Shenyuan dragon, but that only seemed to make it angrier. A black light grew in the center of its black. The black light became dragon wings and they gave it speed. The Shenyuan dragon flapped its wings, and its 10-meter-long body performed a loop in the air. Catcha! Yun Sushang could not dodge it. The dragon bit down on her sword, and then, the sword broke. At the same time, the tail of the dragon was swinging towards First Day. First Day's body was glowing with white light. Truth spell gave him a bubble shield, but the tail obliterated it with a single strike. It sent his body flying against the cavern walls like a meteor. He screamed as its body slammed into the wall and cracked it. Then he coughed up blood. Oh no! It is a mutant xenogeneic. It has reinforced scales and a faster flying speed. Thousand Feather Crane moved like a cloud. He picked up Yun Sushang, waved a sword air, and broke the black smoke the dragon was exhaling. Spell, protect her. Han Sen told Spell, then pulled out Ghost Teeth knife. The rabbit shoes appeared on his feet, and he gripped his knife with the red mink gloves. Han Sen moved like a shadow, moving right behind the Shenyuan dragon. Using Tusk, he swung at the back of the Shenyuan dragon's neck. His attack only produced a dong noise. Not even the Ghost Teeth knife's teeth power could break through the Shenyuan dragon's scales. Could only leave a scratch mark on the scales. And although his knife possessed teeth power and emitted a dangerous purple smoke, it still seemed useless. That hard. Han Sen was shocked. Don't fight it. Run. It is a mutant xenogeneic, and its body far exceeds its actual level. Thousand Feather Crane slashed to draw the Shenyuan dragon's attention while he shouted. But the Shenyuan dragon was too fast. It flapped its wings and became a black horse directly in front of Thousand Feather Crane. Thousand Feather Crane's sword air collided with the horse, and the sword air shattered. Still, he could not hurt it. Seeing that the black horse was about to grab Thousand Feather Crane, he shouted. He held Yun Sushang tighter and took off in flight. He moved so fast that it looked like he teleported away from the attack. But Thousand Feather Crane's face turned pale. His hands trembled as he gave Yun Sushang to Yun Sui. Sushang and Sui, you guys leave with First Day. Han Sen and I have got this. Roar. The Shenyuan dragon's attack had missed. It turned around and went after First Day, who had just stood up from the rubble. First Day gritted his teeth. His legs shone, like he was stepping on a lotus, and he cast a spell which left a glowing symbol behind with every step he took. Every symbol caused him to accelerate, but he still could not dodge the Shenyuan dragon's attacks, and the talons were in front of him. First Day held out his palm, and a true light came out of it to counter the talon. The gold light and the black light collided against each other. First Day was sent flying, though, all the way back into the stone. The true light was broken. The dragon was cruel, and it went for First Day once again. Thousand Feather Crane's sky eye shone. He was bleeding, but he summoned a cloud air. The sword air became a white dragon, and it roared. It went for Shenyuan dragon. A black dragon and a white dragon surged toward each other. Then the Shenyuan dragon flapped its wings to become a black horse and avoid the engagement. It was going for Yun Sushang and Yun Sui. Careful, sister. Thousand Feather Crane's face went gray. This strike had cost all his power, and there was nothing he could do to save them. Yun Sushang knew that they weren't fast enough to dodge the attack. She summoned an ancient sword and her sky eye shone. She slashed a sword air up at the dragon. Han Sen was currently sprinting, and the rabbit shoes gave him the speed of a dragon. He went behind the dragon and slashed it on the side. Dong! Two noises sounded at the same time. Yun Sushang heaved blood as she was sent careening away. Han Sen slashed the dragon's stomach again. He left a mark, but he didn't see flesh. The Shenyuan dragon turned to Han Sen and breathed out smoke. Han Sen fell back and swung the ghost teeth knife, breaking the black smoke. Shenyuan dragon spun around and put its attention back on Yun Sushang. Thousand Feather Crane was coming, but he was not as fast as the dragon. First Day cast True Light, but his attack didn't reach the dragon. He screamed, "He's too fast!" What First Day said gave Han Sen inspiration. He had just created Turtle, and he had almost forgotten that it specialized in bringing down a creature's speed. Shenyuan Dragon was almost in front of Yun Sushang, and Han Sen's legs sent him leaping forward at incredible speed. He gathered up power in his hand and brought a slap towards the black horse. The rabbit shoe's speed was equal to that of the dragon. And in no time at all, a jade white palm came pressing against the dragon's head. Thousand Feather Crane and the others did not think Han Sen's palm would achieve much. They knew Han Sen was wielding a king-class knife, and they knew he had practiced teeth knife. If those skills could not damage the dragon, what could a palm do? Thousand Feather Crane and First Day were out of range, and Spell kept firing her pistols ineffectually at the dragon. Yun Sushang obviously thought that she was about to die, so she pushed Yun Sui away. Then her body exploded with a cloud. She was going to fight the dragon with everything she had remaining. Pang! Han Sen slapped the Shenyuan dragon's head. Then the horse-looking dragon fell out of the air. It was like Han Sen had knocked him down to the floor. Thousand Feather Crane and the others were all in shock. They looked at the Shenyuan dragon, that was now lying on the ground. And there, where Han Sen had delivered his strike, was the image of Turtle Spell. The Shenyuan dragon slammed into the ground and roared in rage. It flapped its wings as it tried to get back into the air. And that was what surprised Yun Sushang the most. No matter how much it flapped its wings, the Shenyuan dragon could not get airborne again. It was like a duck, attempting to take off. Ultimately, despite all its frantic flapping, it couldn't get off the ground. Yun Sushang's mouth dropped wide open as she stared at the dragon. This was too powerful, and they were all gobsmacked. "What are you gawking at? Run!" Han Sen yelled at them, snapping them out of their daze. Yun Sushang pulled Yun Sui away. First Day followed from behind, casting True Spell on the dragon. Thousand Feather Crane was attacking, too. But they were all drained by now, and their attacks lacked the vigor they'd possessed earlier. The dragon was really angry at Han Senator. It completely ignored First Day and Thousand Feather Crane's attacks. It tried coming for Han Senator. It did not fly to him, and instead it wriggled and crawled. It moved forward steadily, if much more slowly. Han Sen, seeing the Shenyuan dragon's speed, became very happy with how slowly the dragon was now moving, and there was no need for Han Sen to feel threatened. There was another pang noise as the Shenyuan dragon broke Thousand Feather Crane's sword air and First Day's True Spell. It continued coming for Han Sen, venting smoke from its mouth. Han Sen moved. He dodged the thickest section of the smoke. He slashed with his knife and cut through the smoke. Then, he moved to the dragon's side and slapped the dragon's face. Another turtle spell manifested on the dragon's face, dropping its speed yet again. Han Sen moved like a shadow. He put away his ghost teeth knife, opened his hands, and repeatedly slapped the dragon in the face. The Shenyuan dragon was so slow, couldn't catch up with Han Sen and his rabbit shoes, so there was nothing to keep Han Sen from continuing to bitch slap it in the face. Images of the turtle spell covered its face. Thousand Feather Crane and First Day watched Han Sen beating on the creature. The fleeing sisters stopped running. Their mouths opened wide, unable to quite fathom what they were seeing. The Shenyuan dragon was acting as if it was stupid. It stood where it was, allowing Han Sen to slap it nonstop. It was getting slower and slower, and the scene played out as if it was in slow motion. Han Sen felt very good hitting it, and as he did so, he thought to himself, "Slap your turtle, son. Fly. Slap your turtle, son. Run." First Day and the others could guess that Han Sen's slapping was some sort of Geno art that slowed down the speed of an opponent. First Day had a Geno art like that, but it hadn't worked on the Shenyuan dragon when he tried it. They were both Earls, yet Han Sen's Geno art was far more effective on the Shenyuan dragon. Confused First Day. Han Sen did not think his turtle would be that great. Could stop a foe from flying, and it could slow an enemy down. Surprisingly, it worked on a dragon that was a Marquise and a mutant. But the strangeness soon wore off. Turtle came from the Jade Turtle spell. The Jade Turtle was created from the remains of an old deified turtle shell. The power was deified. Han Sen also included his experience under the suppression of the deified Sky Palace leader. Then threw in coin for good measure. With Han Sen's current power, Turtle might not have been able to subdue a king-class enemy, but it worked just fine on marquises or dukes. And Turtle could stack. Han Sen continued to slap the Shenyuan dragon, and in the end, the dragon was as slow as a snail. It was like a slow-motion scene on TV. The Shenyuan dragon was so angry that its eyes almost popped from their sockets. His gaze was burning with hatred. If stairs could kill, it would have murdered Han Sen a long time ago. The dragon might only have the speed of a turtle now, but its power had not been affected. It could still exhale toxic air, but it could not move and it could not hit the nimble Han Sen with the smoke. Han Sen kept using teeth knife to slash at the dragon's neck. He struck the beast hundreds of times, and knife lights were everywhere. Not long after, the dragon's neck started to bleed. The blood gleamed visibly in the knife light. Thousand Feather Crane and the others could tell the dragon was going to perish, so they didn't help out. They didn't want to steal the kill. They did, however, commit to clearing the ghost claw beasts that were still nearby. Yun Sui saw the knife light reflecting off the blood and stared, deep in thought. Patong. The screams of the Shenyuan dragon suddenly cut off as Ghost Teeth Knife severed the dragon's head. Xenogenic Marquise Mutant hunted. Shenyuan dragon. Xenogenic gene found. Obtained mutant Shenyuan dragon beast soul. After killing the Shenyuan dragon, the crew left Shenyuan cave. Han Sen didn't feel very well, and First Day and Yun Sushang were injured. They couldn't keep going. They also had to carry out the dead bodies of the Shenyuan dragon and ghost claw beasts. The Shenyuan dragon's body was very useful, and it also had xenogenic genes. They didn't want to waste it. Han Sen cut open the Shenyuan dragon's head under Thousand Feather Crane's supervision. He took out a brain orb which was the xenogenic gene of this creature. The brain orb was around the size of a fist. It looked like a black crystal. The strangest thing was that there was a Shenyuan dragon with wings inside it. When Han Sen obtained the brain orb, an announcement played. Obtained Marquise mutant xenogenic gene. Insufficient Marquise genes. Cannot refine. Han Sen was surprised, and he thought, what does that mean? Will absorbing that mutant gene require other genes as some sort of base? Han Sen put away the brain orb for the moment. He gathered up the other spoils and left the cave alongside the others. Han Sen, which geno art did you use on the Shenyuan dragon? You made it unable to move. That is something extremely powerful, Yun Sui said to Han Sen as they walked. It is a geno art that is used to reduce the speed of enemies. It is called Turtle, Han Sen answered. Hearing that name, Yun Sui and the others looked surprised. Yun Sui smiled and said, this name is good. And you really did turn the Shenyuan dragon into a turtle. Thousand Feather Crane and the others were shocked. They didn't expect a skill used to reduce speed could be that effective. It wasn't an ordinary geno art, that was for sure. After a short discussion, Han Sen sold the Shenyuan dragon to Yun Sushang. Yun Sushang called her people over from the shop to come and claim it. Han Sen was only going to take the xenogenic genes of the dragon and a few of the ghost claw beasts with him. Then, he rode his legless bird back to his island. On his way home, Han Sen looked at his new beast soul. Ghost Claw Beast. Weapon. Han Sen summoned the Ghost Claw Beast soul. It was indeed a weapon and it looked very similar to the Ghost Claws. Ghost Claw had a 3-foot-long handle with a claw-like blade on the end. He wasn't quite sure what kind of weapon it was. He put away the Ghost Claw blade and summoned the mutant Shenyuan beast soul. Mutant Shenyuan dragon. Flying type. After Han Sen summoned it, he felt rather depressed. He had thought he would grow awesome wings behind him, but that wasn't the case. When he summoned it, it wasn't as intimidating as the black wings that had grown from the dragon's back. Instead, a small pair of Shenyuan wings spawned near Han Sen's ears. They weren't broad wings. They were just a pair of small ear wings. They looked beautiful, but Han Sen did not think they would be very useful at all. Han Sen tried flying with the wings and it worked. They were very fast. They were almost as good as the rabbit shoes. The rabbit shoes only increased his movement speed on the ground. They did not improve his flying speed. The dragon wings would improve his speed in the air, so they were very suitable for Sky Palace. This beast's soul could turn out to be very useful. There might be times he would have to fight while in the air. He couldn't just use rabbit shoes to fight then, and so having the dragon wings would make things easier. But when he used the dragon wings, he did look rather funny. Han Sen melted the ghost claw beast genes, and then he drank the broth. He felt the power spread through his body. He felt cold, as if he was being washed in a rush of cold water. Earl Xenogeneic genes +1. Han Sen had 9 xenogeneic materials in total, from the ghost claw beasts. After he ate them, he ended up with 9 xenogeneic gene points. Mutant Shenyuan Dragon's xenogeneic gene, however, could not be melted. Thus, Han Sen couldn't eat it. It was just as the announcement had said. Han Sen did not have enough Marquis genes, so he couldn't refine the mutant xenogeneic gene. Han Sen rested for the night, and then there was nothing to do the next day either. White Jade Jing had not opened yet, so there was no need to go there. As a result, he had nothing to do. So, he planned to go and kill xenogeneics inside Shenyuan Cave again, this time alone. He wanted to fill up his Earl gene tallies so that his GenoArts would have an easier time breaking through. Han Sen rode the legless crane to Shenyuan Cave. He left it outside and entered the cave alone. Thousand Feather Crane and the others hadn't come. So Han Sen only had to worry about himself. He used his rabbit shoes to run deep into the cave at a speedy pace. Perhaps it was because the rabbit shoes were too fast, but the Shen Jade spirits did not make an appearance. He ran for 3 hours. He ran past where they killed the Shenyuan dragon, and there was still no sign of any xenogeneics. Han Sen didn't dare slow down, as he wanted to draw out whatever creatures he could. He met some people hunting xenogeneics. People from Sky Palace. They were in a group and only Han Sen had entered alone. When the Sky Palace students saw Han Sen running around by himself, they were shocked. Shen Jade spirits could appear at random, so it was dangerous to venture inside alone. When students came there to hunt, they would always bring a partner. It was rare to see something like Han Sen venturing inside all alone. As Han Sen walked forward, he didn't see any Shen Jade spirits, but he heard a voice calling for help from deeper inside the cave. Han Sen looked in that direction and saw a Skyman running toward him. There was an ant behind him with a head as big as a cat. Han Sen summoned Spell. She lifted her sniper rifle and fired a bullet, blowing the xenogeneics' head off from a few hundred meters away. Xenogeneic Viscount hunted. Jade Ant. Xenogeneic gene found. Run! The Skyman came running, shouting at Han Sen as he came. Why run? It's dead, Han Sen said. The Skyman continued running, and he cried out, It's not just one. There are many. How many? Han Sen asked. Many. Many. Run. The Skyman ran past Han Sen. Han Sen did not ask anything further, as he saw jade ants pouring out of the cavern behind the Skyman. There were too many to count. That is a lot. Han Sen was not scared. Instead, he was happy. His eyes turned bright. Without Han Sen even needing to issue a command, Spell swapped her sniper rifle for an RPG. She placed the rocket launcher on her shoulder, put herself into position, and pulled the trigger. A rocket shot out and slammed into the center of the horde of ants. Boom! A white light exploded amidst the horde of ants. A mushroom cloud was generated, and it rocked the entire cavern. Announcements played in Han Sen's head, over and over countless times. Han Sen heard himself receive 2 jade ant beast souls. They slid into his sea of soul. Awesome! Han Sen felt great. He hadn't felt like this in a long time. The Sky Fellow stopped and stared in shock. He was frozen by what he had just witnessed. Spell fired another rocket, and it landed amidst the jade ants. Countless more died, and roasted corpses were scattered all about. Damn! Your gear is powerful. The man came running back. He looked at Spell as he spoke. It's all right. It's strong, but I'm also just lucky, Han Sen said smarmily. Spell required 3 seconds to generate a rocket after each use, but after firing 3 or 4 of them consecutively, the jade ants that were still alive retreated back into the tunnel and did not return. The guy didn't object to what Han Sen said. He thought it made fine sense. But he still looked at Spell with hefty interest and said, My name is Yu Jing. What is yours? Han Sen, Han Sen said. You are the Han Sen that was carried into Sky Palace by Uncle Crane. Yu Jing asked in surprise. Han Sen shrugged his shoulders. What could he say? You look different from the stories I've heard, and your geno-armament is strong, Yu Jing said. I see you are an earl. So why are you calling Thousand Feather Crane an uncle? Han Sen asked. Yu Jing smiled. Uncle Crane is a student of the 10th leader. I am the 6th elder student. I'm more like a grandson, to be honest. At the very least, I should call him uncle. After that, Yu Jing went on to say, Han Sen, are you interested in cooperating with me? No, Han Sen said immediately. Yu Jing was disappointed. After a while, he said, don't you at least want to hear my proposal? No thanks, Han Sen said. Then he walked towards the jade ants that were killed. He was going to collect their xenogeneic genes. Yu Jing understood, but his face turned red. He couldn't keep himself from explaining, so he said, Brother Han, it isn't like that. I can deal with Viscount Jade Ants. The reason I ran was because there is an earl inside there, and it is a mutant ant queen. So I had to run. A mutant ant queen? When Han Sen heard this, his eyes opened wide. Han Sen had received Shenyuan Dragon's xenogeneic gene, but he had been unable to absorb it. He wanted to understand what the difference between ordinary genes and mutated genes were. If he could get his hands on an Earl mutant gene, he might just be able to figure it out. Yeah, I was unlucky. I found a jade fruit tree, and just as I was about to claim some jade fruit for myself, I was started to see a jade ant nest right next to it. I was unable to collect the fruit, and I almost died. I used everything I had, every item I owned, to keep myself alive. I lost everything on this excursion. Yu Jing sighed. And then, Yu Jing suddenly smiled at Han's senior brother. I think you are so strong. You must be a hero. Why don't you and I go collect the jade fruit and split the haul between us? No offense, but why can't I just go there by myself right now? Han Sen smiled at Yu Jing. Yu Jing smiled, but it quivered with a touch of nervousness. He responded, Brother Han, you have only been in Sky Palace for a few days. You don't know much about Shenyuan Cave, do you? Although Shenyuan Island does not look big from the outside, it is very large on the inside. Even if you were down here for a whole year, you wouldn't be able to explore every nook and cranny of this realm. The cave system is complex, too, so you'd likely find yourself lost. Without me, it is highly unlikely that you'll find the fruit within the next few months of searching. Do you really want to waste your time in such a fashion? That makes sense. Okay, we'll split the haul of fruit in half, Han Sen said as he dug through the corpses of the jade ants. The rocket had been too powerful, and the jade ants were only viscounts. Most had been blown to smithereens, to such an extent that the xenogeneic genes were utterly annihilated. When he was done, Han Sen had only been able to collect a dozen xenogeneic genes. Yu Jing was so happy to hear this, and he said, Brother Han, you won't regret cooperating with me. Can your geno-armament destroy an Earl Jade Ant? Han Sen searched around for a few more jade ants that had not been destroyed, and then went in search for the jade fruit tree with Yu Jing. Truthfully, Han Sen's goal in this venture was not anything that rested on the boughs of the tree. Any fruit he collected would be a decent bonus. What he wanted to do the most was kill that jade ant queen. Yu Jing was not lying. The jade fruit tree's location was well hidden. They traversed a number of complex tunnels for over an hour before finding it. The tree was behind a hidden alcove and cave. Brother Han, do you see the rock beside the tree? That is the exit of the ant nest. If we get too close, the ants will come pouring out. I examined it earlier, and there were at least 8 Earl Jade ants. There was also an ant queen. What are you going to do? Yu Jing looked worried. He was afraid Han Sen would back out. We have a deal, don't we? We split the haul of fruit in half, and the jade ant xenogeneic genes are for me, Han Sen said. Yu Jing immediately said, Yes, it does not matter who kills it. You can have the xenogeneic genes. Yu Jing said that, but inside he thought, the mutant jade ant queen? That thing is as strong as a marquise. With 7 or 8 earls alongside it, and the other ants too, I think you'll end up running off without laying claim to a single xenogeneic gene. Okay, that's the deal then. You go over there, Han Sen said coldly. I go? How? Yu Jing asked with shock. Walk there. You can fly or crawl if you so prefer. Just go over and draw those ants out. Han Sen smiled. Draw them out? Your plan is to draw them out, kill them, and collect the fruit. Yu Jing looked at Han Sen queerly. Do you have a better idea? Han Sen smiled at Yu Jing. It was easy for Han Sen to collect jade fruit. With Han Sen's rabbit shoes, he could pick the tree clean before the ants even emerged. But Han Sen wasn't there for just the fruit. Picking it and then leaving was not on the agenda. Brother Han, are you really confident in this? Yu Jing asked, staring at Han Sen. Yes, Han Sen answered with certainty. Yu Jing hesitated. He gritted his teeth, grabbed Han Sen's hands and said, Brother Han, I place my life in these hands of yours. You have to be careful and see my safety is secured. Go. I will have spell fire when the time is right. Han Sen patted Yu Jing on the shoulder and smiled. Yu Jing ran towards the jade fruit tree. Before he could get close, ants began to pour out from under the rock. It was like a black river headed for him. Yu Jing quickly came running back as Han Sen commanded Spell to ready a rocket. Then she fired behind the man. Boom! The white light exploded behind Yu Jing. Killed a lot of jade ants. Announcements kept running in Han Sen's head, declaring he had killed a Viscount Jade Ant. He also heard himself receive a bunch of beast souls. Han Sen had battled ants before, and he had always received armor beast souls. But these jade ants only gave him pet-type beast souls. That disappointed him quite a bit. That was because pet-type beast souls were annoying. If you wanted to use them effectively, you'd have to get them to combat mode. He had found himself in possession of many low-tier pets in the past. Jade ants could spit corrosive gas, but the range was short and the gas was slow. Before the ants could get to Han Sen, Spell had fired 2 rockets and laid waste to them. Suddenly, a few gold shadows emerged from the stone nest. These ants were twice as big as the ordinary ones. They had wings, and they glimmered with a golden light. They flew straight at Yu Jing like shadows. Brother Han, help me! Yu Jing shouted at Han Sen as he ran. Seeing that 7 or 8 Earl-class jade ants were about to catch up with Yu Jing, Han Sen realized that Spell's rockets were going to be too slow. She had killed many Viscount ants, but more and more of them were approaching. Spell! Han Sen took control of her, ditching the rocket launcher and pulling out the sniper rifle. Spell lifted the sniper, aimed it above Yu Jing's head, and pulled the trigger. A bullet of light was fired, and it struck one of the Earl ants. That power tore through the ant's wing and perforated its shell. It fell from the air. Xenogeneic Earl hunted. Jade ant. Xenogeneic gene found. The announcement played in Han Sen's head. Yu Jing was approaching excitedly, saying, Shit, Brother Han, your geno armament is strong. Hurry, fire a few more shots and finish them all off. 1 second later, Spell raised the rifle again and fired. Unfortunately, she missed this time. She failed to hit the Earl Jade ant that was flying quickly towards her. Yu Jing's excited voice turned to one of crying. Brother, can you aim better? Seeing Yu Jing draw even closer, Spell swapped her sniper for a pair of pistols. Then she fired them into the sky. A series of shots were heard. She missed a few times, but she still managed to hit 2 Earl Jade ants. The pistols were not as powerful as the sniper, though, and the bullets only punched holes in the shells of the creatures. They didn't kill the ants. Spell! Han Sen shouted. Spell ran towards Han Sen and turned into a pair of pistols that flew into Han Sen's own hands. Han Sen's left and right hands clutched the spell pistols. He fired them into the sky simultaneously. Each bullet came launching out with a stunning muzzle flash. And again, there was a pang-pang noise. Han Sen fired 7 bullets, and all 7 hit their desired target. 7 Earl ants were hit. Han Sen's bullets were as strong as Spell's. The only difference was that Spell's bullets were fueled by the raw power of the story of genes, while Han Sen could create bullets from any geno art he possessed. After the seventh shot, the 7 Earl Jade ants each had a bullet hole inside them. The wounds were not deadly, though, and the ants could still fight. But they spiraled like planes losing control. They crashed into the ground and could not get airborne again. Small turtle symbols were glazed across each of them. Han Sen's bullets were now powered by turtle. It stopped the ants from flying, and it reduced their speed. Han Sen kept firing his guns at the Earl ants on the floor. Their shells splintered and broke as their bodies oozed blood. Han Sen killed 1 ant immediately. Xenogeneic Earl hunted. Jade ant. Xenogeneic gene found. Shoot them! Shoot them! Yu Jing shouted with excitement. The Earl Jade ants had been robbed of their ability to fly, and they were slowed dramatically. They were no longer a threat to Yu Jing. Han Sen fell back, repeatedly squeezing the triggers. The joy of firing a gun was incomparable to the wielding of a knife. Han Sen killed another Earl Jade ant, and then there was a noise. A pure black ant flew out from under the stone, with a shell that was wreathed in golden symbols. This ant was smaller than the Earls, but its presence was far scarier. It flapped its wings and flew towards Han Senator. Its claws were like blades, and they came swinging towards him. The gold light came past Han Sen like a knife light. Han Sen moved and evaded the gold lights. Han Sen then fired his guns, but the Jade Ant Queen was too fast. It was able to dodge every bullet. The Ant Queen rose into the air, shrieking. The gold symbols on the shell and wings glowed. Its speed and power were increasing, and it was going to attack Han Sen again. Run! This mutant Ant Queen is as strong as a marquise. We cannot fight it. Before Yu Jing could finish his warning, Han Sen had drawn another weapon and gone running towards the Ant Queen. The bullets could not catch up with the Ant Queen, but the rabbit shoes could. Han Sen rushed by the gold lights and used the ghost teeth knife on the Ant Queen, breaking its shell and leaving a big mark on it. Blood came out, as did a plume of purple smoke. There was no need for Han Sen to fight anymore. The purple smoke was spreading quickly across the Ant Queen, ripping its wounds apart and sending blood spewing out of it like a burst dam. Han Sen was too lazy to wait, though. He slashed again and cut the heavily injured Ant Queen's head clean off. Mutant Xenogeneic Earl hunted. Jade Ant Queen. Xenogeneic gene found. There was an announcement, and it made Han Sen very happy. It really is a mutant Xenogeneic. The Jade Ants did not back off just because the Ant Queen was killed. They all came rushing at Han Sen like kamikazes. Han Sen gave spell back her body, and she quickly got to firing rockets at the droves. Meanwhile, Han Sen went on to finish off the rest of the Earls himself. After many more ants were killed, the rest decided to return to their abode below the stone. Han Sen did not seek to pursue the fight. He harvested the bodies of the Ant Queen and the 8 Earls. He also collected many Viscount Xenogeneic genes. Yu Jing saw Han Sen picking up all those Xenogeneic genes and felt depressed. He had to comfort himself by saying, "It is lucky I can at least get half of those jade fruits. This guy is scary, and he is nothing like the stories people tell about him. He doesn't seem like the sort of fellow who would need to be carried into Sky Palace. I should have totally fought for a greater share of this haul." There were 14 jade fruits on the tree. Han Sen and Yu Jing each took half. Han Sen received 7, and then he asked Yu Jing what benefit they could provide. "Brother Han, how about we cooperate in Shenyuan Cave and kill more Xenogeneics together? We can split the gatherings in your favor 60-40. I guess I could settle for 70-30. 80-20 is a possibility, too. You should think about it." Han Sen did not continue his hunt in Shenyuan Cave. He took his spoils and left. He flew the legless crane back to his island. Right then, he wanted to find out the purpose of mutant Xenogeneic genes. He did not need to do any more hunting at this point. He gave a few Viscount Jade Ant bodies to the legless crane. He didn't collect the Xenogeneic genes inside the bodies, either. The crane was able to gobble them all up. The legless crane happily swallowed the first, and it made a grateful noise to Han Sen as it ate. Han Sen went to the stone house and pulled the bodies out. He cut open the Ant Queen's body and picked up a piece of flesh that looked like jade. That meat was transparent, and not unlike shrimp. Something gold shone from it, and looking into the gold light, you could see it was the face of the Ant Queen. Earl genes insufficient. Cannot refine mutant xenogeneic genes. As Hansen held the Ant Queen's xenogeneic gene, he received the same announcement. I have 9 Earl genes, and here there are 8 Earl-class jade ants. I don't know if that'll be enough. Hansen cut open the 8 Earl ants and picked up the xenogeneic genes within. Hansen gave the Ant Queen's body, and the bodies of the others, to the legless crane for food. Bubble was Hansen's only other companion right now, so there was nothing else he could feed. Hansen had an Earl pet beast soul and 7 Viscount beast souls, but he did not fancy feeding them at all. Having a pet in Sky Palace would not be something you could easily hide. If others discovered that he possessed one, explaining that might be difficult. Jade ant xenogeneic genes were like a fist-sized cut of meat. After Hansen melted them down, it was like a barbecue. The oil sizzled and he sprinkled it with salt and pepper. Tasted better than barbecued lamb. Earl genes +1. After eating a piece of the ant meat, Hansen felt very alive. He was energized, and he felt as if he could have sex 10 times in one night. After eating 4 pieces of that meat, his belly was bloated. The meal was very filling. Hansen did not want to wait before eating the rest, though, so he switched on consume and quickly digested the ants that were in his stomach. By the time he was done, he had finished all 8 slabs of ant meat. In total, Hansen now had 17 Earl genes. But when he picked up the Ant Queen's mutant genes, it still said he did not have enough Earl genes. How many Earl genes do I need? I can't figure out the number. Hansen felt depressed, but it was almost time for White Jade Jing to open again. He did not have time to venture into the cave just yet, so he'd think about what to do once he returned from White Jade Jing. Practicing in White Jade Jing was the most important thing he could do right now. He had 3 Geno arts that needed to play catch-up and reach Earl status, so White Jade Jing was very important. It was why Isha had sent him here, after all. Of course, Isha had sent him there only intending for him to level up the story of genes to Earl status. And that was something he had already accomplished. Hansen, are you here? The day White Jade Jing opened, someone was calling for Hansen before he had woken up. The voice was Yoon Sui's. Hansen went to brush his teeth, then opened the door. Yoon Sui was wearing a white dress, and she was standing just outside the door. The cut of the dress showed off her attractive legs. White Jade Jing is opening today. Let's go. Yoon Sui blinked at Hansen. Yeah, Hansen answered. He turned to wake up the legless crane that was snoozing beneath the tree. Let's take my jade wing tiger. It is faster, Yoon Sui said. Sure. Hansen nodded, letting the legless crane continue to sleep. Hansen sat behind her, and the jade wing tiger flew towards White Jade Jing. Hansen, you are a student of Knife Queen. You must surely know many knife skills. I've learned a few, but I fear there is something amiss. If you ever have the time, could you teach me a thing or two? Yoon Sui turned around and smiled at Hansen. I can't teach you, but we can practice together, Hansen said. Okay then, after White Jade Jing closes, I will take you over to my place. Yoon Sui smiled in a flirty way. Hansen and Yoon Sui went to the White Jade building, and they split up when they reached the 4th floor. Yoon Sui said she'd wait for Hansen. This time, Hansen stopped on the 6th floor. He had decided to practice there this time. He had to practice his other Geno arts, and he did not know if his body could withstand the jade air of the 7th floor without using petrify. But the 6th floor was full of students. It filled up soon after, and people were everywhere. Brother Han, you are here. Yu Jing walked in and saw Hansen, then went over to sit down beside him. Hansen wanted to sit by himself, but he didn't seem to have that option. People were everywhere on the 6th floor. Fortunately, Yu Jing did not mention anything about them killing xenogeneics together. He quietly asked, Brother Han, will you participate in Sky Palace's exam? What exam? Hansen asked. This wasn't high school, so what exam could there be? The exam is annual. There are no penalties to failing, but if you do well, the elders and the leaders might take notice of you. If you reach the top 3, you also earn a prize. If you receive a good score, the elder might take you as a student, even though you are an outsider. But of course, you are already Knife Queen's student, but the top 3 rewards are still great. What are the rewards? Hansen asked. Treasure is granted to the top 3. If you are number 1, you will also have permission to enter the Holy House. There, you may select a geno-art. Such a thing would be of great benefit, Yujing said. Hansen, hearing that, was quickly disinterested. He still had his own geno-arts to practice with. Even if the Sky Palace geno-arts were powerful, he doubted he'd find the time to learn one of them. Yujing noticed Hansen was not interested, and so he looked around and whispered to Hansen, Brother Han, if you have time, I would like to talk to you about the exam. Alone. Perhaps we can cooperate there. Hansen looked at Yujing, and Yujing performed a gesture to be quiet. Hansen realized that Yujing must be asking him to cheat in some way. Of course, no one else could hear that. And then Yujing spoke to Hansen again. This time, he did not want to discuss the exam. White Jade Jing opened and jade air came out of the jade wall. When it did, everyone focused on refining it. Hansen used jade skin to absorb the jade air. They both possessed the same jade word, so perhaps they might have some compatibility. When Hansen used jade skin, the jade air moved quickly throughout his body. Jade skin absorbed the air quickly, much faster than the story of genes. Damn! They really are connected, Hansen thought. Hansen changed to the Dongshan Sutra, then the Bloodpool Sutra, and he noticed that they refined the jade air much more slowly than the story of genes did. And they were far inferior to jade skin. It looks like I need to practice jade skin first. Hansen stopped wasting time and focused on practicing with jade skin. He wanted to evolve with that, first and foremost. Jade air was everywhere, but it wasn't dense enough. Hansen's absorption speed was fast, but Jadeskin's evolution was not going great. He realized that the galaxy sand had been far superior. Before the second jade air erupted, Hansen went up to the 7th floor. His jade skin was compatible with the jade air, so he knew he could survive on the 7th floor with it. But when he reached the 7th floor, he did not see Thousand Feather Crane or Yun Sushang. Not even First Day was there. There was a young, lonely guy there on the 7th floor, though. A jade sword rested on his knees. The man did not look at Han's senator, he just sat where he was, eyes closed, uncaring for the world around him. Hansen was not a fan of talking, either. So he found a corner to sit in and waited for the second wave. The jade air on the 7th floor was far purer than the jade air on the 6th floor. It was better for his jade skin. No others had come to the 7th floor, so the environment satisfied Hansen a great deal. It was far better than the overcrowded 6th floor. He thought to himself, if I had known I could survive it, I would have come here the first time it erupted. Hansen waited for the second eruption, and when it came, he cast jade skin and absorbed the jade air. The jade air on the 7th floor was far denser than the lower floors. Hansen felt the jade air flow inside him, and it helped refine his jade skin and infuse it with his bones. It made Hansen feel like Jade himself. There were some amazing feelings going on in Hansen's skeleton. Rather than giving him the chills, the scary jade air actually made him feel hot. It felt like he was inside an oven, and his bones were being baked. Hansen knew that this was just an illusion, though, and that was because the jade air did not suppress him. It made him feel more alive. Hansen practiced jade skin, and not long after, his jade skin began to feel strange. It became purer. This was exactly what Hansen had hoped for. Without thinking, Hansen cast jade skin. But on the 7th floor, an odd image appeared on the smooth jade wall. The sun and the moon appeared in the image and white bones as well. Sword air cut through them. It was like a god appearing in the sky. Buildings rose up, like steps into the sky. Between the clouds was a mysterious city. It was very well hidden, and you could not see much. All those images appeared across the jade walls, and they made the jade air purer. The arrogant young skyman opened his eyes. His eyes shone as he looked upon the jade wall. He looked shocked. The jade wall's image started to change, and the city there grew closer. There was a king obeying the city. He took a step, then knelt. 10 steps, then he prostrated himself. It was like a believer walking to a holy place. When the arrogant young man saw that the jade wall was showing the city, and the city was revealed from behind the clouds, his face changed. 5 cities. The arrogant young man's eyes looked bright. He stared at the 5 cities the wall displayed. Many kings bowed before the cities, but none dared to step in. It was not clear what happened after that, though. The kings that were nearest to the city were dying, and they soon disappeared. The gates of the 5 mysterious cities remained closed. It was like they had been closed since ancient times. Han Sen felt that the jade air had become very pure. It allowed his jade skin to ascend in level very quickly. But the jade air's time of eruption was far too short for satisfaction. When the jade air dispersed, Han Sen wanted more. "What is your name?" Han Sen opened his eyes and saw the arrogant man looking at him. His voice sounded cold. "Han Senator, what is your name? And do you want something?" Han Sen asked. "Are you taking part in the exam this year?" The man did not answer Han Sen's question, and just asked his own again. Han Sen thought the man was quite strange, so he willingly answered. "I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not." "Oh." The man looked at Han Sen and then left, headed downstairs. "Is he crazy?" Han Sen shrugged his shoulders, then went downstairs as well. When Han Sen reached the 6th floor, the man had vanished. He saw Yu Jing looking around, however. Yu Jing approached Han Sen as soon as his eyes found him. "Han Sen, are you free? Can we talk?" Yu Jing said. "I don't think so. I have something to do. Come over to my place tonight," Han Sen said, recalling that he was supposed to meet up with Yun Sui. "Okay." Yu Jing agreed, then walked downstairs with Han Sen. When they reached the 4th floor, Yun Sui was waiting there for Han Senator. She smiled at him. "Brother Han is meeting up with a woman? It is best that I leave." Yu Jing saw Yun Sui, smiled back, and then said goodbye. "Why are you with him?" Yun Sui asked, frowning. "Why? Is there a problem?" Han Sen asked with confusion. She looked as if matters with Yu Jing weren't so simple. "That guy is greedy. He plays tricks and he cheats. He does not have a very good reputation in Sky Palace. I recommend staying away from him if you can." Yun Sui told Han Sen some stories about things he had done. Yun Sui then brought Han Sen over to her island. Her island was far bigger than his. She had a pavilion and even a garden with a fountain. It was quite a comfy place, really. "Here then, help me examine this skill. Which part of it is incorrect? I always feel as if there is something amiss with it." Yun Sui brought Han Sen into a pavilion in the garden. She invited Han Sen to sit down and drink some tea. Han Sen answered, "Show me the knife skill, and I'll see if I can identify the issue." Yun Sui nodded. Her beautiful body walked to the fields. She pulled out a knife and began her performance. Han Sen watched her and frowned. Yun Sui hadn't been practicing the skill for very long, so she wasn't experienced at all. If there was a problem, it would be because of her lack of practice. She could not even be considered a beginner with the skill. Han Sen realized that she had not used a knife before, so she did not have much in the way of knife skills. It was clear to him that she had only started practicing this as a way to talk to Han Senator. It was an excuse. Yun Sui had not just selected a random skill to trick Han Sen, though. It'd have been too obvious if she had done that. The knife skill she had selected was called Under the Sky. It was created by a Sky Palace swordsman. He wanted to create a knife skill for Sky Palace, but in the end, there were 7 problems he was unable to solve. That was why he called the knife skill Under the Sky, because it was not on the level expected of the sky. Many people wanted to modify Under the Sky. The 7 little issues had been fixed over the years by a series of genius students, but there was still one problem no one could overcome. Because of that, they were unable to make it a Sky Palace skill. Yun Sui selected the skill in the hope that Han Sen could identify the issue that was thus far unfixable. If she did that, it'd work as an icebreaker, allowing her to get closer to him. If she had to keep looking him up all the time with no real reason, her feelings would be revealed. Han Sen could tell Sui had just started practicing with a knife, but he was still fascinated by the knife skill. It was amazing in its own right, and it was vastly different from teeth knife. Han Sen thought the knife skill had the same potential as teeth knife, but when Sui performed it, there was clearly a problem with it. And also, the power in the example was quite weak. It was just one little problem, but it detracted so much from the technique. The resolution of a battle between two elites rested on the smallest details, so the slightest edge could make the difference between life and death. Han Sen, can you tell that there is a problem with this skill? I feel as if something is wrong. After Yun Sui practiced, she returned to the pavilion and consulted Han Sen. Because Under the Sky was still not perfect, Sky Palace did not really allow its students to practice it. Only a select few had knowledge of the skill's existence. She knew Han Sen had never seen the skill before, and so that was why she chose to use it. But even if the skill was perfected, it wouldn't be made available to all students. Most people would only hear the name. Han Sen didn't think much about it. He just believed Yun Sui had yet to practice it right, and that was why there was an issue. He didn't think there was an issue with the knife skill itself. This technique is very complicated, so I don't understand it yet. Could you perform it again for me? Han Sen did not ask to see the scroll. The skill was teeth knife's equal, so it was unlikely many students had what it took to practice with it. He was just an outsider, so asking to read the actual Geno art could have been very rude. Yun Sui merrily agreed to perform Under the Sky again. There are some problems, certainly, but I don't really understand them. I'll think it over when I head back. Han Sen did not focus on the use of knives, so he wasn't a knife master. He could not promise that he would fix the problem. But there were some common aspects threading every skill, and Han Sen had a great deal of knowledge and experience. So he planned on trying to solve it. Tackling the problem would be good for his own knife practice, regardless of whether he succeeded or failed. After all, Han Sen used knives more than any other weapon these days. And he had Ghost Teeth Knife, which was a king weapon. He wanted more knife skills. Yes, please. Yun Sui smiled and took Han Sen back. She planned to use this excuse to talk to Han Sen about knife skills again. She wanted to get closer to him. When Yun Sui returned home from taking Han Sen back to his island, Yun Sushang appeared in her garden. Sui, what have you done? Nothing. I had a problem with a skill, so I asked Han Sen for help. I took him home right after. Yun Sui acted as if she did not care. Yun Sushang looked at Yun Sui and said, "The problem with Under the Sky cannot be fixed through simple observation. If he can do that, then the elders wasted their lives in what they have done." Yun Sui blushed, and she said, "Sister, why are you spying on our conversations? Sui, do not forget your identity. You should know what you can do and what you cannot. There is a line. Han Sen is not of the sky. Wanting something impossible will just get someone hurt." Yun Sushang sighed. After Han Sen returned to the island, he saw his legless crane resting beneath the tree. He put some meat in its bowl, then went into the house to practice Under the Sky. Under the Sky was very delicate. The technique did not have much flair, and it wasn't overbearing like teeth knife. But when you used the skill, it was like a rippling ribbon that could not be cut. The knife skills looked random, but they were all connected. It could trap an enemy without them noticing. With it, Han Sen might even be able to control the enemy as if they were a puppet. Under the Sky was not too dissimilar to Heavenly Go or the Dongxian Sutra. It was still quite unique, of course. Heavenly Go focused on one's formation. The Dongxian Sutra was excellent when it came to prediction. Under the Sky focused on direct control. Under the Sky made one a queen amongst ants, allowing the user to rule the battlefield. Whoever made that knife skill, to have given it a name like that, must have been thinking of this. But there was a problem with the knife skill which reduced its effectiveness significantly. In order to properly control the enemy, the skill had to view them as nothing. And that was where the problem began. When Han Sen watched Yun Sui make use of it, he could tell where the technique had originated. It had to have stemmed from Sky Palace. Han Sen had guessed correctly. Sky Palace had outer sky powers, and it came from the textless book. The person that created Under the Sky had practiced with the textless book. He used that as a basis, and with his knowledge and talent, he formulated the rest of the knife skill. Understanding the textless book wasn't necessary to practice Under the Sky, though. If it was, then what was the point? Very few could actually practice with the textless book after all. Because of this, the skill lacked the textless book's power as a base, and the control power was quite weak. It wasn't the best. It created a dual-sided problem. People who couldn't practice the textless book also couldn't learn this knife skill to its true potential. But people who could practice the textless book didn't need to learn this skill. It was a bit of a shame. Under the Sky had been abandoned because no one had found a way to overcome this problem. The modifications of a number of geniuses weren't even enough. Han Sen wasn't very good at knife skills, but it just so happened that Under the Sky's problem was something Han Sen was very familiar with. He had allowed the outer sky powers to enter his body on the road to the sky. The forces that he felt impressed him greatly. Added to that, he was proficient with the Dongxian Sutra and Heavenly Go. Thus, fixing the issue would not be too difficult for him. But Han Sen had only observed the knife skill. He didn't have the scroll, so he couldn't learn it properly and apply his solution to the matter. After thinking it through, Han Sen decided to give Yun Sui a call. He asked if outsiders were allowed to learn Under the Sky, but she said no. It was a flawed knife skill, but it was connected to the textless book. Therefore, not just anyone could come and learn it. Yun Sui was allowed to learn it because the skill was originally created by the Yun family. She could study it herself, but she could not pass it on to others. Han Sen was disappointed. He had agreed to help her because he thought the skill would suit him. He wanted to learn it himself. Han Sen was disappointed he was not able to learn the skill. He apologized to Yun Sui and told her he could not fix it by merely watching. That night, Yu Jing came to meet with Han Sen. "Brother Yu, speak your mind." Han Sen had learned quite a bit about Yu Jing from Yun Sui. He did not harbor any prejudice against the man, though, so he treated him like a normal person. Yu Jing checked to see if they were truly alone, and he said, "Brother Han, if you do not care for the rewards of the exam, how about you help me out? With your power, you can surely win first place. If you can help me, I can provide you a reward that is worth even more." "Are you saying you want me to cheat?" Han Sen understood what he was getting at. "Haha, I'm only talking about helping each other get what we both want." Yu Jing laughed. Han Sen suddenly thought of something, and so he told Yu Jing, "I am afraid I am unable to help you. I will be taking part in the exam." "That's okay. But if you change your mind, you can always call me." Yu Jing was visibly disappointed, but he did not say anything about it. After he left, Han Sen called Yun Sui and asked, "Sui, is Under the Sky in the Holy House?" "There is a copy in there, yes." "Why? What do you want?" Yun Sui asked with surprise. "If I get first place in the exam, I can ask for Under the Sky as a reward, yes?" Han Sen asked. "That is correct." After saying that, Yun Sui thought of something and blushed. "I see. Okay. Then." Han Sen hung up. Yun Sui had confirmed his guess, so he was going to join the exam and see if he could nab first place. If he was able to, he'd pick Under the Sky. Yun Sui was still holding the phone, deep in thought. Her cheeks were red, and she smiled and thought to herself, "Is he going to the exam because of me? All to get Under the Sky." There were still 2 weeks to go before the exam. White Jing opened again the following week, and Han Sen had plans to slay a few more Earls and Ageniacs to level up his gene tally. He still wanted to learn the truth about mutant genes. Han Sen did not plan to go to Shenyuan Cave this time, as that place was far too complicated. There were too many Xian Jade spirits around, and they were tough to kill. Han Sen got his hands on a Sky Palace map, and he looked over places he could go to hunt Xenogeniacs. After a time of deliberation, he decided on going to Old Night Island. Old Night Island's Xenogeniacs were fast, and most of them could fly. Earls did not like going there, as it was difficult to slay the inhabitants of that island. Han Sen, however, was not afraid. No matter what happened, his rabbit shoes and his dragon wings could give him the speed he needed. Catching an Earl would not be difficult, either. After Yu Jing confirmed Han Sen's participation in the exam, a new thought came to him. There aren't many special people in this year's exam. With Han Sen's power, he can get into the top 5 with ease. I can take advantage of that. His reputation is weak, and so people don't know his true strength. I can earn money through this. Yu Jing concocted a long scheme. Old Night Island was very big. There were mountains, forests, and even oceans. Han Sen went there and chased a flying bird. He caught up with it and cut its head off. Xenogeneic Earl hunted. Forest bird. Xenogeneic gene found. Han Sen collected the xenogeneic gene from the corpse, then started a fire. He immediately got to eating. The legless crane flapped its wings, having brought over a few branches. Bubble was hopping all over Han Senator. It was weak, so it couldn't help much. With this forest bird, that marks the 8th Earl in 4 days. This is no faster than going into the Shenyuan cave. Han Sen felt terrible. Old Night Island was not as good as Han Sen thought it would be, and the xenogeneics he managed to find were fast. The place was so large that it took a long time just to find a single Earl. Han Sen felt as if his plan had completely failed. Han Sen gave the bird's body to the legless crane, and he cooked the xenogeneic gene. It was a liver this time, tasted lovely, and it had a pleasant aroma, too. Earl gene +1. After eating the whole liver, Han Sen's Earl gene tally reached 25. Han Sen brought out the Ant Queen's mutant gene. He was used to hearing the announcement saying he did not have enough genes yet. But this time, Han Sen did not hear that wretched announcement. Do I have enough Earl genes now? Han Sen grinned widely. He quickly started trying to cook the Ant Queen's gene in the pot. Han Sen hadn't been able to cook the Ant Queen's meat before, but now it was boiling. It made Han Sen very happy. After a while, the Ant Queen's meat was cooked. Han Sen ate it and he felt a power course through him. After Han Sen ate all the meat, he did not hear any of his genes increase. He looked at his stats and it still said he had 25 Earl genes in total. Eating the Ant Queen did not seem to have increased anything. But the power of the Ant Queen's meat was now inside Han Senator. It wasn't refined, and it was coursing through Han Sen's vessels. The power kept traveling through him, until eventually it waned and disappeared. In Han Sen's head, a shocking announcement played. Earl-class xenogeneic geno art obtained. Ant Queen mark. Mutant genes don't actually increase genes, they give geno arts instead. Han Sen thought to himself. And then, he followed the path the powers had taken through his body. It was then that he discovered a gold symbol on his body. Han Sen had seen this gold shape on the Ant Queen's body. When this spell began to glow, the creature's power increased. Han Sen tested it out. Lo and behold, the Ant Queen's mark was very effective. It made Earls as strong as Marquises. That meant the Ant Queen's geno art did not need to be practiced, and despite that, Han Sen could be as strong as the creature had been. Han Sen was so happy. If he found any more mutant genes, he could get the geno arts from the mutant xenogeneics he defeated in battle. He wouldn't even have to practice with them to become as proficient as possible. The strongest thing about this new option was that the geno arts came from creatures of a different species. Ordinary people could not learn xenogeneic geno arts. That was what was so special about them. Even though Han Sen could simulate power with his Dongshan Sutra, he could only replicate a fraction of their abilities. That was because their bodies were different, so fully accurate simulation was impossible. It was just like consume. If Han Sen hadn't turned into an ant, he wouldn't have been able to learn the ability. And Han Sen had still needed to practice consume. Now he only needed a mutant gene to learn the geno art of a xenogeneic. And because he did not need to practice with it, that made things even better. If I can kill a king-class or deified mutant xenogeneic, does that mean I can learn the skills right away? Han Sen thought this could be tremendously powerful. But the Shenyuan mutant dragon's xenogeneic genes were Marquis class. He needed to refine Marquis genes before he could do anything with that one. For the time being, he could not make use of it. There was still a while to go before White Jade Jing opened. Han Sen planned to keep killing xenogeneics to earn Earl genes. If he met a mutant xenogeneic, he might learn another xenogeneic geno art. Yu Jing, you really won't regret this? A group of sky men surrounded him, and they looked surprised. I won't, Yu Jing said with certainty. Good. If you wish to give us your money, we won't refuse. According to our struck deal just now. If Han Sen can win 10 times in a row in the exam, we lose. If he loses just once, then we get all your money. A Skyman laughed. Many students of Sky Palace struck this deal with Yu Jing. One of them laughed and said, Yu Jing, you are bringing this upon yourself. Do not take it out on us if you lose everything. That Han Sen had to be carried up the road to the sky. If he can win 10 times, that means all our Earl brothers are rubbish. Someone patted Yu Jing on the shoulder and smiled. Thanks. If you have any more great deals to strike, you should seek me out. Yu Jing coldly laughed in his heart. It's only 10 rounds. Unless Han Sen is unlucky enough to face off against a strong enemy in the beginning, he should be able to reach the top 5 with ease. Especially with his power. Getting into the top 100 will be nothing. But Yu Jing still felt nervous in his heart. This was a very big bet to make. While it was a high risk, there was also a high reward. Winning the gambit meant he would end up with 10 times his total wealth. If he lost, though, he'd go bankrupt. Yu Jing knew Han Sen was strong, but he was still nervous. When the exam matchups were settled, he took a look at Han Sen's schedule to see who he'd go up against. When he looked at the schedule, Yu Jing froze. His face grew pale. There was no color in him at all, and he almost passed out. The few Sky that had made a bet with him approached. They looked rather cocky. The leader smiled, touched him on the shoulder, and said, Yu Jing, you are unlucky. That monster bamboo is taking part in the exam. And he is Han Sen's 6th enemy. You are very unlucky. I don't think God can save you now. Pack up your stuff. We'll be repoing everything you own soon enough. The group of Sky smiled before taking their leave. Yu Jing was still standing there, pale as a G. He wanted to die. Why would this happen? Why would Lone Bamboo take part in the exam? He doesn't need to. Yu Jing did not understand how he could be so unlucky. If it was any other Earl student, he believed Han Sen stood a firm chance. He would have had a high probability of winning. But Lone Bamboo made Yu Jing feel powerless and hopeless. Lone Bamboo was a student of the 7th Elder. But he had broken a rule. It was a very bad one to break, too. He was stripped of his title as a student and imprisoned. There he was tortured. His imprisonment was not a death sentence, but it might as well have been on one. Lone Bamboo was put in a sad dream. That dream kept repeating his sad life for 10,000 years. Once that time passed, he was allowed to wake up. Ordinary creatures wouldn't live long enough to wake up and have the dreams end. Even if they did, having the same heartbreaking dream repeat for 10 millennia would be too much. They'd be driven insane by the repetition. Lone Bamboo slept in jail for 10 years before waking up. After he woke up, he went up to Sky Palace and knelt before it. Then the doors opened. The leader had not accepted a student for 1,000 years, but he decided to accept Lone Bamboo. Then his cheating life started. He practiced with the textless book, and he was able to go to the 5 cities and 12 buildings. No one was as good as him. Even Thousand Feather Crane, who received the Holy Gourd's blessing, still lost against him. And he lost even after using his best sword skills. After that, no one fought against Lone Bamboo. Marquises and dukes would not underestimate him, either. No one could imagine how he had managed to wake up after only 10 years. But even so, it was difficult to imagine what he might have been through. The leader of Sky Palace said Lone Bamboo could become deified. He did not express any doubt about the possibility, and so he obviously had faith in him. If the word strong was used to describe a student of Sky Palace, people would not think of the elders. Instead, they'd think of Lone Bamboo. Lone Bamboo still wasn't a Marquise yet, but he never took part in the exams. Even the Marquise class students could not interest him. He had no interest in fighting them. Yu Jing looked shocked and bitter. He felt unlucky. He thought he could get rich, but now he was going to be bankrupt. The students had not seen Lone Bamboo fight for the past few years, so no one had expected him to suddenly join the exam. Han Sen stayed on Old Night Island for 6 days. He killed 11 Earl Xenogeneics. But White Jade Jing was almost ready to open, so he left the island and went there. When he arrived on the island, Han Sen took a good look at the White Jade building. After doing so, he was shocked. He thought he'd only be able to see the one White Jade building, but now, there were 12 such constructs on the island. At the end of the buildings, between the clouds, were cities. He could not see what resided in them, but he could most certainly see the 5 cities. Han Sen was not as clueless as he had been when he first arrived there. He understood much about the White Jade Jing now. Normal Sky Palace students could see 7 White Jade buildings, assuming they understood a bit about it all. If they could see 10, they'd be regarded as geniuses. If they could see 12, they'd be the smartest of the entire generation. If they could see all the buildings, that was something that only occurred once every 10,000 years. Sky Palace had existed for 1 billion years, and fewer than 100 had seen all 5 cities. That was how profound this was. Han Sen didn't feel anything, though. He did not know how he could see 12 buildings and 5 cities. He was quite confused. But when he practiced in the White Jade Building's 7th floor, he understood something when the jade air turned pure. Although he could see 12 buildings, he was still planning on going to the first building to absorb the jade air. That place was perfect for an Earl, he believed. He planned to bring Jadeskin up to Earl before exploring the buildings beyond. When Han Sen reached the 4th floor, Yoon Sui came straight to him to talk. She looked worried. Han Sen, my sister and Uncle Crane are waiting for you on the 7th floor. They wanted me to tell you that, if you came, you should go and see them. Even if you aren't planning on practicing on the 7th floor, go and see them. What is it? Han Sen asked with confusion. The jade air is going to start, so go to the 7th floor. When it ends, Brother Crane will tell you the details. Yoon Sui said. Okay. Han Sen nodded and went straight up to the 7th floor. When Han Sen disappeared up the stairs, Yoon Sui sighed and thought to herself, God is being unfair. Why would you have to meet Lone Bamboo? What is Lone Bamboo thinking? What is the point of him joining the exam? But quickly, Yoon Sui thought, but maybe that's okay. It's the thought that counts. It does not matter if you don't reach first place to get under the sky. I won't think any less of you. Han Sen reached the 7th floor, and there he saw Thousand Feather Crane, Yoon Sushang, and First Day. The arrogant young man was not there on this day, though. Seeing Han Sen there, Thousand Feather Crane invited him over. He asked, Are you joining the exam? Han Sen nodded and said, I signed up. I'm planning on joining. Thousand Feather Crane had a wry smile, and he said, I'm afraid you will have a tough fight ahead of you. What is it? Is someone big joining? Han Sen asked with a smile. Thousand Feather Crane told him that Lone Bamboo was taking part, and then he explained Lone Bamboo's story. He also told Han Sen about the time he was beaten by Lone Bamboo. He didn't hide anything. But the way he said it was different than the way you would describe an ordinary student. Thousand Feather Crane talked about Lone Bamboo as if his strength was already legendary. Perhaps you won't believe all this, but when I fought Lone Bamboo, I felt as if I was going to lose by just standing in front of him. When I fought him for a while, it felt as if he was teaching me something. After that fight, my sword skills improved, and I was able to achieve what I have up to this point, Thousand Feather Crane said. Thousand Feather Crane started to say something more, but the jade air erupted. The 4 of them focused on absorbing the jade air, which had become unusually strong around Han Senator. The jade air eventually turned back to normal, and there was no more pure jade air to take in. Han Sen was more sure about his line of thinking now. When the first jade air ended, Yoon Sui came up to the 7th floor. There, they all discussed the exam and the unexpected entrance of Lone Bamboo. On your 6th fight, you will encounter Lone Bamboo. That will be a hard fight. I am worried for you, but I will admit I am looking forward to witnessing it. If you are going to fight, I am going to watch. Thousand Feather Crane smiled. I agree with what Brother Crane says, First Day said, while clasping his hands together. Han Sen curiously asked, What did Lone Bamboo do to suffer the nightmarish trial of torture? Han Sen knew that torture like that was worse than being killed. It was a miracle that Lone Bamboo was able to wake up in 10 years. That was something that had never happened in Sky Palace before. Nightmare was a deified xenogenic dream beast power. Ordinary people could not resist it, especially after they had experienced the nightmares for a while. The elders do not talk about it. They avoid the subject. We can't say for sure what happened. We only know that he broke the rules, Yoon Sushang said. After talking for a while, Han Sen only heard the words strong and very strong. He also heard the words extremely strong. But that wasn't very useful. So Han Sen did not keep any of that in mind. He did not think he was invincible but weak or strong. He'd have to engage the man in battle if he was to find out. There was no point wasting any more time thinking about it. When the second jade air came, Yun Sui went back to the 4th floor. On the 7th floor, Han Sen absorbed the second deluge of jade air. He thought his jade skin was coming along quickly. After 10 more rounds of jade air, he imagined he could bring it up to Earl class. It was a shame that the jade air only happened twice a week. It wasn't a process he could rush. After counting the time, he realized it would take 2 or 3 months. Going from Viscount to Earl that fast would be something of a miracle for most people. After leaving White Jade Jing, Han Sen went to Old Night Island to resume hunting. He didn't care about anything else right now. Getting more genes and leveling up was better than anything else he could do. There was only a week left before the exam, though. There was not much time, and Han Sen wanted to max out his Earl genes before attending the exams. Just as Han Sen was preparing to take the legless crane to the island, Yun Sui jogged over to him. Han Sen, are you going back to Little Jade Island? I am going to Old Night Island to hunt Xenogeneics, Han Sen answered. Can you take me there? It doesn't sound as dangerous as Shenyuan Cave, and I am sure I can protect myself. I won't take the loot, but I would certainly like to accompany you, Yun Sui said. Han Sen agreed. Old Night Island wasn't too dangerous, and if she wasn't going to take any loot, bringing her along would do no harm. Seeing Han Sen agree, she looked visibly delighted. She smiled and said, Old Night Island does not permit Earl-class mounts, so I won't be riding Jade Wing Tiger. Can I ride atop your Jade Knight Crane? He is strong. 2 people can sit on him, sure. He is just a little slow. Han Sen smiled. It is okay to be slow. Yun Sui blinked. When the legless crane took off, Han Sen hopped onto its back. Yun Sui followed. The legless crane had limited space atop its back. They sat together, shoulders touching shoulders. It made Yun Sui blush. 1 crane and 2 people disappeared into the clouds. The legless crane flew a few hundred miles inland once they reached the island. And despite all the time it took, they were unable to locate an Earl Xenogeneic. Han Sen missed little uncle at times like this. If he was there, they wouldn't have to go out in search of the Xenogeneics. The Xenogeneics would come out in search of them. While they were looking for Xenogeneics, something shone atop a mountain. Han Sen quickly went there with Yun Sui. The mountain was like a sword, raised 800 meters into the sky. There were some red coral plants growing across it. The light they saw was the glittering of those plants. When Yun Sui saw the plants, she looked to be in shock. She said, This is an Earl-class Xenogeneic plant. It is called blood coral. Xenogeneics love to eat this, as it is great for their evolution. They are eaten when they grow to the size of a hand. This one on the peak is 3 meters tall, and yet it hasn't been eaten by a Xenogeneic. That is strange. Han Sen looked at the red coral and said, Ah, that's why it hasn't been eaten. There is a strong Xenogeneic that owns it, and so all the other Xenogeneics don't dare come close. I don't see any Xenogeneics around. Yun Sui looked around to confirm, but she still saw nothing. It was so quiet around, and there were no weak Xenogeneics either. Han Sen pointed at the red coral and said, Look at the red coral. It is there. Yun Sui followed Han Sen's finger. She looked and then saw a stick. It was not really a stick, though. It was a red bug that blended into the red coral. It was similar to a mantis, and it was munching on the red coral. It is an Earl-class blood god mantis. It is 1 foot long, so it isn't physically large. But it is very strong for an Earl-class foe. As she spoke, Yun Sui's face changed. I know. This mantis is guarding this red coral because he wants to use its power to evolve. He doesn't want to be a marquis. He wants to be a mutant. Kill it before it eats the red coral. Han Sen was very pleased to hear that, so he smiled and said, If it wants to evolve, then let it. Yun Sui wished to say something, but seeing Han Sen's smile was comforting. She felt safe. She couldn't bring herself to say anything. If Han-san said things were okay, then she couldn't keep herself from believing him. The blood god mantis ate the red coral slowly. They waited for 1 hour, and after all that time, the mantis had only eaten a small part of the plant. But its body was glowing like a polished ruby. Han-sen, you are a crystallizer, but you are also Knife Queen's student. Will you marry a crystallizer or a rebate? Yoon Sui asked jokingly. I have a wife. She is the same race as me, Han-sen answered lackadaisically, as he looked at the mantis. Yoon Sui's face fell. She looked extremely disappointed. Why didn't you bring your wife? My kids are young. She needed to take care of them, so she stayed at home, Han-sen answered. You have kids? Yoon Sui's eyes opened wide. Yes, I have 2 that are biological and others that are adopted, Han-sen answered. Yoon Sui's heart was broken. She found herself struggling to breathe. She looked at Han-san and sighed. She didn't say another word for a long time. The body of the blood god mantis was only 1/10 of the size of the plant it was munching. It ate slowly, but when it ate a bit of the coral, its belly did not swell. Its body did glow strangely, however. Before it finished eating the red coral, another aspect of its body changed. The shadow of a red reaper appeared on it. Its hands held a scythe, like a tool to harvest souls. The mist on the shadow was getting stronger, and it looked as if it was set to become solid. It's evolving. Will it become a marquise or a mutant? Han-sen asked as he looked upon the blood god mantis. Spirits are just substances formed of light, smoke, and air. They aren't really solid. When they become marquise, they won't grow any more solid than they were originally. They will only gain power. Look at the red god mantis. It's not becoming a marquise. It's mutating, Yoon Sui said. It is good to be a mutant. I love mutants. Han-sen smiled. The blood god mantis red smoke was getting heavier. The red smoke reaper could be seen clearly now. At this point, it was hard to distinguish from an actual creature. The next second, Han-sen saw the red reaper wave its scythe towards the red coral. It broke the rest of the red coral, and then the red smoke on its body became a vortex. It sucked all the scattered pieces into it. When the red coral entered the whirl, the red reaper's smoke became thicker. That was particularly true of the scythe in its hands. Its smoke form began to solidify, and before long, it had turned into a crystal blade. The blood god mantis body was shining. The light glowed through the red reaper. Han-san was staring into blood god mantis body, focusing on the blood air that swirled inside. It is going to finish mutating. Now is the best chance, Yoon Sui said. There's no rush. Let's keep watching. Han-san wanted to see what the blood god mantis geno art might be. He wanted to see how strong it was. After 2 hours, the blood god mantis finished the mutation process. The red reaper became smoke, then drew back into its body. It vanished from sight. Blood god mantis body did not grow large from ingesting the coral. It was still 1 foot long, and its body still looked like ruby. Then, all of a sudden, it flapped its wings and squealed. It suddenly came for Han-sen, fast as a red shadow. Perhaps it had noticed Han-sen and Yoon Sui a while ago. It might have refrained from attacking then due to the fact that it was undergoing the evolution process. Once it was done, it now fancied killing them. Spell, Han-san said quietly. Then, Spell appeared before him in her ladylike form. She wielded 2 pistols and she fired at the blood god mantis with both. Pang! Pang! 2 bullets hit the blood god mantis, but they didn't break its shell. They only left 2 spell markings on it. Blood god mantis squealed with anger. Its body turned into a red shadow, and it leaped at Spell. The arms of the mantis swung like scythes, and they were going to cut her. Spell moved quickly, evading blood god mantis' attack. She held her hands together and summoned a rocket launcher. Then, she fired a shot at the blood god mantis. Han-sen frowned. He didn't know why Spell was using a rocket launcher right now. The rocket launcher was stronger than the pistols, yes, but it was too slow. With the speed of the blood god mantis, the creature could easily dodge. And yes, blood god mantis did indeed flap its wings to dodge upwards. It got well clear of the rocket. It then resumed its approach to Spell. Spell retreated, still clutching the rocket launcher. The blood god mantis continued to advance, but the rocket that had gone by suddenly swung around like a heat-seeking missile. It hit the mantis in the back. Boom! There was an explosion, and blood god mantis' body was sent flying away. Its shell was covered in a number of small wounds. The rocket must have damaged its shell when it detonated. But those wounds were nothing to the mantis. They only made it angry. It squealed, then jumped back at Spell. Damn! The round that leaves a mark can track an enemy's movement. It alters the course of the rocket. I wonder if the bullets can have a similar function. Hansen thought to himself. Swiftly, Hansen's question was answered. Spell turned the rocket launcher into a pair of pistols again. Her legs were crossed as she dodged blood god mantis' attack. It was like she was performing a beautiful and elegant dance. In that elegant dance, Spell's pistols fired continuously. It did not look like she was aiming at the blood god mantis, but the bullets drew a curve in the sky, and then they all landed on the mantis. The rounds did not miss a single mark across the mantis body. So the pistol bullets can track too? Huh? Hansen was so happy. Yoon Sui looked at the scene strangely. Spell was just a Geno armament, yet she was capable of fighting a mutant Earl without any directions from her master. Normal Geno armaments were not capable of something like that. In fact, most Earl Geno armaments could not fight at all. They didn't have a will of their own. They did not have intelligence like Spell did. The pistols were a little weak. They hit the same spots on blood god mantis, but they failed to heavily damage it. Blood god mantis tried to attack Spell, but it failed. After Spell drew some distance between the two, she summoned her sniper rifle. She wanted to get rough, but before Spell could fire the sniper rifle, a strange red smoke suddenly appeared behind her back. A crystal scythe was sweeping down towards her neck. Hansen used his mind to make Spell quickly dodge, but it was too late. The crystal scythe slashed across her back. Her white armor was cut into by an inch, and it sliced open the muscles in her back deep enough to reveal bone. Fortunately, Spell was not a living creature. She had no blood to lose. After Spell was attacked, she moved forward. The blood god mantis screamed, and it jumped forward. The Red Reaper followed her from behind, and they attacked her together. Now that the blood god mantis has mutated, it can create a spirit that works like a fellow xenogeneic. This is similar to a summon skill, Hansen thought. Yoon Sui, seeing Spell in danger, quickly said, "What do we do now?" "Kill it," Hansen said coldly. He had already drawn Ghost Teeth knife from his waist. Yoon Sui saw Hansen stand up, then teleport behind the blood god mantis. The purple knife light slashed, and the blood god mantis triangle head looked as if it had been chomped on by a demon. The knife light cut through it, and the body fell from the sky. The blood reaper instantly shattered and disappeared into thin air. Xenogeneic Earl mutant hunted. Blood god mantis. Xenogeneic gene found. I didn't get its beast soul? Hansen's thoughts were painted with greed. Yoon Sui looked at Hansen strangely. He had one-hit killed an Earl mutant xenogeneic. That was a far stronger feat than Thousand Feather Crane could accomplish. But seeing Hansen's strength, Yoon Sui felt even worse. She thought to herself, why is he taken? Hansen dug the mutant gene out of the blood god mantis. It was a piece of its shell. There were still some wisps of smoke rising from the bloody piece of crystal. You could tell that it was the face of the Red Reaper. Earl genes insufficient. Cannot refine mutant gene. Hansen was shocked when hearing this. It was an Earl mutant gene. He had been able to refine the Ant Queen's gene when his total tally was a few points less. Now, he had 2 more genes than before, and yet he couldn't refine the blood god mantis gene. He pondered how the requirements for Earl genes were determined. Hansen put away blood god mantis mutant gene and passed the body to his legless crane. Bringing Yoon Sui along with him, Hansen proceeded to hunt xenogeneics on Old Night Island. He was only planning on going back when White Jing opened again. After that, the exam was set to start. Inside Buddha Kingdom, Clear Sea King bowed before Burning Lamp Alpha. Alpha, Han Sen broke the ant's body curse. He is now practicing in Sky Palace. Burning Lamp Alpha said casually, Knife Queen must have asked the leader of Sky Palace to break my looping skill. We're going to let him get off scot-free? Clear Sea King asked, looking crushed. The Buddha cannot engage in acts that disrupt Sky Palace, for the time being. If he is in Sky Palace, we will have to ignore him. Burning Lamp Alpha looked like he knew this was going to happen, as he didn't show too much concern. But Clear Sea King wished to say something more, but he was interrupted by Burning Lamp Alpha. First day is practicing in Sky Palace. How is he doing? Burning Lamp Alpha asked. He will be a marquis soon, Clear Sea King answered. Good. First day isn't as talented as Seven Spirit or Speechless, but he can match them in strength. Through his practice in Sky Palace, and a roster of talents that marry the best of two races, he might have a higher chance of becoming deified than Seven Spirit did. We cannot allow this opportunity to escape our grasp, Burning Lamp said. Now that Han Sen is in Sky Palace, will he? Clear Sea King was worried. Burning Lamp said coldly, Sky Palace has taken in Han Senator, they have also taken in First Day. There is no need to worry for First Day's safety. Don't do anything until Han Sen leaves Sky Palace. And don't contact First Day. Wait until he is done in Sky Palace too. Not long after, the day came again when White Jade Jing would open. Han Sen and Yun Sui returned from Old Night Island. In that time, Han Sen had managed to hunt 11 Earl Xenogeneics. But since Yun Sui was with him, he hadn't wanted to eat the Xenogeneic genes in front of her. So he brought everything back. When the Jade Heir in White Jade Jing came to an end, Han Sen brought the Xenogeneic genes back to Jade Island. Yun Sui, follow me home, Yun Sushang called to her sister. Yun Sui glanced at Yun Sushang, looking all moody, and said, Don't worry, sis. I'm going home. Yun Sushang was shocked. She noticed there was something amiss with Yu Sui's attitude. With worry, she asked, What's going on? Has Han Sen been mistreating you? Yun Sui shook her head and sighed. They were not real sisters, but their relationship was just as close as two blood relatives. They talked about everything, so she told Yun Sushang the things she had learned about Han Sen. I see. This is good, though. You are of the sky, and you are a daughter of an elder. You cannot be with an outsider. By ending it now, you're only saving yourself from greater suffering in the future. Yun Sushang felt relief when she heard what was troubling Yun Sui. So, she comforted her and said, Han Sen is smart, but he is not the only one out there for you. There are other geniuses like him amongst the sky. I will find you someone, and you can decide. Yun Sui wasn't in the mood for jokes, and she was feeling very sad. She forced a smile and went home. Because the next day was the exam, and Han Sen was in a rush, he didn't have the time to eat slowly. After he cooked all his stuff in one pot, he used Consume to digest every xenogeneic material as fast as he could. His body felt hot, cold, and sore all at the same time. He felt as if he had been electrified, and some power flowed through his body. It made him feel stronger. The gene increase announcement played in his head, over and over. He had an extra 11 Earl genes now. Counting the 2 from before, he now had 40 in total. But when Han Sen picked up the Blood God Mantis mutant gene, the announcement still declared he did not have a sufficient number of Earl genes. Blood God Mantis 1 gene has a much higher requirement than the Ant Queen gene, but now I don't have any more time to hunt Xenogeneics. Han Sen put away the Blood God Mantis mutant gene. He sat on his jade bed to practice jade skin. Although it was not as fast as practicing in the White Jade building, having a little was better than nothing. The next morning, when Han Sen was about to set off toward the exam location, Yu Jing came to him. He rode over on a jade knight crane. Brother Han, there is something I seek to discuss with you. Yu Jing spoke quickly, upon his arrival on the island. What is it? Han Sen looked at Yu Jing. Yu Jing lowered his voice and said, The first opponent you face today, he hopes he can proceed through the exam. So, he paid a high price, hoping you might let him go on. Yu Jing didn't say it directly, but he meant that the opponent had paid money for Han San to throw the fight. "Sorry, I can't help him," Han San said simply. Yu Jing quickly said, "Brother Han, you do know that your sixth enemy is Lone Bamboo. Yes? It is difficult to determine whether or not you'll win. It would be better to take this benefit now while you can." When Yu Jing said that it was difficult to determine who would win, he really meant that Han San would most likely lose. And if Han San lost, all Yu Jing's money would be lost. Right now, he was only concerned with losing as little as possible. "My purpose is to get to first place. I don't care about anything else." After Han San said that, he mounted the legless crane. He flew straight towards Skypath Island, where the exams would be held. Yu Jing was shocked. He was frozen in place for a while. After a while, he snapped out of his daze. He spoke to himself miserably, saying, "I hope you can reach first place too. But how are you going to beat Lone Bamboo?" On Skypath Island, for different classes of people awaited their exam. Barons, viscounts, earls, and marquises. The most popular section today would be the Earl examination. Many kings and nobles had gone there, and the stands were very full. It made the other three look so quiet. Many barons and viscount students went there to watch the exam, too. They went there for Lone Bamboo. Han San was not afraid because no one took him seriously. Anyway, aside from Yu Jing and the people that had made a bet with him, no one would be anticipating the fight between Han San and Lone Bamboo. When Lone Bamboo arrived, he was given the spotlight. People kept talking about him, trying to guess why he wished to participate in the exam. No one could guess the true reason why. Many people looked in Lone Bamboo's direction, which made it easy for Han San to get a glimpse of him, too. When he saw the man's face, he looked surprised. He said, "That guy is Lone Bamboo?" It was the arrogant man Han San had seen on the 7th floor of the White Jade building. Seeing the match roster, Han San found that he was one round behind Lone Bamboo. So, he sat on the sidelines to see what sort of power Lone Bamboo wielded. Sky Palace students were strong, so it was no wonder that they were a famous high race. There were many strong representatives of the race there, and they all had amazing genoarts. Han San had fun spectating, but not long after, he saw Lone Bamboo approach the arena. It was not just Han San turning to take a look at Lone Bamboo. Everyone else was as well. One corner of the arena became the center of attention for the entire place. After a while, an Earl student from Sky Palace came to the arena. He went straight up to Lone Bamboo. Everyone thought they could watch Lone Bamboo fight, but that Earl student came before the man and just grabbed his hand. With much excitement, he said, "Brother Lone Bamboo, I can finally see you. I have been a fan ever since I was small." The supposed fight turned into a meet between a fan and their greatest idol. After the Earl finished speaking, he forfeited the fight and left. Damn! He can do that. Han San felt depressed. The people next to Han San were even more depressed. Many of them were angry even. That guy is too obscene. He knew he couldn't compete against Lone Bamboo. He did this just so he didn't have to embarrass himself. It won't go on like this, will it? With no one daring to fight him. It is hard to say. Everyone knows Lone Bamboo's strength. It does not matter if they fight or not, but perhaps someone arrogant enough will think they have the chops to challenge him. Brother Lone Bamboo is so smart. He does not have to fight, and yet he can still win. Not much later, it was Han Sen's turn for a reveal. He went towards the arena, but he did not draw much attention. Only a few people who knew Han Sen, or those that knew he got carried to Sky Palace, bothered to take a look. Han Sen's opponent was called Cool Jade. He was quite good amongst the earls, but there were many good ones like that all across Sky Palace. Being decidedly average, he wasn't very well renowned. Yun Sui could not help but watch Han Sen's fight. Yu Jing had not dared show himself, as he was afraid he'd bump into the guys he had made the gambit with. If he went, he believed he'd be laughed at. Yun Sui just sat down, and she heard a few men talking. Since I'm so bored, I might as well see how strong this Han Sen is. Yu Jing sure compliments him enough. It does not matter how strong he is. He's going to lose to Lone Bamboo anyway. Don't say that just yet. Maybe he will be killed before he even meets Lone Bamboo. That's right, haha. The few were chatting amongst each other, and it made Yun Sui frown. When she was about to confront those voices, someone suddenly approached and sat down next to her. Brother Lone Bamboo? After Yun Sui saw who the person was, she was shocked. Everyone looked at Lone Bamboo, and they were all shocked too. Many women looked at him with the most charming faces. Why is Lone Bamboo here? Who is he watching? There is nothing worthy of his focus here, right? Of course there isn't. None of the earls here are worthy of his spectating. Maybe he is here to watch a friend? That is possible. Would it be for Yun Sui? That is possible too. Yun Sui's prettiness and talent are unequaled across all of Sky Palace. She wouldn't be an embarrassment for Lone Bamboo. Yun Sui, hearing that, frowned again. She looked at Lone Bamboo, and he looked down at the arena without any emotion. Yun Sui's heart jumped, and she thought to herself, is Lone Bamboo here for Han San? There were many fights going on in the arena, and they were all going on at the same time. It was difficult to determine who he was watching. Han San felt the stare coming from Lone Bamboo, though. Han San turned to take a look, and he saw Lone Bamboo looking at him. He thought to himself, why is he watching me? Cool Jade pulled out his long sword and swung it at Han's senator. The sword light possessed a purple mist, and it seemed strong enough to sunder the ceiling. Han San summoned spell next to him, and he fired his pistols at Cool Jade. Dong! 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 The munitions were continuously expelled, and Cool Jade's long sword kept swinging around with its purple mist. It blocked a few bullets, but more hit his body and armor. He flew out of the ring and conceded defeat. Damn! What is that thing? Is that a Geno armament? It looks very strong. A Geno armament like that is better to watch than the fight itself. Han Sen's victory didn't draw much attention, ultimately. Some students were interested in spell more than Han Sen himself. Han Sen put spell away and left the arena. Everyone looked back to where Lone Bamboo had been, and they noticed he had vanished. Yun Sui, who had been next to him, was gone too. Now people knew they had guessed it right. He had gone there for Yun Sui. Outside the exam arena, Yun Sui was chasing after Lone Bamboo. He left as soon as Han San started fighting. Brother Lone Bamboo, please wait, Yun Sui shouted as she chased after Lone Bamboo. Lone Bamboo stopped, looked at Yun Sui and said, Sister Sui, what do you need? Brother Lone Bamboo, who were you watching earlier? Yun Sui knew all about Lone Bamboo. There was no reason to beat around the bush. Why would this matter concern you? Lone Bamboo frowned. Yun Sui quickly said, Han San is my friend. Were you watching his fight? Lone Bamboo nodded. He had no reason to hide the fact. It is because of him that I joined the exam. I do not want to be number one. I only wish to fight him. Yun Sui had guessed that he had come here for Han San, but she didn't expect this answer. It shocked her. Why? Yun Sui looked confused. Han Sen was smart, but Lone Bamboo was even stronger. After seeing Han Sen's power, she still believed Lone Bamboo was superior. This thought was inside the heads of everyone in Sky Palace. Han Sen could not change everyone's expectations simply by performing well. It is because he activated the 12 buildings and 5 cities in White Jing, Lone Bamboo said, before he turned around. What? Yun Sui was shocked. In the history of Sky Palace, fewer than 100 people had experienced what Lone Bamboo just claimed. And out of all the earls in the exam, Lone Bamboo had been the only one to see all the buildings and cities. Even Thousand Feather Crane and Yun Sushang had only been able to spy the 12 buildings. They hadn't seen a single one of the 5 cities. After Han San beat Cool Jade, there were no more fights left for Han San that day. He would have to wait until the next day. He didn't leave, though. He stayed to watch the fights. There was a difference between the Geno arts of the Geno universe and the Geno arts of the sanctuaries. Somehow, there seemed to be a thread connecting them. Sky Palace's Geno arts were very high tier. After watching the fights, Han Sen found himself learning a lot. He compared what he saw to what he had learned in the past. Han Sen left the place when all the exams were over for the day. Over the next few days, Han Sen did not encounter any strong enemies. spell was so powerful that her pistols could beat everything she was put against. In no time at all, 5 Earl students were brought down. It was a shame that not many of his enemies had much in the way of fame. As a result of this, his continued success drew little in the way of attention. But when people did pay attention to his fights, they were greatly interested in what sort of geno-armament spell was. Aside from the first match that Lone Bamboo spectated, he did not return. Perhaps it was because Han Sen's opponents were so inferior, he wouldn't see much of anything regardless. Whatever the reason was, he did not come back. And Lone Bamboo's fights were fan meet and greets. No one in Sky Palace had the courage to fight Lone Bamboo. There was only one that had the courage to fight him. But when Lone Bamboo pulled out his sword, he could only move a step before the Earl student conceded. Han Sen watched that match and he was shocked. Lone Bamboo was stronger than he thought. After all, he is the one that survived the nightmare, Han Sen thought to himself. If he wanted the position of first to receive under the sky, he'd have to beat Lone Bamboo. There was no getting around that. The next day would be the day when Han Sen was to fight Lone Bamboo. When he returned to Jade Island that evening, he went straight to studying Jadeskin. He didn't worry about the fight the next day. Han Sen's level would not be affected by emotions. Win or lose, as long as he tried his hardest, that was enough. Worrying over the results was a waste of energy. Brother Han, are you here? Yu Jing had arrived at Han Sen's island. What is it? Han Sen came out the door and saw Yu Jing riding his jade night crane. It circled the sky above. Seeing Han Sen come out, Yu Jing came down and landed with the bird. He walked before Han Sen with a look of great worry and said, Brother Han, what are you going to do to prepare for tomorrow? What should I be preparing? Han Sen looked at him with confusion. Yu Jing looked depressed hearing that, and he gave a wry smile. You are going to fight Uncle Lone Bamboo. You know how strong he is. You should be getting prepared. How so? Han Sen asked, laughing. Such as taking some pills that can temporarily boost your power. Or perhaps even a treasure. The exams allow you to take drugs, and if you don't have any, I have some very effective pills you might benefit from, Yu Jing said, bringing out a few bottles. He placed them in front of Han Sen and said, I can sell them to you for a cheap price. I don't have money. Han Sen held his hands out to the sides, showing his empty palms. I can take an IOU, Yu Jing said quickly. I don't want to be in debt, Han Sen said. Yu Jing was angered by this, and he asked, Do you want to win or not? Yeah. Han Sen nodded. Yu Jing gritted his teeth and pulled out a bottle. He said, This bottle belongs to the Grandmaster Elder in the 6th seat. It contains the Fengho pills he created. After you use them, they can make you as strong as a marquise for a short time. The effects last 1 hour, and for the purpose of fighting Lone Bamboo, I can let you borrow them all. Borrow? How? If I eat it, it'll be gone. Han Sen asked Yu Jing. You use them before the fight. If you win, you reimburse me for the pills, Yu Jing said. What if I lose? Han Sen smiled at Yu Jing. Then that is okay. You can pay me back slowly. Yu Jing's jaw was starting to ache. I want them, but never mind. I can't pay you back if I lose. Han Sen smiled. Yu Jing was so angry. Yu Jing had never done anything that put him at a disadvantage before. He had received those pills from the Grandmaster, and he treated them like a treasure. He wouldn't use them willy-nilly. He kept them in a box, and no matter how much money he was offered, he wouldn't sell them. Now he wanted to give them to Han Sen, and Han Sen was declining. It made him furious. If Han Sen lost the next day, he'd also go bankrupt. Thinking of that, Yu Jing had to suppress his anger. He squeezed the bottle into Han Sen's hand and said, Fine, you don't have to pay me back. These are a gift. Use all your strength to fight, and try your best to win tomorrow. When Yu Jing spoke, he felt as if his heart was bleeding. His eyes were all red when he put the pills into Han Sen's hand. He knew that even if Han Sen did use the Fengho pills, there was a fine chance he wouldn't win. But any chance was better than no chance. Yu Jing had to try everything he could to hold on to his money. If you really want to help, get me some Earl Xenogeneic genes. I'll pay you back for those, Han said after a moment of thought. Sure. Which element do you need, and how many? Jing said quickly. If they'd give Han a higher chance of winning, he'd do it. If he was going to go bankrupt anyway, he might as well risk it. It does not matter. The more the merrier. But they do have to be Earl. Hansen smiled. Not long after, Jing was driving a flying beast car to Hansen's Jade Island. He hauled a whole bunch of xenogeneic genes out of the car. There were 23 of them. Brother Han, what do you need this many xenogeneic genes for? Will they help in the fight against Lone Bamboo tomorrow? Jing asked Hansen. Yes, they will be quite useful. We can sign a contract, and I'll reimburse you after the exam. Hansen moved the xenogeneic genes into his room. Some of those xenogeneic genes were as small as one's fingertip. Others were as big as a mortar and pestle. All in all, they took up half of his entire room space. Fortunately, Hansen had the technique called consume. If he hadn't, eating all of that in one night would have been impossible. After Jing left, he went back to the stone house and began cooking the smallest genes. Hansen swallowed a small bone. After he did, a weird power went into his own bones, and he heard an announcement, Earl Gene +1. After proceeding to eat more and more, Hansen tried the blood god mantis mutant gene. He had eaten 17 pieces, and when his Earl gene tally reached 57, the mutant gene did not play him the announcement he feared. I can finally eat it. Hansen put the ruby-looking bit into his mouth. He swallowed it, using consume to digest it. Quickly, a hot flush rushed through Hansen's body. Just like the Ant Queen gene, it circulated on a path through Hansen's veins. The mutant gene's power took a long time to get absorbed. But after a while he heard an announcement. Earl-class xenogeneic geno art obtained. Red Reaper. Hansen tracked the energy flow, and suddenly, a reaper of red smoke appeared, clutched a red scythe. It was just like the reaper that appeared on the mantis before. The Red Reaper did not have a mind of its own. It was just a form of energy wrapped with a master's control. Hansen had to control it with his own will, but even so, it was very strong. It was far stronger than the blood-good mantis had been. Hansen checked, and he could see that the body was filled with red mist. When a portion of the body was broken, it could regenerate. It wouldn't be damaged. This xenogeneic geno art is interesting. Hansen could do two things at the same time, so controlling the Red Reaper would not be difficult. Also, the power it wielded was stronger than spell. That being said, it could only be used in close quarters. The Red Reaper's existence also consumed Hansen's own power. Every second it was around cost Hansen energy, so he couldn't use it for a very long time. Hansen was strong, but even he would end up tired after using it for a while. The Earl xenogeneic genes were so big, and Hansen did not even have the time to eat them. He'd give them back to Jing after the fight the next day. The exam's popularity was still as hot as it was a few days prior. Many people continued coming, all with the desire to watch Lone Bamboo. No one thought it was extra special today, though. Jing hid himself in a corner and did not show up. He didn't want to be found by the men he was avoiding. Thousand Feather Crane, Yun Susang, Yun Sui, and First Day had come to watch. Yun Sui's mind was racked with conflicted thoughts. Lone Bamboo had come to the exam place. When it was his turn to do battle, he walked forward. Hansen didn't do anything particularly eye-catching, and he just walked before Lone Bamboo. Everything seemed to be developing fairly ordinarily. This was what had occurred before every other fight with Lone Bamboo. Seeing Hansen walk over towards Lone Bamboo, Jing, in the corner, felt beads of sweat form on his forehead and hands. He was more nervous than he would be if he was the one to fight. The Feng Ho pills. Eat them. Jing, not seeing Hansen eat the pills, wanted to scream. But Hansen did not do anything of the sort. He just walked over to Lone Bamboo, and at a distance of 10 steps away he started swinging. Ghost Teeth Knife had purple sword air. It was like a beast that could sunder the air, and it roared as it came before Lone Bamboo. Lone Bamboo had a jade sword on his waist, but he did not draw it. He used his left hand like a knife. The hand looked like jade, and it was swung at Hansen like a blade. Its aim was the teeth knife air. Pang! The purple knife air slammed into the invisible knife air in the sky. The power shattered into a number of smaller knives that scattershot the ground. The rocks were cut open by the knife air, and there were far too many impacts across the ground. The ground could not sustain the pressure, and so it cracked. The rocks arose and they were cut in the air. They were shattered even more. Dong! Amidst the rocks and knife airs, they both started to move. Hansen had his white spell armor, while Lone Bamboo wore a jade armor set. Their knife airs kept going against each other quickly. The knife airs were all over the place, and the ground was broken. Even the lines of the arena were flickering. It looked as if they'd break at any given moment. The audience members that were sitting fairly close started to fall back a bit. Everyone was shocked. No one expected a fight of such magnitude could erupt without any prior indication. For Duke-class elites landed around the arena. They released power into the ring of battle to stabilize it. Isha's student is different. He is almost as impressive as she was. In Sky Palace, a Sky with white hair observed the events of that arena. His eyes squinted. The eyes of many ordinary students were having difficulty tracking the fight. They saw the power everywhere, but amidst it all, they could not actually see Hansen or Lone Bamboo. Damn! I thought that Hansen was weak. He was carried into Sky Palace, wasn't he? How is he so strong? Teeth knife is powerful. It is too strong. It is no wonder he was the student selected by Knife Queen. I knew an elite like her would not accept a weak student. As everyone discussed this, the knife air in the arena dissipated, then vanished. Hansen and Lone Bamboo were still standing 10 steps away from each other. The entire arena had been destroyed, as if an earthquake had taken place. Teeth knife is powerful, Lone Bamboo said. Your knife skills aren't too shabby, either, Hansen answered. When I was in my 1964th dream, I was a knife man. I wanted to be number one, and I attacked everyone. I died during a siege. This knife skill is called picking up one. I created this during that life, Lone Bamboo said calmly. You need a knife? Hansen said. Lone Bamboo nodded and said, yes, I need a knife. After that, Lone Bamboo bowed towards Sky Palace and said, to all these people, I am asking if someone would be willing to lend me their knife. Then, a green light from Sky Palace traveled towards him like a rainbow. It descended in front of Lone Bamboo, and it was revealed to be a long green knife. It was adorned with a number of decorative patterns. That narrow knife was in front of Lone Bamboo, and it hovered there, making noises. The nearby students who were wearing knives felt the knives shaking on their belts. Thank you. Lone Bamboo bowed before the knife before picking it up. When he did this, the knife made a sound. The moment Lone Bamboo took the knife, it was as if the knife blended into him. You couldn't tell if they were two separate entities, and it was like they were a part of each other. The knife was like an extension of his arm. The knife is called Spring Heart. It is a king-class weapon. Lone Bamboo touched the knife, and spoke to Hansen with a serious tone. Ghost teeth. It is also a king-class weapon, Hansen said. Brother Lone Bamboo borrowed a weapon from the armory to fight Senator. This Hansen is not as simple as he appears. He is the student of Knife Queen, after all. He has a king-class weapon as well. Of course Lone Bamboo needs a king-class weapon to compete. He'd be at a disadvantage otherwise. It is rare to see Lone Bamboo take things seriously like this. Yujing was quite excited. Lone Bamboo borrowed a king-class weapon to fight Hansen, and that meant Lone Bamboo was taking his opponent seriously. It also meant Hansen was powerful. And this little factoid imbued Yujing with a glimmer of hope. They both spoke, but they did not yet attack. They looked at each other, and there was an indescribable atmosphere between them. Hansen did not strike, but his presence was scary. He was like a beast on top of a mountain, roaring. And Lone Bamboo was like a sharp weapon, pointing at the sky. It wouldn't fall even in the midst of a storm. As their presences grew stronger, the presences touched each other and made an explosion. There were two powers fighting in the air. That scary knife mind is practically solid. Someone was in shock. These knife minds are as strong as king-class ones. How do they do it? It makes sense for Lone Bamboo, as he has experienced a lot. He became a master of the knife in his dreams. It is understandable. But why does Han Sen have such a knife mind, too? Has he had experience as a knife master? Yun Sui asked Yun Sushang, sister, out of Han Sen and Lone Bamboo, whose knife mind is stronger? Yun Sushang gave a wry smile. Their knife minds are both king-class equivalents. I cannot make such a call. First Day quietly said, Lone Bamboo has experienced so much. His will can most certainly rival a king-class or deified being. I did not expect Han Sen to possess such a strong will as well. I have no idea how he has done this. When those knife minds reached their zenith, both the knives were swung at the same time. No one took a step back, and they both threw all their powers forward. Only one of them would emerge victorious. There was no other possibility. Dong! The knives came against each other. Their souls were colliding. This was a fight about strength. The striking sounds, and the moaning of their souls, trumpeted between the knives. A single second later, the two knife lights flashed between them. The shattered knife air broke everything around them, but neither of them backed away. In this moment, the loser would be determined by whoever took a step back. The knife light was green and purple in the center. They kept hitting each other, making noise. No one could see anything in the gap between the two. When the collision reached its max, a stronger power exploded in the middle. It blew them both a dozen meters away. Boom! The next second, everything between them turned to dust. There was a big crater in the middle. Lone Bamboo's eyes looked as if they were on fire. His left hand gripped the bottom of the handle, and he lifted it back up with two hands. Then he slashed towards Han Sen like an executioner. The green knife light suddenly formed a line that split heaven and hell. It was coming for Han Sen, and it came at him like it was going to cut the world in half. Black and white, sky and earth, yin and yang. They were not supposed to merge. Han Sen looked heavy. He drew a circle with his ghost teeth knife, and when that knife light struck the circle, it ricocheted off in a different direction. And then Han Sen shouted. The knife circle sent the knife light back to Lone Bamboo. Great! Lone Bamboo shouted. He went forward with the spring heart knife. He slashed towards the knife circle. The knife light broke the knife circle, and the knife light that came back was following the subsequent hit back to Han Sen. Han Sen was not backing down. He held Ghost Teeth Knife above his head and slashed in Lone Bamboo's direction. The knife air was like a beast going after Lone Bamboo's knife light. They hit each other in the air, like water being thrown against each other. They blended into each other and disappeared. It was just a few slashes and people were confused. They did not know what was happening. Seeing that knife skill, I realize my own knife skills are rubbish, said a marquise that practiced with knives. These two are too scary. I would rather fight a marquise than fight someone like that, who is at my same level, murmured an earl that looked pale. He imagined himself being down in that fight and knew that he would be killed, either by the hands of Han Sen or Lone Bamboo. An earl felt the same way and said, their levels are not like their official tier. They might be earls, but even if they were to challenge marquises, I find the former more likely to win. It is no wonder Knife Queen wanted to take an outsider student. For him to be able to fight with Lone Bamboo like that, Han Sen must be a monster. The battle was harder than Han Sen thought it would be. He pushed Teeth Knife and his knife mind to the max, but he still could not suppress Lone Bamboo. He was in a bad situation, and the slightest mistake would mean he _D lose. The people watching were enjoying the spectacle. Every attack that was performed was something phenomenal. Sometimes, after seeing a move, the audience would just think about it. And while they thought, Han Sen and Lone Bamboo would exchange 100 more moves. People wished they could replay it all so they could examine every detail. Eventually, many elites from across Sky Palace came over to the arena. Kings gathered to witness the fight. Sister, can Han Sen win? Yun Sui's hands were drenched in sweat. She grabbed Yun Sushang's shoulder as she felt her body go soft. She feared she'd faint if she didn't stabilize herself. I really don't know, Yoon Sushang said, but she felt bad about it. He can't win. A man's voice sounded next to the two sisters. Dad! Yoon Sushang and Yoon Suyi shouted upon seeing the man. Thousand Feather Crane bowed and addressed him as master. That middle-aged man, with gray clothes, was Yoon Suyi's father. He was the 10th elder called Yoon Chongkong. Dad, are you saying Han Sen will lose? Yoon Suyi couldn't help but ask. Yoon Chongkong shook his head and said, I said he wouldn't win. I did not say he will lose. Then what does that mean? The three of them were frozen. What Yoon Chongkong said was too strange. Both of them have knife skills and knife minds that have reached a pinnacle that ordinary people cannot reach. There is a minor difference between winning and losing. Anyone can win. Anyone can lose. If this was a death match, one would be a winner. But this is not a death match. If this is for the comparing of skills, neither can truly win, Yoon Chongkong explained. Then how do we determine who will win? Yoon Suyi asked. Who knows? Why do you want to know the result so bad? Isn't it better not to focus on a winner and a loser right now? Yoon Chongkong smiled. Yoon Suyi wished to say something, but she noticed Han San and Lone Bamboo were separated. Neither of them were striking, and she nervously looked their way. She wanted to see what was happening. It looks like knives can't determine a winner. Han San sighed. He then put Ghost Teeth Knife back to his waist. He thought Teeth Knife was close to deified, given the extent of his knife mind. He wanted to suppress Lone Bamboo, but his tactic hadn't worked at all. Lone Bamboo lifted the spring heart knife in front of himself on a flat palm. He bowed, and then the knife became a green light and disappeared. It returned to the main island. What else are you good at? Lone Bamboo asked as he looked at Hansen. If this sentence had come from someone else, it would have sounded like pure arrogance. But this was coming from Lone Bamboo, so it felt like something ordinary. He had experienced so much. He was not only good with knives, he was probably talented with everything. That's why he had the guts to say something like that. Han Sen went silent and said, whichever weapon we use, the result will likely be the same. If we are not fighting for our lives, determining a winner might be impossible. This is pointless. What are you thinking? Lone Bamboo asked. If we can't fight, then this match is dull. How about we stand here and we use our techniques to compete? We can see who can crack the skills of the other, Hansen said quietly. Sure, you can go first, Lone Bamboo said. Hansen did not hesitate. He cast a jade light that landed on Lone Bamboo's chest. When the Sky Palace students saw the jade light land on Lone Bamboo, they became so nervous that they wanted to scream. But when the jade light landed on him, nothing really happened. It turned into a strange symbol, and it became attached to his chest. Everyone looked at the symbol strangely. They were unsure what it was supposed to do. Lone Bamboo moved his body and said, this skill can reduce speed. It is very unique. This is the best Geno art I have seen that is associated with such an effect. It is not much worse than a king-class Geno art, but what? Han Sen asked the question the entire audience wished to. Lone Bamboo said coldly, if I am not mistaken, your Geno art uses the outer sky powers from Sky Palace. After he said that, everyone in Sky Palace was shocked. Han Sen was an outsider, and he had only walked the road to the sky once. And yet already, he could use the fabled words to synthesize a new Geno art. It was unbelievable. Everyone looked at Han Sen, awaiting his answer. Not bad. Han Sen nodded in admittance. All the kings, hearing Han Sen admit this, were shocked. It was hard to believe. He wasn't carried because he could not walk to Sky Palace. It is because he was learning the two words Sky Palace from the road to the sky. He was successful. This guy is scary. The students in Sky Palace discussed. Even the powerful kings all looked surprised. If outer sky feelings were that easy to grasp, Sky Palace would have elites everywhere. Lone Bamboo quietly said, I practiced the textless book. Outer sky powers come from there, so it won't work on me. After that, Lone Bamboo's body trembled. The turtle shell was then shattered. It hadn't even left a mark on him. "It is your turn." Han Sen shrugged his shoulder. He knew it would be difficult to trap Lone Bamboo with the turtle skill. Lone Bamboo did not move, but his eyes did. And when they did, a light went into Han Sen. Han Sen did not evade it, and he let the light enter him. What is this power? It feels so familiar. Yun Sushang frowned in thought. Yun Chongkong said grimly, "It is a dream skill from the dream beast. Lone Bamboo was only there for 10 years, and yet he learned dream. Although it is not as good as 1,000 dreams, it is enough to trap Han Sen in there for his whole life." When Yun Sui heard that, she was shocked. A lifetime could be long, and so he might enter a sleep from which he would never wake. But when that light landed on Han Sen, his eyes were so clear. It didn't look as if he was going to dream. The light on Han Sen slowly disappeared, and eventually he smiled and said, "It is my turn again." "Please," Lone Bamboo said simply. First Day was confused, and so he said, "Weird, why is Han Sen not in a dream? Does he have a skill that can remove dreams?" Yun Chongkong shook his head and said, "He didn't need to remove the dream. Snaring someone in a dream requires a stronger will than your opponent, and for that foe to stumble into the dream. Han Sen didn't fall into a dream, and that meant his will is as strong as Lone Bamboo's. That is why it did not work on him. The nightmare that Lone Bamboo experienced was something that should have taken him 10,000 years to wake up from. But Lone Bamboo's will continued to grow, even inside that dream. It reached a scary level, and the dreams after did not affect him. That is how he was able to wake up in only 10 years. Does that mean Han Sen's will is as good as Brother Lone Bamboo? Who experienced the dream? How did he manage that? First Day asked with wonder. That is something you will have to ask him. Yun Chongking shook his head. He looked at Han Sen with admiration. Han Sen sighed as he tried to think of which skill he might need in order to defeat Lone Bamboo. Han Sen had mastered many techniques, but when compared to Lone Bamboo, he only excelled in a meager few. Lone Bamboo could spend a lifetime learning proficiency with a skill in the space of one dream. Han Sen, however, was just a human. A life was only a few decades long. He wasn't even 100 years old, and so he couldn't compete with Lone Bamboo. If they were going to continue competing like this, Han Sen would run out of skills to use. So he had to end the fight. This could not go on much longer. But how do I stop Lone Bamboo? Han Sen wondered. But then the light of an idea popped up. Han Sen moved his ghost teeth knife, but it wasn't headed for Lone Bamboo. He struck a rock on the ground and cut out a 10-meter-long rectangular stone. He placed it on the ground. People were curious and unsure what he was doing. Han Sen punched the rock side. Then he smiled at Lone Bamboo and said, "Can you do that?" Everyone thought this was weird because when Han Sen punched the rock, there was no mark left on it at all. They didn't know what he meant by this. Lone Bamboo's hand became a knife, and he slashed the rock and cut it in half. And then, people realized that no mark had been left on the side of the stone Han Sen had punched. But on the inside, there was the mark of a fist. The stone around that fist shape had become dust. It appeared after Lone Bamboo cut the rock open. There was a fist-shaped hole. It fit Han Sen's fist. Very powerful in force. He can punch a 10-meter-long rock and not break it. With this in force, armor would be useless against him. Any defense would find itself obliterated, said someone in the audience, surprised. Lone Bamboo did not speak, and just punched the rock that had been cut in half. It was still the same, and the rock did not look damaged. Han Sen used a knife to cut that rock in half. The side that was closer to him had a fist mark, even though the location was the same. "Good," Han Sen complimented. He had practiced with yin-yang forces. He had spent much effort to become talented with it, but Lone Bamboo was not much worse. The students of Sky Palace were so happy. They were complimenting Lone Bamboo's punch. Han Sen was the one who posed the question, so it was obvious he'd be good at it. It was more surprising that Lone Bamboo was able to do the same. Lone Bamboo said emotionlessly, "When I was in my 731st life, I was a weak woman, but I was born in a boxing family. I was bullied, but I was still able to create a force fist skill. It was not powerful, but it hurt others on the inside. I killed all those who bullied me, and I became an infamous villain. But then alas, I was poisoned. It took 3 long years for my organs to rot, and for me to finally die. Lone Bamboo spoke of this calmly, as if it was nothing. Even so, people were shocked to hear all this. Your turn, Hansen said quietly. He was saddened to hear about Lone Bamboo's dream. Lone Bamboo picked up another piece of rock. He stabbed it into the ground like a tablet, leaving 7 or 8 meters of it sticking out. Hansen looked at Lone Bamboo, unsure what he was going to do. If they were going to write and compete with their wills, Hansen could use teeth knife mind. He wouldn't lose. But Lone Bamboo knew this, and so Hansen could guess that this wouldn't boil down to simple writing. Lone Bamboo looked at the rock, but he didn't pull out his sword. He walked back 10 meters and said, "My sword will break through 9 tiers. Can yours?" The students that watched were confused. They didn't know what that meant. Furthermore, he only spoke and did not perform anything. Yun Sui was confused, too. Just as she was going to ask Yun Changkong, there was an explosion. The surface of the rock was blown up, and there was a crack. And then there was writing on it. "I want to break through 9 tiers. The words were carved into the stone, as if by a weapon. Felt like a mad bull. It felt as if those words were going to come out of the stone and leap into the skies. Sonic Blade is not too rare. Can break rocks 100 meters away. But Lone Bamboo can write with it so powerfully. Not one else who has practiced with sonic powers could do such a thing. This isn't a matter of control. It's just that no one else can make a sound like that." A Sky Palace Duke found himself in shock. Because Lone Bamboo has experienced a lot, he has collected so many skills and feelings. Normal people are glad to just have one. Hansen has practiced with knives and yin, which is rare for someone of his age. There is no way he has sonic powers as well. I am afraid Hansen cannot compete with Lone Bamboo now. There are no others that can equal Lone Bamboo. Even though Hansen is strong, to compete with Lone Bamboo like that is impossible. Many students were shocked. Hansen smiled and asked, "Which life did you learn this skill in?" Lone Bamboo's face did not change, and he calmly said, "It was in my 3754th life. In it, I was a musician that killed others with my music. I was trapped in an echoing valley, and eventually killed by my own musical powers." Hansen shook his head and did not say anything. He walked to the other side of the rock, just as Lone Bamboo had done. He stopped 10 meters away and took a deep breath. Can Hansen do it? Yun Sui was worried, and so she grabbed Yun Sushang's arm. She knew they could not be romantically involved, but that did not mean she wished to see Hansen fail. Yun Sushang had a wry smile. "How am I supposed to know? But not many people practice with sonic powers, and especially to the degree of Lone Bamboo. They are a rare talent, and we haven't seen Hansen use a technique that is in any way similar to it. This is bad." Yun Sui was even more worried now. She wanted to say something, but before she did, Hansen was speaking again. "Sitting in the clouds, lonely and cold," Hansen said. He didn't think too much about it, but he wanted to comfort Lone Bamboo. He wanted to understand him. Lone Bamboo had suffered 10,000 nightmares. Although he had become a genius as a result, Hansen knew he must have been sad and lonely. No one knew how difficult it was to be that powerful. No one could understand the pain. After Hansen wrote those words down, the rock shattered like powder. The 7 words appeared, and they hit the onlookers like a physical weight. People's hearts sank in their chests. Damn! This guy has a powerful sonic skill. The audience at Sky Palace had their mouths wide open. Yun Sui looked very happy. She looked at Yun Changkong and asked, "Dad, does that mean that Hansen passed the test?" "I guess so." Yun Changkong saw Hansen's sword convey a portion of his strong mind. But since Yun Changkong wasn't proficient with sonic powers, he couldn't judge too accurately. "It is your turn." Lone Bamboo saw the words Hansen had written, and after a glimmer of surprise, he returned to his normal state. He spoke to Hansen calmly. Hansen was delighted. He had learned from Six Paths Emperor the Six Paths sword skills. Amongst them was Sonic Sword, which he also took the time to learn. It was fortunate he had learned it, too. If he hadn't, he'd have lost right then and there. Six Paths sword skills were so strong. They couldn't have been any worse than the sword skills practiced in the Geno universe. If he had been born here, Six Paths would have been a famous swordsman for sure. Thinking about Six Paths sword skills, Han Sen thought to himself, the spirit sword of Six Paths can trigger depression and break the will of enemies, can make them fall to depression. Lone Bamboo has experienced so much, so he must be quite depressed already. The more depressed a person is, the more effective this is. Perhaps there is a chance I can win, after all. Han Sen looked at Lone Bamboo and smiled. I have a sword. You can take a look at it if you want. Yes, please, Lone Bamboo responded. Han Sen ran a skill. When he learned Six Paths sword skills, he learned Heart Sword first. He hadn't practiced much of the other 5, but he had used this a great deal. The others weren't comparable to his proficiency with this. He put his right finger and middle finger together. It looked like a sword, and with it, he pointed at Lone Bamboo's forehead. Lone Bamboo did not dodge. Calmly, he watched Han Sen's performance. But when Han Sen's sword air came to his forehead, Lone Bamboo's face changed. The kings in Sky Palace noticed Lone Bamboo's face change. And what they saw shocked them. They couldn't see what was so special about that sword, to make his face change like so. Ordinary people, and even the kings themselves, thought it was an average strike. There was nothing special about it, or so it seemed. It really looked like a normal strike. What is this? Is it something different? I can't see the power inside it. If you could see it, you would become Lone Bamboo. Oh no! Han Sen is a top enemy to shake Lone Bamboo so much. A second later, Han Sen's finger was on Lone Bamboo's forehead. Then he pulled it away. He returned to his position. Lone Bamboo's cold face was contorting in a bad way. His eyes were full of red vessels. He was trying to control something. But the scary power on him was getting heavier. The power in his body was like an angry beast raging around inside of him. He had only spilled some of its presence, but it was visibly scary. Oh no! Han Sen's strike has triggered Lone Bamboo's demons. Yun Changkong's face lost a little color. Dad, what is going on? Yun Suyi and the others did not understand either. They all turned to look at him. Yun Changkong looked complicated, and he explained, Lone Bamboo's mental torture was excruciating, and he persevered through the 10,000 nightmares by his sheer force of will. Even though he endured it, he has never come to feel at peace. It is like when a flood comes, and you raise a dam to stop the flow of the water. It's a reservoir. All the water is stopped where it is, but it does not disappear. It is still there. The more he stops these thoughts, the greater the depression he feels. Imagine how scary it must be to have the struggles of 10,000 lives in your mind. But the 10,000 nightmares were endured, and he survived despite his depression. Without interruption, keeping it at bay with a dam might work. But Han Sen's sword seems to have triggered the depression to act out. The suppressed emotions, that were built up for 10,000 years, have been let loose in an explosion. Lone Bamboo's mental fortitude had been broken. His 10,000-year depression has come. It is scarier than whatever he felt in any particular one of the lives he experienced. That depression might very well break him now, and it probably would do the same even if he was a king. Lone Bamboo. Yun Changkong stopped talking. He looked worried. Lone Bamboo was breathing like a beast, with green veins pulsating. His presence was losing its composure. He was looking more like a demon, almost freed from its cage. Many students that were watching looked terrified at the mere sight. Roar! Lone Bamboo roared to the sky. The energy inside him broke free, and it burst out. The whole place filled up with scary feelings that were hard to describe. Han Sen was in the arena. Even the students outside the ring could feel Lone Bamboo, even if they had a weak will. Their eyes started to cry. They felt hopeless, and they wished to die. Some barren students could not control themselves. They pulled out their swords and put them to their necks. It felt as if there was no more hope, and only sadness would prevail. They felt as if there was nothing left to live for, and death was all they could want. Humph! A sigh came from the palace. Some weird strength re-imbued the arena, separating it from Lone Bamboo and his power. The students that were going to cut themselves snapped out of their daze. They were so scared by what happened, many of them had passed themselves. In the arena, Lone Bamboo stared at Han San with a scary presence. His face looked terrifying. Han San did not expect Lone Bamboo's depression to be this heavy. It exceeded all his expectations, and he rather regretted doing what he had done. If Lone Bamboo could not withstand the pressure and tried to kill himself, even if the elites of Sky Palace saved him, he would continue living with a broken mind. Han San wanted to win, yes, but he did not want to destroy Lone Bamboo. But now it was too late to stop. He had triggered Lone Bamboo's depression, and not even Han San could suppress it. "Dad, what is going on?" This time, even Yun Sushang sounded shaky. Yun Chongkong looked dim, and he slowly said, "Han Sen's talents are too scary. He has completely triggered the volume of Lone Bamboo's depression. Lone Bamboo's demons have awoken. This now leads to two possibilities. Either he beats the demon and reverts to his previous self, or he succumbs to it. If that happens, he might try to commit suicide or even kill people. Can Brother Lone Bamboo make it?" Thousand Feather Crane asked. "Hard." Yun Chongkong spoke only one word. "Living is hard, and life is gray." This time, Han Sen had to acknowledge the fact that he had done something to harm another person that would not benefit himself. He had broken a dam that restrained the turmoil and pain of 1,000 lifetimes. It had unleashed a demon. The students beyond the arena were protected by the elites, so Lone Bamboo's emotions were trapped inside the arena. And in that arena, only Lone Bamboo and Han Sen stood against that tide of pain. The wretched emotions stemming from Lone Bamboo were all bearing down on Han Sen. Han Sen felt as if his life was gray, desperate, painful, sad, and full of regret. All these emotions were striking him at once. No matter how strong his will was, he could not fend them all off. A pretty young bride stepped out of a red carriage. She was to marry a handsome man, but during the ceremony, a group of thieves stormed in. The knife lights flashed, and blood was everywhere. Obscene laughs cackled in the air. The pretty bride-to-be was raped to death in front of her husband. In this life, Lone Bamboo died without closing his eyes. In a forest, a mother tiger was playing with two cubs. But suddenly, there was a gunshot. The mother tiger was hit by a tranquilizer and immobilized. She watched as her two children were skinned and cooked. The hunters ate them, until the last scraps of them were gone. The tiger's eyes shed blood tears. In this life, Lone Bamboo would have rather died. In the sky, a swordsman was fighting a number of enemies. He killed many, but he was injured. He was left powerless, and he would soon die from his wounds. A middle-aged man, holding a young woman, looked at the swordsman with disdain. He laughed. "Lone Bamboo, just die. I will play with your woman and tend to your home. Perhaps I might kill your son, though." The swordsman roared in fury, but death was not something he could escape. He died beneath the man's feet, without the strength to even grasp at his clothes. Every dream was a loop of despair. Every life had lived, rich or poor, important or menial, ended sadly. Lone Bamboo's despair was driving Han Sen crazy. The depression lay heavily on Han Sen as he saw the strife Lone Bamboo had been through. Although he didn't have to experience all of Lone Bamboo's nightmares, he saw the saddest scenes in Lone Bamboo's memory. They were sent directly into Han Sen's mind, and they made Han Sen feel as if he was right there. Han Sen wanted to use his will to defeat the encroaching depression, but it was too scary. He could not hold it off. He was forced to experience all those sad stories, and they hurt him. He wanted to die. Han Sen quickly focused on trying to fight against the depression with Lone Bamboo. In that arena, Lone Bamboo and Han Sen were standing in front of each other. Lone Bamboo looked like a demon, and Han Sen had his eyes shut, with all color drained from his face. The quiet now was scarier than if they were having a sword fight. Lone Bamboo's terrifying presence was growing in magnitude. It was like a broken dam that could not hold back the flood. Lone Bamboo looked hopeless, as if he wanted to bring ruin to everything. His hand moved to the jade sword on his waist. "Oh no! Lone Bamboo can't restrain it anymore," Yun Changkong said, looking sick. The elders of Sky Palace arrived at the arena. They all stared down at Lone Bamboo seriously. The sadness and loneliness of thousands of years was something that not even a king could withstand. Even the leader of Sky Palace himself could not fix something such as this. All they could do was watch, for they could not help him. If you were sick in your heart, you had to help yourself. If Lone Bamboo could not do this, not even God could save him. Han Sen was not any better than Lone Bamboo, and now he was fighting against that depression. His will was being consumed by the hollowness spreading through him. No matter how strong a human was, everyone had some measure of empathy. The lives Han Sen was seeing would make even a god cry. And Han Sen was just a human. Han Sen's eyes were starting to become dull, and his body felt like death. Oh no! Han Sen has been invaded by Lone Bamboo's demon. Thousand Feather Crane could see something was amiss. He spoke to Yun Changkong. "Master, should we take Han Sen out of there? Han Sen cannot be moved now. He is the one that triggered Lone Bamboo's depression. His presence is helping Lone Bamboo. He still wants to win. If Han Sen was taken away, then Lone Bamboo would lose his purpose. He would break completely, and then there'd be no hope left," Yun Changkong said while shaking his head. Lone Bamboo's eyes looked murderous, and his face looked demonic. His breathing was hoarse. The green veins in his hand were bulging, stretching the skin. He pulled out his jade sword slowly. The jade sword was like a mountain. In Sky Palace, a woman frowned. "Leader, Lone Bamboo cannot control his demon. Are you not going to help?" The Sky Palace leader shook his head. "If we strike now, we will only save a corpse. He has to save himself. The demon is in his heart. How is he going to save himself?" the lady said. "If his will is there, he still has a chance to get through this alive," the Sky Palace leader said quietly. "Where will he find the faith he needs?" the lady asked. The Sky Palace leader did not answer. He looked at the arena, where Han Sen and Lone Bamboo were. Lone Bamboo had drawn a jade sword. It was a clean blade, without a single mark or speck of dust on its surface. But the jade sword had a terrifying aura, as if it was carrying all the fires of hell. Then, under the weight of the depression, Lone Bamboo's whole body became wreathed in black fire. The fire was disturbing to look at. Lone Bamboo lifted the jade sword towards Han's senator. He walked slowly, his lips moving as he went. He was speaking too quietly for anyone to hear what he was saying, though. "Has Lone Bamboo fallen fully under the control of the demon?" Thousand Feather Crane asked. Many of the elites and elders thought Lone Bamboo was being controlled by the heart demon. It wanted to unleash its anger and kill Han's senator. Their expressions looked horrified. The Sky Palace students saw Lone Bamboo reach Han's senator. He was like a man-eating demon. It was a sight that shocked them. Han's son stood motionless, his eyes still closed. It was like he didn't know Lone Bamboo was coming. His face turned gray, and his presence was fading fast. All the nightmares kept flashing through his head. He had been infected by them. Although they were not as real to him as they were for Lone Bamboo, they were deep in his heart. Lone Bamboo stepped over to Han Sen with red eyes. He raised his sword and swung it at Han Sen. Yun Sui screamed. Yun Changkong and the elders were now wondering if they should save Han Sen. But Lone Bamboo's sword did not reach Han's senator. He pointed it at Han Sen's nose. And then he roared like a monster. "Fight me! He is not lost!" The crowd realized, thrilled. Han Sen's eyes opened, and he grabbed his ghost teeth knife. The knife and the sword made a crackling noise when they clashed. The knife and sword airs broke at the same time. Slashing, thrusting, swiping. Han Sen and Lone Bamboo's techniques were very simple, but they were also very deadly. The battles before had been stunning enough, but this was a genuine fight. They had only been comparing skills before this. Now that they were fighting, their movements were simple and direct, without any added flair or style. But even so, every single attack was incredibly scary. Life and death were one misstep apart. Dong! 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 The knife and the sword kept attacking. The sword heirs and the knife heirs were running at maximum power, and the sword mind and knife mind of the fighters swirled around the arena. Their minds were growing in strength as the terrifying fight progressed, and suddenly, they were breaking into a king-class tier of battle. They were like wild horses that couldn't stop running. Their minds are still increasing. This is cheating. Are they going to become deified? They are just earls. They have ascended so high because the depression is driving them forward. They cannot escape the effect it is having on them. If they are earls, why are they fighting so far out of their league? It is a shame that if they keep fighting, there won't be a winner. It will be a tragedy no matter who comes out on top. It'd be a tragedy if they did not fight as well. For now, Brother Bamboo has faith. If they stop fighting, his perseverance will be consumed by the depression. It would be useless to continue the exams after this fight. No one else could stand up to either of those two. Yun Sui was so scared. She grabbed Yun Sushang's shoulder. Her heart was thumping with every knife and sword flash. She looked pale. Yun Sushang held her hand and comforted her. Master, if they keep fighting, the depression will affect them more and more. Should we stop them? Thousand Feather Crane could see that their situation was a poor one. Yun Chongkong shook his head. It is too late for them to retreat. If they do that, they will die. For now, they can only proceed. They are going through hell, so they have to keep going. They need to survive in death. If they do this, they might have a chance. Survive in death? Yun Sui quickly asked. Yun Chongkong sighed and said, the depression will only increase as they fight. But this is also a release of that energy. Lone Bamboo kept it suppressed for the longest time. If he is able to unleash it all now, there is a hope he will end up fine. It'll be difficult, but there is nothing else he can do. What about Hansen? Does he need to release energy? Yun Sui asked. Yun Chongkong shook his head. It is the opposite for him. He does not need to release anything. He is being affected by Lone Bamboo's depression. The demon resides inside Lone Bamboo, so Han San is fighting to keep his emotions from destroying himself. He is fighting for his life right now. He won't want himself to die. How this fight ends will depend on Han Senator. If he gives in to the demon and ends up wanting to die, Lone Bamboo will lose his purpose and give in to the demon too. Even if Han Sen can withstand that demon, if he stops fighting with Lone Bamboo and allowing him to release his depression, things will end up the same. So, Han Sen cannot afford to lose to himself nor Lone Bamboo. Hearing Yun Chongkong, Yun Sui grew more nervous than ever. The minds of the two were strong. Under a king-class shield there was still a leak. Many of the Sky Palace students were affected, and their hearts were beating savagely in their chests. They wanted to die or destroy things. There was a cloud in the sky, above the arena. The white cloud had a beast inside it. The cloud spread like water, covering the entire arena. It smothered the scary feelings permeating the arena, so the audience could not be affected. It is Dream Beast. Dream Beast removed their feelings. If their feelings reach a level a king class cannot handle. The students of Sky Palace felt better, but the beast in the cloud was quivering. The king class elites could not withstand the feelings given off by Han Sen and Lone Bamboo. Their feelings were exceeding the range of a king class being. That was why the Dream Beast had to emerge and lend a hand in suppressing the emotions. It had to ensure the feelings and depression wouldn't affect the students enough to permanently harm them. Not many people could carry such depression and keep on going, as Lone Bamboo had done. Han Sen's knife was moving like crazy, and his knife mind was going wild. His body was like a beast that could shred space. Han Sen had received his deified knife mind from the scabbard, but he was just carrying it. It didn't belong to him, so he could not use every ounce of its strength when he used it. But now, underneath the rage of that depression, Han Sen had to exert all his power and knife mind to retaliate against his foe. His knife mind was drawing closer to him beneath that pressure. And Han Sen was able to understand the teeth knife mind more as well. It was assimilating with Han Senator. The knife mind had just been a tool, but now it was becoming one with his instincts. Teeth knife mind destroyed everything, and that destructive madness spurred Han Sen with the desire to live, even in the face of all that depression. When Han Sen merged with the teeth knife mind, Ghost Teeth Knife became stronger. Ghost Teeth Knife followed Han Sen because of the deified knife mind he possessed. It was not following Han Sen explicitly. So, with Han Sen's limited ability to use the deified knife mind, he still hadn't been able to unlock Ghost Teeth Knife's true power. But when Han Sen combined with the deified knife mind, Ghost Teeth Knife's true power was triggered through Han Sen. Boom! Han Sen felt the scary power of Ghost Teeth Knife flow out of the knife. If he hadn't awakened it, the demon would have lost control. A mark on Lone Bamboo's forehead cracked. An eye opened there, and it began to bleed. Han Sen had seen Thousand Feather Crane's eye, which was perfectly clear. Lone Bamboo's was different. Lone Bamboo's sky eye was full of a murderous feeling. The mere sight of it could shake someone's soul. When the sky eye opened, Lone Bamboo's power increased. It was unbelievable. With dismaying speed and strength, he teleported in front of Han Sen. Han Sen slashed at Lone Bamboo, but Lone Bamboo did not dodge. He reached out his hand and grabbed Ghost Teeth Knife's blade. Blood poured from his hand, but he wasn't planning on letting go. Han Sen pulled back, but he couldn't pull Ghost Teeth Knife out of Lone Bamboo's grasp. Having opened his sky eye, Lone Bamboo was now far stronger. Before Han Sen could react again, Lone Bamboo's sky eye fired a red light. It was coming toward Han Sen. Han Sen wanted to block the red light with his left hand, but Lone Bamboo was also swinging a jade sword at him. There was nothing he could do, so Han Sen had to react quickly. He let his knife go and evade the red light and the jade sword. When he swept past Lone Bamboo, Han Sen punched his opponent's wrist, knocking the jade sword out of his hand. He moved to grab it. The knife and the sword had lost their respective masters. Yun Chongkong and the elders said, "Oh no! What is it?" Yun Sui asked, suddenly looking nervous. Yun Chongkong frowned and said, "Lone Bamboo is affected by a demon. He will want to destroy everything. And Han Sen's Ghost Teeth Knife is an evil knife that wishes to destroy everything." 2. Han Sen's Teeth Knife mind was triggered. It has a very destructive element. While it is held by Lone Bamboo, it makes the demon even angrier. And what? Yun Sui quickly asked. Yun Chongkong had a wry smile. And Lone Bamboo's jade sword is not a holy weapon. It is just a practice sword made from a Shen jade spirit. Aside from being sturdy, it is practically useless. Han Sen has exchanged his king-class weapon that aligned with his teeth knife skills for a simple practice sword. And on top of that, Lone Bamboo has his eye open. I don't think Han Sen can keep up much longer. How? Lone Bamboo's jade sword. How can it be a practice sword? Yun Sui and the others looked at it in shock. Humph. Yun Chongkong sighed and did not explain. After Lone Bamboo gripped Ghost Teeth Knife, the evil presence rose up, stoking the murderous power within him. He looked like a demon that wished destruction on all the world. Boom! He slashed towards Han Senator. The knife light looked like a demon. Coming to consume Han Senator, it looked like Teeth Knife, minus its teeth power. It did have Ghost Teeth Knife powers, though, and the depression powers as well. It was more powerful now than it had been when Han Sen was using it. Palace Leader, are you not going to intervene? Han Sen is not going to be able to withstand that strike. They will both be destroyed, said a woman, frowning at Sky Palace Leader. The leader squinted his eyes and said, "There is no rush." The lady felt saddened by this, and she said, "Lone Bamboo is your student, and Han Sen is one of Isha's people. If anything happens, you can be the one to inform Isha herself. You can do anything you wish, since you aren't afraid of her." In the arena, Han Sen was wielding the jade sword. His sword mind exploded. He attacked the scary knife mind. The sword skills were those Lone Bamboo had just used. The weapons had swapped owners, and the skills had been swapped now, too. The fight continued, with no winner seeming likely to emerge. Shit! Brother Lone Bamboo can use knives? And Han Sen can use swords as well? This is strange. He can't be like Lone Bamboo, having experienced lifetimes of nightmares, right? He's the only one who can fight Lone Bamboo like this. Even king-class sorts like Yun Changkong were surprised. They hadn't expected that Han San would be able to use the practice sword effectively against Lone Bamboo. His sword skills were very scary, and they appeared even stronger than when he used knife skills. Unfortunately, his powers were a little suppressed by Lone Bamboo. He was still at a disadvantage. Lone Bamboo, with his sky eye open and an activated ghost teeth knife, made Han Sen's Earl body look meager. Han Sen was being careful. He knew he could not use Super King Spirit here, and he could not use his own sword skills. That was why he had to use Lone Bamboo's sword skills to fight. Han Sen summoned the Ant Queen's mark. Then he summoned the rabbit shoes and red mink glove. Now Han Sen's situation was not as dire. Han Sen stabilized the fight, then turned his mind back to the battle. The battle was so breathtaking that the students were forgetting to breathe. Everyone just stared at Han Sen and Lone Bamboo. They did not want to miss a single moment. Lone Bamboo's body was becoming stronger. Ghost Teeth Knife was triggered by his depression, and his full powers were showing. Every slash was fueled with enough power to break space. Han Sen wasn't wielding as much power, but his sword skills were flawless. When he moved, the jade sword was like a lotus flower. He was not at a disadvantage. But Lone Bamboo's depression was getting stronger, and it was rising quickly. The presence surrounding him was becoming scarier. Han Sen had to fight back Lone Bamboo and the depression at the same time. He was feeling the pressure. Suddenly, Lone Bamboo fell back across the arena floor. He kept his distance, and he just stared at Han Senator. His three eyes were red, and they looked like those of a demon. Han Sen looked at Lone Bamboo, but he did not feel happy. He felt heavier. Lone Bamboo was holding Ghost Teeth Knife. His presence seemed like it was on fire. He suddenly generated a real fire and blew it up into the sky. Leveled up. Yun Changkong and the others were shocked. Many students in Sky Palace understood what was going on as well. Lone Bamboo, amidst all that was happening, was becoming a marquise. The sky eye was red, like a bloodied sea. When Lone Bamboo changed, the sky eye's red sea began to deepen. A horrifying power was swelling out of that eye, and it made Lone Bamboo's body stronger and stronger. Ghost Teeth Knife was becoming stronger, too. The knife was wreathed in fire, like a demon roaring. Lone Bamboo leveled up to the rank of Marquise and broke the equilibrium of the battlefield. An endless surge of power went into Ghost Teeth Knife, making it stronger. The knife's flames were like a demon's, and it covered the entire arena. Han Sen thought he could fight Lone Bamboo with his presence and mind, but now he was under such suppression that he couldn't even release his powers. The whole place was quiet. Only the flickering knife made a sound, roaring like a bonfire. Ghost Teeth Knife's fire was getting scary. The power kept building, and Lone Bamboo was on the verge of losing all control. He was going to generate the strongest strike he could to end the fight and kill Han Sen. The frightening knife flames seemed to exert incredible force on the broken arena, and the floor had already dropped a few feet. Han Sen's knife mind and depression were harming him. He could not unleash the power or the sensations inside his body. But suppression like that made Han Sen feel energized. When people like Han Sen were put under greater pressure, they could perform much better. Facing Lone Bamboo, who had just become a marquise, heightened Han Sen's desire to win. The negativity he was under now affected him far less. Spell's armor was flashing white. Her skin and bones turned a jade color. The blood in Han Sen's body was boiling and roaring. Han Sen raised the jade sword in his hand. That jade sword lacked special powers, but it had not so much as cracked in the intense fighting. It was a testament to the quality of its craft. Han Sen looked at Lone Bamboo, and then he stroked the blade of the jade sword. He poured power into it, but the power was very tame. It rested inside the sword, waiting to be unleashed. Seeing Han Sen's behavior, Yun Sui grabbed Yun Sushang and asked, "Is Han Sen hoping to accept this next attack?" "It seems that way." Yun Sushang did not understand either. If both fighters were marquise, then Han Sen might have stood a chance. With an entire tier between them, however, there was no way Han Sen could withstand such an attack. He has no choice but to accept the strike, Yun Changkong said. Why? Yun Sui asked, confused. The arena is too small. Lone Bamboo's demon has locked down the entire arena. If Han Sen is still in that arena, he won't be able to evade it. So he has to muster what he has to take it, Yun Changkong said. Can he defend against it? There is a whole level of difference between earls and marquises. Yun Sui's voice sounded shaky. She looked disturbed. Yes, he can endure it. Before Yun Changkong answered, someone else walked in and answered the question for him. Yun Sui looked over towards the voice, and she saw a man staring down on the arena. His eyes were red. He looked more nervous than the fighters on the field. Yu Jing, how do you know Han Sen can endure this attack? Thousand Feather Crane asked Yu Jing. Feng Ho pills. I gave him a Feng Ho pill. If he takes it, he can temporarily wield the power of a marquise. So yes, he can take this attack and he will win. Yu Jing sounded like he was talking to himself, trying to make himself feel better. Feng Ho pills. Yun Sushang and the others were shocked. Why did you give him Feng Ho pills? I bet every penny I had that he would win 10 times in a row. He has to win. It's either that or bankruptcy. Yu Jing sounded like his words had been squeezed out through his teeth. His fists were clenched so hard, his nails were digging into the flesh. If Han Sen's opponent hadn't been Lone Bamboo, Yu Jing would not have been so desperate. But the match was on now and all was on the line. If Han Sen lost, Yu Jing would be dealt a devastating blow. It is good for him to have the Feng Ho pills. In that case, Han Sen can win. Yun Sui was very happy to hear Han Sen still had a chance. Yun Changkong sighed and said, he would have a chance if he had eaten it at the beginning. Now it is too late. What is too late? Yu Jing demanded. His sudden fear made him rather impolite. Yun Changkong did not mind, though. He calmly said, Lone Bamboo's knife mind has already locked on to Han Senator. Any mistake on his part will prompt Lone Bamboo to attack. Do you think he has the time to take a pill? Yu Jing looked as if he had been electrified. He froze on the spot. Yun Sui had just been feeling calmer, but now she was nervous again. She said, what do we do? Will Lone Bamboo kill Han Sen? It is doubtful that the leader would stand idly by and let Han Sen be murdered. But if he stops this now, then Lone Bamboo will be destroyed, Yun Changkong said with regret. In the arena, Ghost Teeth Knife's power was increasing. Han Sen was holding the jade sword between himself and the knife mind. He was like a mountain and he wasn't affected. An amazing energy was coursing through Han Sen's body. It was the Dongxian Sutra. Under the suppression of his opponent, the Dongxian Sutra was finally having a breakthrough. It was becoming Earl class, and the Dongxian aura was imbuing Han Sen with a grander power. Although it was not enough to fight back Lone Bamboo's knife mind, the energy release was making Han Sen's eyes clearer. The knife mind and the depression were things that Han Sen could see as sequence chains. They looked like a giant spider web all around Han Sen. When the Dongxian aura got stronger, the sequence chain became easier to discern. A level of detail that he had never previously discerned was now becoming clear. Boom! The Dongxian Sutra's power exploded in Han Sen's body. It was like it was breaking all the cells inside Han Sen's body. Although the feeling was destructive and strange, it gave Han Sen the sense of chains being severed. Under the suppression of the knife mind and the depression, he felt rather relaxed. He felt as if he was facing a fire and a wind, but they were raging around him rather than against him. The pressure suddenly disappeared. No matter how powerful it was, in Han Sen's eye, it was just a sequence chain. Two different powers were rising inside Han Sen's body, and they were pumped into the jade sword. The sword started to shine with a bright light. Teeth Knife Mind began to synergize with Han Sen's sword mind. They fit together like two halves of a zipper. Two completely different powers were combining into one inside the jade sword. The light from the jade sword extinguished the knife's fire. Han Sen stood silently, holding the sword before him. He was like a god, standing amidst the knife's fire. No matter how much lone bamboo or ghost teeth knife leveled up, they could not suppress Han Sen's power. The students watched the fight with gaping mouths. Han Sen's power didn't seem as strong as lone bamboo's, but it felt as if the contestants were somehow even. The situation almost seemed self-contradictory. The King class observers noticed Han Sen's energy, and when they saw it, they were shocked. They felt the same thing that the students felt, but they could understand a bit more. Han Sen wasn't as powerful as Lone Bamboo, who was a marquise, but it seemed that his energy wasn't being suppressed. He was getting stronger. Despite the fact that Lone Bamboo's knife mind was continuing to grow, Han Sen wasn't being crushed under the weight. Both of them were emanating a terrifying intensity, and it was visible in their eyes. The students that watched the fight were not seeing Han Sen and Lone Bamboo anymore. It was just an evil demon fighting a jade-white shadow. When both of them collided, it was like day and night. Neither of them gained the upper hand, and neither of them was put down. Boom! Two powers were being pushed to their max. They crossed a threshold, and Dream Beast was unable to hold back the force they were letting off. The power spilled out, and many of the students of Sky Palace felt as if their heads were going to explode. Lone Bamboo roared. He lifted Ghost Teeth Knife above his head with both hands. He summoned that scary power to strike Han Sen down. Yun Chong Kong and the other elders grimaced. They knew this next strike would commit a tragedy. There was no way back now. The leader of Sky Palace sighed. He stood up from his chair and readied himself to get involved. Han Sen pointed the jade sword at Lone Bamboo. He was like a mountain. He did not look scared, and neither did it look as if he wanted to take a single step back. Lone Bamboo looked frightening. His body and knife combined into one. His murderous fire erupted like that of a volcano, spewing into the sky. Just when everyone thought Lone Bamboo was going to slash, Ghost Teeth Knife remained in the air and unmoving. Lone Bamboo looked at Han Sen, or rather the sword he wielded. When he did, a complex expression overtook his face. On a green grassy field, a little girl that was 9 years old was holding a jade sword. She had ponytails. She was practicing sword skills, and she was obviously a beginner. She accidentally hit herself on the head and dropped onto the ground. She threw the sword away and wiped the tears from her eyes. "Warner, why are you crying?" a young man asked, smiling. He crouched down next to her and took her head in a gentle hand. "Big brother, I am not practicing with a sword anymore. That stupid sword just bullied me," Warner said, wiping her tears. "How could your sword bully you? He is your most loyal little guy. If you treat him well, he will be nice to you in return," the young man said as he picked up the jade sword. Warner lifted her lips and said, "I am nice to it. I wipe it clean and even make it smell good. But even so, it just won't listen to me. It's annoying." The young man laughed. He held the jade sword, and as he stood upon the grass, he began to swing it. That jade sword was light in his hand, as spry as a dragon in a dance. Warner, to treat it nice is to understand it. Wiping it clean is not enough. The young man stopped practicing, and he handed it back to the girl and rubbed her on the head. "I don't care. I hate it. It won't listen to me. It only listens to you." Warner sounded mad, but even so, she looked happy. In a garden, a young man lay down beside a pond and repeatedly threw up. He was going to puke his guts out. "Brother, how can you drink like that?" A lady with a big ponytail walked out of the house. She ran up to the young man and tried to help him up. "Ignore me. It is fine," the man mumbled. "Brother, to fail is nothing. I know you are the best, and I know you have what it takes to win. You have to stay strong." The lady spoke with sincerity as she lifted the young man upright. The young man fell back to the ground and passed out. He was too heavy to lift without any help. The lady tried to pull him up, but she was unable to. She ran to the house and collected a blanket. With it, she covered him. Then, she sat down near him and prayed to the stars. "If there is a God up there, I hope you can help my brother and show him the way. I will do anything for that." Under the moon, the man lay on the ground with tears in his eyes. "Warner, Lone Bamboo looked at the jade sword and moved his lips. He did not make a noise, but his eyes said he was thinking of many things. I can't fall. Can't fall. If I am going to die, even with just a dirty soul left, I have to keep going. Lone Bamboo's teeth shook, but his eyes looked adamant. The knife's fire was like a demon in the sky. It was just fading, rather than being destroyed. Lone Bamboo seems to have woken up a little. The woman next to the Sky Palace leader sounded surprised. Yun Chongkong and the elders looked happy, but it was only for a second. The demon's roots were deep, and not even a king class could suppress it completely. It was remarkable that Lone Bamboo had managed to get his mind back in this condition, but there was no way he could suppress the desire of the demon. Hansen watched Lone Bamboo, surprised. Lone Bamboo controlled the demon at the very last second. He did not give in to it. Lone Bamboo's body quivered. He had experienced pain that could not be described. That scary depression and knife mind were fading inside him. Everyone looked so happy. Lone Bamboo pushed the demon back into his body. Now he was scarier than a ghost. The nobles were all delighted. They had no clue how he had done that. Hansen put away his own powers. He lowered the jade sword and looked at Lone Bamboo. The power was no longer encompassing the arena. Lone Bamboo threw Ghost Teeth Knife over to Han Senator. He said simply, I am a Marquise. I should not fight. You win this round. Han Sen picked up Ghost Teeth Knife and handed over the jade sword. Lone Bamboo accepted the jade sword, wiped it clean, and resheathed it in his scabbard. That sword was his most precious possession. Seeing Lone Bamboo leave, Han Sen spoke to himself. His body contains a demon, but his heart possesses an angel. Strange man. No one expected the scary spectacle to end this way, but it didn't affect the overall excitement. A long time after that fight came to an end, people continued to talk about it. Those who watched that fight didn't forget the appearance of the fighters. They would never forget. After that fight, Sky Palace students frequently debated whether Hansen or Lone Bamboo was stronger. The discussions never yielded any answers, though. Lone Bamboo had become a Marquise, but Hansen remained an Earl. If they were to have a rematch, it wouldn't be for a long time. However, Hansen's performance in the fight had garnered him much respect from all of the students of Sky Palace. The next few rounds of the exam offered no trouble. He won every match and achieved first place in the Earl class exams. He received permission to visit the Holy House, and there, he found the Under the Sky knife skill. He was also the recipient of more Fengho pills and a Marquis treasure for a prize. Hansen's name was famous in Sky Palace, but he cared little for the recognition. He focused on practicing his knife skills at home. Yu Jing was super cocky when walking up to the rich men to collect his winnings. With a smug look, he said, I brought you the contract. Did you guys bring the harvest? One of the men smiled and instructed his maid to give Yu Jing a box. He smiled and said, We did lose. It was amazing to watch, and it was worth losing this. What you deserve is inside. Thank you. Yu Jing accepted the box and had a look at the contents. He smiled like a flower. Yun Sui didn't go looking for Hansen for a few days. She knew there couldn't be a happy ending between them, but she couldn't stop thinking about him each day. After Hansen took the scroll, he quickly learned the knife skill. And just as expected, with his Heavenly Go, Dongshan Sutra, and Sky Palace as a base, it was easy to get comfortable with. He improved a lot in just a few days. This knife skill has a significant flaw. It is not because Yun Sui performed it incorrectly. After Hansen practiced with it himself, he quickly discovered the problem. Hansen had a decent understanding of Sky Palace's text. With Heavenly Go and the Dongshan Sutra, there was a way he could fix the problem without having to learn the textless book. That way, he would be able to make Under the Sky nearly perfect. If I'm known to hold this knife skill, when I use the Dongshan Sutra and Heavenly Go, people will believe I'm using Under the Sky. If I'm careful, Isha won't think I am dollar. Hansen wanted this skill badly, and that was one of the reasons why. Otherwise, he couldn't use Dongshan Sutra and Heavenly Go. Without them, he was a good deal weaker, which sucked. Hansen did not see Yun Sui, and he didn't make plans to see her, either. But if he happened to run into her, he would show her the modified version of Under the Sky. Han Sen went to the 7th floor of the White Jade building. He did not see Yun Sui, so he settled for absorbing the jade air and leveling up his jade skin. Brother Han, how have you been recently? Han Sen was sitting near an old tree, reading. Yu Jing came flying over on his mount. Now Yu Jing looked like a bona fide rich person. The jade knight crane he had used previously was gone, and he was now riding a green flying dragon. His armor had been exchanged for a new set that looked incredibly valuable, and he was also decorated with an array of jewelry. He looked very powerful. Not bad. What do you want? Han Sen asked Yu Jing, looking up from his reading. Brother Han, I gave you my Feng Ho pills, but you did not use them in the exam. Yu Jing smiled. You said you gave them to me as a gift for free. Are you saying you want them back? Han Sen asked lackadaisically. Of course not. The pills belong to you. Why would I want them back? I am saying there is someone who would like to buy them. When you reached first place, you received more of them. Would you like to sell the ones I gave you? The price is handsome, Yu Jing explained, making an expansive gesture with his hands. I'm not selling, Han Sen said, then went back to his reading. Yu Jing took a peek, and seeing that Han Sen was trying to learn the regional populations of xenogeneics, he smiled and said, Ah, Brother Han, you are hunting xenogeneics? I have a good place you can go. Are you interested? Oh, tell me. Han Sen looked at him. He had been looking for a long time, and he hadn't been able to find a location in which he could slay many earls in a small amount of time. Every place had some sort of drawback. Old Night Island's monster population was spread too thin, and it was difficult to find big groups of Earl xenogeneics there. Shenyuan Cave's xenogeneics were hidden, and you usually had to wait for them to find you. Every place had a flaw, and not one had large groups of Earls. I've seen this pamphlet before, Yu Jing said. This is shared with other students, so of course it doesn't have the really good spots. I know of a private island with lots of rare xenogeneics. They are mostly Earls, too. If it's private, how do I gain access? Han Sen asked. Yu Jing laughed and said, In the past, you wouldn't have been able to get in. But now, things are different. You are Han Senator at this point. Who doesn't know your name? Being the knife and sword master is no joke. Wait. When was I given this title? Han Sen thought the label sounded old-fashioned. No, you're not the knife and sword master by yourself, Yu Jing said. Han Sen didn't understand that, so he waited. Yu Jing, seeing Han Sen's confusion, coughed and said, It only works when you and Lone Bamboo are together. You know of Lone Bamboo's reputation here. If the students of Sky Palace put you, an outsider, on par with Lone Bamboo, you should know how lofty your reputation has become. So, am I the knife master or the sword master? Han Sen asked with a smile. Neither. You cannot be separated. You are both the knife and sword master. There is no knife master, and neither is there a sword master. Yu Jing then changed his tone. The island I have told you about is called Rare Beast Island. That island is owned by the second elder. He treasures it so much not even his students can go there. Only those of his bloodline can enter and hunt there. The elder has a young son called Shi Beifeng, and he admires you a great deal. He would like to invite you to hunt there. Something that great exists? Han Sen looked at Yu Jing in disbelief. Of course, but there is one condition. He wants you to help him capture a xenogeneic. Yu Jing finally explained the true purpose of all this. Rare Beast Island was an amazing place. It looked like one island, but nobles of any rank could enter. They'd be teleported to different places across the island, and it would seem as if they were actually on different islands. Only those of the same level could appear at each spot, though. Shi Beifeng wanted to capture an Earl xenogeneic for a mount, but that Earl xenogeneic was special. He had gathered a few teams to try their hand at capturing it, but none of their attempts were successful. So this time he wanted Han Sen's help. Outside of Rare Beast Island, a dozen students were standing at the entrance looking around. They seemed to have grown quite bored as they waited. A Sky student spoke to Shi Beifeng in a disgusted tone. Brother Sure, Han-sen is too arrogant. He has made us wait here for so long, and he obviously isn't taking your invitation seriously. Who does he think he is? Sure Beifong looked at the man coldly. If you can fight against Brother Lone Bamboo in the same fashion that he did, then I would gladly wait for you this long as well. If you cannot, then just shut up. After hearing Sure Beifeng's response, the student felt a chill. He looked away, lowered his head, and did not say anything. They waited for another half an hour, and eventually, a legless jade knight crane arrived. When it landed, a man in white armor came floating down in front of Sure Beifong. Brother Han, thank you for helping us. Sure Beifong smiled and then bowed. The students looked Han-sen over. He didn't look like a famous elite who had fought against Lone Bamboo, though. No problem. I took your money, so you are practically my employer. This is something I should do for you. Han-sen smiled. Sure Beifong nodded and said, let's go to Rare Beast Island. I'll give you the details on the way. Sure Beifong appreciated what Han-sen had said. He was not afraid of spending money, but he detested those who would take his money and not do the job they were commissioned to. Han-sen was expensive, but if he could get things done, it would be worth the price. Han-sen followed Sure Beifong to Rare Beast Island, and Sure Beifong explained the job. What Sure Beifong wished to capture was a mutant Earl Xenogeneic. Its name was Crystal Kirin. It lived near Bibo Lake, and it was a water-aligned Xenogeneic. The Crystal Kirin could fly, run, and swim. It did all this at high speed. The scales were very hardy, too. Sure Beifong had to use a king-class weapon to damage the scales. But even so, strikes went no deeper than the skin. The Crystal Kirin moved incredibly fast, and it had a tendency to run off whenever it was in danger. When it was in the lake, it'd be harder to hunt as well. Sure Beifong had led a few hunting parties here before, but they had been unable to capture a Crystal Kirin. Injuries were the only things they had taken off the island. So, ultimately, there was nothing they could do. Han-sen heard what he was told, and he thought, mutant Xenogeneic? It should be eaten. It is a waste to make it a mount. If the others knew what Han-sen was thinking, they'd declare him crazy. Mutant Xenogeneics were incredibly rare, and for normal inhabitants of the Geno universe, eating a mutant would be the waste. Brother Sure, let me make sure that I understand. I help you capture this Crystal Kirin, and in return, you provide me with a month to hunt Xenogeneics across this island. Is that correct? Han-sen asked Sure Beifong. Sure Beifong passed a beast tablet to Han-sen, and he said, this is a permit that grants you access to this place. You can come here with this card. Regardless of whether you fail or succeed, you may always return. Han-sen took the tablet and said, that's very nice. After I capture this Crystal Kirin, I will give it back to you in a month. Rare Beast Island was bigger than Old Night Island, and there were far more high-class Xenogeneics there. As they traveled, Han-sen had already detected many Earl Xenogeneics. But Sure Beifong was in a big hurry to capture the Crystal Kirin, and so he didn't bother with the other Xenogeneics. Bibo Lake was 800 miles wide, and there were many different beasts that occupied it. Water dragons could occasionally be seen playing on the shore. It is important to have a good dad. The Xenogeneics here are of a high level, and they are of good quality, too. And compared to Shenyuan Cave and Old Night Island, there really are a great many of them. Han-sen sighed. Sure Beifong told his workers to establish camp in a nearby forest. There, they would wait for the Crystal Kirin to show up. The Crystal Kirin is almost always underwater, but there are too many Xenogeneics beneath the surface of the lake. There are Marquises there, too. Fighting it underwater would be a bad idea for us, so we will need to wait for it to come out of the lake. Over the next few days, the Crystal Kirin is sure to show up. He will surface to eat the green flowers, but as for the exact timing, I don't know. It'll be sometime during the next few days. Sure Beifong pointed at the green flowers as he spoke. Then let us wait. Han-sen nodded. Brother Han, how do you plan on capturing it? Do you need our help? Sure Beifong asked. You can ready the cage for the Kirin, but I can take care of the rest, Han-sen said, as he stood up and took a look around. Before the Crystal Kirin appears, I will take a walk around the lake, so I can absorb its lovely views. After Han-sen left, One of the students next to Shi Beifeng said, "Brother Shi, is Han Sen being too reckless? The crystal Kirin is so strong, and if we fail, we will have to wait another month. He says what he says because he can do it. Wait and see if that is the truth," Shi Beifeng said, after thinking for a moment. Han Sen skirted the lake and walked for a dozen miles. He found a few Earl Xenogeneics, and they were different from the ones on Old Night Island. All the Xenogeneics he saw seemed to be of rare species. Suddenly, Han Sen heard splashes from the lake. He turned around to take a look. There, he saw a white dragon that was halfway out of the water. It was spewing out a mist, as if it were absorbing the power of the earth. Another rare Marquise Xenogeneic. Han Sen watched it a while, before returning to camp. Shi Beifeng was nice to talk to. He chatted with Han Sen, and it turned out that he knew a lot of things. He always had entertaining things to talk about, and he stopped the conversations from becoming boring. Han Sen and the others had good luck. After waiting only a single day, they saw movement in the lake. Something emerged that was the size of an elephant, a Kirin with jade-like scales. The Kirin's horns were shining like stars. The crystal Kirin came up the shore, and there it started to eat the green flowers. The people in the woods stopped breathing. They did not want to alert the Kirin to their presence. Han Sen knew the power of the crystal Kirin, and its mutation made its speed greater and scales sturdier. Compared to others of the same level, it was remarkably powerful. But to Han Sen, this was the easiest sort to deal with. The rabbit shoes appeared beneath Han Sen's feet. He raced down to the crystal Kirin, which startled the beast. It spat out globs of water at Han Sen, and it tried to retreat back into Bibo Lake. Han Sen stretched out a hand that gleamed like jade. He slapped the crystal Kirin on the back. A turtle symbol appeared there, and it brought the creature's speed down to a crawl. Han Sen then led the crystal Kirin, which now walked as slow as a turtle, over to Shi Beifeng. Shi Beifeng's people had not reacted yet. They were still holding the cage while they stared at the stumbling crystal Kirin in shock. The crystal Kirin lifted itself up off the ground. It wished to fly off, but before long, it fell back down again. Han Sen patted the crystal Kirin's head, and very much like a turtle, it barely moved. He grabbed the crystal Kirin and threw it into the cage. Then he closed the cage door. "Brother Shi, the mission has been accomplished. Okay, I have to go. I'll return the tablet to you in a month." After that, Han Sen mounted his legless crane and left. That's it. The people snapped out of their daze. They looked at the caged crystal Kirin in befuddlement. Someone sighed and said, "When he fought Lone Bamboo, it was an acceptable bout. But when he fights against normal Earls, they don't stand a chance against him. Even mutant Earl Xenogeneics can be captured so easily. He must be the strongest." Shi Beifeng looked at them expressionlessly and said, "The strength of an elite that can fight Lone Bamboo isn't something you lot can ever guess." Han Sen rode the legless crane to a flat mesa. It was difficult to fight in the water, and a mountainous landscape would be hard to navigate. Open plains were the easiest places to fight. But before Han Sen made it over the mountains, he heard a bird in the sky. There was a big black bird that was 10 meters long, coming down from the clouds. Han Sen pulled out Ghost Teeth knife and slashed with his knife air. The bird's body was quickly shattered. Xenogeneic Earl hunted. Black feather bird. Xenogeneic gene found. Rare Beast Island was a great place for Han Senator. There were many Earl Xenogeneics about, and in less than a week, Han Sen was able to obtain all the Earl genes he required. He reached 100. The legless crane was able to dine on a lot of the Xenogeneic flesh, too. And Han Sen also gave Bubble a lot of energy. It evolved and became a Viscount. But Bubble was still not very useful. Could make itself look like an ordinary creature, but it couldn't wield their actual powers. There's still most of the month left. It'd be a waste to leave it now. Why don't I use this opportunity to hunt some Marquises? That way, I won't have to look for them when I become one myself. Han Sen hunted Earls as he scoured the land, looking to pick up the trail of a Marquise. After Han Sen leveled up his Dongxian Sutra, his power had grown. Super Spank had become stronger, but more importantly, the Dongxian Sutra could now be used to build up a sequence structure. Han Sen could use the Dongxian aura to see sequence structures, and he could break the substance between. Doing this severed the substance's chain. But Han Sen's power had to be strong enough to break them, of course. If he was unable to do that, then Super Spank was useless. Now the Dongxian aura had a different substance that could link sequence chains, allowing him to combine two different powers. It was similar to how Han Sen could use sword and knife powers simultaneously. Doing that, he'd become much more powerful. With Han Sen's power, using the Dongxian aura to fight Marquis creatures wouldn't be too difficult. But not all substances were stronger when combined. Some had side effects, so Han Sen had spent some time running tests. He wanted to find out more about the connections he could make. But for now, the strongest combination was teeth knife and lone bamboo sword skills. After Han Sen combined double fly and teeth knife power, the results were poor. The two powers were rendered weaker. There weren't many marquises in the area, perhaps because it was an earl's territory. He looked around for half a day until he found one resting beneath a tree. The Xenogeneic was under the boughs of a tree, and it looked like a cow. It was 3 meters tall, and its back was laden with spikes. It was quite scary. Han Sen approached the Xenogeneic and drew out his ghost teeth knife. He slashed towards the Xenogeneic's head. The rabbit shoes provided him a burst of speed, and ghost teeth knife was imbued with the powers of knives and swords. He did not try to use Super Spank powers, though. If that power annihilated the sequence structure, the Xenogeneic's entire body would dissolve, including the Xenogeneic gene. That would just be wasteful. Catcha! Although Han Sen did not use Super Spank, and he only used knife and sword powers, he was still able to cut the Marquis Xenogeneic's head off. A big cow head rolled across the ground, and the headless body squirted blood like a fountain. Xenogeneic Marquis hunted. Stone cow. Xenogeneic gene found. Han Sen felt depressed. Rare Beast Island was bad luck for him. He had killed many Xenogeneics, but he hadn't earned a single beast soul. Han Sen used ghost teeth knife to cut open the stone cow's body. He found a heart that looked like stone, so it was safe to guess that was the Xenogeneic gene. Han Sen took the stone heart from its chest, and he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He looked behind him, and on the field, there was a gray stone cow staring at him with red eyes. This stone cow looked like the other one, but bigger. His presence was far scarier as well. Moo! Before Han Sen could get a good look, the beast raised its legs and slammed them back down. A shockwave moved out like ripples on water. It spread in widening circles. Han Sen drew Ghost Teeth Knife again and swung it at the shockwave. Ghost Teeth Knife's knife air cut through the shockwave, but the shockwave itself was like magic. When the shockwave touched Han Sen's fingers, he noticed that the armor on his hands had been turned to gray stone. The stone cow roared, lowered its head, and pointed its horns at Han's senator. It thundered forward like a train, and the earth shook beneath its hooves. Han Sen used his powers, but he couldn't get rid of the petrification. He was shocked. He quickly summoned the Red Reaper beside the stone cow's head and had it slash the creature's neck. The Red Reaper's scythe slashed across the stone cow's neck, but all it dealt was a minor scratch. Couldn't even be considered an injury. After all, there was a level difference between the two. Han Sen couldn't blame the Red Reaper for not being strong enough. But after the attack, the stone cow was only enraged. Turned around and looked at the Red Reaper. It reared with its legs and stamped down on the ground to create another shockwave. The Red Reaper was petrified in mid-air. It dropped down to the ground and cracked, like an ordinary statue. Damn! This guy's petrification is effective. It even took down the Red Reaper, which is practically smoke. Fortunately, it isn't really a creature, and it's only something shaped by a genoart, Han Sen thought, shocked. Han Sen's body brimmed with energy, and from it, he generated another Red Reaper. Again, it moved to attack the stone cow. Han Sen wanted to buy some time. He tried the story of genes, the Dongxian Sutra, Jade Skin, and the Bloodpulse Sutra, but none of them could free him from the petrification. Should I use Super God Spirit mode? Han Sen frowned, but then he suddenly remembered he had the Petrify skill. It was a little different than the stone cow's petrification, in that he could only use it on himself. But perhaps it would work here. Han Sen cast Petrify and petrified his own body. He deepened the power of the effect, petrifying himself far beyond what the stone cow had managed. When Han Sen removed his petrification, the stone cow's petrification disappeared as well. I did not expect Petrify to be this useful. Han Sen grinned. Meanwhile, the stone cow had just shattered the Red Reaper. It angrily turned back toward Han Sen, stomping the ground again to produce more shockwaves. Han Sen pulled out his knife and slashed towards the stone cow. The knife and sword powers synergized into one and came out of Ghost Teeth Knife's blade, headed right for the stone cow. The knife and sword power struck the cow's head. There was a boom, and the stone cow reeled backwards with a deep gash across its body. The knife and sword power had broken the creature's horns. The stone cow shook its head and got up. It wasn't impaired by the attack. It roared and ran straight back at Han Sen. Han Sen removed his petrification and slashed towards the stone cow again. The attack wasn't very effective, though. It could only move the stone cow back a little, and it left him petrified again. The stone cow's circular shockwave was an area of effect attack. It did not matter what direction Han Sen attacked from. He was petrified each time. As the stone cow came for him again, Han Sen decided not to slash it this time. He used Turtle, and when Han Sen was petrified the next time, he cast it onto the beast's head. A turtle symbol glowed atop the cow's head. Han Sen thought to himself, "It does not matter how strong you are. Turtle turns everyone into a slowpoke." Before Han Sen struck again, the stone cow stopped and created more shockwaves. But this was stronger than the stone cow's previous attacks. Han Sen removed the petrification, but he also noticed he had slowed down. He lowered his head and realized that the turtle symbol was now on him. Shit! The stone cow can reverse a Geno art. Han Sen was shocked. The stone cow kept stomping and stamping. Each step sent out another shockwave. Han Sen kept getting petrified, and each time it happened, another turtle image appeared on his body. Fuck this. This stone cow is too creepy. Han Sen got rid of the petrification and turtle effects. Then he slashed towards the stone cow and ran. Until he figured out what the thing could do, he would only be able to kill it with Super God Spirit. The stone cow was directly behind Han Sen, mooing. It was extremely annoying, and Han Sen thought, "Wait until I become a Marquise, and I'll be back to one-hit kill you. You won't have nearly as much fun when you're not bullying an earl." Han Sen grew more and more frustrated as he ran. The stone cow's shockwaves kept petrifying him. The stone cow would probably have already killed an average Marquise, especially since they wouldn't be able to run away. Fortunately, Han Sen had Petrify and the rabbit shoes. Han Sen escaped the stone cow's pursuit. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and said, "That cannot be a Marquise mutant xenogeneic." Han Sen did not want to leave just yet. He allowed Spell to engage her sniper mode, and with it, he used her sniper scope to watch the stone cow. Han Sen's nose wrinkled in disgust. The stone cow was eating the other stone cow's meat. It swallowed the xenogeneic gene heart before Han Sen could take it. Han Sen thought the stone cow was angry because its relative had been murdered. But that thing seemed willing to eat the remains of its own people. It just wanted to eat the prey that someone else had gone to the work of killing. Fuck you. Let's see who can last longer. Han Sen began to think of ways he might get rid of the stone cow. Its body was hard, so it must have been of the top tier of the Marquises. It would take multiple attacks at close range to hurt the stone cow. However, because of the petrifying shockwaves, Han Sen could not get close. While Han Sen could remove the petrification, it took time. While he was petrified, Han Sen could not move. It was a difficult problem. The scariest thing was how the stone cow could flip the turtle skill back onto him. That was just overpowered. No, it is not just reflecting the effect back to me, since the turtle spell remains active on the stone cow. The turtle symbol only disappeared when the power faded. While under turtle's effects, the stone cow did move slower and its shockwave was less effective. This is not just a reversal of my own attacks, Han Sen thought. Han Sen wanted to prove his theory correct, so he used his sniper rifle to take aim at the stone cow. Then he pulled the trigger. Han-sun pulled ammo from the turtle spell. The bullet went flying towards the stone cow. The thing was still munching on the dead cow's body when the bullet smacked into its butt. The image of a turtle appeared on its bum. Moo! The stone cow spun around angrily, already stomping the ground to send out shockwaves. But Han-san was not petrified, and he did not have the turtle skill reversed upon him. The turtle mark was still planted on the cow's bum. Success, Han-san said with a smile. Pang! Pang! The bullets struck the stone cow from afar. They made the stone cow angry, but after repeated hits, its speed was slower than that of a snail. Couldn't come after Han-sen. Han-sen was shooting from as far away as possible. The stone cow couldn't even see him, and even if it had been able to, it wouldn't have been able to go after him. Earl-class spell weaponry could damage many things, but the bullets couldn't pierce the stone cow's body. Han-sen hadn't expected that they would be able to kill the stone cow, though. He kept firing bullets, imbued with the turtle spell, to leave turtle markings across the stone cow's body to slow it. At first, the stone cow was able to stomp to create its shockwaves, but as the turtle symbols piled across it, the stone cow looked like it was in slow motion. Its signature shockwave started to appear less and less frequently. Han-sen examined the shockwaves and found that they had a radius of 500 meters. Beyond that, their strength dropped dramatically. 500 meters. I'll have to use very careful timing to strike in between the casting of the shockwaves. Han-sen kept on sniping the stone cow to increase the amount of the turtle spell that affected it. As he did, he moved closer to the stone cow, but not within the radius of the shockwave. Now! Han-sen drew his knife and started running. He raced to the stone cow like a ghost. In a moment he was right beside it. Before the stone cow could raise its legs, the ghost teeth knife sliced the cow's ear with knife and sword powers. Dong! The knife and sword power shattered. Ghost teeth knife's blade came against the stone cow's ears. One of the ears was cut in half. Han-sen immediately retreated dozens of meters. A loud stomping noise came from behind him and the shockwave rolled over him, petrifying him. Han-sen was dealt a turtle spell too. Han-sen quickly removed the petrification and the turtle spell, then jumped out of the radius of the shockwave. The stone cow wanted to chase after him, but its movement was laughably slow. All it could do was roar. Steal my prey, huh? You are dead. Han-sen used his rifle to shoot the stone cow again. The turtle spell had a time limit. Over time, its effectiveness decreased. Han-sen fired a few more shots as he moved out of the stone cow's attack range, just to be safe. Since the stone cow was still bellowing and moving sluggishly, Han-sen felt safe pausing to look at it. The ear that had been cut open was shrouded in purple smoke, which was spreading slowly across its body. But the stone cow's body had no blood, so it wouldn't bleed out. The teeth power would have to chew apart its body a piece at a time. Han-sen kept firing at the stone cow to ensure that it wouldn't be able to escape. He'd allow the teeth power to kill it. The stone cow was starting to realize something was frightfully wrong. Instead of bellowing at Han-sen, it was now trying to turn around and run away. Unfortunately for the cow, it was still as slow as a sloth. It couldn't escape Han-sen's watchful eye. Han-sen was not in too much of a rush either. He continued shooting the cow occasionally. The teeth powers kept tearing at the cow's wounds, spreading across its head. The stone cow's body was strong, and Han-sen's teeth power was still only Earl class, so the damage increased slowly. But even at that speed, the cow would die in a couple of days. The stone cow kept trying to escape, but the effort was futile. Han-sen couldn't stop the creature entirely, but he made sure that it never got out of shooting range. The stone cow kept squealing furiously as it ran. It wasn't very happy with Han-sen. Han-sen did not want to provoke the cow too much, though. He preferred that the cow continue trying to run rather than attempt to fight off its inevitable death. The creature was strange, and it might possess more weird powers that Han-sen hadn't yet seen. Ultimately, Han-sen decided to watch it die slowly from afar. He wasn't going to take any unnecessary chances. But things didn't go as smoothly as he believed they would. Under the stone cow's constant squealing, Han Sen heard a low rumbling. The earth trembled. Not long after, a group of small stone cows approached. There were at least 40 of them. The herd met the fleeing stone cow and surrounded it. A larger cow mooed at the stone cow, to which the stone cow replied. The stone cows all glared in Han Sen's direction, then shuffled forward to position the wounded stone cow behind them. Shit! That guy ate the smaller stone cow. Why are they still protecting it? They should be enemies. Han Sen sighed, but the stone cows were already headed his way. Han Sen had to leave. He wasn't powerful enough to tackle an entire group of marquises. Han Sen grabbed the sniper rifle and took off running. He couldn't kill the stone cow while the smaller ones were around. Luckily, he was still able to snipe from afar. As the stone cows approached, he found himself falling back into the mountains. He soon heard a mooing noise from within the cow group. Rocks began to fall from the sky like a meteor shower. The group of Marquis stone cows pooled their strength, and the land for 10 square miles around them was pummeled by rocks. It looked like the end of the world. Han Sen managed to lose his pursuers in the mountains, then circled back around. The stone cow was gone, but there were still a few of the smaller ones in the vicinity. Han Sen used the Dongxian aura to scan for the trail of the stone cow. After a few minutes of searching, he found it. He followed it all the way to a valley. The group of stone cows were there, but the one he had fought was no longer around. Han Sen frowned. It should be in the valley. It is inflicted with teeth power, but it shouldn't last long. Han Sen waited there for 2 days. He wanted to wait until it died before going into the valley after its body. But waiting for another night, Han Sen had yet to hear an announcement confirming its death. That meant the cow was still alive, someplace in the valley. How can the teeth power just disappear? That should be impossible. Han Sen used the sniper scope to see if the cow's ear was healed. There was no sign of teeth power around it. Han Sen stared in disbelief. The stone cow strutted around the valley like it owned the place. The ordinary, small stone cows were avoiding it. They seemed afraid of it. One of the smaller cows was too slow to get out of its way, and the creature found itself rammed to the ground. Its body was cut by the large cow's horns. The small stone cow did not fight back. It merely squealed and scrambled away. The stone cow walked around the valley, going into its deeper recesses. The walls of the valley blocked Han Sen's vision, so he decided to find a new spot to observe from. He climbed up a mountain that was near the valley, using vines as cover. When he found a good place to rest, he used his sniper scope to watch the stone cows. A path wound across the center of the valley, through a small pass and into a smaller valley. There weren't any small stone cows in the smaller valley. After the stone cow entered, it went to lay down beneath the boughs of a tree. It didn't look as if it was resting, though. The cow settled itself and looked at the tree. It stared intently as if it was gazing at something in particular. Han Sen looked at the tree, but he couldn't see anything noteworthy about it. The tree was very thick, and it was 13 meters tall. The top of the tree looked like an umbrella. Because he was too far away, Han Sen couldn't feel the tree's aura. He couldn't even see any fruit on the tree. It was just a green leaf tree. Weird. The valley doesn't seem to have any special qualities. So how did the stone cow remove the wound I made with teeth power? The stone cow can't possess an ability like that itself, or it wouldn't have allowed the teeth power to do so much damage when I fought it yesterday. Han Sen continued watching the cow, hoping to find some answers to his questions. The stone cow lay there for a while, but it eventually grew fidgety. It started walking around in circles, looking towards the top of the tree. There has to be something special about this tree. Han Sen kept observing it, but he couldn't figure it out. After a while, a pleased look crossed the stone cow's face. Kept staring at the top of the tree. Han Sen looked closer, and he finally noticed a hole in the tree that was about the same size as a basketball. Something was emerging from the hole. Han Sen didn't know what it was. It looked like a mouse, but it stood on 2 feet. It was wearing clothes made of leaves, and it held a stick in its hands. It looked creepy, and the sight made Han Sen feel uneasy. That thing looked evil. His triangle eyes gleamed red. After it walked out of the hole, it struck a nearby leaf with its stick. It jumped onto the leaf and glided it down to the ground. The stone cow approached. It looked at the mouse-like creature and bellowed at it. The thing screamed back at the stone cow. It seemed like the two were arguing. After a while, the little thing pulled out a rock and threw it to the stone cow. The stone cow opened its mouth and stuck its tongue out. The rock landed in its mouth and slid right down its throat. The stone cow didn't even chew. After the cow swallowed the rock, its body started to glow. The stone cow looked as if it was having some difficulty. So it settled down onto the ground again and went to sleep. The rat-like thing watched the stone cow for a while, then leaped back up the tree and disappeared inside the tree hole. I don't know what kind of species that rat thing belongs to, but it does look intelligent. And what was that little stone that the cow just ate? Is that how it removed the teeth power? Hansen wondered. After discovering this, Hansen did not want to abandon this pursuit. He wanted to find out what was going on between the stone cow and the rat. So he remained hidden and continued to watch. After the stone cow woke up, it looked much better. It went out to signal the other cows and then returned to the valley. The smaller stone cows brought it xenogeneics, and it gobbled them up immediately. The stone cow ventured out of the valley sometimes, but it returned to wait beneath the tree every day. If the rat-looking xenogeneic did not give it a little stone, it would ram the tree until branches started falling off. The cow would do so until the rat came out and gave it another little stone. The rat was clearly afraid of the stone cow, and it seemed that the rat would never refuse its demands. It gave the cow a little stone every day. What are those little stones? And where does the rat get them? Hansen wanted to find out, but there were so many small stone cows, so he couldn't just waltz in. After thinking for a while, he came up with a plan. Hansen waited until the stone cow was outside the valley, and when it went far enough, he found the chance. He shot the stone cow while it was at unawares. The bullet hit the stone cow and placed a turtle spell on it. The stone cow was furious, but Hansen kept firing more and more bullets to make it slower and slower. Just like last time, the stone cow ran back towards the valley, squealing as it went. After a short time, an assembly of smaller stone cows came after Hansen. He summoned the Red Reaper to draw their attention and lure them further away. Hansen slipped around them and ran towards the valley. He wanted to see what was inside the tree hole. When Hansen ran into the big valley, he used his scope to aim at the rat-like xenogeneic. It was standing on a tall branch, having a look around. Without a second thought, he used the sniper rifle to shoot it. Hansen had only wanted to find out what it was. He hadn't expected the single bullet to blow the rat's head off. Xenogeneic Earl hunted. Eating rat. Xenogeneic gene found. Huh? An Earl xenogeneic. Hansen was surprised. Since the eating rat seemed unusually intelligent, he thought that it'd be the same level as the stone cow. It was actually just an Earl. Hansen didn't like doing it, but he still ran inside the valley. The speed of the rabbit shoes quickly brought him beneath the little valley's tree. Hansen leaped atop the tree, using the Dongxian aura to look inside the hole. He noticed that it was quite spacious within and that most of the tree was hollow. However, there was no life force or treasure to be seen. Hansen did not want to give up on this pursuit, though. If the eating rat could give the stone cow a pebble every day, there had to be more of them somewhere. Hansen used his ghost teeth knife to carve out the entrance of the hole. He widened it enough for him to fit through, then stuck his head inside. The tree was even more hollow than he thought. Its trunk was hollow all the way down to the ground, where a rocky cave appeared. With no hesitation, Hansen wormed his way into the tree through the hole and started climbing down. Quickly, he descended into the cave. Hansen lowered himself into the cave, which led off through a crooked tunnel. Not long after, the tunnel opened up and Hansen discovered a big natural cave beyond it. It was the size of an air raid shelter. Hansen moved in to get a better look. There were no signs of living creatures about, but he did detect the remnants of the eating rat's presence. Darkness did not affect Hansen. He used the Dongxian aura to scan the whole cave. The cave seemed ordinary with nothing unusual about it. The only way out was back up through the hole in the tree. At the center of the cave was a little pool of water with a giant stalactite hanging above it. Liquid was slowly dripping off the end of the stalactite into the pond below. Han Sen looked at the pool, and there he saw the little stones that the rat had given to the cow each and every day. They were as small as a finger each, and they were gray. They were sitting at the bottom of the pool. Han Sen estimated there to be around 100 of them. There didn't seem to be anything indicating they were something special. Han Sen brought out Spell in her lady mode. She walked over to the pool to retrieve the stones for him. Nothing dangerous happened to her while she did so. Spell reached into the pond and grabbed one of the pebbles. Xenogeneic gene discovered. A voice sounded in Han Sen's head. These stones are xenogeneic genes? Han Sen picked up one and noticed that it felt really cold, like a wet stone. There was nothing specific about the announcement, though. He didn't know what sort of xenogeneic gene it was. Han Sen collected every single stone he could find and put them in his pocket. There were 128. He took each and every one. Before he left, he searched the pond for anything else. He found another rock that seemed quite unusual. Han Sen touched it and lifted the moss that had grown on it. When the moss fell away, he could see that it was a 1-foot-tall human statue. The statue was green and black, so he couldn't tell what its original color might have been. But it was of a man sitting. Han Sen wasn't in the mood to examine it for long. He looked around the pond, but there was nothing else to see. He decided to go back the way he had come. When Han Sen exited the tree hole, the stone cow was waiting outside. It looked at him angrily. Behind the stone cow, all the little stone cows had gathered, too. Han Sen knew he had been down there for too long, which had given the cows time to return. Pang! The stone cow stomped the ground, and 2 shockwaves suddenly exploded outward. They raced towards Han. Senator Han Sen jumped out of the tree hole. It'd be dangerous if he got petrified within. But even as he exited the hole, he knew he wouldn't have time to get out of the shockwave's radius. He was still petrified. The group of smaller stone cows were not affected. They all turned into giant rocks, then launched themselves at Han Sen. Han Sen removed his petrification, then spawned his Xian jade wings behind his ears. They flapped, and all of a sudden, Han Sen was soaring away from the gourd-shaped valley. The stone cow furiously tried to chase after Han Sen, but luckily, it couldn't fly. Although it looked strong, this was its greatest weakness. It was a Marquis xenogeneic that did not know how to fly. But it couldn't have caught up with Han Sen regardless. It would have been far slower than the Xian jade wings. Han Sen had spell summoned her sniper rifle. He instructed her to shoot the smaller stone cows. She began to pick them off one by one with the turtle spell, slowing them down. Han Sen did not shoot the primary stone cow, though. He had the smaller ones targeted first. The horde was eventually all slowed, and Han Sen was able to shake off their pursuit. Perhaps the stone cow could smell the little stones Han Sen was now carrying, and that was why it chased him doggedly without looking back. Regardless, Han Sen lured the stone cow a long ways away. He eventually drew it far from the smaller stone cows. Han Sen could not kill it with the small stone cows to protect it. If it was on its own, he might have a chance. The stone cow was strong, but there was certainly a weakness to it. The xenogeneics Han Sen passed all ran off when they noticed the stone cow coming their way. No one stopped its passage. Han Sen must have run 100 miles, and even so, the stone cow kept following him. It was like Han Sen had murdered the cow's wife or something. Eventually, it seemed to realize that its herd was gone. It hesitated, wondering if it should continue chasing Han Sen, and it slowed down a touch. Han Sen, seeing that, shook the little stones in his pocket. The stone cow bellowed and resumed the chase. Han Sen had planned to kill the cow then and there if he could not entice it to continue. Now there was no need. What creature created these xenogeneic genes? The stone cow really seems to want them badly. Han Sen was surprised. The stone cow chased Han Sen for 300 miles. When Han Sen decided that they were out of range of the smaller stone cows, Han Sen turned and shot the stone cow with a turtle spell. Have you enjoyed chasing me for so long? Good. Now it is time you pay. Han's son stopped running, and he kept firing at the stone cow with the sniper rifle. The stone cow was very strong, but now it was also very slow. The shockwaves couldn't block the bullets, either. Soon, the stone cow fell to the same fate it had before. Could walk no faster than a turtle. Han Sen immediately grabbed his blade, and with his knife and sword powers, he slashed the stone cow. Dong! After delivering a slash to the stone cow's body, Han Sen fell back and became petrified. Within a second, Han Sen had removed the petrification and moved forward to strike the stone cow again. After a few repetitions of this, Han Sen's blade had left multiple marks on the stone cow's body. The purple teeth powers were spreading. There was no use in the stone cow crying aloud anymore, as the smaller stone cows were too far away. They wouldn't hear the squeals. Han Sen and the stone cow kept fighting over the next 30 hours. Stone cow's body was finally unable to withstand its wounds, and it was torn apart by the teeth powers. It was reduced to nothing but shattered bits of rock. Mutant xenogeneic Marquis killed. Petrified demon cow. Mutant xenogeneic gene found. Obtained mutant xenogeneic beast soul. Demon stone cow. The announcement played in Han Sen's head, and he smiled. He rushed over to the shattered rock and began picking through the rubble. Stone cow's body was made of stone, and so it had no flesh. After a while, however, he found its special stone heart. There was a light inside it, and it reminded him of the demon stone cow itself. After refining this mutant xenogeneic gene, will I learn how to petrify others? Han Sen was really interested in the stone cow's ability. Learning the ability to petrify other xenogeneics with a stomp would be fairly great. But the bad thing about all this was that the demon stone cow was a Marquis mutant xenogeneic. To refine it, he'd have to be a Marquis himself with a number of Marquis genes stockpiled. Han Sen was interested in the demon stone cow's beast soul too, though. He took a look at it. Mutant demon stone cow beast soul. Shapeshift type. A wide grin spread across Han Sen's face. He could now turn himself into the demon stone cow. He wondered if it would give him all the physical capabilities of the demon stone cow. That would be a great boost for his strength, if so. Han Sen immediately used the shapeshift demon stone cow beast soul. When he summoned it, he turned into the demon stone cow. He felt as if his power and speed increased, the power in particular. There was a big increase in that. But sadly, Han Sen's shapeshifting demon stone cow beast soul only gave him the raw strength of the creature. He didn't earn the ability to petrify others or reverse negative effects onto others. It looks like I'll just have to hold out for the demon stone cow's mutant gene. Han Sen put away the shape-shifting demon stone cow and continued his search for xenogeneics. Sky Palace was entertaining some beautiful guests. The men were strong, and the women were lovely. They had gorgeous white wings, and they were the feather from holy heaven. Soon, the news spread across the entire Geno universe. The feather had sided with Sky Palace, and they had become a subordinate race of the sky. The kings of the feather had allowed their heirs to come and practice in Sky Palace. They were there to learn powerful Geno arts to secure and protect future generations. The young feathers also served as hostages in some ways, in that they would put themselves at the mercy of the sky to prove the feathers' overall loyalty to Sky Palace. Angia, will we live here from now on? We cannot return to holy heaven. A beautiful feather lady asked a featherman who looked like Apollo. The other children of the feather kings all looked towards that man as well. It seemed as if he was their leader. No, we will return to holy heaven one day, and holy heaven will be the home of a high race once more. Until then, we have to earn the respect and the approval of the sky race. Angia smiled at the girl. How do we earn their respect and approval? Before we became a low race, we were so much inferior to the sky already. Now we are actually a low race. The lady was worried. No high race was born a high race. You only need to be strong to earn the respect and approval of others. It's like that everywhere, Angia pronounced. A strong male feather stood up and said, Angia, tell us what to do. Be patient. Learn and perform. Make us strong again. Let them see that we are worthy. Angia paused. then went on to say, "The sky are powerful. Amongst the higher races, they are the most accepting of outsiders. They are very unlike the Buddha, who treat outsiders like tools for their own purpose. That is why we refused the Buddha's offer and came here instead. Here, we might become students of Sky Palace as much as the sky themselves are. Many outsiders have become members of this place. And we need strength. Do not worry, we will keep practicing. One day, the feathers will become a high race again." The strong male feather swore. The other feathers agreed, too. But few of them looked very hopeful. Becoming a high race was difficult. If the feather had no deified elites, then they couldn't become one of the high races again. Aside from the feather alpha, the strongest feather was only half deified. None of them were fully deified yet. And now that they were a lower race, achieving deified status for one of their members would be even more difficult. "Just fighting is not enough," Angia said grimly. "We are only commoners here. We do not have the benefits, and we cannot yet learn powerful genoarts. We need to impress the elders and the leader so that we can become official students. Only then will we stand a chance." "Then what do we do?" A lady feather looked at Angia. "The exams would be our best opportunity, but this year's exams are already done." Angia sighed. "That means we will have to wait until next year," a male feather said, looking quite sad. "Perhaps not. We'll do well if we can beat one person. Do that and we'll instantly become famous in Sky Palace. We will garner the attention of the elders and the leader." Angia's eyes looked sharp. "Who?" the young feathers asked together. "That crystallizer Kong Fei gifted a deified feather to. Knife Queen's student," Angia said calmly. "He earned first place in the exam for Earl class and fought Lone Bamboo to a draw. Lone Bamboo is legendary amongst the sky. If we beat the crystallizer, we will earn the approval we need." "That guy, one of Kong Fei's people? He should die," the strong feather man said. "Shut up. No matter what he was before, now he is a student of Sky Palace. We should not talk like that," Angia scolded him. The feather respected Angia, so he lowered his head and stopped talking. "But he was chosen by that traitor Kong Fei. We do not need to go easy on him or anything," Angia said icily. 1 month passed. Han Sen left Rare Beast Island and returned the tablet to Shi Beifeng. "Brother Han, if you'd like, you can stay for longer. It is okay." Shi Beifeng had come to say goodbye to Han Sen, who was going to leave the island. "It's okay. This month of hunting benefited me greatly, and if I was to stay any longer, I would only feel guilty." Han Sen pointed at the legless crane while he spoke. The legless crane was loaded with xenogeneic genes, and when Shi Beifeng had a look, he was shocked. Most of the xenogeneic genes atop it were Marquis genes. Given Han Sen's reputation, it wasn't strange that he could slay Marquis xenogeneics as an earl. The surprising thing was how many he had killed within the space of a month. Shi Beifeng wanted to be friends with Han Sen even more now, and so he smiled and said, "Okay, but if you need anything, come and look for me. The Shi family will always be willing to help you." "Thanks, brother Shi." Han Sen bowed and didn't say anything more. The legless crane was carrying so many materials that it struggled to get airborne. Shi Beifeng saw that there was no space for Han Sen to sit on it, so he lent Han Sen a 4-winged lion mount. The loaned mount and the legless crane brought Han Sen and the xenogeneic genes back to Jade Island. Han Sen had earned a lot this time. He got a dozen Marquis-class xenogeneic genes and the demon stone cow beast soul. He also earned those little stones, and the stone statue that was near them. But Han Sen did not know what kind of xenogeneic gene those little rocks were. He guessed they were Marquis-class. Otherwise, he would have already absorbed them. And in regards to the statue, Han Sen tried cleaning it, but it made little difference. It was just gray like ordinary stone. The style of it was quite simplistic, so there wasn't much finesse to the carving. There were no engravings or words upon it, either. It looked like a wildling statue from some ancient time. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to examine the stone statue, and he thought there was more to it than met the eye. He couldn't determine exactly what was special about it, though. He only knew that it was a sky statue. Brother Han, you are back. I have missed you. Han San had just arrived home on the Jade Island, but before he could dismount, Yu Jing rode over on his green dragon. They entered Han Sen's home, and Yu Jing grabbed Han Sen's hands with passion. What do you want? Don't touch me. I'm not gay. Han San pulled his hands away and wiped them down with a cloth. He thought Yu Jing was looking at him queerly. It looked as if the man was seeing some beautiful naked woman instead of Han Sen. What? I would go for a sky if I wanted to go gay. Why would I come over here for you? Yu Jing didn't think that sounded right, so he spat on the floor and went on to say, No, I'm not gay at all. After that, Yu Jing's eyes kept wandering around Han Sen's house. He said, Brother Han, I have heard you earned many things from Rare Beast Island. Do you plan to sell the wares? If you sell them to me, I can give you a good price. After that, Yu Jing saw a bunch of xenogeneic genes in the corner of Han Sen's house. His eyes widened, and after rummaging through the genes for a minute, he said, This is a Marquise-class wind tiger's tail. This is a bone elephant's tusk. Are all these Marquise xenogeneic genes? Almost, Han San said casually. Very strong. To be able to kill marquises as an earl, well, very few of the sky can accomplish something like that. Only you and Lone Bamboo, as far as I know. After that, Yu Jing came back to Han Senator. He sat away at the table and poured himself some water. He drank and said, Have you heard that the Feather have allied with Sky Palace? They are our subordinate race now. They have sent many nobles here to study. That's not strange. The Feather lost their position as a high race, and they're much weaker now. If they didn't make new alliances, they'd be brought to ruin. Holy Heaven is a large xenogeneic space, and many of the other higher races want it. It was just a matter of time, Han Sen responded. Yu Jing nodded and said, That's not the point. When the kings came here, they were very generous. Although people don't respect them very much, no one is going to turn down money. So, they are living a good life here. After that, Yu Jing smiled at Han San and said, Are you familiar with a feather named Angia? No, Han Sen shook his head, as his knowledge of the feather was truly limited. He is the son of one of the half-deified kings. He is really talented, and he is a student of Sky Palace. He is the leader of the feather students, and he is an earl like you. He walked the road to the sky and received compliments. He has been practicing with the earl students, and while he has not lost nor won, his geno arts have proven themselves to be quite special. What does that mean? Han Sen asked, catching Yu Jing's tone. Before he fights, he presents a bottle of spring water from Holy Heaven. If someone of Earl class can beat him with knife skills, he will give them the spring water. Yu Jing coldly laughed and said, Our Sky Palace students study knife skills, but we aren't renowned for them. We mostly use swords. You are the only one amongst us that is good with them. He is obviously provoking you. How dare he? After that, Yu Jing smiled and said, But the heavenly spring water is some good stuff. As long as you're still living, cleaning your wounds with that stuff will fix you up quick. It can save you from even mortal injuries, as it is a treasure from Holy Heaven. This guy is unlucky. You can go over, beat him, and help yourself to the spring water. If you don't need it, I can sell it on your behalf. Maybe if I have time. I need to practice in the White Jade building first. Han Sen wasn't really concerned about the implied challenge, as dealing with the feathers was not on his priority list. The next day, he practiced in the White Jade building. There, he saw Yun Sui on the 4th floor. He thought about Under the Sky, so he caught Yun Sui's attention. I did some research on Under the Sky. If you have the time, we can explore it further together. Han Sen's words startled Yun Sui so much that she leaked some of the jade air. Does he want to date me? Should I go or not? He has a wife and he is the father of 2 children. Maybe he has just identified the flaw with Under the Sky. Yun Sui, what are you thinking? How could he possibly discover that? Yun Sui's head was a mess, and her thoughts kept going in circles. After the second jade air ended, she left White Jade building swiftly to escape. But when she returned home, her mind continued to chum over what Han San had told her. No, I can't do this. I have to face it. I need to tell him and then end this. I need to be Yoon Sui once more. She rolled around in bed for a long time, but she couldn't sleep. She eventually got up and got changed, then rode her Jade Wing Tiger to Jade Island. Yoon Sui was an emotional wreck. She wanted to end her association with Han Senator, but when she thought about doing it, she felt sick to her stomach. Yoon Sui rode to Little Jade Island, and there, she saw Han Sen practicing a knife skill. It was under the sky. Yoon Sui's tiger landed on the island, prompting Han Sen to lower his knife. He smiled and said, "I've been practicing under the sky for a while, and I can confirm that the problem you are having isn't an issue with your execution of the skill. The problem lies within the knife skill itself. After concluding my research, I was able to fix this issue. You can try it and see how it works." As Yoon Sui flew to the island, she kept reminding herself to be honest with Han Senator, but when she was on the island, she couldn't bring herself to say anything she wished to. After hearing Han Sen's claim that he had found a way to fix under the sky, however, she looked at him with disbelief. "You really found a solution? I've altered how the skill is used. It's less like I fixed it and more like I used a replacement part. I haven't worked out all of the details yet, but it's not dangerous if you'd like to give it a shot," Han Sen said. "What did you think of to fix under the sky's problem?" Yoon Sui did not believe Han Sen had fixed it, but she was still curious. All the geniuses of Sky Palace had been unable to fix the issue, and Han Sen had only been practicing under the sky for about a month. For him to have fixed it in such a short time was quite unbelievable. "Watch me perform it once." After that, Han Sen walked into the field, drew Ghost Teeth Knife, and performed the modified under the sky. When it started, Yoon Sui was a little confused. But before long, she looked quite shocked. Previously, she had planned to use the knife skill to get close to Han Sen, and so she approached the skill quite seriously. Also, Under the Sky was originally created by the Yoon family, so the family scroll was different from the one in the Holy House. The knife skill was the same, but there were many comments and annotations in the Yoon family's Under the Sky. Those tips and explanations were priceless, and Han Sen hadn't benefited from being able to read them. So, despite the fact that Yoon Sui hadn't practiced too much, the notes allowed her to understand a lot. As Yoon Sui watched Han Sen's Under the Sky, her jaw dropped. The problem with Under the Sky is fixed. How did he do it? Yoon Sui looked completely stunned. Did he practice with the textless book? But that should be impossible. And what outsider can learn truth spell? The textless book is a secret of the sky, and only the sky can practice with it. Yoon Sui looked at Han Sen with a complex expression. Even long after Han Sen finished performing the knife skill, she was trapped in deep thought. "What do you think? Do you think that fixed it?" Han Sen asked Yoon Sui, putting the knife away. Yoon Sui's mind eventually returned to the present. She looked at Han Sen, and a while later, she said, "Han Sen, can you tell me how you did it?" Han Sen had already devised an explanation that was a mixture of truths and falsehoods. "When I traversed the Sky Road, the words of Sky Palace came into my body. They came from the textless book, and Under the Sky came from the textless book, too. So, they share something in common. I cobbled this together during my research, but I wasn't sure if it worked. What do you think?" Yoon Sui's eyes avoided him, but she quietly said, "I am not sure. Could you please teach me, so I can understand better what it is you are thinking?" "Of course." Han Sen nodded, and he went on to say, "But my method is a bit tricky. You need to understand the feelings of Sky Palace in order to use this fix." Yoon Sui looked disappointed, and she shook her head. "I grew up in Sky Palace, and I have read those words many times. With that being said, I have never picked up the feelings that you're talking about. Maybe it is because I am too used to it, but I've never noticed anything while reading those words. Don't worry, I have another solution. I can allow you to experience the feelings of Under the Sky." Han Sen smiled. "How?" Yoon Sui asked in surprise. "I can use Under the Sky to fight with you. That way you can feel my knife skill. After a while, you should be able to learn it naturally," Han Sen said. "Does it work that way?" Yoon Sui's eyes shone brightly. "Try it and we'll find out." Han Sen brought out 2 practiced jade knives. He handed one to Yun Sui and picked up one for himself. He was just helping Yun Sui practice, so there was no need to use ghost teeth knife for such an exercise. Yun Sui practiced with Han Sen and tried to feel Han Sen's knife skill. She didn't know if she was making a mistake, but she felt as if her body was tangled up by an invisible knife air. She couldn't seem to escape it. I think too much. He really did fix the problem with Under the Sky. But it only took him a month, so how? And he practiced Under the Sky so well. Yun Sui kept turning it over in her head, but she couldn't figure it out. Over the next few days, Yun Sui kept coming to practice with Han Senator for some reason. Yun Sui did not file any sort of report to say Han Sen had fixed Under the Sky. She was just hoping she could practice with Han Sen like this, each and every day. With Han Sen's help, Yun Sui quickly became a beginner of the modified Under the Sky. The Feathers wanted to use Han Sen to boost their reputation, but Han Sen ignored them. He stuck to practicing with his Geno arts and his knife skills. Because his core talents were so good, Han Sen's progress with Under the Sky was coming along quickly. When he practiced with Yun Sui, however, he suppressed it. He continued to practice with her because she could be a witness for him. If anyone doubted his ability to learn and correct Under the Sky, she would be able to speak in support of him. He really did only learn it faster than others. Having been at Sky Palace for 3 months now, Han Sen's jade skin was finally going to ascend. A strange power flowed inside his bones and flesh. Leveling up to Earl meant generating a spirit. Jadeskin's power had a light element. As the power increased, a jade light would cast a shadow across Han Sen at all times. It was very weird. The strangest part of the process was that beautiful light. It looked rather like a cold fairy, and her skin shone like jade. Han Sen successfully became an Earl with jade skin, and his fitness level increased. Other people could only level up to Earl and gain strength in the process once. Han Sen, however, had leveled up Earl 3 times. That meant his body was 3 times stronger. His strength was practically like a marquise. After Jadeskin successfully reached Earl status, he put all his power and focus into the practice of the Bloodpool Sutra. He used the Jade Air to practice with the Bloodpool Sutra, but its progress was only accelerated a little. It wasn't as compatible with the Jade Air as Jadeskin was. Yun Sui was becoming an Earl. Yun Chongkong soon had her studying at home. With his extra free time, Han Sen returned to Shenyuan Cave to hunt down xenogeneics. When Yun Sui leveled up to Earl, she began practicing Phenomenon. It was a skill that was only 1 level beneath the textless book. It was a powerful skill. Yun Sui gave up on using swords and furthered herself with knife skills and Under the Sky. Using swords no longer felt comfortable to her. It looks like I should find myself a decent knife. Yun Sui was still not sure if she should totally abandon swords, as she had never owned a proper knife for herself. If she decided to proceed with knives, she'd have to procure a knife that was suitable for her. Sui, why are you using knives? Yun Sushang asked, following her to the armory. I learned a new knife skill, so I thought I should give it a try. Yun Sui started looking through the knives available in the armory. She seemed rather carefree about it. You can try knife skills, sure, but there is one thing you can't try. Yun Sushang looked very serious. What are you talking about, sis? Yun Sui's heart panicked a little. Yun Sushang sighed and said, You know what I'm talking about. You know Han Sen isn't an option. So why do you remain so close to him? What are you thinking? He has a wife and kids. What can I do? I am just practicing with knives with him and nothing more, Yun Sui explained. Good. Yun Sushang let the conversation end there. She didn't want to push the subject with Yun Sui any further and risk making her mad. Yun Sushang smiled and said, If you're practicing knife skills, you'll want to attend a knife event on Cloud Island. What knife event? Do we have an event like that? Yun Sui asked with surprise. Yun Sushang smiled and said, Yes, because of the feathers. They really want to use Han Sen to boost their reputation. But Han Sen continues to ignore them. They think too highly of themselves. If they really think they can fight Han Sen, Yun Sui scoffed. Yun Sushang, seeing her confidence in Han Sen, felt worried. Even so, She knew she shouldn't say anything about it. After a moment of silence, Yun Sushang said, Angia wants to challenge Han Sen, and he's not a fool. You cannot underestimate him. The feathers became a low race and they all dropped a level because of it. Angia was an earl and he was knocked down to a viscount. Angia was very angry, so he went to the pool of rebirth. His body returned to 0, and now he has become an earl again. Because of this, Angia is much stronger than the average earl. Furthermore, he has practiced with the most difficult skill of the feathers. Heaven Feather. Not many people can learn it like our textless book. It is not too powerful, but regardless, he is strong. This Angia does sound strong. The pool of rebirth is dangerous. If 10 people made use of it, there's no guarantee one of them would succeed. He is very lucky, Yun Sui said. Yun Sushang nodded and said, he removed all of his skills with the pool, but his talent remained. Otherwise, he could not have learned Heaven Feather. The guy is complicated, but he is also ambitious. He makes for a difficult target. Even so, he's still weaker than Han Sen, Yun Sui said with a smile. Yun Sushang did not say anything, and she just looked at her sister with something that resembled a smile. Yun Sui blushed and said, am I not correct? Han Sen was able to fight Lone Bamboo. That Angia is nothing. I don't even think he could beat me. So, you'll be attending tomorrow's knife event? Yun Sushang smiled. Yes. Why wouldn't I? Yun Sui said. The armory had all sorts of weapons, but it was mostly filled with swords. Yun Sui selected a Marquis ice knife. There were also some Duke knives available, but despite being a higher class, they weren't as good as ice knife. After she returned, she used the ice knife to practice under the sky. It worked far better than it did with a practice knife. You really do need a real knife to practice knife skills. Yun Sui touched the blade of the ice knife gleefully. The next afternoon, Yun Sushang took Yun Sui to participate in the knife event on Cloud Island. On their way, Yun Sushang remembered the question she had wanted to ask. By the way, which knife skill are you practicing? We are learning the Yun family's skill under the sky. Han Sun chose that skill as his prize, so I have been learning from him, Yun Sui said. Yun Sushang did not say anything, but she thought to herself, what can he do with under the sky? That skill is useless. It has a flaw. The feather students that lived on Cloud Island were busy preparing the knife event. Angia, do you think Han San will come? Asked a feather lady called in Lingxin. Before Angia replied, a strong feather named Andrew said, I think he is afraid of Angia. That is why he hasn't appeared. I bet you he won't come. Hearing what he did in Sky Palace, I thought he was strong. I didn't expect he'd be so much of a pussy that he wouldn't even show up. Ha! And people call him the Knife and Sword Master. Angia stared at Andrew and said, shut up. When are you going to stop being an idiot and watch your words? The Knife and Sword Master includes Lone Bamboo. What if the sky heard what you just said? Sorry. Andrew apologized. Angia shook his head. Andrew had always been like that, so changing him was difficult. After a brief moment of silence, Angia said, it is fine if Han San does not come. People will just think he is afraid of us, and that still contributes to our cause. And Lingxin was worried, though. We have been here for so long, and we have heard many stories about Han Senator. The people here respect him, and they say he is so strong. So what? Angia will win. Andrew was very confident in Angia's abilities. Angia touched in Lingxin's head. Don't worry. I have experienced rebirth, and I have practiced Heaven Feather and Judgment Knife. With all this, I will not be weak. And even if I do lose with Han Sen's reputation, it would still count as a win just to fight with him. Just like him fighting Lone Bamboo. If he hadn't fought Lone Bamboo, he wouldn't have earned the reputation he currently possesses. We need a chance like this. If he comes and fights me, it will count as a win no matter what. After that, Angia smiled. Go and prepare. The guests will soon arrive. Whether Han Sen comes or not, we need this to look good. Yun Sushang and Yun Sui soon arrived at Cloud Island. There were a number of familiar faces there, like Thousand Feather Crane. Brother Crane. Yun Sushang towed Yun Sui over to sit next to him. Do you guys know where Hansen is? Will he come to this knife event? Thousand Feather Crane asked the two, but he was looking at Yun Sui. Yun Sui answered, Hansen went to Shenyuan Cave. He hasn't come back yet. He cannot participate in the knife event. It would be best if he didn't come. Thousand Feather Crane nodded. Why? Yun Sui did not understand. Thousand Feather Crane lowered his head and said, with Han Sen's reputation, Angia is the only one who would benefit if they fought. It wouldn't matter if he won or lost. There is no need to help their kind. Yun Sui was not stupid. She understood what Thousand Feather Crane meant, and so she nodded. There were many Sky Palace students arriving. The highest of them were Earl class. The feathers hadn't been here for very long, so they were lucky to have that many people attend. Most people were there to see the blood feather knife. The blood feather knife was something that a feather alpha used a deified feather to forge. It was a treasure of the feathers, but even most of them never saw it. For outsiders, the chances were even less. For Angia to bring the blood feather knife here was surprising. Many elders wished to see it, so they sent their students to take a look on their behalf. Angia had prepared a speech for the beginning of the knife event. The feathers were very beautiful, and Angia was a good speaker. The atmosphere was pleasant. Angia did not waste time talking about pointless things, and he presented the blood feather knife quickly. Everyone focused on the rectangle box. Angia said quietly, the blood feather knife has existed for thousands of centuries. We have yet to find a scabbard worthy of it, so we have kept it stored inside this box. I must apologize for this. After this, Angia gently opened the case. Yun Sui and the others stared at the box. In it, there was a 3-foot-long white feather-shaped weapon. There was a blood marking on the white feather blade. It made a startling contrast with the white body. Angia explained, this blade was created by our alpha using a deified feather. When it was created, a deified xenogeneic wanted it. Our alpha used the knife, which was not yet completed, to heavily damage the xenogeneic. That deified xenogeneic escaped, but the feather knife absorbed the xenogeneic's blood. That is why there is a mark. It led to the alpha naming it blood feather knife. Excitement moved through the audience. They wished to hold the blood feather knife to determine for themselves if the knife was real or fake. Angia knew people wanted to see it, too. So, he took it out of the box and handed it to the nearest student so they could pass it along. Thousand Feather Crane, Yun Sushang, and Yun Sui looked over the blood feather knife and came to the conclusion that it was a good knife. But there was a rumor that said the knife was a deified weapon, despite it not looking like one. People passed along the blood feather knife, all complimenting it. When it was handed back to Angia, an Earl-class student asked, if this is a deified weapon, why doesn't it reveal its power? Angia smiled and said, you have remarkable eyesight. Others will tell you it is a deified weapon, and with the material it was created with, it should be one. But the story I have just told you about striking the deified xenogeneic kept that from happening. The xenogeneic blood that splashed across it was not too compatible with the knife, so it came to be a king-class weapon instead. It is not a deified weapon. It is a king-class weapon. So that is why people felt it was a great shame. King-class weapons were strong, but they weren't deified weapons. Today, I have asked you to come here in the hopes of finding a master for this knife. If anyone can beat me with knife skills, they may own it. After Angia said that, people became excited. Angia and his companions had come to Sky Palace because they had to. The rest of the feather race was depending on them to make friends with the sky. They wanted to quickly integrate with the population of Sky Palace so they could be considered natural members. When they came there, they brought a lot of treasures to hand out. Blood feather knife was one of them. But it wasn't as simple as handing out gifts to the first sky they met. They weren't entirely sure how the greedy elders of Sky Palace would react when they made their treasures available. And if the feathers' goods were simply taken from them, it would do little to grow their relationship with the sky. Angia only made the offer to the crowd because Han Sen hadn't come to the knife event. When he put the blood feather knife on display, he had no plan to receive it back. Of the sky students attending the knife event, one of them was the third elder's son. He was an earl called Wind 19. The third elder used knives, and so his son used knives too. The third elder was in charge of interacting with the feathers, so the feathers planned to give the blood feather knife to him. If they simply handed it to the third elder, though, it might not make much of an impression. He was an elder, and it was fair to say he had no lack of king-class weapons already. But if Win-19 could win the knife in this knife event, it'd make everyone look good. When he received the knife as a prize, it would be far more memorable. Angia couldn't just give the knife to Win-19, but if Win-19 believed he used his own strength to win the knife, then the feathers wouldn't curry any favor. It had taken a little while for the feathers to devise a plan. Angia had to win a few rounds before losing to him. That way, Win-19 would know that he was receiving a gift meant for him. "Angia, are you serious?" asked a strong man with a cow's head, his eyes wide. Angia smiled and said, "Of course. If any of you can beat me, then you can claim the blood feather knife for yourself. That includes you, Brother Cow." "Good. Then what are we waiting for? I am the best when it comes to knives. How about we compare our knife skills?" the cowhead man said, standing up. "Yes, please." Angia smiled and gestured towards the arena. The cowhead man was strong, and he was one of the outsider students. He was good with knives and fairly well known amongst the other students. He was also known for being quite grumpy. His name was Strong Cow. He was one of the students Angia hired to use knives against him. That way, before Angia fought Win-19, he could show off his own powers. Angia did not mind losing and giving out a gift, but he wanted to become very famous in the process. Everyone watched Angia and Strong Cow move to the arena, and they observed the match. Strong Cow was over 3 meters tall, and he was holding a giant horse knife. It was even taller than he was. It looked very scary. "I am going to begin," Strong Cow said simply, then slashed towards Angia. The giant horse knife was associated with the element of thunder. The knife light was like lighting. It became a cow-shaped bolt when it came for Angia. The thunder cow roared as it approached, and this was a fine display of Strong Cow's greatest skill. It was very strong, and the elites of the same level would not dare try to block such an attack. Everyone now looked at Angia, curious to see how he might react. Angia's white wings were still folded on his back. He was obviously not planning to evade. He was holding a common Earl-class jade knife. It was made from Shen jade spirits, so it was nothing particularly special. As the Thunder Cow's knife light flashed towards Angia, the power looked as if it could break a mountain. Angia smiled. He moved his jade knife and slashed towards Strong Cow's Thunder Cow knife light. The jade knife was shining gold. It was like a light from heaven. "Catcha!" The Thunder Cow knife light was cut in half by Angia's golden light. The gold light did not stop, and it hit the horse knife and broke it in half. Strong Cow retreated. The gold light was a mere 3 inches in front of him when it disappeared. Everyone was shocked by the display. They could immediately tell that Angia had held back some of his power, too. If he had wanted to, the gold light would have cut right through the cow's face. Strong Cow was not a very talented elite, but he was still considered one of the strongest earls. Thunder Cow Roar was powerful, but Angia had just beaten it without issue. Clearly, Angia was a top-rank earl. The Feather's Judgment Knife is special. It is a very strong Geno art, and it is said that it can cut through anything. I have never seen it before today, though. Thousand Feather Crane explained what they had just seen to Yun Sushang. "Brother Crane, do you think you can win?" Yun Sushang frowned. "I don't know, but I'm not good with knives, and that is what they are comparing. So, it is pointless for me to participate." Thousand Feather Crane shook his head. Strong Cow lost. The other students hesitated to try. Angia had fought a few bouts before today, but he had never proven himself to be that strong before. A student who was good at knife skills wanted to try. He didn't lose in such a dramatic fashion as Strong Cow, but everyone could tell he had been suppressed by Angia. No one was able to beat him over the next few rounds of battle. People started to look at Angia differently. Not many people in Sky Palace used knives or practiced knife skills. The few fighters Angia had just defeated weren't really the best earls. But even so, the fact that Angia kept winning was more than enough to prove his power. No one dared challenge him, and that included Wind 19. Angia knew that Wind 19 did not think he could win, so he didn't do anything about it. He simply went back to the stage and said, Sky Palace has been home to a high race since ancient times. The genes and geno arts here greatly surpass those of the feathers. I have come here in the hopes of learning, and now I have. I am so happy. I have heard Han San and Wind 19 are the best earls when it comes to knife skills. That being said, it seems that Brother Han is either busy or is choosing to avoid me. That is very disappointing. Fortunately, Brother Wind is here. Do you think you could teach me? Angia spoke quite politely, but everyone knew he was just taking digs at Han Senator. He was suggesting Han San was too scared to fight him. Angia didn't say it directly, but Yoon Sui thought this reflected poorly on Han Senator. She felt angry, hearing him speak that way. Han San didn't come, but I have learned knife skills from him. I will fight on his behalf, and I will satisfy your desire by proxy. Yoon Sui, dressed in her white garb, marched straight down to the arena. Thousand Feather Crane and Yoon Susang were shocked, and they were too late to stop what was in motion. Angia was a top earl. Even they didn't think they could beat him. Yoon Sui had only just become an earl, so it was highly unlikely she'd win. Fortunately, this was Sky Palace. Even if she lost, her life wouldn't be in danger. Yoon Susang still felt sick, though. She knew Yoon Sui could not stand ill words being said about Han San, and that was why she was stepping forward. Angia watched the elegantly dressed lady walk towards him. He looked surprised. He smiled and said, Sister Yoon must have only just become an earl. If I remember correctly, the Yoon family specializes in swords. I would feel terrible if I defeated you. The Yoon family's sword skills are strong, so it would not be all that impressive if I used sword skills to win. I have, however, learned a few knife skills from Han Senator. I wager that will be enough, Yoon Sui said coldly. Then she drew ice knife. Angia frowned. He knew Yoon Sui was Yoon Chongkong's daughter, and it would be bad for him to offend her. But the feathers had prepared the blood feather knife for the third elder, so he couldn't hand it over to Yoon Sui instead. Yoon Sui had just become an earl too. If he lost to her, it would actually damage his own reputation. People would think he had deliberately thrown a match just to please a woman. It'd look terrible. Angia raced to think of a way out, but Yoon Sui had already drawn her knife. He couldn't tell her he wasn't going to fight. So, after a moment of thought, Angia concocted a new scheme. If Sister Yoon is this interested, then I will agree to the contest. Please. Angia pulled out a jade knife as he smiled to her. He planned to only block her attacks in order to make her feel her inferiority. If she refused to quit, he would concede. That way, people would simply think he was a gentleman who wouldn't fight a woman. Yoon Sui bowed with her ice knife and then she slashed. She used the knife skill Under the Sky. Yoon Sui could not withstand Angia's mocking of Han San, but she knew that she hadn't mastered Under the Sky yet. After all, not many people would use Under the Sky to fight. All her experience with it had come from Han San himself. Han San told her she had finished learning it, though, and all she had to do was keep practicing with it. She had no idea how powerfully she might be able to use it in a real contest. And when Yoon Sui attacked, Angia's face changed. His plan vanished in a puff of smoke as he saw a woman that looked like a ravenous wolf coming for him. He immediately became tense. It was just one slash, but Angia could feel wisps of a most dangerous presence rising from that skill. Angia was careful, and so he responded seriously. He started to cast Judgment Knife to retaliate, and he looked more serious now than he had when beating down Strong Cow. After Yoon Sui slashed once, she was on the move. Before the knife air completed its attack, she slashed another 2 times. Angia lifted his knife and retreated. He used his knife skills to fight back. Thousand Feather Crane and Yoon Sushang were frozen. They had seen Under the Sky before, as the Yoon family had created and developed it. But they knew not many people made use of it, due to how fatal its flaws could be. If an opponent caught wind of the technique's flaw during a fight, it could lead to an opening and the subsequent death of the user. But Yoon Sui's Under the Sky seemed very different to Thousand Feather Crane and Yoon Sushang. They could not tell what had changed. but it was obvious that the biggest problems of the skill had vanished under Yoon Sui's casting. How strong was Under the Sky? This question had an answer in Yoon Sui. In the beginning, Yoon Sui was nervous and her movements were unnatural. She soon noticed that, after using the skill, Angia was following her lead. It was just like how she practiced, and now she felt safe. Yoon Sui remembered Han Sen told her that unless the opponent was much stronger than her, as long as she pulled off the first strike, none could beat her. The first strike was not random. It would home in on the opponent's weakness. That was how Under the Sky began. Once the opponent blocked the first strike, Under the Sky would keep on coming. It was like a target lock on the opposing fighter that would trap them in the skill. Unless the opponent's mind could see through destiny, they could not escape the trap that was Under the Sky. They would end up like a puppet, locked into following Under the Sky until they were completely trapped. Yoon Sui usually fought Han Sen, and she knew Han Sen's knife mind was only one step away from being deified. The pressure Han Sen put upon Yoon Sui was nothing like fighting Angia. She was used to Han Sen's strength, and dealing with Angia was easy by comparison. The pressure was nowhere near on the same level. Thousand Feather Crane and the other students looked upon Yoon Sui in shock as she kept swinging her ice knife. Her attacks seemed almost carefree. And in front of her was Angia, who now looked awfully grim. His forehead was dripping with sweat as he tried to escape her onslaught. Angia was like a puppet now. He couldn't cast any knife skills anymore. Every time he tried to, Yoon Sui interrupted him halfway through with a perfectly placed attack. So he would end up falling back again. Angia prepared to use a skill that would injure them both. But then, he noticed he couldn't even do that. Yoon Sui was striking before he could cast a single thing. He began to feel like there was some invisible wire tangling him up, and it was getting tighter and tighter. So much so that he couldn't use his talents. He wanted to start coughing up blood. If Angia had been someone like Lone Bamboo who could put his knife away before destiny, then he might have been able to escape Under the Sky. But he wasn't that strong. The entire arena was frozen. No one expected Yoon Sui to be this strong. Even Thousand Feather Crane and Yoon Sushang were frozen in disbelief. How is that possible? Her Under the Sky has no flaw. Thousand Feather Crane mumbled to himself. It was very shocking to see a fixed version of Under the Sky being used perfectly. This was something that was going to shock everyone from the elders to the leader himself. Han Sen, Yoon Sushang said suddenly. Han Sen? What do you mean? Is this connected to Han Sen? Thousand Feather Crane looked at Yoon Sushang with confusion. Did you forget? Han Sen was the first in the exam, and through it, he received Under the Sky. Yoon Sushang looked strange as she spoke. How am I supposed to know what he selected? Only he made the decision, and I didn't ask him. Thousand Feather Crane looked at Yoon Sushang. How do you know that he selected Under the Sky? Yoon Sushang gave a wry smile and told him the situation between Han San and Yoon Sui. When she finished the story, Thousand Feather Crane's eyes were wide. You mean Han Sen chose Under the Sky because of Yoon Sui? And he fixed Under the Sky's flaw in such a short amount of time? And on top of that, he taught her the corrected version of Under the Sky. Is such a thing even possible? I wouldn't believe it either. But you can see what she's doing, plain as day. There are no flaws in her execution. I can't think of another likelihood. Yoon Sushang's expression looked disturbed. If this is true, then that means Han San has performed a great service for Sky Palace. He has fixed an ancient problem. This guy is a genius, no doubt. He will be an incredibly important person in the future. Thousand Feather Crane complimented him. It is hard to say that now. Yoon Sui's opponent is just Angia, remember. When she faces a stronger opponent, we will have to see if there are still flaws in Han Sen's modifications. Yoon Sushang retreated into thought for a moment before going on to say, when this ends, we will take Yoon Sui with us to report to father. He should be able to find out the truth of this. As they had their discussion, Angia was in the midst of a difficult situation. Angia was far stronger than Yoon Sui. If Yoon Sui's power was equivalent to an average human, then Angia was a big and scary shark. His power could kill Yoon Sui with ease. But currently, Angia was a shark that had been caught on a hook. Yun Sui would add some slack to the cord whenever he struggled, so he couldn't use strength to get away. However, whenever he relaxed a little, the wire would tighten. Angia could not exercise any of his strengths. The hook continued to sink deeper into him, and he was getting tangled up even further by under the sky. I have lost. Sister Yun is very strong. This must be the Yun family's technique that is called under the sky. It is fairly amazing. It is one of the best knife skills in the world. For sure. Angia was smart. He knew he was going to lose, so if he kept fighting for the sake of it, it'd only be a matter of time before things took an ugly turn for him. As a result, he chose to concede and save face. But he carefully pointed out where under the sky came from, and he only admitted that he lost to under the sky. He did not make a single mention of the fact that it was a skill she had learned from Hansen. Many of the students had never before seen under the sky in action. They only noticed that's what it was now, after Angia spoke. Yun Sui returned her ice knife to its scabbard and said darkly, "Under the sky has always had a big flaw that rendered it unusable in combat. The under the sky I used was a variant that was modified by Han Senator. It corrects the problems of the original. I have not learned it well, and if I was to estimate, I am at around 10% of Hansen's proficiency with it." After hearing that, all the students of Sky Palace were in shock. So many people had wished to modify under the sky, but no one had been able to solve the issues plaguing it. It was difficult to believe Hansen had sorted it out. Angia's face, in the meantime, was turning green and white. Even a smart guy like him couldn't think of anything else to. "Can I take the blood feather knife now?" Yun Sui said, looking right at Angia. She was angry that Angia had mocked Hansen, so she wasn't going to be polite. "Of course. Sister Yun's knife skill is strong, and so the knife is yours." Angia forced a smile and passed the box to Yun Sui. "Thanks." Yun Sui put away the blood feather knife and left the arena. Yun Sushang and Thousand Feather Crane got up to meet her, and Yun Sushang asked, "Sui, is what you said true? Under the sky's flaws have been fixed." "Of course it is true." Yun Sui nodded. "Let's go. We are going to have to see our father." Yun Sushang pulled Yun Sui away, and they left Cloud Island. The news that under the sky had been fixed was far too important. She couldn't wait around for the event to end before going back. And furthermore, Yun Sui had received the blood feather knife, so the event would soon be over anyway. The other students started to leave, too. They also wished to know if under the sky had truly been fixed. If that was true, then Sky Palace had another exclusive knife skill. Angia and the other feathers all looked depressed. No one wished to say a word. They wanted to use Hansen to get famous, but instead, Angia had been beaten by Hansen's student. They were all so upset. It was far worse than losing to Hansen directly. They wouldn't gain any fame from this, and they couldn't give the knife to the third elder as planned. And the biggest problem was that Yun Sui had taken the knife without being the slightest bit impressed. This failure had certainly led to a loss of reputation. Despite being unable to beat Yun Sui, who had learned directly from Hansen, Angia had provoked Hansen multiple times. It'd sound fairly ridiculous. He had completely lost, and it filled the feathers with frustration. There was nothing they could to discharge their anger, either. All they could do was swallow it. "I can't believe Hansen concocted a plan like that. I underestimated him. It looks like that man is not just a fighter," Angia said through gritted teeth. He thought Hansen had planned to use Yun Sui to fight him all along. But he was thinking too much, of course. Hansen had never spared a thought about how he might deal with Angia. It was still not over yet, though. Yun Sushang brought Yun Sui to meet with Yun Chongkong. They told him about Hansen and Under the Sky. "Really? Sui, show me Hansen's modified version." Yun Chongkong did not believe Hansen had what it took to fix the skill. He believed there had to be some sort of problem remaining. After all, so many elites had tried and failed to fix it. Hansen couldn't just fix it within a month, even if he was a genius. But when Yun Chongkong witnessed Yun Sui's performance, his mouth dropped wide open. Yun Chongkong was the leader of the Yun family and the 10th elder of Sky Palace. He was no stranger to Under the Sky. Yun Sui showed him her Under the Sky, and he immediately recognized that it was different from the original version. But the difference fixed the inherent problem it had once possessed. There were no more flaws. It had become a skill that was perfectly usable in battle. Sui, did you really learn this from Han Sen? Yun Chongkong hastily asked Yun Sui after she finished her performance. Yes. He's been teaching me since I leveled up to become an earl. Yun Sui nodded. Father, does the modified Under the Sky really work? Yun Susang asked. Yes, it looks like it really can. There's one thing I don't understand, however. How can your knife skill express the feelings of the textless book? Yun Chongkong asked. Yun Sui quickly explained how Han Sen used his knife mind in a way that allowed her to get a feel for it. Yun Chongkong heard this and gave a wry smile. This Han Sen is a genius. He has modified the knife skill itself and used feelings as its guidance. He did fix Under the Sky's problem, and he has made it usable in proper combat. He learned Under the Sky as a beginner, then he expanded his understanding in order to abandon the strict rules of the text and start infusing it with his own emotions. He made something complicated far simpler. Yun Chongkong thought for a minute, then continued. An elder once thought about doing this, but there were too many problems for it to be effective. But it seems that is what Han Sen has done, and somehow he has finished it. This required a keen observation and a profound understanding of the skill's core. That which he has done with his knife is something only a grandmaster could do. Assuming, of course, that he is the one who has done all this. Yun Chongkong stopped talking. He took Yun Sui with him to meet with the leader of Sky Palace. The news of Under the Sky being fixed spread like wildfire, and the position of Under the Sky changed. It became a geno art of the palace, good and proper. It had a big impact on things, too. Han Sen's name was heard far and wide again, with Angia being someplace on the sidelines. Whenever he was mentioned, it would be just as the small character who it was showcased upon. Han Sen did not know about this, though. He kept practicing and doing his thing in Shenyuan Cave until the White Jade building was ready to open. Han Sen went back to his Jade Island first, though. And before he went on to White Jade building, Thousand Feather Crane came to see him. Brother Han, the leader has requested an audience with you. Let's pack you up, so we can go. Thousand Feather Crane smiled to Han Sen. The leader wants me for something? Han Sen was surprised as he looked on Thousand Feather Crane. The leader was a very busy man, so he wouldn't summon Han Sen for nothing. You don't know? The Under the Sky modifications of yours, they were verified and accepted by the leader. It has been accepted into the library of Sky Palace's legendary techniques. As the modifier, you are to be given a reward. That's why the leader has summoned you. Thousand Feather Crane smiled. Han Sen, hearing this, was surprised. He hadn't realized so many things would happen while he was gone. He followed Thousand Feather Crane to Sky Palace. When he walked the road to the sky, he didn't feel anything unusual. Only your first time ascending would give you that sense of suppression. Inside Sky Palace, many students looked at Han Sen strangely. Their eyes were filled with admiration. This was the first time Han Sen would get to see the Sky Palace leader. Han Sen had met him once, but he hadn't been fully conscious at the time. He wasn't sure what the leader really looked like. It turned out that the Sky Palace leader seemed fairly ordinary. He looked like a common, middle-aged man. He did not look intimidating, and he did not look holy. He just looked like a normal guy. Han Sen walked up to him and bowed. The leader of Sky Palace looked at him with interest and smiled. Stand up. You look better than the last time I saw you. Yeah, that was terrible. Sorry about being so useless. Han Sen felt embarrassed. It was terrible that Thousand Feather Crane had to carry him in. The leader of Sky Palace squinted his eyes at Han Sr. You are not useless. You finished modifying Under the Sky with success. That is something many people have longed to fix. If you were useless, then what are my elders? I didn't mean it that way. Han Sen lowered his head. The leader of Sky Palace laughed and said, Don't be so polite. Your master, Isha, wasn't like you. She never really was polite, but I liked her how she was. Han Sen had no idea Isha was held with such high regard in Sky Palace. It looked like the leader of Sky Palace still missed her somewhat. Did this old man fall in love with his student? Is that why he misses her so much? Hansen wondered. The leader's face turned stony. He flicked his finger, and suddenly, Hansen felt incredibly heavy. He almost collapsed on the floor. You little brat. You look respectable enough. But you were thinking something sordid in your mind. The leader of Sky Palace looked at Hansen and grunted. Hansen was suddenly covered in cold sweat. The leader could see through Hansen's mind. That was a scary power for someone to have. I apologize, Hansen said, as quickly and sincerely as he could. The leader of Sky Palace laughed and said, Isha always yelled at me, but she did so directly, unlike you, who keeps your real opinions in the privacy of your mind. This guy is a creep. He loves to be yelled at, so he must be a masochist. Hansen couldn't help but think. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he knew he had done something bad. The leader of Sky Palace smiled at Hansen, and even more pressure dropped onto him. It was a struggle not to fall to his knees. I really know I did wrong this time, Hansen shouted, his face looking bitter. The leader of Sky Palace smiled and said, It's okay. You are Isha's student, and you have been a great help to Sky Palace. Under the Sky's modifications are good. Tell me what you would like. It was my pleasure to help you. I wouldn't dare be bold enough to ask for a reward, Hansen said quickly. It is fine. You are not that humble, so there is no use pretending that you are. The Sky Palace leader grinned. How about this? Isha used to feed horses and you can feed horses too. That will be your reward for the modifications. Thanks. Hansen forced his mind not to think of anything else. Okay, you can go. The leader of Sky Palace waved his hand, indicating Hansen could leave. Cough cough. Mr. Leader, you are so powerful. With a flick of your fingers you can inhibit all my movements. That is impressive. Hansen's feet did not move. It felt as if his body was carrying a mountain. He could barely stand. Sky Palace leader squinted his eyes, looked at Hansen and said, This is my reward for you. If you do not leave, I will reward you more. Hansen turned around and departed, swearing to God he would never come and see that man again. Fuck, what is this reward? I did a great service to these people. It'd be fine if they didn't want to reward me, but making me feed horses? I don't want to feed your fucking horses. After Hansen left Sky Palace, he repeatedly swore in his heart. Walking out of Sky Palace made Hansen all sweaty. He did not know what Geno art was being used on him, but it felt like he was bearing a great weight on his back. He could withstand it, but he was not able to run. All he could do was walk. What is it? What did the leader give you? Thousand Feather Crane asked, coming forward eagerly. Let's not talk about it. When my master was in Sky Palace, did she offend the leader in some way? Hansen thought that it must be Isha's fault that he was being treated so poorly. Why do you ask that? The leader loved her the most. He took her as a student, so everyone knows that, Thousand Feather Crane said. That is strange. If my master was that loved, then why did he not reward me? He used a weird Geno art to suppress my body, and he's now making me feed his horses. Hansen frowned, and then went on to say, Is he really mad that he could not take me on as a student, perhaps? What happened? Thousand Feather Crane asked. Hansen told him his story. Thousand Feather Crane heard it all, and when the story was finished, his mouth had fallen wide open. He looked at Hansen as if he had just seen a ghost. Don't you think that this is a little much? Hansen also thought to himself, I only complained in my mind, so why is he going this far? Thousand Feather Crane gave Hansen a strange look. You are lucky. The Geno art you were put under is Sky Heartlock. It is a part of the textless book. King classes can barely make use of it and they often end up damaged. If they did not have the right blood, they wouldn't even try to use it. It is difficult to find someone that knows about textless book and sacrifices. The leader has used it twice on you, and not even Lone Bamboo was subjected to that. Hansen felt his eyebrows rise. Really? Of course. Sky Heartlock is no secret here. It locks down your body, and you have to use your own power to break free. Do it, and your fitness and air can increase. You know how important the basics are. You can do this to become stronger, and it won't affect your leveling up progress. Many people would actually enjoy that. You've received it twice, and here you are complaining. It makes me want to hit you. Thousand Feather Crane looked jealous. Hansen looked at him strangely and said, "What about feeding the horses? That can't be good. If I am correct, the horse you'll be feeding is the dream beast. I cannot tell you if that is good or bad, though," Thousand Feather Crane said after a moment of thought. While they were talking, a butler-like man approached. He bowed to Han-san and said, "Brother Han, the leader has requested that I take you to Dream Island. You will have to work for Dream Beast for 3 months. Can you go now, or must you pack?" "Brother, can I go tomorrow?" Hansen asked. "Sure. I'll pick you up tomorrow." The man smiled. "Thanks a lot." Hansen turned back to Thousand Feather Crane and said, "Old Crane, find me a way to get back to Jade Island. With my weight, the legless crane cannot carry me." Thousand Feather Crane laughed and said, "Don't worry. The lock is only clamping down on your body. It hasn't increased your weight. Your mount 1_T suffer because of it. ___. Hansen had no choice but to believe him. He climbed atop the crane with his heavy body. The crane felt nothing, and it took off into flight as it usually did. The bird had eaten many pieces of high-class xenogeneic meat. It was really strong, and it was flying a little faster than it had in the beginning. Its speed had only increased a little, though. Its wings were still injured, and so it couldn't fly entirely straight. Couldn't go too fast. When Han-san was back at Little Jade Island, he used all kinds of powers to try to remove the lock that had been placed upon him. Aside from using Super God Spirit mode, he tried everything at his disposal and failed to unlock it. Hansen had no choice now but to pack. The next day, the butler took him to Dream Island. Hansen did not know much about Dream Beast. He knew it was a deified xenogeneic, though, and Lone Bamboo had endured the nightmares given to him by this creature. Is that old man going to make the Dream Beast give me 10,000 nightmares? I don't want to experience those things. My life is a happy story. There is no need for tragedy, Hansen thought with fright. Took Lone Bamboo 10 years to wake up. Even if Hansen was stronger, it'd still take a few years. And by then, Linger wouldn't even know who her father was. That would be sad. No, I cannot have a nightmare. I need to talk to that old man again. Hansen turned around, wanting to leave. But then, all of a sudden, a gravelly, monstrous voice said from behind him, "Who said you could leave?" Hansen's body froze stiff. He slowly turned back around, and at the center of a mirror-like lake, a white unicorn-like creature was emerging. It might have been the greatest xenogeneic Hansen had ever seen, but when he looked into its eyes, Hansen felt chills roll through him. Looking at the creature did not make him feel good. The dreamy blue eyes, however, were smiling. Even so, they gave him goosebumps. "Ahaha, Mr. Dream, the leader sent me here to check on whether or not you need anything. If there is something you require, I will report it to the leader and bring it here," Hansen said quickly. He thought he should get out now. "I see. There is something I need. Come here." The Dream Beast stepped onto the grass, smiling at Hansen. "Mr. Dream, what do you require?" Hansen didn't think that the creature's smile was very nice. Dream Beast did not say anything, but his eyes flashed. Hansen felt a power come upon him, and his heavy body started to fly. Splash! Hansen flew over the lake and dropped into it. Normally, falling into a lake was no big deal. But now, his body was so heavy that he could not get away from the water. He couldn't even float. Dream Beast approached Hansen's struggling form and laughed. "Stop pretending. I know you can survive in the water. There is a type of gemstone beneath the sand. It is my food. You can go down there and get me some. I require 10 of them a day. If you don't fill the quota, I will give you a nightmare. And by the way, I am fond of cleanliness. Some would say too much. So, do not make the water dirty. If you do that, I will give you 100 nightmares," Dream Beast said. Han Sen, upon hearing all that, stopped pretending to struggle. He immediately dove down into the water. He could breathe underwater, but he just wanted to earn some sympathy points first. Unfortunately, the act didn't work on Dream Beast. The dream lake was clean, and you could see down to the bottom. Han Sen guessed it must have been 10 meters deep. Strangely, though, Han Sen did not see any other creatures in the water. There weren't even any plants like seaweed. The whole lake was clean like a well-polished gemstone. There was not a single speck of dust, which was quite scary. Han Sen's body reached the bottom, and his feet touched the sand. The sand followed the waves, rising like mist. This is your first day, so I'm only giving you a warning. If you kick up any sand again, straight into the dreamscape you go. Dream Beast's voice boomed into Han Sen's ears. If you don't let me stand on the sand, how am I supposed to find your gemstones? Han Sen asked quickly. That is your problem, not mine. I am merely following the rules, Dream Beast said as if it was ordinary. Han Sen knew there was no point resisting, so he pulled his legs off the bottom of the lake. He remained afloat, afraid of moving the sand with his body. But the sand was very light. The slightest wave would make the sand rise like mist, and the water would become dirty-looking. Han Sen tried his best to keep any more body parts from touching the sand, and that was how he avoided making the sand rise again. Normally, it would not have been difficult to maintain this position, but Han Sen still had Sky Heart Lock clamping down on him. Beneath that pressure, holding his position was difficult. It brought his body pain. Han Sen was using all kinds of strength to support his body. Otherwise, he'd have already been down against the bottom of the lake. But keeping that position was a challenge. Han Sen looked around the lake, and the sand was very flat. There was no mark or disturbance, and neither were there any convenient rocks. Han Sen looked around for a while, but there did not seem to be any gemstones. According to what Dream Beast said, the gemstones were supposed to reside beneath the sand. So he'd have to collect the gemstones out of the sand. But Han Sen did not know where exactly beneath the sand a gemstone might lie. He used his Dongxian aura to scan the lakebed, but there was nothing to be seen. At least today I can break the rules. Han Sen used his strength to dig through the sand, and after digging for a while, he found a clean, orb-sized gemstone that looked like a diamond. Mr. Dream, is this what you are looking for? Han Sen asked, holding up the gemstone. Yes, I eat 10 a day. If you miss one, you'll have nightmares forever. Plus, you deliberately destroyed the bed of sand. I will punish you now by making you work for me for another month. Dream Beast's voice came out of nowhere. Han Sen felt depressed, but it was his own fault for not abiding by the rules in someone else's abode. The sand did indeed harbor gemstones, but they were a rare find. Detecting the gemstones without touching the sand was very hard. But that couldn't stop Han. Senator Han Sen had learned a gentle skill from Moon Will King and the narrow moon knife. He could cast power into water without causing a ripple. It would not be too difficult to keep the sand still, then. Han Sen cast his gentle moon skill and looked through the sand carefully, searching for a gemstone. His body was suppressed by Sky Heart Lock. He had to keep his head down and his feet up, and he had to use the gentlest power he could to retrieve the gemstones. He was in the lake for a whole 10 hours straight, fetching the gemstones. When he came back out of the lake, he did not want to move. You are better than I thought. It looks like if I want to eat more, it should be fine. Dream Beast was resting beneath a tree. He smiled at Han Sen casually. Han Sen did not even have the strength to complain. He just lay in the grass near the lake, his body too sore to move. He felt so soft, as if his body was devoid of bones. The sad life of Han Sen started on that day. Every day, he spent most of his time under the surface of the lake in pursuit of gemstones. Whenever he had time remaining to himself, he rested. He did not have time to practice. Han Sen did not know why the leader wanted him to be here, but it was related to Isha. Therefore, it shouldn't have been too harmful. And the leader had used his own energy to give Han Sen 2 Sky Heart Locks. If he wanted to harm Han Sen, he wouldn't have had to make such an effort. Han Sen worked hard in the lake. Dream Beast still never grew to like him, though. If he got up late, Dream Beast would go and kick him into the water. And the sick Dream Beast would always say how great fresh gemstones were. Hansen couldn't get any more than 10 to save for the next day. When I become deified and stronger than you, I will make you search for the gemstones. I will tie your legs up and make you scour the sand with your own tongue. Hansen thought angrily to himself. Good thinking. From today on, you will use your own tongue to search for the gemstones. But if your tongue touches a gemstone, I will cut it off. Dream Beast's toneless voice said right beside Hansen. Hansen was struck with another chill. He felt hopeless, and he thought, shit, he can read minds. Hansen was going crazy, having to dig through the sand with his tongue for the job. Hansen could withstand a lot, but Dream Beast's ability to read his mind was particularly annoying. Hansen thought of many different ways in which he might be able to protect his thoughts from the mind-reading ability, but nothing seemed to work. Hansen gave those methods a few tries each, risking punishment. Before long, though, he noticed that the whole mind-reading thing wasn't based on hearing his precise thoughts. The creature would get an idea of what Hansen was thinking about, then guess the rest. That made Hansen feel a bit better. If Dream Beast could read the details of everything in Hansen's brain, many secrets would be revealed. Because of all this testing, however, Hansen was punished many times. The length of time he was supposed to work with Dream Beast was extended from 3 months to 13 months. After half a month of hard work, Hansen was given the opportunity to meet someone. When he saw Yun Sui, Hansen felt as if he had been in jail for decades. With someone coming to visit him, he almost cried. Hansen? What happened to you? Yun Sui looked at Hansen in confusion. I am fine. Sand has gotten into my eyes. That's all. Hansen acted like a man trying to play things cool. At times, Hansen would go to ridiculous lengths to save face. Right, well, why have you come to see me? Hansen asked Yun Sui after he gained control of himself. Yun Sui unstrapped a box she had attached to her waist. She opened it and passed it to Han Sr. I used the knife skills you taught me to win this king-class weapon called Blood Feather Knife. I got it for beating Angia. Half of it is yours, so I have brought it here for you to take a look at. You won the knife. It's yours. Besides, I have Ghost Teeth Knife. I don't require any more, Hansen said. But he still took a look at the blade. Anyway, you are right. You own half of the knife, but I use it, Yun Sui said with a chuckle. This is quite good. Hansen stroked the body of Blood Feather Knife, and then went on to say, it is a good knife. It doesn't seem as strong as my Ghost Teeth Knife, but the abilities aren't compatible with my teeth knife stuff anyway. It seems to be very good for something like Under the Sky. Hansen stroked the blade, and then something burned the tips of his fingers. He jumped, then looked at the blade more closely. His fingers had been burned by the blood mark on the blade. The blood-red stain was fairly obvious against the white of the blade. Yun Sui explained, Blood Feather Knife was made from a deified feather of a feather alpha. Before it was complete, however, a deified Xenogeniac came to take it. The Xenogeniac was injured, and the Blood Feather Knife was stained with its blood. The blood couldn't be rinsed off the blade, and because of this, the knife was unable to be deified. It had to settle for being king class. The feather alpha couldn't wipe the blood off? Hansen reached out his finger and touched the blood markings. If it could be wiped off, it wouldn't be there. And I doubt the knife would ever have been offered as a gift, Yun Sui said. Hansen nodded. His finger touched the blood mark, and there was that burning feeling again. The crystallized blood in his body started to melt in response to the heat. Hansen pressed his finger to the mark more firmly and cast the Blood Pulse Sutra. He felt a trace of blood-tinged air follow his finger and enter his body. The blood in Hansen's finger touched the bloody air. It was like fire meeting gasoline. It was going to burn with a flash. Hansen was shocked and happy. All it took was a tiny bit of blood air to make his blood boil. If Hansen could absorb all the blood on the blade, his Blood Pulse Sutra might be able to reach Earl status. What is it? Yun Sui saw Hansen freeze on the spot, and she got a little worried. Hansen? What's going on? Hansen hesitated, unsure of what he would need to tell her. Women were very caring. Seeing Han Sen's face, Yun Sui gently said, "If you need anything, you can tell me. I will help you if I am able to." Han Sen hesitated, and he said, "Sui, can I play with this knife for a bit? I thought it was something big. You own this knife too, so just take it." Yun Sui told him firmly. Han Sen was so happy. He took out his ghost teeth knife and passed it over to Yun Sui. "I am taking your blood feather knife for a bit. So in the meantime, use this ghost teeth knife." Yun Sui blushed. She seemed to fall into deep thought, but she still accepted the knife. She held it uncomfortably and said, "Okay, I will use this for now." Han Sen hadn't had anyone to talk to on the island, and he wanted to continue speaking with Yun Sui, but Dream Beast reminded him of his need to collect 10 gemstones. If he didn't, he'd suffer nightmares forever. Han Sen had to send Yun Sui away so that he could return to the water and collect gemstones with his tongue. Han Sen didn't learn much, but he did craft a skill called Sword Tongue. It wasn't powerful, and it was actually really gentle. If it wasn't, he wouldn't have been able to use his tongue to dig through the sand. Finding 10 gemstones was hard that day, and after he handed them over, he was tired. Still, he did not let himself rest. Han Sen took out the blood feather knife from the box he was given. Then he placed it on his knees. He touched the mark and cast the Blood Pulse Sutra. He felt a blood air rise from the blade. But it was very slow. Han Sen cast it for a while, and he only took the blood air that was on the surface. Han Sen thought for a bit, then dripped a drop of his crystal blood onto the mark on the blade. The crystal blood melted into the mark and merged with it. You couldn't see the blood anymore. Han Sen cast the Blood Pulse Sutra. He felt the blood air burst out of the mark. It went into his body, and when it did, his crystal blood boiled. Han Sen felt as if his body was going to be evaporated like steam. It took 7 hours for a portion of the blood air to be refined. This is scary, for just a little blood air to be so strong. Perhaps a few of these will take my Blood Pulse Sutra up to Earl status. Han Sen was delighted. After that, before Han Sen went back to work, he used a drop of his crystal blood on the blood mark again. After he worked, he'd come and collect that blood. The blood had the energy of the Xenogeneic, and Han Sen could refine it for hours. Habits could be very scary things. Han Sen had been on Dream Island for 3 months now, and he had grown used to having 2 sky heart locks on his body. Aside from moving slower, he was living like a normal person. His efficiency in digging up the gemstones was higher now, too. He could find 10 of them in 2 or 3 hours. What made Han Sen the happiest, however, was that his Blood Pulse Sutra reached Earl status. The blood feather knife's mark was much lighter, too. Han Sen planned to keep on absorbing the blood that plagued it. The blood was damaging the blood feather knife, so if Han Sen could absorb all of it, perhaps there was a chance to make the blade deified again. He was positive that Yun Sui wouldn't mind that. Dream Beast did not enjoy seeing Han Sen relaxing, so he had started to demand more gemstones. He made sure that Han Sen worked 10 hours underwater every day. Because that was too boring, Han Sen practiced his tongue skills. It wasn't an amazing power, but his tongue could generate a sword air that would kill someone with no problem. But as of yet, Han Sen hadn't broken a single sky heart lock. Perhaps he hadn't approached it correctly, or there was some other problem. He wasn't sure. Han Sen asked Thousand Feather Crane whenever he came to visit, but sky heart locks were very rare. Thousand Feather Crane hadn't experienced one himself, so he didn't know too much about it. Thousand Feather Crane did pledge to seek out information regarding it, though, so he could help Han Sen figure out what to do. There was a student of the sky that once suffered the sky heart lock, and it took him 3 years to remove it. And that person only had one to endure. But Han Sen had 2 locks to deal with. Thousand Feather Crane couldn't be sure when he could unlock them. As more and more time passed, Han Sen grew used to the sky heart locks. They didn't affect him as much, but he still couldn't break them. After half a year passed, Han Sen started to miss his family. He missed Ji Yenran, Linger, and even Little Flower, who had been taken by Old Cat. "How is Han Sen doing?" In Sky Palace, the leader asked the elegant Dream Beast. "Not bad. The Sky Heart Lock doesn't seem to affect him as much," Dream Beast answered. "Not bad, huh? From you? That's a mighty compliment." The Sky Palace leader laughed. Dream Beast smiled but did not answer. He did go on to say, "Are you sure you want Han-san to go to the ancient god's energenic space? Not Lone Bamboo." The leader of Sky Palace quietly said, "You know of Lone Bamboo's situation. He is already a marquis. It would be meaningless for him to go, and it would be too dangerous for the average student. Any cent would not be coming back." After a while, the leader went on to say, "I promised Isha I would make Han-sen a marquis. If Lone Bamboo does not need to go there, then he is the next best candidate." Dream Beast nodded and said, "He is almost done. He cannot get any better in Dream Island, so I suppose I can let him G. It was supposed to be a 1-year term, and only half of that has passed. You cannot waste the rest of the year. Can you?" The Sky Palace leader smiled. "You know he received the blood feather knife, yes?" Dream Beast asked. Sky Palace leader nodded. He looked at Dream Beast, wondering why he was mentioning it. "He is absorbing the xenogenic blood on the knife. It is working. In perhaps a few months, the xenogenic blood will be completely absorbed," Dream Beast said. "Really?" The leader of Sky Palace looked very surprised. The feathers tried many methods to remove the blood, but none worked. Now Hansen is absorbing it. If they learn this was actually possible, they will be very angry. Dream Beast laughed as he spoke. If he can really absorb the xenogenic blood, the blood feather knife might possibly become a deified weapon again. But it will also need to be refined once more. We will have to set this up so we can get another deified weapon for Sky Palace. That is all I can do. The leader of Sky Palace laughed. "When will that guy come back?" Dream Beast asked suddenly. "He hasn't come back from the Barrens yet." The leader of Sky Palace looked troubled. In a hard voice, Dream Beast said, "There cannot be an empty elder throne for too long. If he is truly not coming back, we need to make plans. It would be bad if the elders keep fighting." The leader of Sky Palace thought for a moment. "There is no need to rush this. That guy wouldn't be killed with any ease. Perhaps there was some kind of incident, but he will be back." "I hope so," Dream Beast said, then walked out of the Sky Palace. "There is still half a year to go. If you have the time, teach him something so he has a higher chance of surviving in ancient god space." The leader of Sky Palace said to Dream Beast's back, "He is not a student of Sky Palace. Why would I do such a thing?" After Dream Beast said that, he disappeared. Hansen finished digging up gemstones for the day. He washed the gemstones and placed them on the leaves next to Dream Beast. When he was going back to absorb the xenogenic blood on the blade, Dream Beast suddenly said, "From now on, there is no need for you to dig up gemstones." Han-sun was so happy to hear this, and he said, "You are letting me go? Letting you go? That would be impossible." Dream Beast smiled and looked at Han Senator. His eyes looked very dreamy. Han-sun started to say something, but his eyes froze and went out of focus. The scene before Hansen had changed. He was suddenly inside an abandoned city. He realized what was going on, and he yelled, "Dream, you said that if I completed my tasks, I wouldn't be put into a dream. I only promised I wouldn't put you inside a tragedy dream." Dream Beast's voice resonated in the air. "What is this dream then?" Hansen asked with a frown. "It is a nightmare. Enjoy," Dream Beast said, and his voice vanished. Han-sun wanted to ask something, but he suddenly heard a beast roar from someplace amidst the ruins around him. Many xenogenics began to climb out of the rubble, and they ran towards Han-san as soon as they saw him. Han-san was standing on a ruin that looked like a landfill. There were all sorts of xenogenics in different shapes coming for him. Even the sky was filled with them. "Damn it! It is just a dream. I will wake up when I die," Hansen thought to himself. "If you died in this dream, your body would be fine, but your will would perish. For example, you might go into a vegetative state." Dream Beast's voice was cold in the air again. Inside a storage shed in a kindergarten, Lu Zime was in a strange position. She was sweating and her skin was red. "I can do it!" Lu Zime was lying on the floor, gasping. She felt like her bones were going to fall apart. Her muscles were sore. If she moved, she'd feel like she was getting stung by needles. After she signed that unfair contract, her sad life began. She had to do whatever Bauer told her to do. Bauer told her that this was a strong Geno art. Bauer watched her practice, but she felt as if it was more like torture. It was a very painful process. It is okay if you do not wish to learn it, and the debt you have. Bauer was sitting atop a plank of wood. In her fat hand, she clasped many contractual papers. Lu Zime saw all those papers, and then she gritted her teeth and continued the horrible Geno art that Bauer was supposedly teaching her. After all this time, she had incurred more and more debt. The debt she had now was something she could not pay back in multiple lifetimes. Lu Zime hated herself for not being able to resist the temptations presented by Bauer. She had been drawn in by beautiful clothes and cosmetics, so she had signed a number of different contracts. That was unfair. And of course, since she could not pay it all back, she thought that she might as well sign up for greater debts. Let's stop here. We can continue this tomorrow. Bauer looked at the time and then jumped off of the wood plank. She walked out of the storage shed. Damn kid. Lu Zime lay down on the ground like a rug, unable to move. Hansen was as sad as Lu Zime. He kept fighting against different types of xenogeneics in the dream he was placed in. He couldn't stop, for the xenogeneics kept coming. There was nowhere to hide either. All he could do was kill. Because he was inside a dream, he could only get tired mentally. His body was fine, so he could keep fighting without rest. Dream Beast did not want him to rest. The worst thing, however, was that Sky Heartlock worked in the dream. It made him depressed. Hansen did not know how long he had been fighting. He had pretty grown numb to it all now. There were many xenogeneics in the dream, and they stretched out before Hansen in endless lines. There were the likes of the Shen Jade spirits, but many others that Hansen had never seen before, too. All those xenogeneics wielded different powers, as well. They felt so real to Hansen, or everything was so lucid that it was difficult to determine whether it was truly a dream or not. Hansen had to use everything he could to fight, and he had come close to death on numerous occasions. Dream Beast watched Hansen with a strange expression. He told Hansen that he would become a vegetable if he died in the dream, and that wasn't a lie. He could make Hansen die a mental death if he wanted to. But Dream Beast did not plan on killing him. He did it so Hansen would fight nonstop and give it his all. He wanted to see how long he'd last. But Hansen's performance was beyond his wildest expectations. Hansen only had to survive for a month, and he had already surpassed that requirement. Hansen had been in the dream killing for 4 months. He had yet to perish. It was not strange that Hansen could kill the xenogeneics because the creatures in the dream were set to Hansen's level. Even the higher tier ones had the same power as Hansen. He did this to train Hansen so Hansen could learn more about xenogeneics. Through all of this, he would gain knowledge. But amidst all that constant, intense fighting, Hansen did not slip up once. His willpower was still perfectly focused. It was hard to imagine an Earl could have such a hardy will. This guy must have experienced something before. How can his will compare to Lone Bamboo's? Is he the same as Lone Bamboo, in that he has a will that cannot break? Dream Beast seemed befuddled. Hansen's willpower was getting weaker, however. Despite that, he wasn't going to get killed. Dream Beast knew how scary all of that must have been. He'd rather have his soul killed than give up. Not all beings had that kind of drive. For Dream Beast, Hansen's will was shining like jewelry. Dream Beast sighed. His eyes took on a dreamy look, and then he removed the dream from Hansen. He didn't want to get Hansen killed. If things kept going, Hansen's soul might have been exhausted. Then he really would have died, and not just in the dream. Crash! Hansen's body fell to the ground. His brain was buzzing, and it felt like it was ready to explode. That was the condition of one who was mentally exhausted. Dream Beast called for someone to return Hansen to his island. He took the next few days to rest, and he slowly got better. When Hansen recovered, his will was much clearer. His powers of sense were sharper. But the thing that made Hansen the happiest was that he was now free. He knew that Dream Beast was only training him, but he still vastly preferred the feeling of freedom. While he was still sleeping, he let Bubble mimic him on the bed. Then, he slipped back to the alliance. He held Linger and kissed her. Then, he held Ji Yenran. Hansen thought it was the best thing ever. No one bothered Hansen, and he spent the next month relaxing. He almost forgot he still had the 2 sky heart locks on him. The happy days flew by, and 2 months after returning to Dream Island, Thousand Feather Crane came to visit him. He had news to deliver. The ancient god Xenogeneic space? What is that place? Hansen asked Thousand Feather Crane, stricken with confusion. He did not know why the leader of Sky Palace wanted to send him there. Thousand Feather Crane looked worried, and he said, Ancient god Xenogeneic space is a Xenogeneic space next to a barren system. We don't own it, but every time it opens, there is a spot available for us. I did not expect the leader to select you. Is there a benefit to going? Hansen asked. Of course. While it is very big, it is also dangerous, I must note. Even the top earls or marquises might not make it out alive from such places, Thousand Feather Crane said. What are these benefits? Hansen filtered out the dangerous part. He was afraid of danger, but if the leader wanted him to go there was no use worrying about it. The Xenogeneics in ancient god space are dangerous, but I do not know the specifics. I haven't been there before, but my master said it isn't just the Xenogeneics you should be wary of. There are also those of the other races who will enter when you do. Thousand Feather Crane explained what he knew. Hansen was in a bad mood. He had been in Ancient God for half a day, and he had already walked 30 miles. He was sweating. Under the protection of Yun Changkong, the 10th elder, Hansen arrived in the Ancient God space. When he arrived, though, he realized that some power had entangled him. The power he felt was reminiscent of Sky Heart Lock. It was a little different, but the effects were similar. It hindered Hansen's movement. Now Hansen knew why the leader made him suffer the Sky Heart Locks. It was because he wanted him to experience what it was like to be hampered. The Sky Palace leader had planned to send Hansen here a long time ago, that was clear. It was only a shame that the Sky Heart Locks had not been broken yet. If they had been, the ancient god space's restrictions wouldn't have been so arduous. The ancient god space was not as dangerous as he thought it would be, however. Aside from rocks everywhere, Hansen walked all day without encountering a single Xenogeneic. Yun Changkong told Hansen that his job there would be to hunt Xenogeneics. The Xenogeneics there were special, and their genes were fairly unique. The more he managed to retrieve, the better. But as of yet, he hadn't been able to find a single one. Without any to find, there weren't any to kill. Suddenly, Hansen saw something move over a little rocky mountain. It was a being of some type, but upon closer inspection, the sight made Hansen frown. Hansen! The person saw Hansen and screamed aloud. Then they approached Hansen. Why do I see you everywhere? Hansen said to Hire the pirate. He really hadn't wanted to see her again. Hire was an earl now. Her presence was much stronger than when he bumped into her with the Buddha. I should be the one asking you this. I thought Burning Lamp Alpha turned you into an ant. How did you recover? Hire looked at Hansen curiously. It was just a small trick. He didn't really do anything. Hansen smiled. He was not in the mood to explain things to her. Hire smiled and said, well, since our fates repeatedly intertwine, why don't we cooperate once more? Together we can slay the ancient god Xenogeneics. No, I prefer being alone. I am meant to be alone. Whoever follows me is subject to awful luck. Hansen did not want her and her trouble to join him. Hire grinned and said, but this is fate. A clairvoyant told me. I connect well with loners, so that means we are meant to be together. We are partners, you know? It's okay if you want to follow, but I won't be sharing a single Xenogeneic with you. Hansen shrugged his shoulders. Ah, so you weren't told. The Buddha sent someone to this place, too. What do you think might happen if he caught sight of you? Hire was not angry, and she kept talking as she followed behind Hansen. I'm not afraid of Burning Lamp Alpha, so why would I be afraid of a student? Even if I was scared, is cooperating with you supposed to make me less scared? Hansen said. The Buddha sent a Marquise Buddha. He is not as strong as Seven Spirit, but he is an important person to them. However, that isn't the thing you need to know. The most important thing is that the Buddha are cooperating with Demon. The demons are enemies of Sky Palace, and they sent a person named Sharon. Do you have any idea how dangerous your situation is? Hire said. Who is Sharon? Han's son kept on walking lackadaisically, as if he didn't care at all. You don't know who Sharon is? Hire asked Han-sen with shock. Do I have to know who he is? Han-sen lifted his lips. Hire finally believed that Han-sen really didn't know. You are Knife Queen student, and you do is? Have you heard of Lone Bamboo in Sky Palace? Yeah, Han-sen said casually. Good. Sharon's reputation with the demon is similar to Lone Bamboo's in Sky Palace. They are frequently mentioned together. He has already become a marquise, so you are bound to know what will happen if you see him, Hire said. People talk about me in the same capacity as Lone Bamboo, too. That means I don't have to be afraid of that Sharon. Han-sen laughed. What are you talking about? I know you. Seven Spirit almost killed you. Sharon is much better than Seven Spirit. Hire looked at him with disdain. Han-sen laughed and explained no more. Due to Sky Palace being quite private, news from the inside didn't often spread outside. Not many outsiders knew about him and Lone Bamboo. Even if I was afraid of Sharon, what use would bringing you along prove? Don't tell me you have battled him before, Han-san said casually. I cannot beat him, but I know that there is a secret place in the ancient god space. I can take you there, where we can fight Xenogeneics and avoid encountering Sharon. Do you want a co-op or not? We split the Xenogeneics 50-50. I can help kill them too, Hire said. That doesn't sound too shabby. What kind of place is it? Anyway, Han-san had walked for so long, and despite that, he hadn't seen a single Xenogeneic. He thought he wasn't going to fare too well. That place is mysterious. When the pirates of Ur came here, they stumbled upon it by pure happenstance. No one else should be able to find it without me guiding them there. Hire looked all cocky. If it is as good as you are leading me to believe, then I guess I can cooperate with you, Han-sen said. Of course. We will go right now, Hire said and then kept on walking. After they met in Holy Heaven, she understood Han-sen a bit more. She knew Han-sen was the trustable sort, and as long as he would gain some sort of benefit, he wouldn't betray and kill her. Plus, Hire had a secret defense system. She wasn't afraid of Han-sen betraying her. Han-sen then followed Hire. There were many rocks around, but that was all. There was no place for the creatures to hide, so the chance of finding creatures there was virtually nil. Han-sen's body was restricted by the ancient god space's powers. Together, the pair walked dozens of miles. They ended up sweating so much, it looked as if they had just emerged from spring water. Here, this is it. Hire looked at her map and came to a stop near a crevice. Han-sen examined the crevice and noted how crooked it was. Only one person could go in at a time, slipping through sideways. There were many crevices such as this in the ancient god space, too. Hire went in first, and Han-sen followed her from behind. They both moved along the crevice for a few miles until eventually, the space they occupied began to widen. Inside the mountains there was a giant cave. Han-sen saw a statue made of stone just sitting there, but it was at least 100 meters tall. In front of the statue, Han-sen and Hire were as small as 2 ants. Han-sen could not tell which race this statue depicted. Its head was a sheep's, and its body was human-like. It also had wings. It looked like some prehistoric sheep god. Fortunately, there weren't any of such sheep around. Otherwise, he was going to call them grandfather. Why does this place have a statue? Do Xenogeneics build statues? Han-sen asked with confusion. Thousand Feather Crane had told Han-sen some things about the ancient god space, but the young sky hadn't actually been here. He couldn't have known what the Xenogeneics were truly like. Hire said, "It is not a statue. It is a home for ancient god Xenogeneics." A home? Han-sen was surprised, and so he looked at the statue again. Yes. Otherwise, why would they be called an ancient god Xenogeneic? It is because these Xenogeneics live in ancient statues. You came here and didn't know anything about this? Knife Queen didn't inform you? Hire asked, looking confused. Han Sen dropped his shoulders. He didn't know why the leader of Sky Palace would do this either. Sending him here without giving him an ounce of information was weird. He couldn't discern what the man wanted. Hire wanted to say something more, but a ding-dong noise sounded through the giant cave. She quickly shut up and went to hide in a crevice. Han Sen looked towards the sound. The echo was reverberating around the room, but Han Sen's power could still tell him where it was coming from. It was coming from the nostrils of the statue. Not long after, a 3-meter-wide spider slid out of the nostril. The spider was black with a few red patterns flaring across it. Its body looked metallic, and the pattern on its back looked like a humanoid face. This is Ancient God's ghost face spider. It is an Earl Xenogeneic. Do not strike yet, as they always work in groups. There must be far more of them inside the statue. A marquise one might even reside within. We should discuss our plan of action before we end up getting ourselves surrounded, Hire said. Han Sen looked at the ghost face spider with a thoughtful expression. He had fought these spiders in the dream he was put under. In fact, he had fought quite a lot of them. He knew a lot about the spider and the power it possessed. The dream had to be training for this. Why didn't he just tell me? Why did he try to scare me like that? Han Sen wondered. But Han Sen knew that if the Sky Palace leader had given him files on all the Xenogeneics, he'd only have given it a brief look. He wouldn't have researched the foes properly. The dream, however, made Han Sen remember the creatures clearly. He knew everything about them, to a degree that would never lessen. The effectiveness of the two teaching methods was not even remotely comparable. Han Sen summoned spell as a gun in his hands. Then he climbed into a gap and raised the gun. He took aim at the ghost spider emerging from the nostril. What are you doing? You are not going to shoot the ghost face spider from that distance, are you? The ghost face spider is very strong for an Earl. Hire gasped. Hire knew that Han Sen would have no problem killing a ghost face spider. But the range between them and the creature was over 3 kilometers. The Earl power would be weakened over a long distance, and the rest of the power wouldn't be enough to kill a ghost face spider. Pang! A gunshot rang out, and a bullet tore through the distance. It hit the spider's back. The part of the face pattern that comprised its left eye was its weak spot. Han Sen had killed too many of them in the dream he suffered, so he knew them all too well. Blood began to ooze from the gunshot wound in the creature's back. Then it flipped and fell. It met the ground with a loud noise. Xenogeneic Earl killed. Ghost face spider. Xenogeneic gene found. The announcement sounded in Han Sen's head. Hire was in shock. Han Sen's power was far stronger than the average Earl to one-hit kill the spider over such a long distance. After that shot, though, many more spiders began to emerge from the statue's nostrils and ears. There was a great host of them, but their vision and senses were rather limited, so they couldn't figure out where Han Sen was. Pang! Another gunshot rang out, and a bullet broke through another spider's back. He still took aim at the left eye's location. A hail of gunfire followed, as each spider was shot off of the statue. The spiders weren't very intelligent, and they only seemed to rely on basic instinct. They couldn't find Han Sen at all. Han Sen killed the spiders one at a time, taking down dozens in the space of a few seconds. Hire looked at Han Sen with shock, as her mind drifted out to space. Hire felt a chill in her heart. That gun-looking Geno armament of his had amazing range. She'd never know if Han Sen decided to use it to assassinate her. She was confident she could evade the attack if she was prepared. But she couldn't be on alert every hour of the day and night. Han Sen's power really was that scary. And he was only an Earl. If he became a king or a deified being, he could probably kill a person by firing through the crust or core of a planet. The enemy would never even know how they died. Ghost face spiders kept climbing all around, and they kept firing out spider webs. They had no idea where Han Sen was, and they blindly fired their silk everywhere. It was obviously not effective on Han Senator, and the spiders continued to get picked off, as if they were mere target practice for him. After killing 100 of the Earl ghost face spiders, Hansen finally heard the announcement to inform him that he had acquired a beast soul. Hansen killed a few more, and then a weird scream sounded. It came from the mouth of the statue. A spider that was twice as big emerged. "That is the Marquis's ghost-face spider," Hire screamed. Hansen did not say a word. He stopped firing. He waited until the giant ghost-face spider revealed its back to them. And when it did, he pulled the trigger. Pang! A bullet struck the ghost-face spider's back, and it broke the pattern's left eye. The Marquis-class ghost-face spider fell down. Hire looked at Hansen in disbelief. He had one-hit killed a Marquis-class ghost-face spider. She did not know what Hansen's strength was anymore. It hasn't been that long. So how has he gotten this strong? Hire thought back to meeting Hansen in the heaven. He was a different person, and he was so much stronger now. Hire thought she had leveled up quickly, but it was clear to her that Hansen had been much faster. Hansen could not tell which race this statue depicted. Its head was a sheep's, and its body was human-like. It also had wings. It looked like some prehistoric sheep god. Fortunately, there weren't any of such sheep around. Otherwise, he was going to call them grandfather. Why does this place have a statue? Do xenogenics build statues? Hansen asked with confusion. Thousand Feather Crane had told Hansen some things about the ancient god space, but the young sky hadn't actually been here. He couldn't have known what the xenogenics were truly like. Hire said, "It is not a statue. It is a home for ancient god xenogenics." A home? Hansen was surprised, and so he looked at the statue again. Yes. Otherwise, why would they be called an ancient god xenogenic? It is because these xenogenics live in ancient statues. You came here and didn't know anything about this? Knife Queen didn't inform you? Hire asked, looking confused. Hansen dropped his shoulders. He didn't know why the leader of Sky Palace would do this either. Sending him here without giving him an ounce of information was weird. He couldn't discern what the man wanted. Hire wanted to say something more, but a ding-dong noise sounded through the giant cave. She quickly shut up and went to hide in a crevice. Hansen looked towards the sound. The echo was reverberating around the room, but Hansen's power could still tell him where it was coming from. It was coming from the nostrils of the statue. Not long after, a 3-meter-wide spider slid out of the nostril. The spider was black with a few red patterns flaring across it. Its body looked metallic, and the pattern on its back looked like a humanoid face. This is Ancient God's ghost face spider. It is an Earl xenogenic. Do not strike yet, as they always work in groups. There must be far more of them inside the statue. A Marquis one might even reside within. We should discuss our plan of action before we end up getting ourselves surrounded, Hire said. Hansen looked at the ghost-face spider with a thoughtful expression. He had fought these spiders in the dream he was put under. In fact, he had fought quite a lot of them. He knew a lot about the spider and the power it possessed. The dream had to be training for this. Why didn't he just tell me? Why did he try to scare me like that? Hansen wondered. But Hansen knew that if the Sky Palace leader had given him files on all the xenogenics, he'd only have given it a brief look. He wouldn't have researched the foes properly. The dream, however, made Hansen remember the creatures clearly. He knew everything about them, to a degree that would never lessen. The effectiveness of the two teaching methods was not even remotely comparable. Hansen summoned spell as a gun in his hands. Then he climbed into a gap and raised the gun. He took aim at the ghost spider emerging from the nostril. What are you doing? You are not going to shoot the ghost-face spider from that distance, are you? The ghost-face spider is very strong for an Earl. Hire gasped. Hire knew that Hansen would have no problem killing a ghost-face spider. But the range between them and the creature was over 3 kilometers. The Earl power would be weakened over a long distance, and the rest of the power wouldn't be enough to kill a ghost-face spider. Pang! A gunshot rang out, and a bullet tore through the distance. It hit the spider's back. The part of the face pattern that comprised its left eye was its weak spot. Hansen had killed too many of them in the dream he suffered, so he knew them all too well. Blood began to ooze from the gunshot wound in the creature's back. Then it flipped and fell. It met the ground with a loud noise. Xenogeneic Earl killed. Ghost-face spider. Xenogeneic gene found. The announcement sounded in Han Sen's head. Hire was in shock. Han Sen's power was far stronger than the average Earl to one-hit kill the spider over such a long distance. After that shot, though, many more spiders began to emerge from the statue's nostrils and ears. There was a great host of them, but their vision and senses were rather limited, so they couldn't figure out where Han Sen was. Pang! Another gunshot rang out, and a bullet broke through another spider's back. He still took aim at the left eye's location. A hail of gunfire followed, as each spider was shot off of the statue. The spiders weren't very intelligent, and they only seemed to rely on basic instinct. They couldn't find Han Sen at all. Han Sen killed the spiders one at a time, taking down dozens in the space of a few seconds. Hire looked at Han Sen with shock, as her mind drifted out to space. Hire felt a chill in her heart. That gun-looking Geno armament of his had amazing range. She'd never know if Han Sen decided to use it to assassinate her. She was confident she could evade the attack if she was prepared. But she couldn't be on alert every hour of the day and night. Han Sen's power really was that scary. And he was only an Earl. If he became a king or a deified being, he could probably kill a person by firing through the crust or core of a planet. The enemy would never even know how they died. Ghost-face spiders kept climbing all around, and they kept firing out spider webs. They had no idea where Han Sen was, and they blindly fired their silk everywhere. It was obviously not effective on Han Senator, and the spiders continued to get picked off, as if they were mere target practice for him. After killing 100 of the Earl Ghost-face spiders, Han Sen finally heard the announcement to inform him that he had acquired a beast soul. Han Sen killed a few more, and then a weird scream sounded. It came from the mouth of the statue. A spider that was twice as big emerged. That is the Marquis's ghost-face spider. Hire screamed. Han Sen did not say a word. He stopped firing. He waited until the giant ghost-face spider revealed its back to them. And when it did, he pulled the trigger. Pang! A bullet struck the ghost-face spider's back, and it broke the pattern's left eye. The Marquis-class ghost-face spider fell down. Hire looked at Han Sen in disbelief. He had one-hit killed a Marquis-class ghost-face spider. She did not know what Han Sen's strength was anymore. It hasn't been that long. So how has he gotten this strong? Hire thought back to meeting Han Sen in the heaven. He was a different person, and he was so much stronger now. Hire thought she had leveled up quickly, but it was clear to her that Han Sen had been much faster. In total, 187 Earl and 2 Marquis ghost-face spiders had been one-hit killed by Han Senator. None had been left alive, and none required a double tap to finish off. Han Sen's power was scary. Having practiced inside that dream was one of the reasons for this. If he hadn't endured that, he wouldn't have known the precise weaknesses of the ghost-face spiders, and he wouldn't have been able to kill the Marquis spiders in one hit. But despite killing so many spiders, he had only earned a single beast soul for himself. It was a disappointment for Han Sen. Overall, Han Sen made sure there were no more spiders waiting to emerge from the statue, and then the pair crawled out of the crevice and started cutting up the bodies. The ancient god space's xenogeneics were different from the ones found elsewhere. The xenogeneic genes of the ghost-face spiders were little balls. They looked like pearls. After Han Sen pulled one of the little orbs out, Hire looked hesitant. She hadn't actually done anything, so she didn't think she should take any of the spoils. She most certainly didn't think she should be going 50-50. But Han Sen went ahead and split the orbs in half. He placed half of them in his pockets and then climbed up the statue. Hire didn't hesitate to collect the rest of the orbs. Without Hire leading, Han Sen wouldn't have been able to find this cavern. There were too many crevices and gulches to traverse, and despite walking for a very long time, stumbling on this statue would have been very unlikely. So Han Sen thought that the split of spoils was fair enough. Information was worth a lot, but there were many benefits yet to see, so their trip wasn't over yet. Inside the ancient god xenogeneic cave, many goodies were waiting for them. Hire put away the orbs she had gathered and followed after Han Senator. She climbed up to the statue's shoulder. "Where should we go?" Han Sen asked. while observing the statue's head. With his knowledge of ghost face spiders, he knew that their creation was a strange process. If their origin wasn't destroyed, ghost face spiders would spawn continually. Normally, the statue's mouth is the closest to a beginning of ancient god. But the items are always contained within the statue, Hire explained. What is a beginning of ancient god? Hansen asked. You don't know? Hire was surprised, but she knew Hansen had no reason to lie to her, so she went ahead to explain. A beginning of ancient god is what the xenogeneics are born from. Those are the most valuable things in the ancient god space. If you are able to get a beginning of ancient god, you can keep spawning ancient god xenogeneics forever. Those things are important to big factions. Surely you must know this. Hansen nodded, and then he climbed into the mouth of the statue. Hire entered with him, and it was very large inside. There was a path that was only a few meters wide. It was very low, though, so they had to bend to traverse it. If you don't know anything about this place, why did you decide to come? Hire asked curiously as she walked. Hansen did not answer. He hadn't known what a beginning of ancient god was. He had seen it in a dream, but he had never been told its name. Rather than telling him, Dream Beast had used the dream to inform him of the things he needed to know. It was easier than Hansen thought it would be, though. Perhaps they had killed all of the ghost face spiders, because they didn't encounter any more along the way. They walked for 2 or 3 hours inside the statue, on a road that took them down many different routes. Eventually, they found a beginning of ancient god. It was a tablet about the size of a hand. It was gray, but it possessed a number of red lights. It also bore the pattern that adorned the ghost face spiders. Hire took it out from where it was embedded in a stone slot, and when she did, the pattern on the tablet went dim. Its red glow disappeared. There is only one of them. If you would like, you can have it first. Hire gave the beginning of ancient god, the one that pertained to the ghost face spiders, to Hansen. I will take the next one. Hansen did not accept the beginning of ancient god. In his dream, he recalled that the ghost face spiders were one of the weaker varieties. There were other xenogeneics with a beginning of ancient god that were far stronger than the ghost face spiders. After that, Hansen turned around and started walking towards the exit. Their bodies were bound by the xenogeneic space, so they could not walk very fast. And neither could they fly out. When they emerged, they climbed down the statue and entered a cave nearby. You have given me this beginning of ancient god. Aren't you afraid that there might be no more to find later on? Hire said as she fiddled with the beginning of ancient god, smiling Hansen from behind. It's okay. Accept it as a reward for the information you have provided me with, Hansen said casually. I have really come to like you a bit more. If the rebate don't want you anymore, you can gladly come and live with us pirates. If you follow me, I can treat you with everything you could ever desire, Hire said. We can talk about that when the time comes, Hansen said lackadaisically. He wasn't too interested. He had heard of the pirates before. They were a bunch of thieves, but the things they stole were massive. They weren't the sort to steal from ordinary creatures. They had stolen from many high races and earned many enemies across the Geno universe. Due to the pirates being so powerful, amongst other reasons, no one could do anything to stop them either. Hansen didn't want to be a thief. Even if Hire invited him sincerely, he wouldn't accept the offer. And on top of that, Hire always seemed to have an evil streak. Who knew what her true plans might have been? There was only one way to go after that statue, and after 8 miles of following it, they had yet to find a single other branch leading elsewhere. But they eventually heard the sound of water. It was similar to the noise of a big waterfall. They looked at each other and slowed down. They walked another 3 miles, and that was when the path widened again. There was indeed a waterfall. It looked like a galaxy in the deepest recess of the cave. The water sounds were very loud. Behind that waterfall was a silver statue. The waterfall came out from the statue's belly button. The statue's lower body was like that of a horse. The upper body was that of a human. It had the head of a bird, and it also possessed wings. It looked so strange. Did your elder tell you what xenogeneics this statue might harbor? Hansen asked Hire. Hire shook her head. I don't know. When he came here, he was heavily injured. He didn't touch the statue from earlier, so he could not have come this far. I am just like you right now, clueless. As they were talking, a silver monster emerged from the water beneath the statue. It climbed up the waterfall and entered the belly button of the silver statue. The xenogeneic looked like it had been made entirely from silver. It sort of looked like a trilobite. It was, however, 1 meter long. When Han Sen saw the trilobite-looking silver xenogeneic, he frowned. In his dream, he had not encountered this xenogeneic. Is it an ancient god xenogeneic that Dream Beast was unaware of? Han Sen remained in thought, not yet ready to take action. He killed the ghost-face spiders so confidently because he knew what they were. But facing something unknown was dodgy, and he wasn't sure he wanted to take the risk. Do you know of this xenogeneic? Han Sen looked at Hire. Hire just shook her head. You should fire a shot into the water. Perhaps there are other silver xenogeneics lurking within. Han Sen frowned. Without knowing what he was getting into, he didn't want to fire a bullet. Ghost-face spiders weren't intelligent, so they were unable to discern where the bullets were fired from. It did not mean that the other xenogeneics were the same, however. Attacking randomly without caution could put them in danger. They were bound by the powers that governed ancient god space. While that did not affect their strength, their speed was definitely lowered. Their reactions to danger would be much slower. They couldn't take unnecessary risks. After letting silence settle in for a bit, Han Sen moved his fingers. A red gas drifted out of his fingertips. A reaper appeared, clutching a red crystal scythe. It took off flying around the cave before heading for the pool of water near the waterfall. Hire looked at the red reaper with curiosity. She was used to Han Sen possessing all manners of tricks, but she was still interested in finding out what the reaper was capable of. When the reaper reached the water exploded. A trilobite-looking xenogeneic suddenly emerged, leaping up to consume the red reaper. The red reaper's reaction was fast, however, and it struck the creature's silver shell. The reaper was a powerful little thing, but all it did was leave a minor mark across the shell. It certainly couldn't break through it. Pang, pang, pang. More silver xenogeneics leapt out of the water. They were like cannonballs shooting up towards the red reaper. The red reaper's scythe could not bear the brunt of such force, and one of the silver xenogeneics was able to strike its body. Fortunately, the red reaper was made of smoke. After the silver xenogeneic broke its misty form, it was able to quickly recompose itself. But the silver xenogeneics weren't going to give up, and they repeatedly tried to attack the red reaper. When a xenogeneic's jaws closed on the red reaper's scythe, the weapon was bitten off. Then, more and more silver xenogeneics leapt up to bite the red scythe itself. Not long after, it had all been chomped and broken to pieces. The red crystal scythe was the strongest weapon that the red reaper had at its disposal. It was also its greatest weakness. Once it was broken, the red reaper would disappear. After the red reaper was destroyed, the silver xenogeneics started swimming around in the water like a legion of crocodiles on the prowl for human flesh. They have some very strong bodies, and not to mention their physical power. These things must rank amongst the best of earls out there. There are dozens of them, too. This will be tough to deal with, Han Sen said quietly. If he only had to deal with the silver xenogeneics he had seen so far, he wouldn't be afraid. But if the Earl ones were that powerful, then the power of a potential Marquise one would be unimaginable. Han Sen rested for a bit, then recomposed the Red Reaper. He sent it out to the water again. The silver xenogeneics weren't deep in the water yet, so the Red Reaper swooped down on one. And then the silver xenogeneic sunk. The other silver xenogeneics started coming after the Red Reaper again. Han Sen turned his sniper rifle into a rocket launcher. Then he mounted it on his shoulder and fired it at the Red Reaper. A group comprised of a dozen silver xenogeneics latched onto the Red Reaper's scythe, breaking it immediately, just as the rocket came. Boom! A white mushroom light exploded from the midst of the silver xenogeneic crowd. The strength blew each and every one of the xenogeneics away. But those silver xenogeneics' bodies glowed with a strange aura. They remained inside the fire, and the rocket's explosive power was unable to destroy their bodies. That is a powerful protection they possess. Not even spell can break through it. Han Sen complimented them. Why are you still standing there? Run, Hire said before starting to run. The silver Xenogeneics were traveling towards them really quickly, scrambling over the stones. Their speed was frightening. Han Sen did not move, though. He stood firm with his rocket launcher, then fired another rocket at the silver Xenogeneics. This time, however, he had glazed the effects of turtle atop the rocket. Boom! A rocket exploded in the middle of the waves of silver Xenogeneics. They had an aura around them, shielding them from the explosion. It also protected them from turtle, preventing the symbol from sticking on them. It had been blocked. Buzz! Before Han Sen could attack again, a silver Xenogeneic flew out from that belly button. It looked like the first one they had seen in the water. This one had transparent silver wings, though. It was able to fly very fast. There were 4 or 5 of them flying out towards Han Sen in total. They soon reached the front lines, soaring towards him. Han Sen did not fall back. He pulled out the blood feather knife and used his knife and sword power on the blade. Then, he slashed towards the silver-winged Xenogeneic nearest him. The knife and sword power hit the silver-winged Xenogeneic and activated its armor. But that scary knife and sword power was sufficient to break the auras and HEW the body of the silver-winged Xenogeneic in half. Mutant Xenogeneic Earl hunted. Silver-winged beetle Xenogeneic gene found. Obtained mutant silver-winged beetle beast soul. Han Sen was happy, but he didn't have time to stop and look at his new beast soul. He was running towards the nearest silver beetle that was coming his way. He killed one of the silver beetles that could not fly. Those silver beetles weren't mutant. They were just ordinary Earl silver beetles. While Han Sen was having fun killing the beetles, something screamed near the silver statue. There was a silver, glass-like monster coming out. His body was over 10 meters long. Its head possessed a silver beard, and there were 4 transparent wings on its back. It was already before Han Sen. A silver light came out of its mouth, moving much faster than knife lights and sword airs. Han Sen's body was hampered by both the sky heartlocks and the ancient god space itself. His speed was very slow, but fortunately, his rabbit shoes weren't affected. He could still move with the speed of a duke. The moment he dodged the silver light, a gold ant pattern appeared on Han Sen's body. It increased his power. He slashed towards the silver, glass-like bug. Dong! The knife and sword powers came against the silver glass bug. A transparent silver light appeared. Han Sen's attack did not break the light at all. Han Sen was shocked. His body was like an ordinary marquise, and he had the Ant King Mark's buff. It shouldn't have been difficult for him to bring down a marquise. But his full-strength strike was unable to break the silver glass bug's armor. It was a scary thing to comprehend. Han Sen used the rabbit shoes and their speed to fight with the silver glass bug. He kept striking its shielding aura, but nothing seemed to work. The aura was far too tough, and not even his knife and sword powers could break through it. Han Sen was at a very bad disadvantage. Han Sen's speed was aided by the rabbit shoes, but Sky Heartlock and Ancient God's hampering were still in play. Under the pressure of this tough of a fight, he was starting to feel tired. His body was sore and he felt awful. This cannot continue. Han Sen wanted to leave, and as he made the decision, he noticed Hire was already long gone. The silver glass bug was not slow at all. Kept chasing after Han Sen, spitting out silver light. Han Sen clenched his jaw and ran towards the waterfall cave. That was the only way to go back, and there was no place he could hide. He would rather take his chances in a wider space. The silver glass bug was flying, and so Han Sen flew like a phoenix to swoop around and strike its back while airborne. But the knife and sword power still couldn't break the silver armor. This was the first time Han Sen had encountered a Xenogeneic with extremely high defense. Han Sen believed it had to be a mutant Marquise Xenogeneic that was simply aligned with defensive attributes. Han Sen continued to fight, retreating all the while. He ran into the belly button of the silver statue. If he was going to run off, he was not going to run off empty-handed. He wanted to find the statue's beginning of ancient God. He could not kill the bug, but he still thought that the beginning of ancient God might be up for grabs. Luckily, the statue had many different paths to take. So, Han Sen used the unique geography to kite the silver glass bug around. It made things better, but it also cost Han Sen a lot of power. He was getting slower and slower as time went by. Since there were no other people around, Han Sen summoned his Dongxian armor. The Dongxian armor started absorbing the energy in the atmosphere to keep Han Sen fueled up. That way, he could keep on fighting and not wind up failing due to exhaustion. It looked like the xenogeneic silver beetles he had encountered earlier were all there were. After he killed the ones on the outside, there were no more to be discovered on the inside of the cave. Han Sen kept heading down the same tunnel, and 2 hours later, he found the beginning of ancient God embedded in a wall. It was a silver metal slab with an irregular, haphazard shape. There was a trilobite symbol on it, though flashing with a silver light. Han Sen was pleased to have found it, and he ran over to it and pried it free. The silver glass bug was furious, and its desire to kill Han Sen was even greater now. A bug and a human were fighting inside that cave. Han Sen could not break its armor, and he was hit by the silver light a few times. The Dongxian armor was also slashed open in a place or two. Han Sen planned to wait until the silver glass bug had exhausted all its power. Perhaps by then its aura would weaken too. But after fighting for 10 hours, Han Sen felt ready to fall apart. The aura of the silver glass bug, however, was still the same. It was too late for Han Sen's body to dodge the next strike. The silver glass bug's silver light pierced through him. Han Sen's body exploded like a water balloon. It was just a clone he had generated with Moon, though. And while the bug was distracted with the moon, Han Sen took off running down a smaller passage. He used the Dongxian Sutra to hide his presence, and then he stopped moving. The silver glass bug was flying angrily around the cave, making horrible screeching sounds. After a while, the silver glass bug flew away from the cave. When it did, Han Sen emerged and started making his way back out from the way he had come. The silver glass bug was too strong, especially its silver armor. Unless he used Super Spank, he didn't think he could break it. Super Spank's power might have broken the armor, but it also might destroy the body completely. That would rob him of potential gains. If he wouldn't receive any benefits, Han Sen wasn't going to bother. Han Sen came out of the crevice, and he found Haier standing just outside. Han Sen switched to his spell armor. "You run fast." Han Sen looked at Haier and smiled. Haier smiled and said, "I am just a pirate. I am not good at anything else. I run fast to secure survival. I had faith in you, though. I knew you would come back alive." Han Sen sat on the floor. He was really tired. The weight of the Sky Heart Locks and Ancient God Space's force had hindered him quite a bit, and he was 10 times more tired than he should have been. He had almost exhausted his entire reserve of energy, just to make it out. "Where do we go next?" Haier asked Han Sen, sitting opposite him. "I think our cooperation ends here. After this, we will go our separate ways and have no further engagement," Han Sen said. "You are too cruel. We have defied death together." "Hang on, you just left me to die. Don't try to butter it up," Han Sen exclaimed, stopping her. Haier rolled her eyes and said, "How about I hire you to hunt xenogeneics? Then, I am not interested." Han Sen lay down on the floor and closed his eyes. Sweat was dripping from him and his muscles were all sore. "Someone is here," Haier said suddenly. Han Sen sat up, and he looked in the direction that Haier was indicating. A few people were coming, but their faces could not be seen clearly. A bald head in their midst did stand out, however. "Buddha!" Han Sen was shocked. "Run! I will see you again." Haier turned around and ran, forgetting all about her pleas for cooperation. She really is good at running. He felt poorly. He wanted to leave as well, but he was far too tired. He would rather preserve his energy for a fight than run off. The group saw Han Sen and approached him. One of them was a Buddha, and one of them had purple horns. He was a demon. The others were comprised of different races. In total, there were 6 of them. Amitabha, Mr. Han, I cannot believe we have met here once again. The Buddha, seeing Han Sen, looked murderous. I didn't expect to see you guys here either. Han Sen sat where he was, not moving. He wanted to rest some more. You are Han Sen. The man of the demon looked at Han Sen with interest. Han Sen looked back at the man, guessing he was the Sharon that Hire had told him so much about. Unlike Lone Bamboo, Sharon was a born genius. He was far better than those of the same level, and he had apparently never failed at anything. He had learned all of his Geno arts quickly, and he had also been known to improve techniques and skills. That was why he was so good. Sharon was a rare person who possessed 2 Geno arts. He had studied the Demon's Sky Demon Sutra and another mysterious Geno art. He had been buffed twice, so he really was quite strong. According to Hire, he made a gamble with every opponent that was of the same level. He had never lost once. He was expected to become deified one day. Not bad. I am Han Senator, who are you? Hansen asked, looking at Sharon. He didn't care if it was Sharon or not, he just wanted to keep up the small talk so he could rest. I am Sharon of the Demon, Sharon answered. The Buddha next to Han San then said, Mr. Han, it looks like you've just been through a big fight. Is there an ancient god statue nearby? So what if there is? Hansen answered, Did you get the beginning of ancient god? The people's eyes went bright as they kept checking Hansen out. If I got it, would I still be here? Hansen lifted his lips and gave the Buddha a disdainful look. I see. Then let's go for a walk, the Buddha said to Hansen. Why would I lead you? Hansen asked icily. That is not up to you to decide, shouted a member of their party. It had 6 legs, and its steel-like hands reached out to grab Hansen. Green smoke rose from its hand and formed into a big claw. It was going to sink the claw into Hansen's body. Hansen did not move, though. He waited until the green claw had almost reached him, and then he pulled out blood feather knife and swung it at the green claw. The 6-legged person shot the knife a dismissive glance. He was a marquis, so he didn't take the Earl-class Hansen seriously. He was still going to press forward with his attack with the green claw. Catcha! The power put into the blood feather knife was sufficient to lop the green claw off. And it didn't end there. The knife went forward to strike the 6-legged creature directly. The 6-legged creature did not expect an Earl to be that powerful. It was too late for him to try to dodge the strike now. And then, his body was cut through at the waist. It went all the way, lopping him in 2. It didn't immediately kill him, though, and he kept screaming from the ground until the teeth powers finished him off. Everyone was shocked. No one underestimated Hansen now, and they all looked at him with caution. But they didn't fall back. Instead, the rest spread out to encircle Hansen. Teeth knife is strong, Sharon complimented. Killing a Yahoo like that is nothing, Hansen said expressionlessly. Mr. Sharon, there is no use in talking with him. Let's take him down, the Buddha said. Sharon did not move, however. He smiled and said, I have heard Hansen killed 7 spirit while in your heaven. Infinite Buddha, you should not get involved. He is such a horrible person. We should kill him without a second thought, Infinite Buddha said. It is still wrong to pawn off your work on others. Perhaps you should end this yourself. What do you guys think? Hansen looked at the other creatures. Yeah. A few of them nodded. Infinite Buddha's face changed, but only for a second. And then he said the Buddha catchphrase. Amitabha. Then I will do it. After that, Infinite Buddha threw a slap towards Han Senator. A bunch of stars came out of his hand, flying towards Han San like a renegade solar system. Han San used his blood feather knife still, and he used Tusk to fight the incoming stars. But when the knife air hit the stars, it was like it actually entered space and disappeared into the void. Nothing was able to hurt the stars. Hansen was shocked. Infinite Buddha was not as famous as 7 Spirit, but his skills were good. He shouldn't have underestimated the power of those stars that possess space energy. The stars landed on Hansen, and he still hadn't moved. He used blood feather knife to draw a circle. The star power was sucked into it, and then Hansen flipped over his hands. The The circle drawn by the knife expelled the stars, launching them back towards Infinite Buddha. That was his reversing technique. Infinite Buddha's face changed. He shouted and summoned a lotus beneath his feet. He dodged the knife circle with stars, while throwing more stars back at Han Sen. Han Sen sat on a rock and drew some knife circles with his knife. He used Infinite Buddha's attacks to fight back. Infinite Buddha used a whole host of Geno arts, but nothing he did seemed able to break Han Sen's knife circle. He could not even make Han Sen move from the spot. What a powerful teeth knife. No wonder it is a cherished technique of the rebate. Fighting the Marquis Infinite Buddha as an earl? That is scary, said one of the creatures that was preventing Han Sen from escaping. Couldn't help but compliment his finesse. Sharon shook his head and said, Teeth knife is not scary. It is Han Sen who is. Yeah, teeth knife is strong. Amongst the rebate, only Knife Queen can practice teeth knife to the same level. Han Sen is an outsider to them, and yet he learned a rebate exclusive skill to that proficiency. That makes him a scary guy, said a woman with dragon horns and black wings. Infinite Buddha realized that he was unable to kill Han Sen, despite Han Sen's obvious exhaustion. He looked enraged. His body started to glow, then transform into gold. It was not like Seven Spirits' four-faced, eight-armed Buddha gold body. He was like an angry King Kong with stars all around him. This Infinite Buddha is a xenogeniac. It seems that there are many xenogeniacs amongst the Buddha. Han Sen stared at Infinite Buddha, but he didn't move. Infinite Buddha looked like an angry King Kong. He put his hands together, and then lots of stars began to fly together and form one large cluster. As the power built, the stars became brighter and brighter. Still, their sizes remained the same. And by the end, the stars looked like miniature suns. They looked very scary. The Buddha's infinite galaxy Geno art is powerful, but it takes too long to generate. Using it to attack Han Sen, who is not being offensive, is a good idea, Sharon said with a laugh. The dragon lady also laughed, and she said, This time, Han Sen will have to move. No matter how powerful his empty white teeth is, there's still a limit. With Han Sen's power, he won't be able to return Infinite Galaxy's power. Yup, Infinite Buddha has not struck yet, and he is still generating power. Infinite Galaxy will only keep getting stronger. Han Sen definitely won't be able to return it, and trying to would only lead to his body being destroyed, said another person. Infinite Buddha's face was dark with rage. His countenance was scary to see. The power in his hands continued getting stronger, as if there was no end to its power. Han Sen did not strike, and the Buddha wasn't ready to unleash yet. He was going to generate enough of the Infinite Galaxy's power to secure a one-hit kill on Han Sen. He didn't care about the ways that Han Sen could be useful to them. Killing Han Sen to maintain his pride was far more crucial to him than letting Han Sen lead them somewhere. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't have another. Infinite Galaxy was getting stronger. Han Sen looked grim. He held his blood feather knife and stared at the light in his opponent's hands. But still, he did not move. He is still not moving. He really wants to face the wrath of Infinite Buddha's Infinite Galaxy, the dragon lady said with surprise. I am afraid he thinks he is able to, Sharon laughed. Infinite Buddha's hands were too bright for him to close now. He was on the brink of losing control. Infinite Buddha shouted and pushed his hands towards Han Sen. The light became a destructive wave that hurtled towards Han Sen. Han Sen stared at the light, which looked like a compressed galaxy, contained an unbelievable amount of power. Not even a top marquis could face off against it. Han Sen waved his blood feather knife and created another circle. It was empty white teeth. You cannot return the power possessed by Infinite Galaxy. Infinite Buddha roared. It looked like Han Sen's behavior thus far had humiliated him. As Infinite Buddha roared, the light approached the knife circle. It looked like a solar system bearing down on an ant. It looked ready to explode. The knife circle was quivering, looking likely to break. Let me give you some advice. Never use something you cannot control, Han Sen said quietly. Then, the power in his body was unleashed. The power inside the knife circle was thrown back towards Infinite Buddha. Impossible! Infinite Buddha was shocked. Facing that power, he did not attempt to block it. Instead, he tried to run away. Boom! The power slammed into a boulder sitting on the ground. The shockwave was like a planet exploding. It destroyed everything within a few 100-meter radius. Infinite Buddha was unable to evade that explosion, and half of his body was hurt badly. He was brought down to the ground, bleeding profusely. Mr. Sharon, are you not going to attack? Infinite Buddha wanted to stop his wounds from bleeding, but the purple knife air was spreading. It was ravaging his wounds. Sharon looked at Infinite Buddha and said, I would strike, but in a capacity that has nothing to do with your own petty grievance against Han Sr. As long as you strike, the reason does not matter. Infinite Buddha screamed, looking frightened. It is a shame you are so badly hurt, and with the addition of teeth powers, I am afraid I cannot save your life, Sharon said, looking calmly upon him. That is fine. Just kill Han Sen, Infinite Buddha said while coughing up blood. His body could no longer keep the teeth power down. In a few seconds, he was torn to shreds as if in the maw of a beast. Blood poured out of him as he died. Xenogeneic Marquise hunted. Star King Kong. Xenogeneic gene found. An announcement played in Han Sen's head, but he knew he couldn't just go and take Infinite Buddha's xenogeneic genes. A creature that looked like a white tiger moved over and swiftly swallowed the corpse. The xenogeneic genes went with it. And then, the creature stared at Han Sen. Sharon looked at Han Sen with curiosity. I did not believe that you dueled and came to a draw with Lone Bamboo, but now I most certainly do. He tied with Lone Bamboo? One of the other xenogeneics asked in shock. News in Sky Palace was buttoned down, but the demons were not friendly with Sky Palace. So, they gleaned as much information as they could about things there. Sharon was the only one who knew about Han Sen and Lone Bamboo. Sharon laughed and said, during that exam, Lone Bamboo leveled up to being a Marquise. He was disqualified from the Earl exam, so there was no winner. If this man can fight Lone Bamboo in such a way, then he is not someone so simple. The Dragon Lady looked at Han Sen, now showing a greater interest in him. Sharon looked at Han Sr. It is a shame you are not a Marquise. Otherwise, I would very much like to fight you. Even if I gave you time to heal, I'd still beat you. I don't want to have to kill you right now, so you'd best lead the way. Han Sen smiled. I don't have a good temper. It might be easy for you to kill me, but even so, you won't get me to lead. Sharon frowned. The Dragon Lady laughed and said, then I shall make a bet with you. If you beat me, we will let you go. And if you lose, then you lead. Who are you? Han Sen asked, looking at the Dragon Lady. Dragon 13 of the Dragon. The Dragon Lady said in a friendly manner. Dragon 13? Nice name, but this test is not fair, Han Sen said, trying to buy himself some time. Dragon 13 knew what Han Sen was doing, but she didn't call him out on it. She simply smiled and asked, what is unfair? If I lose, I have to lead you guys somewhere that I might die. And if I win, I only get to live. That is what's not fair, Han Sen said with an innocent expression. Dragon 13 was not mad, and so she asked him kindly, that is not fair? Then what would you suggest is fair? If I win, for my remaining time in ancient god space, how about you be my bodyguard? Han Sen suggested, raising an eyebrow at Dragon 13. Dragon 13 laughed and said, that's a good idea. I will be at a disadvantage, but that is okay. I agree to these terms of yours. Then that is the deal, Han Sen said seriously. Yes. Dragon 13 brought out a black, screw-shaped lance in her hands. The moment she grabbed the lance, Han Sen felt spooked. She gave him a strange feeling. And Han Sen could not feel her inside his Dongxian aura, so he was unable to determine her true strength. Dragon 13 held the screw lance, but she did not strike. She sounded confident when she said, I am not Infinite Buddha. If you wish to use empty white teeth to return my attacks, think again. Then what am I supposed to do? Han Sen laughed. Han Sen just wanted to buy himself some time so he could rest a little bit more. He did not actually expect Dragon 13 to reply. The Evil Breaker Lance of the Dragon can break any skill thrown against it. Your returning skill might work on other races, but it won't work on me. If you seek victory, use your own strength. I hope you do, Dragon 13 said calmly. Breaking all skills, you say? That is a bold claim to make, Hansen said. Dragon 13 simply shrugged. If you do not believe me, use your empty white teeth and see if you are able to return my attack. After that, Dragon 13 attacked Hansen. The lance became a line that was sharper than a needle. Hansen did not make an attempt. Power that had been concentrated like that was not something he could have returned, even if she had not used a skill. Hansen's rabbit shoes unleashed a burst of speed as he dodged Dragon 13's lance. His blood feather knife was aimed for her neck. Dragon 13 squinted. Hansen was just an earl that was under the ancient god space's hampering, and yet he could be that quick. She was surprised. She was only a little surprised, though. Dragon 13 spun her lance, and the lance temporarily disappeared. When it showed up again, the tip was going to come into contact with Hansen's throat. Hansen frowned and jumped to the sky. He dodged Dragon 13's lance and used his blood feather knife. They kept swooping and flashing between the rocks. No one could accurately trace their movements. They fought for a whole minute, going by each other many times. The knife and lance did not touch each other. What is this knife skill? Teeth knife should not look like this. The White Tiger Marquise was in shock. That is not teeth knife. That is sky palaces under the sky. Sharon's eyes looked sharp. Under the sky? I have never heard of that before. The White Tiger Marquise said doubtfully. Sharon looked at Hansen and said, Under the Sky was created a long time ago by a sky palace elder. Due to there being many flaws with it, they forbid the students from ever learning it. It seems to me as if that flaw has been fixed, but who might have done that I do not know. What is so special about this knife skill? White Tiger Marquise asked. I do not know. I only know this knife skill is modified and derived from the textless book. Due to no one using this skill before, no one really knows how strong it might be. But people who haven't learned the textless book should not be able to learn it. It is surprising Hansen has learned Under the Sky, especially as he is an outsider, Sharon said. Hansen used the speed of the rabbit shoes to fight Dragon 13. Hansen did not know if Evil Breaker Lance had the power to break skills, but he knew that he didn't have that kind of strength himself. If he became a Marquise, he wagered he could give it a try. Dragon 13 was not as complex as Lone Bamboo. She maintained simple lance techniques and a simple focus on power. There wasn't much variety. But even so, the simplicity of the strikes was still very violent. She could use her power to drive them to the max. If Hansen did not have the aid of the rabbit shoe speed, and Dragon 13 was not mellowed by the force of the ancient god space's power, then Hansen would have already been hit. Dragon 13 is powerful. She is a shining example of pure bravery. Her lance conquers everything. Those of the same level must avoid her carefully. I am not a Marquise and I am weaker, Hansen thought to himself. Frighteningly, Dragon 13 was becoming bolder for some reason. Her speed and power were increasing too. The rabbit shoes started to fail in keeping up with her speed. Hansen was naive to think he could fight Dragon 13. She is the bravest of the dragons for sure. No one at the same level can fight her. And furthermore, dragons get stronger the longer they fight. The longer the fight lasts, the worse off Hansen will end up, the White Tiger Marquise said. Sharon frowned and did not speak. He thought something was wrong, but he couldn't quite tell what it was. Hansen suddenly retreated to gain some distance. Dragon 13, clutching her lance, tried to catch up with him, but her armor started cracking as if it was being hit by something. Kept getting cut. Dragon 13 stopped. She looked around and coldly said, When did you leave this knife air around us? My first strike came while I was airborne. All this time I have generated countless knife airs. You can't see them, but if you keep hitting them, you know what will eventually happen. Yes. Hansen smiled. Combining Under the Sky strikes with Moon's gentility, Han Sen had set up lots of knives in the air. They were like a mesh of puppet wires all around Dragon 13. They hung in the air, strands of invisible knife silk. A powerful skill. A very powerful skill, Dragon 13 complimented. She looked around, unable to determine where those knife airs were hiding. That is too much of a compliment. Han Sen smiled. Dragon 13 continued on to say, "Don't be so happy too soon. Do you know why the dragon are called the bravest?" "I don't know." Han Sen had never heard this before. "You will find out soon enough," Dragon 13 said, and then she spun her black lance. The lance became even sharper, until it turned into a light that fired towards Han Sen. Countless strands of knife silk cut into her armor. Cracks appeared all over her armor, but no blood seeped out. Han Sen could see that after the knife silk cut through the armor, her skin still looked crystal white. There was no evidence of a single wound. Han Sen was shocked by this. He gathered up more knife silks. They could break a Marquise-class armor, but they could not break Dragon 13's skin. She had a very strong body. Dragon 13 was like a warrior that was walking boldly over landmines. The landmines kept exploding, but they didn't hurt her body. She approached completely unstoppable. Her lance mind was sharp. Dragon 13 came right before Han Sen, with a speed and power that had increased even more. Han Sen was quite exhausted by this point, and he couldn't evade her attack. Pang! Han Sen's forehead was pierced through, and his body exploded. Dragon 13 only realized then that she had destroyed a simple clone generated by Moon. Han Sen was already distancing himself. Her face did not change, though. Her lance became a line that attacked Han Sen again. That attack looked unstoppable, and it was born of bravery. Not even Han Sen knew what to do against that. So Han Sen used his movement to dodge. But Dragon 13's lance was getting faster. And due to Han Sen being bound to the forces of the space, it was even more difficult to dodge. If they had both been Marquises, Han Sen would not have been so afraid of her. But there was a whole tier separating them. There was a grand gulf of strength between them, as she was undoubtedly one of the top Marquises. Pang! Han Sen got hit and he was sent shooting through the sky like a star. He thudded into a stone wall and broke it. Han Sen conceded now. "If I hit you 3 inches higher, you'd have been a dead man?" Dragon 13 said grimly, coming over to the broken wall. But no answer was received. She frowned. Her face changed. "Oh no, the mountain has a crevice. He accepted my hit so he could escape through it. What an annoying man. Even in a situation such as this, he had an ulterior scheme." Sharon shook his head. "Why are you still talking? Go catch him, and do not let him run off." The Marquis's white tiger roared, shattering the rocks around them. The crevice was revealed more clearly, and the white tiger went inside. Dragon 13 and Sharon went in too. They were going to catch up with Han Sen, somewhere in the gully. Han Sen traveled through the tunnel quickly. His chest had a hole in it, but he was not bleeding. However, some evil power had entered his wound, and it was permeating his entire body. Dragon power is too strong. It is not like teeth power that could go on forever, but it is far too concentrated. It is difficult to push it out of my body, and I can't stop and take the time to get rid of it. Han Sen, clutching his wound, continued fleeing through the cave. The cave had many alternate routes. Han Sen had to find a place in which he could hide and get rid of the powers inflicted by the lance. Fortunately, his blood and bones were different than those of an ordinary being. If they hadn't been, the lance's power would have destroyed him. He ran through the caverns for a long time. He felt Dragon 13 coming, though, and this confused him. With the Dongxian aura hiding him, she shouldn't have been able to find him. Is it the lance power inside me? Han Sen thought, realizing the problem. If that power was still inside him, Dragon 13 would be able to track him down. But he currently did not have the time to get rid of it. If it was just Dragon 13 alone, Han Sen would have been willing to give it a shot. But Sharon and the others were Marquises. It'd be difficult for Han Sen to take them all. Han Sen gritted his teeth, and he ran to the silver ancient god statue. If he couldn't shake his pursuers, he thought he might have better luck by employing the silver glass bug. Han Sen knew how to get there, and he eventually found his way to the ghost-faced spider statue. Then, he went behind it and down and through another cave. Not long after, Dragon 13, with Sharon and the others, arrived at the ghost-faced spider cave. They saw the sheep-headed ancient god statue. There is an ancient god statue, but it looks like someone has already claimed it, Sharon said, while looking at the ancient god statue. Han Sen ran into the ancient god statue. The beginning of ancient god should be on him. If we had known this sooner, we could have just gone and killed him. There'd have been no need for all this trouble. The white tiger Marquis wanted to try. He headed toward the statue. Dragon 13 looked at the cave behind the statue and coldly said, Han Sen is not inside the statue. He went behind. Then keep up the chase. The beginning of ancient god is on him, Sharon said. It is lucky that you left the lance power on him. Otherwise, we'd have been thoroughly fooled. And if we had taken the time to search the statue, he'd have been long gone. The white tiger Marquis said happily. Dragon 13 brought them to the cave behind the statue and continued chasing Han Sen. Han Sen kept running, but he was unable to find the strange silver bug. He came to that same waterfall as before, but still, he could not find it. Before he could think of what to do next, he felt Dragon 13 drawing near. He gritted his teeth and fled into the statue. The entrance was in the statue's belly button. Han Sen had only been in there for a minute when Dragon 13 reached the statue. Hey, there is another ancient god statue, but this one looks different. Is Han Sen here? The white tiger Marquis was looking at the silver ancient god statue. He is inside the statue, Dragon 13 said confidently. How about this? 13 and I chase him down, while you guys wait out here in case he runs back out. Sharon spoke to White Tiger Marquis and the others. The White Tiger Marquis nodded. Sharon and Dragon 13 entered the waterfall and chased after Han Sen. Han Sen was starting to feel pain radiating throughout his body. The lance power was like a snake, slithering inside him. If he didn't flush it out soon, his organs would start to break. Not long after entering the silver statue, Han Sen heard buzzing sounds coming from close to the statue's entrance. Han Sen was familiar with this sound. It was the sound of the silver glass bug flapping its wings. He summoned spell in the form of a rocket launcher and fired it at the cave wall. After firing it, he didn't stick around to see the result. He just took the time to tuck himself into a narrower passage and hide his presence. The rocket exploded against the wall, and a loud noise echoed throughout the caverns of the statue's interior. Han Sen heard the buzzing get stronger, and not long after, the silver glass bug came to patrol the area. Dragon 13 must have heard that, Han Sen thought, as he kept himself hidden. Dragon 13 and Sharon did hear the noise. They did not know what had happened, but whatever it was would not make them give up the chase. Dragon 13 led Sharon in Han Sen's direction. As Dragon 13 drew nearer, the silver glass bug searched fruitlessly for Han Senator when Dragon 13 and Sharon reached Han Sen's proximity. However, what they saw was the silver glass bug. The silver glass bug caught sight of them, too. With a squeal, it came charging towards them. Its mouth opened to spew silver light. Dragon 13, who was in the front, was quick to react. She raised her lance and thrust it towards the incoming silver glass bug. Pang! The lance and the silver light collided. The silver light was broken, but the lance that was sharper than a needle came against the silver glass bug's shield. The shield flashed in response to the strike, but it was unbroken. Dragon 13 was spent spiraling back 10 meters by what remained of the silver light. A mutant Marquis xenogenic. Dragon 13's face paled. Kill it, Sharon said. Then he drew a scimitar. With his sky demon powers, he used it to strike the silver glass bug. There was a dong noise as the sky demon power came against the silver glass bug's shield. The creature was unhurt, and the impact only knocked it back a small distance. Sharon and Dragon 13 attacked the silver glass bug together. The silver glass bug's silver shield kept flashing under the combined strikes, though and it looked as if it might break. Dragon 13's lance was very effective when it came to piercing things. Her strength was focused on the tip of the weapon, where it could deal the most damage. The silver glass bug's silver shield might not withstand the repeated blows for long. I can't let them kill the bug. If they kill it, I am done for, Hansen thought to himself. He emerged from the small passage he had been hiding in, and with Tusk, he attacked Dragon 13 from behind. But Dragon 13 was quick to react to this sneak attack. Her screw-shaped lance quickly came against Hansen's knife air. They collided, and the knife air was almost penetrated by the power of the lance. Hansen expected this, however. He dodged the lance and attacked again. Then, he used Under the Sky. You deal with Hansen while I deal with the Xenogeneic, Sharon told Dragon 13. Okay. Dragon 13 did not hesitate. With her lance, she continued to attack Hansen. Hansen used the complex geography of the cave to evade Dragon 13's lance. He drew her deeper into the tunnels so he could separate her from Sharon. Dragon 13 was very confident. The dragon were known to be fearless, and she above all was worthy of the title bravest. She would never find herself scared by an earl. She knew full well that Hansen sought to separate her and Sharon, but she was more than fine with following him. The lance was like a needle, and she turned a few meter-thick wall into a pincushion. There was no point in Hansen's hiding behind any stone. The Evil Breaker lance was of the yang element. It was the opposite of something like Moon. If Hansen had been a Marquise, then the power of Moon would have been able to break Dragon 13's body. But Moon's knife silks were unable to damage Dragon 13. He was at a disadvantage, and Dragon 13 was making him fall back further and further. Hansen eventually failed a dodge, and it led to the lance piercing his shoulder. The lance left a hole in Hansen so small that it would have been difficult to find with the naked eye. But when the lance was inside Hansen, it drilled into his bones. It racked Hansen with pain, and he shuddered under its force. Hansen had failed to dodge because the effects of the first lance strike were still in his body. The strike had hurt his organs badly, and for a brief second, it made him freeze. Hansen, you have no chance. There is still time to concede. You will be permitted to retain your life, Dragon 13 said gravely. You took the words from right out of my mouth, Hansen countered. Why must you continue to be so stubborn? Give me the 2 beginning of ancient gods and I will let you go. Otherwise, the 2 hits delivered by my Evil Breaker lance will only continue to break down your body. You have to get rid of the damage. Really? I don't think that is going to happen, Hansen said. But in reality, he was thinking about how he might be able to escape from the situation he had found himself in. With his powers, he could kill a Marquise. But Dragon 13 was amongst the greatest Marquises alive. He would probably require Super God Spirit Mode to finish off Dragon 13. But there was the issue of Super God Spirit Mode being a limited thing. He could kill Dragon 13, yes, but then he'd be left even weaker. And there were 3 more Marquises, including Sharon, waiting for him. That'd have him in an even sorrier state. Hansen was too tired already, and the effects of the lance were doing a number on his body. He could not keep going on like that. Whatever. I'll kill one of you first. Hansen decided to use Super God Spirit. But before he could, his body suddenly shook. Something inside him broke. And then, he suddenly felt as light as a feather. It was as if he had been carrying a mountain on his shoulders. And now, he was able to relieve himself of that load. Hansen's speed increased. He easily dodged Dragon 13's lance. The Sky Heart Lock has been unlocked. Hansen was exuberantly happy. He had been carrying the weight of the Sky Heart Lock through his entire fight with Dragon 13. Now that it was gone, the true extent of his power could be unleashed. Dong! Hansen cast many more knife silks upon Dragon 13, and this time, the bravest dragon body was riddled with wounds. Hansen was so happy. The Sky Heart Lock was open. The speed and power he possessed increased. Dragon 13 frowned. Holding her spear, she said incredulously, "A Sky Heart Lock? I did not know you were carrying them as you fought. But even so, you cannot beat me." After that, Dragon 13's lance came towards Hansen in a mad flurry of attacks. Hansen kept swinging his blood feather knife too. When they came against each other, Hansen's body was sent flying. He came to a stop against a sturdy wall. I told you, you cannot beat me. Dragon 13 kept moving, and she used her lance to attack Hansen. Catcha! The sound of something else breaking inside Hansen's body sounded. The second sky heart lock was broken. Hansen dodged. He was like a shadow as he slipped around Dragon 13's lance. He was even faster than before. 2 sky heart locks? Dragon 13's face went slack. Hansen was a powerful earl. It was shocking to learn he was carrying even just 1 sky heart lock. No one would have ever expected he might be carrying 2 of them. If she hadn't seen this for herself, she wouldn't have believed it. The idea that an earl could still fight her adequately while shouldering the burden of 2 sky heart locks. It was unfathomable. Now Hansen felt very light. His body felt great. With every step he took, it seemed like he could shoot into the air like a prancing fairy. The lance that had once seemed difficult to dodge was now easy to evade. He didn't feel any of the pressure he had felt earlier. He didn't feel as easily tired as earlier either. He was now active again. Dragon 13 frowned. Hansen had unlocked 2 sky heart locks. She felt as if she was not suppressing him anymore. The 2 of them moved fast, as knife airs came against the lance in rapid collisions. Hansen's power was a little weaker than hers, but unlike earlier, he could now hold her off. While Hansen was fighting Dragon 13, Sharon was still engaged in battle with the silver glass bug. The silver glass bug's silver shield was powerful. Sharon had delivered a few hundred strikes against it, but it had yet to buckle and break. Sharon frowned. He wanted to get this fight over with quickly. Dragon 13 had been gone for some time, and he couldn't help but feel as if something was wrong. His power changed, and a black light began to shine. It gathered up across his scimitar as he slashed the silver glass bug again. The scimitar had done nothing to the silver armor earlier, but under this new attack, a crack was left across the silver surface. What powerful armor! It did not shatter even with my demon dragon air. This guy's defense must be the greatest of all marquises. Sharon frowned, but his scimitar did not relent. He kept on attacking. Sharon was part of demon, but his blood had ties to the dragon. Aside from the Sky Demon Sutra, he had also practiced with their Evil Breaker secret. The Evil Breaker power he possessed was actually stronger than what Dragon 13 had. Even amongst the demon, it was a secret that Sharon harbored dragon blood. Sharon wouldn't use Evil Breaker powers on a whim. Now he was worried enough to use them without a second thought. He just wanted to kill the silver xenogeneic as quickly as he could. Sharon kept striking the silver glass bug's shield and making it flash. The armor was wreathed with more and more cracks, and it looked as if it'd break very soon. The silver glass bug lost its will to fight before long, and it sought to escape. It was unable to, as Sharon pursued it like a ghost. He kept attacking it with his scimitar. Dragon 13 continued chasing Hansen, but she felt nervous. Even though she had the title of bravest, that did not mean the dragon were the strongest. And she felt as if she could no longer suppress the man who had just broken 2 sky heart locks. A cold light glowed within her, and her lance was like a dragon itself. Dragon 13, with the Evil Breaker lance, was firing on all cylinders. But when the lance pierced through Hansen's body, she knew she had failed. Pang! Hansen's body exploded like a balloon. It was just a clone. The real Hansen was 20 meters away, smiling at her. Dragon 13 lifted her screw-shaped lance to attack Hansen again, but Hansen quietly told her, "If I were you, I would not move." Dragon 13 coldly humphed and ignored Hansen's warning. She moved forward. Catcha! The sound of armor cracking played in Dragon 13's ears. Her armor was annihilated by the knife silks, but this time the knife silks were able to cut her skin. Like strands of steel wire, the silks were unbroken. Hansen waved his blood feather knife. It looked as if no power was being mustered, but the many invisible strands of silk twisted together to bind Dragon 13's body. As Han Sen waved the knife, he pulled them in closer. Countless silk strands tightened around her arms, legs, waist, and head. Dragon 13's body was tied up, suspending her in the air. Her armor eventually shattered into nothing but pieces. The knife silks were starting to dig into her skin. Her pale white body was covered in marks of blood, but the blood that came out was in stark contrast to the beauty of her pale white skin. "Damn you!" Dragon 13 shouted angrily. Evil breaker powers surged out of her body to destroy the knife silks binding her. But the moment she got rid of them, more knife silks arose to take their place. They bound her again, and she could no longer draw closer to Han's senator. She hung in place. "It looks like you have run out of chances. It's still not too late to beg for your life, as I am willing to spare you." Han Sen was clutching his blood feather knife, staring at Dragon 13 who had been tied up. He said the same thing she did. "Catcha! Catcha!" Dragon 13's evil breaker power exploded. It snapped the knife silks, but using her body to break the ties that bound her caused her even greater wounds. She was bleeding profusely from everywhere. "The body of a dragon is strong," Hansen complimented her. After Dragon 13 escaped from the knife silks, her eyes were burning. With her lance, she again tried to attack Han's senator, but just as she raised it to strike, the knife silks were back to tie her up like a doll again. Han's son stood in front of her, but she could not attack. Every time she cut the knife silks, more arose to entangle her. She could not move at all. "It is time to end this." Han Sen's blood feather knife was shrouded in a purple mist. The knife silks had a purple air, too. Endless numbers of knife silks cut Dragon 13's flesh. Purple mist seeped into her wounds. Teeth power. Dragon 13 looked pale. Teeth powers dealt more damage than her evil breaker powers did. There was no chance for any person to survive once they were struck by it. And with the countless wounds already across her body, there was no hope of her escaping now. Her blood spread like flower petals. Her powerful dragon body could not hold strong against the countless wounds that were being ravaged by the teeth power. Her body was ultimately torn apart. Han Sen moved into a hidden passage nearby. There, he started to use his own strength to purge his body of the Evil Breaker Lance's power. That power was strange. When it gathered up, it was like refined steel. If you were not strong enough, then you couldn't break it. But if you used too much strength, then it was possible for you to harm your own body. Han Sen couldn't get it out of himself. Han Sen did not have much time to think, though. He used his Dongxian aura to analyze the Evil Breaker power infection. And then, the Evil Breaker powers appeared in Han Sen's brain like a sequence. The moment Dragon 13 died, Sharon had been able to feel it. His eyes darkened, and his scimitar raged with even greater strength. He struck the silver bug's shield and broke its armor. The silver glass bug squealed and started to fly away. Sharon was no longer paying attention to it, though. Immediately, he turned and went for Dragon 13. Seeing Dragon 13's exploded body, Sharon looked murderous. He clutched his scimitar and ran towards Han Sen. Han Sen frowned. He had thought that without Dragon 13, Sharon would be unable to find him. It looked as if he had been wrong, though. Sharon was coming right for him. Han Sen did not know that Sharon had Evil Breaker powers, too. And Sharon could sense the force of the Evil Breaker lance inside Han Sen. Han Sen couldn't spend much time worrying about this, though. He used Super Spank to attack the Evil Breaker lance's power. He tried to break the sequence structure of the affliction, and he damaged himself a little in the attempt. Those two Evil Breaker powers crumbled into dust, though. Sharon was already in front of the passage. He turned a murderous glare on Han Sen and said, "The pain that 13 suffered will be returned to you 1,000 times over." Then his black light flashing scimitar came striking at Han Sen, who was still sitting. Han Sen shouted, moved like a crane, and jumped out of the little passage. His blood feather knife blocked Sharon's black light. Dong! As his body was sent flying, Han Sen felt ripples of scary power from where the knife air and the light collided. He went crashing into a wall, and quite a bit of it fell down around him. "You have combined Sky Demon powers with Evil Breaker powers?" Han Sen gripped his chest in pain as he came staggering out of the rubble. You blocked my sky demon power that can never miss. You are very strong. Sharon looked even more murderous. The black light he wielded shone brighter at Han Sen. Han Sen used a few skills, but he still couldn't dodge Sharon's scimitar. He could only fight back, but his power was not as great as Sharon's. He was knocked away, and he uncontrollably heaved up blood in the air. Sharon's power was leagues greater than Dragon 13's. That was why he was the same as Lone Bamboo. He possessed both Sky Demon and Evil Breaker powers. Han Sen knew all about the Sky Demon powers, but even so, it was very difficult to dodge. Seeing Sharon attack, Han Sen did not hesitate to use his Dongxian aura. The knife and sword powers gathered across his blade. He saw the world as nothing more than a realm of sequence structures. The scimitar came against Han Sen's blood feather knife. The powers of Super Spank could break sequence structures, and with it, he was able to shatter the black light coming for him. The scimitar Han Sen's opponent wielded was reduced to dust. Sharon's face went pale, and he looked even more enraged than he had earlier. He stared at Han Sen's knife. Han Sen had broken the knife light and the knife sequence structure, but he had still been blasted back 10 meters. He hit another wall. There was still a large gulf of power separating the two. Good. Good. It is no wonder you were able to fight Lone Bamboo. Of the Marquises, I doubt any have the ability to adequately fight you. You're the best Earl there is, but today you meet me, Sharon. Sharon looked right at Han Sen as he spoke. Every word was pronounced with utter contempt, with a bubbling desire to rip Han Sen apart. The next second, Sharon's black light shone again. His purple horns turned black, and his body became 3 feet taller. His armor broke in his transformation, as his muscles bulged and became clad in scales. The bones in his back broke and spread apart, becoming black dragon wings. The nails grew to become sharp, blade-like talons. The strange glowing black was now covering his entire body. It was like he had been painted in a black light. Buzz! Sharon's strong body disappeared from Han Sen's vision. Han Sen did not have the time to react, and the enemy appeared in his face again. The blade-like talons pierced through his armor and flesh. The crystal-looking blood began to come out of his body in a stream as he was sent flying. Before Han Sen landed, Sharon appeared next to him. The talons came to strike his arm. Han Sen used his prediction abilities, combined it with Super Spank and his knife, and attacked back at Sharon's hand. But his vision was blurred, and Sharon disappeared once more. When he reappeared, his knee was striking Han Sen in his back. It sent Han Sen to the sky, up until he crashed into a stony ceiling. Pang! Sharon waved his talons, and his black light continued to shatter that ceiling, punched a hole completely through. Sharon was in xenogenic mode. He had the blood of the demon and dragon. His power was scary, and even a duke would die under this onslaught. Han Sen fell down across the rocks, his body soaked in blood. His armor was on the precipice of destruction. Han Sen knew there was a power gap between the two, and it wasn't anywhere close. The difference between Han Sen and Sharon was like an ordinary earl versus an ordinary marquise. They were better than their levels defined them as, but the gap was still exceptionally wide. Even with the powers of Super Spank, Han Sen couldn't touch Sharon. He couldn't break his sequence structure. I won't have you die so easily. I will skin the flesh from your bones. And I guarantee that you will die in a far cruder and more painful manner than 13 did. Sharon's every word sounded like he was spitting a curse. He moved his body again and appeared in front of Han Senator. He was going to grab his opponent's body. Han Sen wasn't even able to dodge, let alone draw his knife. As Sharon's sharp talons swooped down to perforate his body, a white light suddenly appeared in Han Sen's eye. At that moment, Han Sen's body wrapped itself up in a white flame. He turned into a being of light and became a transparent force of energy. Sharon squinted against the sudden light. His hands and nails pierced through Han Sen, but he felt nothing. He couldn't feel Han Sen's flesh in the slightest. Han Sen looked like a god. His blood feather knife blazed down towards Sharon's head like a beam of light. Sharon's wings curled, and he disappeared as if he was teleporting. Han Sen's slash missed his body, but there was some movement in the air, and Sharon's body appeared again. He roared, and his hands turned into talons to strike Han Sen. The roaring demon dragon was operating at maximum power, and he attacked Han Sen with a technique that never missed. Han Sen did not plan on evading it, though. The demon dragon pierced through Han Sen's body, but it was as if he was just a hologram. The strike went through Han Sen without damaging him at all. Impossible! What is this power? Sharon was shocked. It seemed like Sharon had hit Han Sen's real body, but it hadn't worked. His strongest strike had done nothing. This is the power that will kill you. Han Sen moved in front of Sharon like a beam of light and slashed with his blood feather knife. He did not have much time. Super God Spirit mode would only run for a short while, and if he could not kill Sharon in that window, he'd be very dead. Boom! Sharon's dragon wings flapped, and again, he disappeared. Han Sen's knife had been unable to hit him. It seemed like Sharon was using a genuine teleportation ability, so there was no hidden movement to trace. But he could be followed if Han Sen's Dongshin aura could track and predict the energy he was using. "You cannot kill me," Sharon said haughtily. "I have demon and dragon blood, and I have break-space powers. I can teleport freely as I choose, and your power does not belong to an Earl. You cannot last long in such a form. Once your power has been exhausted, you will be dead. I am afraid you won't have that chance." Han Sen, looking like a god, waved his blood feather knife. Then, a white knife light was in front of Sharon. Sharon dodged Han Sen's knife light and appeared down another tunnel. He looked over to Han Sen with disdain. "I told you, you cannot kill me." But the next second, Sharon's face fell. As soon as he reappeared, his body had been cut by an invisible knife light. There was a catch noise. His arm was detached from his body, sending out a cascade of demon and dragon blood. Throughout the entire cave, knife lights shone like a spiderweb. Wherever Sharon teleported, he was hurt by the lights. They savaged him, ripping off his limbs. "You were strong, but you selected the wrong opponent," Han Sen said to Sharon, swooping over to slash his body. Sharon, who had lost all his limbs, tried to teleport away. But when he finished teleporting, countless knife lights tore through his body. They sliced his body into bits, sending blood and viscera spilling everywhere. Mutant xenogenic Marquise hunted. Demon Dragon. Mutant xenogenic gene found. Blurg. Han Sen fell to the ground. He looked like a human again, albeit one that was coughing up blood. Sharon had been as good as a Marquise could get. Without Super God Spirit, Han Sen would have needed to be a Marquise to fight him. Han Sen's Super God Spirit had allowed him to fight Sharon, but his body had still been pushed to the limits. And with the injuries he had sustained, there was no hope of him fighting again for some time. Fortunately, there weren't any other threats in the area. Any Earl could bring an end to Han Sen right now. Han Sen forced himself to stand up. He walked over to Sharon's shattered body and picked up a black dragon demon scale. Then he left. There should have been 2 more Marquises about, as they had been following Sharon. But Han Sen did not know where they had gone. He tried to hide his presence to avoid meeting them, since he couldn't risk having to fight them. Encountering them would likely mean death. Han Sen tried to return to the sanctuary, but the ancient god space seemed to stop him from opening a portal that he could jump back through. And of course, Han Sen's body was too weak to teleport back. He walked away from the battlefield, but he wasn't able to get very far. He found a hidden cave, and in it, he settled down and focused on recovering. He ran a number of skills to try to speed up the healing process. Luckily, Han Sen's body was stronger than the average creature's. Jade Skin and the Blood Pulse Sutra made his body stronger than a dragon's. If Han Sen became a Marquise, he'd be stronger than Dragon 13. "I hope those 2 Marquises don't find me before I can fight them." Han Sen knew it was useless to think about this now, though. He initiated a countdown, then cast a Geno art to heal himself. The White Tiger Marquise and the other Marquise waited outside the statue, but they saw no sign of Sharon or Dragon 13. Eventually, they found the continued absence of their companions to be strange. They knew the power of Dragon 13 and Sharon's combined might. Those two could kill a duke if they chose to. But they had been inside the silver statue for the longest time, and there was no sign of either of them. It made the pair remaining start to worry. The White Tiger Marquis used a sonic power to boom his voice down through the cave. No response was heard. Silence was all that followed. Has something happened to them? Bloodbird Marquis sounded worried. I don't think so. Han Sen is an earl. He cannot beat both Sharon and Dragon 13. The Marquis' White Tiger was worried, but he didn't want to believe it. Should we go and take a look? Bloodbird Marquis asked with obvious hesitation. We should wait, White Tiger Marquis said firmly. If Sharon and Dragon 13 were safe, they would bring Han Sen out with them. If something happened to them, then it would be suicide for Bloodbird and White Tiger to go after them. The White Tiger and Bloodbird waited outside, and the longer they waited, the more worried they became. All they wanted to do was escape. Han Sen was still recovering his powers. He had been badly hurt, and he was very exhausted. It'd take a while for him to recover. Suddenly, Han Sen heard something crawling across the rocks. His heart jumped. He opened his eyes and saw the silver glass bug coming towards him. It stared at Han Sen with its silver eyes. The silver glass bug's wings had been broken. There were knife marks adorning its body, and its shell had been battered to the point where its flesh was mostly exposed. It was gushing silver blood everywhere. This guy's life must have been a tough one for it to be so determined. Even in a state like that, it had come looking for Han Sen. Seeing the silver glass bug coming toward him, Han Sen couldn't help but raise a wry smile. His situation was even more dire than the silver glass bugs. He didn't have half the power he would need to fight a scary xenogenic such as that. Blurk. The silver glass bug came over to Han Sen and coughed up silver blood. It looked like it was doing just as badly as he was. I say, brother, since we are both looking like this, why don't we try to get along? We could just not step on each other's toes for a time. Han Sen was heavily injured, and he scooted backwards across the ground as he spoke to the silver glass bug. Han Sen did not know if the insect would understand him, but he didn't have many options. He did not have the time to fight, as his body was aching and his fingers were soft. The silver glass bug did not understand Han Senator. The jaws filled with saw-like teeth opened wide, and it came snapping at him. Han Sen could not do anything. He summoned a beast soul armor and put it on. He didn't have the strength to dodge the bug's attacks. The armor provided Han Sen a small boon of power, but it also took that same power to use it. He was so soft right now that he had absolutely no strength. There was no point in thinking about using the Demon Stone Cow Beast Soul, as shape-shifting beast souls were quite taxing on the body. In Han Sen's condition, he could not afford to spend any more energy. The silver glass bug jumped on Han Senator. The monster's claws scrabbled around as it kept trying to bite Han Sen. But the beast was heavily injured, too. The strength was low, and it could no longer use silver light. Its jaws weren't as strong as Han Sen expected, and when it latched onto Han Sen, its teeth could not penetrate his armor. All that was left were some light marks. Han Sen let out a sigh of relief. If the bug couldn't kill him while he was wearing that armor, he might stand a chance. The silver glass bug soon grasped the situation as well. It gave up trying to gnaw through Han Sen's armor, and it grabbed Han Sen by the leg instead. Then it dragged Han Sen away and into another cave. Han Sen did not know where the silver glass bug was taking him, but he had no strength to fight back. So he decided to play dead and allow the bug to drag him deep into the recesses of the caves. He focused on trying to recover his body, hoping that he could at least regain enough strength to fight if the need arose. Earlier, Han Sen had hung around in the cave beneath the silver statue that held the beginning of ancient God. He had not traversed the entire cave system, however. Now that the silver glass bug was tugging him along, he soon found himself passing down tunnels he had never seen before. The silver glass bug marched forward relentlessly. The silver glass bug was heavily injured. It dragged Han Sen very slowly, and after half an hour, they both found themselves inside a giant cave. Han Sen heard the sound of running water, and he looked up to see a pool that had flowers in it. Han Sen glanced around. He thought he might have been dragged to the very bottom of the cavern system. The pool before him must have connected to the waterfall outside. He could still hear water sounds from there. The walls of the cavern were laced with vines. They were covered in leaves, but there did not seem to be any fruit. It was difficult to tell what type they might have been. The silver glass bug continued to drag Han Senator, judging from the way it was going. The silver glass bug was dragging Han Sen towards the pool. It wasn't long before Han Sen realized something was wrong, though. The silver glass bug was heavily injured. It had opted to drag Han Sen all the way there instead of prioritizing its own grievous wounds. It had obviously brought Han Sen there for more than just a simple bath. What does it want? Why did it drag me to this pool? Does it want to drown me? Han Sen thought to himself as he eyed the pool. Han Sen was too weak to use his Dongxian aura, so all he had to rely on was his basic eyesight and hearing. But for the time being, he couldn't hear anything unusual. All he heard was the sound of water. But when he looked carefully at the pool, his face turned glum. Inside the pool, Han Sen spotted a giant black shadow. It looked like something had been hidden deep within the pool. Han Sen didn't know what that patch of darkness was. Perhaps it really was just a shadow. But when Han Sen took the silver bug's behavior into consideration, he determined that the pool was nothing nice. Han Sen tried to resist, but his body was weak. He could not pull his legs free from the bug's mouth, and he could not stop the bug from entering the water. The silver glass bug kept bleeding, but it insisted on dragging Han Sen to the pool. When it reached the pool's edge, it gathered itself and then lobbed Han Sen into the water. Han Sen struggled, but it was no use. He plunged into the water. When the icy water touched him, it jolted him awake. He felt a bit of strength return to him, and he tried to swim back to the shore. But the silver glass bug was standing guard at the edge of the water. When Han Sen got too close, the bug's claws flashed forward to whack him on the head. It sent Han Sen tumbling back into the pool. Han Sen tried swimming to another shore, but the silver glass bug was not willing to let him go. As soon as he grew close to land, the creature used its claws to knock him back into the water again. Han Sen had been on Dream Island for a long time, digging for gemstones underwater. He was good in the water, but he did not have any strength right now. Merely keeping himself from sinking was all that he could manage. If he fought the silver glass bug, he'd collapse after only a couple rounds. He was already struggling to breathe in the water, so he did not dare go too close to the shore again. The silver bug was afraid of something, though. That seemed to be why it was avoiding the water itself. It was still injured badly enough to remove its ability to fly. Han Sen did not go to the shore again, so it stayed where it was. Kept squealing at Han Sen, sounding very angry as it did. Han Sen tried his best to stay afloat, but when he looked down, he could not see much in the water beneath himself. The depths of the pool looked like a black hole beneath him. He could not see the shadow that he had noticed beneath the surface. He could not see anything, but he sensed something moving in the darkness beneath him. It seemed like it was rising too, which made his stomach sink. Am I going to die today? Han Sen had a very strong will, but his circumstances filled him with hopelessness. He felt the shadow grow larger. The silver bug clearly hated Han Sen, perhaps because Han Sen had stolen the beginning of Ancient God. No matter how hard he tried to climb onto the shore, the bug would thrust him back into the water. The shadow was growing larger. Han Sen did not think it was just his imagination, and he earnestly believed that something was rising toward him from the depths. Han Sen wanted to live, so he scrambled toward the shore again. But he was too weak and he was physically unable to climb up. Boom! The water exploded into a fountain as a giant monster's head appeared. When it opened its mouth, Han Sen was as small as an ant in comparison. Water rushed toward the gaping maw, and Han Sen was pulled in with it. He found himself falling into a strange place that was as big as a house. Am I in the monster's stomach? Han Sen fell into a strange liquid, and to his shock, he saw that it was corroding his armor. His Marquis-class soul armor had strong defenses, but after being coated with that substance, the armor was already fizzing. The corrosive was very strong, and it wouldn't be long before the armor was completely destroyed. He thought that, at best, his armor would buy him 10 minutes. The walls were black. Han Sen swam to them and tried hitting them, but it felt as if he was striking rubber. His fists bounced off without leaving a single dent. Han Sen did not know if it was because he was too weak or if the creature was too high of a level. Either way, it had a strength that he just couldn't overcome. Regardless, he couldn't bring down the walls, and the way back up had been sealed. Han Sen was soaked in a highly corrosive liquid. Things were getting dire. The soul armor was plumes of bubbles as it fizzed. It was being corroded at an alarming rate, and it'd soon break. Han Sen knew that there was no way out. His only hope was to regain some energy while he was in the substance. The soul armor was breaking down too quickly, though. It was on the precipice of breaking. So Han Sen took a deep breath and returned his soul armor. He used the dregs of his strength to cast Petrify, turning his body into stone. Now he had nothing left to do. Life or death was now at the whim of destiny. Petrify could turn Han Sen to stone, but it wasn't very strong. There was a difference between it and the defensive petrification genoarts. The liquid was strong enough to melt the soul armor of a Marquis. He did not have much hope of Petrify seeing him through the ordeal. He only made the attempt because he couldn't think of anything else. The liquid surrounded his stone body, but surprisingly, his petrified body was not corroded. He slowly began to sink to the bottom. Han Sen could only cast the story of genes. It was the sole geno art he could make use of while using Petrify. Time went by, and the liquid churned around Han Sen continuously. He did not know what the monster was doing, and he did not know where he was. But to him, right then, it did not matter. On an island in Return Ruin Sea, there was a collection of the dragon assembled. They looked like humans, but they had dragon horns. They were in the process of conducting a strange ritual. They threw the xenogeneics they had killed into a pool on the island. They mumbled something to the pool, but it wasn't clear what they were saying. "Father, we've gathered such a small amount of food. Will it be enough to satiate the dragon god?" A little boy with red dragon horns asked his father. "Maybe." The father had to force a smile. Return Ruin Sea was one of the xenogeneic spaces that belonged to the dragon, but it was not a primary one. The dragon, there was only one part of the greater dragon host. Their blood was not that pure. Return Ruin Sea was like a training ground for the dragon. The impure dragons were often sent there, and only the strongest of them were taken seriously by the dragon. Those who proved their power were taken away to become proper dragons. The dragon on that island had mixed blood. The pure dragon had dragon horns and wings, but the people of that island only had horns. They were making sacrifices to something they called the dragon god. They gave it food because whenever the dragon god came there to eat, it would leave behind dragon scales. They were items of great importance to the dragon. But the dragon god ate a lot, and these dragons were not strong. They could not hunt many xenogeneics, and so they could not offer much of a bounty. They were worried about whether or not the dragon god would even like the food. If the dragon god was not fully satisfied, he would not leave them scales. That was assuming that he'd even eat at all, if the stuff was not to his liking. The dragon were all very worried. The corpses inside the pool had dyed it red, but soon enough, the pool began to produce bubbles. Everyone stared at the water nervously. Boom! The red pool exploded, as a giant beast opened its maw and swallowed up the meat. The dragon kept throwing food into the pool, and the dragon god xenogeneic consumed everything it was given. Its maw was like a bottomless pit. The food that fell into it just disappeared, and the beast had a stomach that seemed infinite. Quickly, they threw the last of the xenogeneic meat they had into the pool. Everyone looked at the dragon god, wondering if they had satisfied it. They did not know if it would leave them dragon scales. The dragon god ate all the food, and when it was done, it roared to the sky. It made the entire island vibrate. The water for dozens of miles around was thrown into wavy turmoil. After it roared, It returned to the water and disappeared. Everyone was shocked, but after a while, their expressions turned to depression. They hadn't given the beast enough food. Thankfully, the dragon god hadn't eaten the assembly, but it also hadn't left them scales. But as the dragon lowered their heads in exhaustion, the sound of thrashing water was heard once more. It sounded as if something was splashing its way out of the water. They quickly raised their heads again, and what they saw made their eyes widen. There was a silky smooth man coming out of the water, clutching a white feather knife. They all stood motionless, unsure what was happening. Something alive had come out of the dragon god. It was like a fairy tale to them. Han Sen did not want to remember how he got out of the monster's stomach. After sloshing his way out of the water, he flopped onto the shore, gasping for breath. Then he raised his head and looked around. A dozen people were standing in a huddled group, simply staring. They looked like humans, but they all had dragon horns. There were men and women, young and old. It took Han Sen 3 seconds to realize he was naked. So, he quickly summoned his spell armor and pretended nothing had happened. "The weather is good today. Are you guys here for a bath as well?" he asked casually. The first thing Han Sen learned was that 2 days had passed. Han Sen was curious about the dragon god. It was a xenogeneic creature that could travel from the ancient god space to the return ruined sea as it pleased. That was a powerful ability for it to possess. Han Sen was glad that he had been able to survive getting swallowed by a creature such as that. He was quite lucky. The dragon were talkative enough, and Han Sen soon came to understand their situation. Return Ruined Sea was similar to Planet Eclipse. It was a place inhabited mainly by xenogeneics. It was larger than Planet Eclipse, though, and there were many of the dragon there. The dragon weren't able to breed between themselves all that much, and pure dragons were quite rare. So, many of the dragons sought to reproduce with members of other races. It was difficult to determine if any particular set of mixed genes would be a good thing, so the mixes were usually sent to places such as Return Ruined Sea, where they could grow. When they grew strong, they would be taken back to the other places occupied by the dragon. There, they could officially be considered part of the dragon society. There was a family on that island whose blood was neither pure nor strong. The strongest member of the family was the granddad, who had managed to become a marquise. Because Han Sen was not a xenogeneic, they had no reason to be hostile to him. Killing him would be pointless. Plus, Han Sen had come from the dragon god pool. They did not know who he was, and they did not know if he was strong. When they asked Han Sen for his name, he did not give his real one. Han Sen didn't know how much time had passed while he was in the creature's stomach, and he didn't know if they had heard about Dragon 13's death. The last thing he wanted to do was risk exposing himself, so he gave them the name San Mu. He was a crystallizer, and the dragon god had delivered him there somehow. Han Sen left out the part about being swallowed, of course. He said his fate was tied to the dragon god, and that he was, for all intents and purposes, a chosen one. He had been getting chased by xenogeneics in a distant place, and the dragon god had chosen to save him. The dragon god allowed him to ride on its back until it brought him to Return Ruined Sea. Since he was lying so much already, he went a few miles further. He claimed that the dragon god obeyed him. When the family heard this, they were frozen. They did not know whether or not they should believe him. After all, Han Sen appeared right when the dragon god had emerged from the pool. He must have had some connection to the dragon god, since the creature had not eaten him. The family treated Han Sen well, and he was able to learn a good deal of information from them. What disappointed Han Sen the most, though, was the fact that there were no high-tech items, and the dragon had established a rule there, saying that they had to reach the level of Duke before leaving Return Ruined Sea. There was one other way to leave, however. If they had enough talent, they could go to the planet's dragon headquarters. If they were given approval, they could be allowed to leave even at a low level. Then they would be transported to one of the dragon homeworlds. The dragon are strange, and so very cruel to their own. Han Sen was deep in thought. Since he had no way of contacting Sky Palace or the rebate, he didn't want to go through the right channels and risk exposing himself. He couldn't figure out a way in which he could leave there. Still, Han Sen was not very worried. He could still go back to the sanctuaries, and the xenogeneics in Return Ruin Sea were better than those that could be found on Planet Eclipse. It was a good place for him to be. I need to find a way to leave. If the dragon find out that I'm here, that could turn out poorly. Han Sun sat on the shore, trying to think of a way in which he could leave Return Ruin Sea. He was there for half a month, but still, he could not figure out a way off the planet. San Mu! San Mu! As Han Sen was thinking, a little red dragon boy came running towards him. Little Rock, what's wrong? Han Sen asked the little boy. The little boy was called Long Yen. He was the youngest of the dragon there. Spiky turtles? So many spiky turtles. Long Yen was gasping. What's a spiky turtle? Han Sen asked. You will know if you follow. Long Yen tugged at Han Sen, directing him to the other side of the island. Long Yan's family was standing next to the shore. They looked out to sea in worry. Han Sen followed the direction of their gazes and saw something dark approaching the island. With Han Sen's vision being what it was, he could tell that it was a swarm of black sea turtles. They were each the size of a stone mortar, and their numbers were countless. Old Mountain, what are these sea turtles? Han Sen asked the oldest person there, whose name was Long Shan. Long Shan's face looked grim. They are the xenogeneics known as spiky turtles. Ordinary turtles of their variety are viscount, but in a group like, there is bound to be earls, marquises, or perhaps even some dukes. They live in the sea, and during mating season, they come to the shorelines. The spiky turtles usually head to the north to mate, so we don't encounter them. This time, however, they did not go to that turtle island. They came here. Will they attack us? Han Sen asked. Of course they will. They are so cruel, especially when they want to breed. Our island is too small. If this many spiky turtles come, we will have nowhere to hide. A dragon lady named Long Shinju said worriedly. Old Mountain, what are you going to do? Han Sen asked Long Shan. If these were just ordinary spiky turtles, we could likely deal with them. In fact, such a thing would be good for us. But I fear there are many higher-level spiky turtles in their midst. If we are to escape, the nearest place to get to would be Turtle Island. Perhaps there are more spiky turtles there, though, Long Shan murmured. While they were talking, many spiky turtles were arriving on the shore. They crawled up the sand with their spiky black shells. They looked scary, like a number of moving castles. In the middle of the sea, a green leaf was afloat on the water. It bobbed gently as the ocean swells moved beneath it. A dragon man and woman were riding the leaf like a boat. The man sat comfortably, appreciating the sea. The woman stood on the front of the leaf, holding a paddle. Every time she pulled the paddle through the water, the leaf would move about 100 meters forward. It was going against the tide. 15. I do not know why you are spending more time in Return Ruin Sea. This is a small matter of business that your subordinates can deal with, the female dragon said as she paddled. Dragon 15 casually responded. Something strange has happened in Return Ruin Sea. Since we're already here, this might be a worthwhile diversion for us. After that, Dragon 15 looked over to the large host of spiky turtles and said, with its abundance of western gold air, Turtle Island is an ideal breeding spot for the spiky turtles. But this season, none of the turtles are headed there. They are traveling south instead. Something must have occurred. But we could not find anything amiss on Turtle Island, the dragon lady said. Maybe it is not the Turtle Island that has a problem. Perhaps there is something else that is more enticing for them than Turtle Island, Dragon 15 said. 15? What could draw them away? The dragon lady asked. Just go and take a look. Dragon 15 smiled. The dragon lady kept paddling, bringing them towards the turtle swarm. The spiky turtles are headed for an island called Dragon Pool. It is just an island that uses a dragon pool? What's so special about it? Dragon 15 sounded surprised. The island has a deep pool in which a king-class dragon creature resides. Every few years it emerges to feed. In doing so, it kills many nearby xenogeneics. Some dragon kings came here to look for the creature, but they never found it, the dragon lady said. Dragon 15 saw the island, and with a look of surprise, he said, Our people are on Dragon Pool Island. The dragon lady followed his gaze, noticing Long Shan and his family. 15. These are just a small subset of those in Return Ruin Sea. They seem weak. There is no way they can survive the coming of the spiky turtles. Should we help them? There is no rush. Let us observe for now. After all these years, we aren't getting many useful dragons from this planet anymore. Now we have a chance to see how strong they are, Dragon 15 said, his voice unconcerned. Yes, the dragon lady answered. She put down her paddle and let the giant leaf drift. The sea was rough, but it wasn't bad enough to drag them too far off course. Because Long Shan's family wasn't prepared for the arrival of the spiky turtles, fleeing wasn't an option. Long Shan could escape by himself, but his family would never make it. Sadly, because they had no pure blood, they did not possess dragon wings. If Long Yen could fly, they could all easily avoid the spiky turtles. Get ready to fight. Long Lan, protect Little Rock and the others, Long Shan commanded. The spiky turtles found Long Shan, and they made strange squeals as their eyes turned red. Their black spikes glistened, and their legs moved rapidly as they sprinted toward him. An adult dragon roared. He released a draconic presence as he moved to strike one of the spiky turtles. The draconic presence struck the turtle across its back. The blow hadn't killed the turtle, but it had sent a web of cracks across the turtle's shell. Han San was surprised to see that an Earl Dragon's attack could not kill a Viscount Spiky Turtle outright. Dragon 13 had been the same race as these people, but Long Shan and his family were all considerably weaker than she was. Also, they did not seem to possess Evilbreaker powers. Their powers were those of an average Earl. Furthermore, the spiky turtles had surprisingly sturdy shells. The Dragon Earl had to punch the shell 3 times to kill the Viscount Spiky Turtle. More spiky turtles came towards Dragon Pool Island. Long Shan and the others fought hard. Han Sun used his jade skin to fight alongside them and slay the turtles. Han Sun used a strip of leather to wrap up his blood feather knife. The weapon was too famous, and it'd be easily recognized. The sight of it could expose Han Sen's true identity. There were too many spiky turtles, though, and killing them proved impossible. In the time it took them to kill a single turtle, for more would arrive on the shore. At first, there were only Viscounts spearheading the beach assault. The Earls soon appeared. That increased the pressure on the defenders, and they soon had to fall back to the mountains. When the first Marquis spiky turtle appeared, everyone looked utterly terrified. Long Shan had to step forward to fight it. Other than Long Shan, their strongest fighters were all Earls. Given the strength of their attackers, the battle was becoming increasingly dire. Long Yen and the other young dragons were being protected by their mother Long Lan as they retreated back into the mountains. Han Sun punched any turtle that came within range. The light of jade skin could break their bodies fairly easily. In his head, announcements played over and over. He was keeping a low profile, though, so he made sure not to kill too many. He only stepped forward to help the dragons when one of them was in danger, and so far, none of them had been seriously injured. Those mixed dragons were far too weak. They could not kill a Marquis spiky turtle, not even in a one-on-one. The dragon lady stood atop the leaf and watched. Dragon 15 was watching the fight, too, but he did not focus on Long Shan. He was observing Han Sen. How many outsiders are there in Return Ruin Sea? Dragon 15 asked unexpectedly. I do not know. There can be a lot of outsiders, and they often interbreed with the dragon. Hence their heavily mixed blood. The dragon lady answered. Are there any higher races? Dragon 15 asked. There are some of the higher races, such as the Ghana and Feather, the dragon lady said after a moment of thought. Any powerful crystallizers? Dragon 15 asked. The crystallizers have been wiped from history. There aren't many of them left. I have never heard of a powerful one residing here, at least. The dragon lady shook her head. That is interesting. Why has a crystallizer appeared here, of all places? Dragon 15 watched as Han Sen continued to fight. Han Sen had noticed Dragon 15 and his maid, so he kept his power in check. He didn't behave in a way that would draw particular attention, but Dragon 15 could still see he was worth watching. Han Sen's wounds had almost healed by this point, and so he could fight almost like usual. But this place belonged to the dragon, and he couldn't leave it freely. If his identity was exposed, then he could be trapped there. Suddenly, a roar came from the sea. A spiky turtle the size of a tank came lumbering up the shore. The defenders' faces went pale. Long Shan could deal with one Marquise-class turtle, but the family didn't have anyone strong enough to handle a second one. When the Marquise-class turtle came onto the island, it immediately headed for the battle on the mountain. Long Lan looked pale. No one could stop that shiny, Marquise spiky turtle. Han Sen frowned. The two dragons were still not going to help. It looked as if they did not care about Long Shan's family at all. Han Sen knew that he had already exposed himself. Anyway, the dragon man had been staring at Han Sen the whole time, so there was no point in attempting to hide any longer. Han Sen had been staying with Long Shan's family for 2 weeks, eating their food. He didn't want to just watch them die now. He did not hesitate. He went straight for the Marquise spiky turtle and punched it. Long Lan was currently protecting the kids, and she looked desperate. The adult men were preparing to block the attacker, but a jade light suddenly shone on the spiky turtle. The spiky turtle slowed down. A shadow appeared in front of the turtle, punching it continuously with fists that slammed into the turtle like meteors. That cruel Marquise turtle looked like it was in slow motion. It was even slower than an ordinary turtle. San Mu! Long Lan and the others were delighted. Long Yen shouted in joy. Han Sen could not kill the Marquise-class turtle, but he attacked it steadily. He went to the Earl turtles and slowed them down as well. Even the other Marquise turtle, the one that Long Shan was fighting, was slowed by Han Sen's punches. For the first time in the fight, Long Shan had the advantage. Long Shan's family was very happy, but they had no time to celebrate. They still needed to focus on the turtles, especially those with the turtle symbol upon them. The dragon lady on the leaf noticed how powerful Han Sen was and raised her eyebrows. That crystallizer's xenogenic genes are strange. That is such a powerful speed reduction. It is not just a speed reduction technique, Dragon 15 said quietly. The dragon lady started to respond, but then she saw another green leaf come floating by. On that green leaf stood a person with a human upper body and a snake lower body. It was one of the Ghana. The leaf was moving by itself, and it drifted over in front of Dragon 15. Shios, why are you in Return Ruin Sea? Dragon 15 looked at the Ghana woman strangely. Shios smiled and said, Don't you want to see me? Dragon 15 laughed and said, I was just joking. Seeing you is an absolute pleasure. But don't you have business to attend to in Dragon Palace? Shios looked at the fight on Dragon Pool Island. Her eyes alighting on Han Senator, she smiled. Dragon Palace is boring, and you are here, 15. I wanted to come and see you, but I did not expect to find something else so interesting. What do you mean? Dragon 15 pretended to be surprised. This island possesses a strange life force. I can't tell what it is exactly, but it has certainly attracted many of the spiky turtles to it. Something fascinating must reside there. Shios paused. She then looked at Han Sen and said, And for an elite like him to appear here? That is not a coincidence. Dragon 15 looked shocked, and he said, Really? You don't have to pretend you didn't know, Shios said gently. Dragon 15's expression turned serious. If you hadn't told me, I really wouldn't have guessed that. I'm here to investigate a strange incident in Return Ruin Sea. I didn't come for this island. Then what are you planning to do? Shios asked, her smile widening. In a hard voice, Dragon 15 said, This is a region owned by the dragon, and I cannot allow things outside of our laws to continue. Shios smiled. It sounded as if he was referring to Han Sen, but it was also a warning for her. On Dragon Pool Island, Han Sen killed 2 Marquise spiky turtles. Long Shan and the others killed some turtles too. But the spiky turtles were still coming to Dragon Pool Island. Then, another 2 arrived. Luckily, Han Sen was there. If he hadn't been, the entire family would have been eaten by the turtles. Han Sen killed another spiky turtle, and then he started to frown. Something was wrong with how the turtles were moving. The turtles did not seem to be going after them specifically. Once they arrived at Dragonpool Island, it looked like they were going straight for the dragon pool itself. Hansen did not know much about the dragon pool. When he arrived, he was already in the pool. Once he had gotten out of it, he had never bothered returning to it. The turtles seemed quite interested in the dragon pool, however. Many of them were ignoring the fight entirely. Seeing how many spiky turtles were headed for the dragon pool, Hansen thought, even though the dragon god is gone, its presence still remains. Why do these low-level turtles want to go there? As Hansen was thinking about this, a giant wave rose from the sea. A large black body was coming out of the water. It was a huge spiky turtle. Its body was like a castle, and the spikes on its back were like ancient cannons. The mere sight of it was terrifying. Is that a Duke-class spiky turtle? Longshan's family froze. This was far worse than they had expected. We will go to the western beach, Hansen shouted at Longshan and the others. Then, he used his turtle spell to slow down the other Earl turtles. Longshan and the others followed and Hansen to the western beach. With Hansen leading, Longshan's family arrived safely upon the western beach. Many spiky turtles covered the beach, but there were no giant ones among them. Hansen's assumption was correct. When they put some distance between themselves and the giant spiky turtle, the creature no longer targeted them. It was now headed straight for the dragon pool. As the Goliath crawled forward, the entire island shook with every step it took. However, much to the horror of Longshan's family, more and more giant spiky turtles were on their way. About a dozen spiky turtles were headed towards the island from various directions. Wave upon wave of Marquis and Earl-class turtles also swarmed up the beaches, and they swiftly overran the island. Hansen guided Longshan's family to avoid every Duke-class turtle they could see, but there were too many. In the end, they came face to face with one. The cannon-like spikes on the turtle were gleaming, and they spewed black smoke into the air. The turtle gave a rumbling grunt, and the spikes shot out a strange black light. It was like a cannon firing at Hansen. Hansen jumped up and punched the giant turtles back. It was too big to avoid the blow. Hansen's attack drew its attention, and the giant turtle's spikes continued to fire at him. Hansen continued to harass the turtle, but his power was insufficient to strike back and break its shell. Instead, he drew the monster away in order to save Longshan's family. But judging from how the situation was unfolding, if more giant turtles showed up, there would be little Hansen could do to help them. More and more waves were crossing the sea as more giant spiky turtles revealed themselves. But the next giant turtle they saw was different. Sitting on its head was another turtle the size of a dinner plate. That spiky turtle was the smallest of all, but it also looked different. Normally, the spikes of a spiky turtle looked like the spikes of a hedgehog, but that plate-sized turtle spikes were diamond-shaped. The entire shell looked like it was made out of a shining black diamond. Wherever it went, all the lesser turtles avoided its path. Even the Duke spiky turtles moved away. There is a king-class spiky turtle in Return Ruin Sea? Dragon 15's lady shouted. Dragon 15 and Shios were in shock. They knew there were king-class xenogeneics about, but they did not expect this. It was extremely rare for low-tier xenogeneics to have a king class in their ranks, as it was usually too difficult for them to nurture one. It was like a cat evolving into a tiger. Such an evolution was so difficult that it was practically impossible. The spiky turtles kept heading for the dragon pool. The dragon pool itself was not too big, and it would only take one giant turtle to fill up the entire thing. Even so, many of the giant turtles were now entering, and the water in the pool was not rising. Seemed as if the pool was bottomless. The black diamond turtle screamed, spurring the other turtles to hurry into the pool at an even faster pace. The giant turtle fighting Hansen abandoned the fight and went for the pool. Longshan lost his opponent, too. The black diamond turtle's scream drove them all into a frenzied rush for the pool. Even if Long Shan crossed the turtle's path again, the beast would ignore him. Are those turtles feeding themselves to the dragon god? Long Yen asked curiously as he watched. The turtles. Long Shan did not speak because he could not answer. They knew the dragon god sometimes appeared in the dragon pool, but they did not know where the creature actually came from. Neither did they know what was at the bottom of the pool. Little boy, can you tell Big Sis about the dragon god you mentioned? Asked a woman with a soft voice. Long Shan looked over and he saw a pretty woman with an attractive human upper body. The lower body was a snake's tail. The Ghana woman stood next to Long Yen and she smiled as she stroked his head. Long Shan was a marquise, and yet he hadn't noticed when she arrived. Long Shan started to say something, but he noticed another man and woman who were also standing there. They had horns and dragon wings, meaning they were pure dragons. Long Shan and the others had never met Dragon 15 before, but they recognized pure members of their race. They all bowed quickly. Dragon 15 signaled them to rise. What was the dragon god he just mentioned? Long Shan told them the story of the dragon god. Dragon 15 frowned. Then he asked, "Did the dragon god drop any dragon scales?" "Sir, we did not offer it enough of a sacrifice this time, so it did not provide us with any. And furthermore, we refined the last ones it gave us." Long Shan spoke, with fear in his voice. He was worried that Dragon 15 might pin the blame on him. Dragon 15 frowned. He looked at Long Shan, but he did not say anything. He then looked at Hansen and asked, "Who are you? And why are you here?" "I was brought here by the dragon god." Hansen told him the story he had fabricated for Long Shan. Already. Dragon 15 did not believe him, though. He looked at Long Shan and Long Shan quickly said, "San Mu did emerge from the dragon pool as soon as the dragon god appeared. If you came from the dragon pool, then you must know about it. Please, take us there." Dragon 15 looked at the dragon pool. Almost all of the turtles were inside it by now. The pool was not too large, but it had consumed all those spiky turtles easily. As the last of them passed through, the pool became very quiet. "The dragon god brought me here. When I came out, I was up on the surface. I don't actually know anything about the dragon pool itself," Hansen said. "Since you are now in Return Ruin Sea, you will have to do as I bid if you wish to leave." Dragon 15 sounded calm, but his words were foreboding. "If I take you guys down, will you let me leave this place?" Hansen asked Dragon 15. "That depends on your performance," Dragon 15 said unhelpfully. Hansen thought about it for a bit before agreeing. "Okay. Xios, are you entering the pool?" Dragon 15 asked Xios. "This is a rare occurrence. If you do not object to my coming, I would indeed like to see more of the pool." Xios looked happy. Dragon 15 did not say anything. He allowed Hansen to lead them down into the pool.